Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 743, Chapter 739, The Power Projected on Earth by the Outer Gods. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Immediately after the Tarot Club ended, Hobert heard many prayers coming from the Nation of Disorder, and some prayers were directed straight at him. After listening briefly, Hobert roughly understood what was going on. While the Tarot Club was in session, the Balam Empire had released some terrifying things. It was said that currently, more than half of the people in the western part of the entire Balam Empire had either turned into monsters or died. These terrifying things were attacking the western Balam Empire. After Medici arrived at the scene, he immediately reported the matter to the Creator and King Hobert through prayer. Since he received no response, he exercised his supreme military decision-making authority and ordered the soldiers in the eastern Balam Empire to withdraw immediately. Although they tried their best to evacuate the civilians before the retreat, because Atlantis had not yet established effective rule there, the local people didn't take it too seriously. Medici then ordered, regardless of the local people, the Atlantis army should retreat as quickly as possible. At the same time, Medici had designated the eastern Balam Empire as a buffer zone. All the angels in the kingdom had rushed to provide support after hearing the news. Hobert didn't expect the opponent to be so good at picking a time, choosing to launch an attack during the Tarot Club meeting. Furs, who was beside him, saw Hobert's solemn expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "The war in the southern continent has changed. I need to go there quickly." Hobert got out of bed and tidied his clothes. "Be careful," Furs said. "Okay." Hobert stepped out, entering the shadow of order, and sent his substitute ahead to the Balam Empire. More than an hour ago, east of Sivas, the capital of the Balam Empire, at the death altar. Although it wasn't a day for sacrifice today, it was unusually heavily guarded, with many demigod-level beyonders patrolling. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an ugly arm appeared in midair. The surface of the arm was covered with a layer of evil mucus, from which grew skulls, eyeballs with evil gazes, and tongues with fangs. Many people who saw this scene immediately went mad or lost control and turned into monsters. Many beyonders turned into goats and rabbits. Around the solemn altar, flocks of sheep and a nest of rabbits suddenly appeared. Creak. Not far from the arm, an underworld gate opened. The death aura from the world of the undead immediately blocked the curses and evil gazes of the abomination Sua. A middle-aged man walked out of the underworld gate. His eyes seemed to have turned into two clusters of pale white flames. All the eyeballs on Sua's arm burst, leaking some disgusting liquid. The battle here gave all the residents of the city a bad feeling. They all came out of their homes and fled in the opposite direction. In the very center of Siva's city was the massive death temple. At this moment, the pale Empress Sia Palenque Eggers stood before the main hall's entrance, coldly watching the battle to the east, with no intention of going to support. "There shouldn't be infighting between us," Trunsois stepped forward, suddenly appearing not far from Sia. Sia, with her southern continent features, said coldly, "The monsters whose seals were broken aren't rampaging in the Paz kingdom, so of course you can speak so leisurely." Trunsoist and Sia had a serious disagreement on how to use the batch of monsters sealed by the Underworld Emperor back then. Sia hoped to use these monsters to force the kingdom of Atlantis back to the negotiating table. They knew they were not opponents and no longer wanted to continue fighting. Trunsoist, however, was intent on using these monsters for a sneak attack, to at least kill one or two Atlantis angels. Ultimately, the two sides parted ways unhappily, but Trunsoist did not give up. He continuously sent people to infiltrate the high levels of the Balam Empire to find out how to open the Underworld Emperor's seal. "How about this?" Trunsoist said upon hearing this, "When the war ends, I will compensate you with double the number of citizens." Sia said coldly, "When the war ends, it's still uncertain whether you'll even be alive. You don't need to worry about that." "I've already found a way out," Trunsoist said. "I'm different from you. If I fail, I can just leave the southern continent. If you fail, you'll have nothing. Do you see Sua over there? What if he has the help of an outer god? Without his own power and base, he still has to obey my orders." He said solemnly, "Now we can only fight with all our might, consuming as much of the kingdom of Atlantis' strength as possible. Even if we fail, we will still have a place to stay. If we are perfunctory now, after we fail, we will be like Sua, completely worthless." Sia's expression was cold, as if she was thinking. Trunsoist added, "You don't really think Hobert will solve the problem through negotiation, do you?" Sia's eyes moved. After glancing at the eastern part of the city, she said, "We tried to stop the Paz kingdom, but failed." Trunsoist nodded, "That's right, you tried very hard to stop me. He glanced inside the temple. It's almost 3 o'clock. Can we begin? Sia was startled. You know that the key to breaking the seal isn't at the death altar. That's obvious, Trunsoist smiled. The process by which we obtained this information was simply too easy. Sia said no more but waved her hand towards the temple. Several priests opened a hidden door behind the death statue and entered one after another. Trunsoist, standing at the temple entrance, looked at the very tall underworld emperor statue and suddenly sighed. This reminds me of the time I fought with Salinger. Haha, this world has long forgotten us. At this moment, the language of the dead echoed from inside the hidden door, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes melancholic. Trunsoist asked, do you know what monster is sealed inside? I know, Sia said. They are the favored ones of 3 outer deities from the cosmos. They broke through the barrier at a certain opportunity and came to the real world. Because they all descended on the southern continent, they were all sealed in the underworld by the underworld emperor. I remember now. There was a period when outer deities frequently projected their power into the real world. It was because of this that the 7 deities entered the astral world to resist the outer deities, Trunsoist cautioned. However, I suggest releasing only one first. That should be enough to give the kingdom of Atlantis a headache for a while. If all 3 are released, the orthodox deities are likely to intervene. Sia nodded, okay. Trunsoist asked again, should we hide? No need, Sia said coldly. As long as we stand within the sight of the underworld emperor statue, the monsters that come out of the underworld will not actively attack us. However, the negative status they generate can still affect us. The language of the dead in the hidden door suddenly stopped. Before the death statue, a dim space suddenly appeared. This space became deeper and deeper, as if it was connected to some unknown space somewhere. Suddenly, in the darkness, an eye with blue pupils appeared. Only one eye. It looked at Trunsoist and the pale empress and blinked. A third eye immediately appeared between Trunsoist's 2 eyes. Trunsoist reached out and casually grabbed at his face, as if grabbing a piece of dirt that had accidentally fallen on him. The eye that had grown between his 2 eyes was already in his hand. Looking at the blinking eye, Trunsoist said, what strange authority and ability. At this moment, another eye with blue pupils grew on his cheek. The pale empress beside him suddenly said, I forgot to tell you, you can't look directly at that eye. Otherwise, even if you are a king of angels, you will gradually be affected by the things that I makes you see and begin to believe in an outer god called the high-dimensional overseer. Trunsoist glanced at the pale empress. This emperor of the Balam Empire was indeed keeping her eyes closed. So Trunsoist also closed his eyes, but found that he could still see the scene before him, the vision coming from the eye on his cheek. He saw that the eye in the underworld completely emerged from the deep space. It completely ignored the archangel and king of angels before it and immediately jumped to the outside world. At the same time, the residents of the entire Siva city and beyonders below the demigod level suddenly stopped in their tracks. They all seemed to see something incredibly beautiful at once, revealing satisfied smiles. The next second, their left eyes all turned into blue pupils, and then they began to move, going to find other people to look at. As long as someone looked into their eyes, their left eye would also immediately turn a seductive blue. The demigods within Siva city fled in panic. At their level, as long as they were not directly gazed upon by the main body, they could still hold on for a while without being affected by the surrounding people. Returning to the temple in the city center, Trunsoist solemnly declared, eyes other than the 2 normal eyes violate common sense and must disappear. What disappeared, however, was his original left eye. The eye on his cheek was still there. Although Trunsoist's 2 eyes had a normal right eye, his left eye had grown on his cheek, making his face extremely strange, but he had temporarily suppressed the power of that eye. At the same time, he realized that the monster just now had a high rank and its abilities were very strange. At this moment, Sia raised her hand, and the sound of the language of the dead echoed from the hidden door again. The priests who had entered the hidden door earlier now also had blue pupils in their left eyes, but they were already dead, so they were still under Sia's control for now. The dark space before the death statue was slowly closing. For now, they would just release that one eye. Just then, Trunsoist suddenly raised a hand and exiled the dim room with the several priests, along with the magic array controlling the seal, to a space outside the world. Sia's eyes narrowed. She immediately opened an underworld gate at the location of the exile, trying to pull the dim room back. But because she hadn't been prepared before, she didn't have time to stop it. Trunsoist laughed twice, saying, enjoy the happiness that the outer god brings you. As he spoke, he took a step and disappeared with a strange face. Sia glanced at the dark space that had become large again. A disgusting green mucus appeared inside. She hesitated slightly and immediately left the temple. Returning to the imperial palace, he spent some time covering the escape of the angels and beyonders who had not been attacked by the outer god's favored ones. Finally, after the entire city of Sivas had become a territory of the outer god's favored, Sia opened a giant, underworld gate, preparing to leave through the underworld. However, after the underworld gate was summoned, it couldn't be opened. Sia had a bad premonition. At the same time, the afternoon sky suddenly darkened, starlight quickly filled the air, and a surging darkness descended. Sia's eyes narrowed. In her panic, she wanted to burrow underground to escape. Buzz. From the pitch blackness, a giant black scythe extended, hitting perfectly and cutting off Sia's head. Immediately after, the head, with a surprised expression, vanished into the void. Sia's body paused for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground. An archangel, and one from the death pathway at that, just died like this. The beyonder characteristic of the pale empress rapidly precipitated, was covered by a thick layer of darkness, and disappeared from the real world. When Hobert arrived in Sivas, he happened to witness the Evernight goddess killing the pale empress. He hadn't expected the uniqueness of the death pathway could kill a sequence one so easily. However, Hobert felt that the Evernight goddess must have made extensive preparations and only struck at the opportune moment. Hobert said to the dense darkness, "Respected goddess, thank you for your help. You can't just take the beyonder characteristic and leave. At least stay and help solve the problem." An ethereal female voice came from the void. The Balam Empire released 3 favored ones of the outer deities. These favored ones are from the cosmos and entered the real world with the help of the outer deities during the 4th epoch. Currently, I have resealed the underworld. Other deities will do their best to guard the astral world, making it difficult for the outer deities to respond to their return. Now, we only need to resolve those 3 favored ones as quickly as possible. As she spoke, darkness spread, and instantly, more than half of the Balam Empire entered night ahead of time, and also entered the hidden world, preventing the influence brought by the favored ones from the cosmos from expanding further. Hobert asked, what abilities do they likely possess? Will there be any unknown corruption? There are no existence at the level of deities among them, the Evernight goddess said. I'm not very clear about their specific abilities. As long as you don't get injured in battle, you won't be corrupted. Hobert nodded. That was fine then. He was about to go into the hidden world to search for the outer god's favored ones, but the ethereal voice in the darkness said again, according to my observation, the mother goddess of depravity and the uncertain mist have a tendency to join forces. Hobert was slightly taken aback. Thank you for the reminder. Then he asked, what should I be careful about? The Evernight goddess wouldn't give such a baseless reminder. The ethereal voice hidden somewhere unknown said, Trunsoist has completely defected to the uncertain mist. Be careful, he enters the cosmos after being defeated. Among the 3 favored ones of the outer deities released this time, one is suspected to be a favored one of the mother goddess of depravity. I understand, Hobert said with a smile. Please rest assured, I am fully confident I can keep him in the real world. It wasn't surprising that Trunsoist would defect to the uncertain mist. At the same time, Hobert was also very clear that unless Trunsoist was truly desperate, he would not go to the cosmos. Because going to the cosmos would mean his beyonder characteristic could easily be taken by the uncertain mist. As for the possibility that the mother goddess of depravity might join forces with the uncertain mist, and that the Balam Empire's release of monsters this time had influences and plans from the level of outer deities, this was something Hobert hadn't anticipated. The ethereal voice in the darkness stopped speaking. Only then did Hobert enter the city of Sivas within the hidden world. The monsters here hadn't realized they had entered another world and were still searching everywhere for people whose eyes hadn't turned blue. Hobert's substitute tampered with his state, making all the monsters here ignore him. Next, Hobert had the substitute distort the mind of a nearby monster. That monster immediately reached out and gouged out his blue left eye. The eyeball rolled wildly in his palm, not at all like a gouged out eyeball. Immediately after, the monster let out a scream. To be precise, he had transformed back into a human. His scream attracted the attention of the surrounding monsters, so Hobert had that person fill the blue eyeball back in. Although his left eye looked very gruesome, it looked normal, and he became a monster again. The surrounding monsters also turned their gaze away and no longer looked in this direction. Hobert pondered for a moment. These people could still be saved, but they would lose a left eye. However, now was not the time to save them. Based on the aura of that blue eye just now, Hobert linked to the location of the main body. Then he distorted space, with the substitute in front and the main body behind, arriving before the target. That was an eye the size of a head. It also had eyelids, but it was only the eye part. At this time, it had already realized it was in the hidden world. The blue light flickering in its pupil was examining the space in front, as if seeking a way out. Under its constant examination, that area of space actually became hazy and started to seem somewhat illusory. It was as if, through its efforts, it had stared a hole into space. As that small area of space became increasingly illusory, a faint image of streets seemed to appear in the haze. That was the scene from the real world. Suddenly, the blue eye seemed to sense something and glanced in the direction of Hobert's substitute. Although it didn't fully see Hobert's substitute, it sensed Hobert's presence, so it immediately rushed towards that hazy space, wanting to escape into the real world. Hobert had already prepared for attack. The sword of disorder in the substitute's hand was about to thrust out when suddenly a hand reached out from the hazy space and grabbed the large eye. Immediately after, a man, wearing a pointed hat and a classical mage robe, extended from the real world into the hidden world. It was he who grabbed the giant eye. "It seems I arrived just in time," Amon said with a smile to Hobert. "I'll help you deal with one." As he spoke, the eyelids of that eye were gradually closing, as if it was tired and wanted to sleep. However, the blue eye showed strong resistance and was struggling against the drowsiness, but ultimately, with Amon's effort, it still closed. Hobert put away the sword of disorder. "What do you want it for?" Listening to the Evernight goddess, other deities had to guard the astral world at this time, and only the Evernight goddess could descend to help. It was clearly too late to contact the Fool for support at this time. So, with only one deity on his side, Hobert naturally wouldn't proactively conflict with Amon. For deities, Amon deliberately emphasized the word deities. These guys are important sources of information about the cosmos. For a moment, Hobert wasn't sure if Amon was showing off that he had become a god, or if he was reminding him of the use of these outer gods' favored ones, implying that the remaining two shouldn't all be given to the Evernight goddess. Hobert didn't overthink it and asked again, "Are you doing research on outer deities?" Was stealing Erebus's thin-necked glass bottle for researching the uncertain mist? Amon smiled and said, "Something like that." "Why are you doing this kind of research?" "My childhood dream was to soar through the cosmos." Amon revealed a rather punchable expression of longing. Hobert said succinctly, "I don't believe you." Amon smiled and didn't explain further. "Evernight seems to have noticed me. Let's chat again when we have time." After speaking, he instantly vanished, as if he had never been there. Hobert looked again at the monsters with blue eyes all over the streets. They seemed not to have been greatly affected and were still searching around with blank expressions. They seemed like avatars of that large eye, but there seemed to be some difference from avatars in the normal sense. Since this outer god's favored was captured by Amon, Hobert went to look for other enemies. He came to the top of the Death's Temple to survey the surroundings. A lake outside the city quickly caught Hobert's attention. The color of that lake was light green. When several blue-eyed monsters passed by the lake, they were grabbed by light green tentacles extending from within and pulled into the lake. After devouring a few monsters, not even a ripple appeared on the lake's surface. The next second, Hobert and his substitute appeared together by the lake. The lake water was very calm and showed no intention of attacking Hobert's substitute. The substitute laughed and said, "I don't know if you can understand our language, but what I want to tell you is that your disguise is really too clumsy. It's not that the color of the lake is very wrong, but that you were clearly somewhat aggressive just now, but stopped attacking because you sensed my level. This, on the contrary, shows you have high intelligence." As soon as these words were spoken, the ground beneath the substitute's feet was suddenly pushed open by a current of water, like a geyser, and a stream of green water emerged, swallowing the substitute. Hobert disconnected his link with the substitute. He had already gained some understanding of this monster's level. His main body appeared dozens of meters behind. The water immediately formed two not very thick water columns, shooting out and attacking Hobert again. Hobert once again disappeared into the shadows, and had the substitute raise a hand. The surrounding temperature plummeted to below -100 degrees Celsius. Not only did the two rushing water columns freeze into light green solid ice, but the surrounding plants, and the entire lake in front, also completely froze. The severe cold seemed to cover the aura of all life. Crack! A stream of heat erupted from the ice, blooming a bewitching flower on the ice surface. The colorful flower rotated clockwise, making one feel dizzy. A mirage appeared before Hobert's eyes. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 744, Chapter 740, Conqueror Medici. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The abilities of the Outer Gods Blessed were somewhat unfamiliar to Hobert. He didn't have as much preparation and research as Amon, so he was very cautious when dealing with the opponent at first. Because he had a stand-in to help him resist the opponent's attacks, Hobert wasn't in a hurry to counterattack. He wanted to see what the opponent's abilities were like. Inside the illusion created by the enchanting flowers, there were layers upon layers, rows upon rows of huge squares stacked together. Each square seemed to contain a terrifying creature, coldly watching Hobert. Hobert felt that his stand-in's emotions were being influenced by the monsters in these squares. He felt angry, then sad, then fearful. So he had his stand-in wave his hand, and the monsters in the squares were immediately tampered into handicrafts, festive toys, and other items that had little to do with anger, sadness, or fear. Then, the stand-in reached out and took out a pair of huge butterfly wings from the Nation of Disorder. This was a mystical item accidentally obtained a long time ago when dealing with the corruption of the uncertain mist on Archibald. It didn't seem to have many beyonder characteristics, but the patterns on the wings easily caused hallucinations after being infused with spirituality. Later, Hobert guessed that this mystical item might have been formed due to the special nature of the outer god's corruption. The monster Hobert was facing now was very similar to the effect produced by the butterfly wings. This ability was a bit different from the hypnosis of the spectator or the sleepless manipulation of dreams. It was more like the hallucinations caused by taking some kind of drug. It was difficult to directly use or distort this. But for beyonders at Hobert's level, this wasn't too difficult to solve. The stand-in waved the colorful butterfly wings like holding two large fans, and at the same time used the abilities of magnification and exploit. Suddenly, a hallucinatory force broke through the squares in front, like opening a door in space, creating a portal in the illusion. Then the illusion shattered, and Hobert saw the enchanting flowers on the green ice surface again. The flowers rotated again, but as soon as they started to turn, Hobert's stand-in snapped his fingers, and suddenly there was a huge force in the air, slamming into the flowers and shattering them. At this time, Hobert's attack was not only a physical attack, but also an attack on the essence of the target. No matter what the structure of the flowers was, or whether they were different from creatures on Earth, they were ultimately shattered. The Sword of Disorder appeared in the stand-in's hand again, and he swung it forward, splitting the entire lake's ice layer in two. Under the ice layer, which was tens of meters high, there was still a pool of dark green lake water that had not been frozen. In these lake waters, one could vaguely see some fish that had not been completely digested, as well as some dissolving human corpses, and even many aquatic plants. It looked more like the stomach of some kind of omnivorous creature. Considering that the surrounding low temperature couldn't freeze this monster, Hobert snapped his fingers, compressed the surrounding air to form a high-pressure air furnace, and then started a fire by friction, instantly raising the temperature of the flame to over 1,000 degrees, and the temperature was still rising. All the ice immediately melted and quickly evaporated, first becoming transparent, and as the temperature became higher, pure white clouds formed at the top of the huge air furnace. A huge lake disappeared like this, and only the dark green, outer gods blessed, was left at the bottom of the dried-up lake. But it didn't seem to be afraid of the high temperature. It still burst out of the air furnace set up by Hobert like a paste. The intense high temperature spewed out, igniting a fire in the surrounding field. Hobert's stand-in had been prepared for this. On the opponent's inevitable path, he held the Sword of Disorder, and stabbed the huge green paste. The green paste could of course sense the power of the Sword of Disorder, and suddenly stretched out several dark green tentacles to block it, but the tentacles were distorted by the stand-in and stretched elsewhere. Although the green paste was stabbed, the main body immediately split off a large piece of itself. The split part was affected by the abolition and immediately turned back into water, bones, dried aquatic plants, and other substances. This didn't affect the green paste's escape speed at all. There was a river not far away, and the green paste's target was that river. It would swallow any animals or plants it encountered along the way without hesitation. Hobert, hiding in the shadow, was very grateful that the Evernight goddess had arrived in time and trapped all the targets here with the concealed world, otherwise it would be difficult to catch if this guy escaped into the groundwater. While the stand-in used the ability of disorder to make the green paste lose its direction, Hobert recalled some novels he had read before. The green paste in front of him was more like those extremely tenacious alien creatures in his memory. Of course, you can't use conventional methods to deal with this kind of creature. He glanced at the inside of the green paste and suddenly had a good idea. As Hobert's stand-in snapped his fingers, every corpse and every tree in the green paste's body was tampered with from 1 to 99. Whoosh! Those corpses and plants suddenly burst through the green paste and swelled into a mountain of corpses, hundreds of meters high. The green paste was a little dazed, as if it didn't quite understand what had just happened. Hobert's stand-in waved his hand, preparing to distort the green paste that was everywhere after the explosion and seal it together. But the green paste quickly reacted and cut itself again, running away with only about 1/10 of its body. Hobert realized that the massive green liquid that the stand-in distorted was actually lifeless. That is to say, in that instant, the green paste transferred all its vitality, consciousness, and perception to that 1/10. This ability was indeed a bit magical. At this time, that 1/10 of the green paste suddenly stopped and turned into a green plane. A thin film appeared on its surface, with brilliant colors. The stand-in was chasing the target with the Sword of Disorder, when suddenly the brilliant colors on the film formed a blurry figure. Hobert's stand-in stopped immediately, and Hobert in the shadow immediately turned his head away, closed his eyes, and saw with his stand-in's eyes that the blurry figure gradually became clear, turning into a huge creature with some marine biological characteristics. There were many ancient runes on its body surface, flashing with dazzling streamers, giving people a sacred and evil feeling. Hobert immediately realized that this was the appearance of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's main body. Before becoming a god, even a king of angels would be slightly corrupted after taking a look. Fortunately, Hobert now had a firewall, and this shallow corruption was all on the stand-in, without affecting the main body. For the mother goddess of depravity, this was enough, because of the characteristics of her authority. Unless other outer deities took action, there was no way to remove such corruption. Shallow corruption would also gradually deepen until it became severely polluted. Hobert immediately made the space in front of the green paste disordered, and the light no longer propagated along normal paths, so this clear figure became blurred again. But in the next second, this figure reappeared and became solid again. It actually skipped the propagation path of light and appeared in front of Hobert. Hobert immediately tampered with his perception, making himself think that he was blind, and preventing his consciousness from accepting any visual things, and not conceiving any images in his mind. At this time, he went to disarm the stand-in, which was obviously a bit mutated, but he found that the stand-in had new life and was unwilling to disappear like this. Hobert decisively altered the stand-in from 1 to 0, and the stand-in disappeared. The sword of disorder appeared in Hobert's hand, and it suddenly became longer, accurately piercing the green paste, which was now like a standing curtain. The green paste quickly dodged, and the picture on its body surface disappeared. Hobert's spirituality was somewhat weakened by his own tampering, and he only noticed the other party's changes after stabbing a few times. He immediately used the method of compressing air to imprison the green paste, but he still let a part of the green paste escape. Hobert chased after it while ending his tampering, using microscopic electromagnetic force to attract the green paste. The green paste was effectively controlled this time, and its speed was greatly reduced. Hobert, who had regained his keen spirituality, realized that perhaps only the 4 natural forces in the universe could imprison the green paste. Hobert first returned to the shadow again, and had the new stand-in distort the strong interaction force in front. The soil, rocks, and even the air in front suddenly changed, and a huge pit of more than 10 kilometers appeared. This was because all the matter in a certain area was suddenly evacuated, and because of the strong interaction force, the gaps between atoms became smaller. The matter in the giant pit became a small piece of extremely hard material, as thin as a cicada's wing, and even only 1 molecule wide. At this time, the green paste was only about the size of an ordinary pool. It was not sucked away like those materials, but stayed in the center of the giant pit, struggling and unable to go anywhere. At this time, it abandoned its tail again to survive, but those parts that were abandoned were sucked into the thin wall with strong interaction force. The green paste kept struggling, but it was tightly locked by Hobert with force, and the strong interaction force gradually began to affect the main body of the green paste. So the main body kept abandoning its tail to survive, and finally only about a bucket of water was left, and the color became dark green and the shape became thicker. At this time, Hobert's stand-in turned the sword of disorder in his hand into a javelin and threw it out, hitting the green paste directly. It struggled a few more times before finally stopping completely. Hobert didn't rush to remove the 4 natural forces, but first used the exploit ability to accelerate the precipitation of beyonder characteristics. In the end, Hobert obtained a palm-sized mass of translucent liquid. Hobert felt that it was a bit like beyonder characteristics, but it also seemed to have some kind of living characteristics. It was more like a sealed artifact that had been precipitated. At this time, a space not far from Hobert suddenly became obscure and difficult to name. A clear voice said, "Its situation is a bit special. It is more like the beyonder characteristics themselves have produced life." Perhaps afraid that Hobert would misunderstand, the Evernight goddess explained, "It is not that it has activity, but that the beyonder characteristics have produced life." "I understand," Hobert said, "this is very consistent with some of the authorities displayed by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. This great old one likes to give some creatures and items new life." The Evernight goddess continued, "Seal it carefully. It may show signs of life again after a while." Hobert nodded, "This should be the blessing of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Perhaps only after becoming a great old one can this beyonder characteristic from the cosmos be completely split, and then the life inside will completely disappear." The Evernight goddess also said, "The people here can still be saved. I already had a plan to save people just now. I'll help you control them for a while." Hobert smiled and said, "Thank you for your help." The obscure and difficult-to-name space disappeared. Hobert first sealed the green paste with the order crystal, and then glanced at the battlefield where he had just fought the green paste. A huge lake disappeared here, and a giant pit appeared. Because the air furnace that Hobert distorted disappeared, the high-temperature water vapor floated into the sky and formed dark clouds, and it began to drizzle. Hobert rose into the air and expanded his spirituality to the maximum range. Then the stand-in raised his hand and distorted all the left eyes of all the blue-eyed monsters in the entire concealed world to his feet. Whoosh! It was like a rain of eyeballs falling at his feet. Finally, all the eyeballs piled up, like a small mound. These eyeballs still had living characteristics and kept turning around. The entire eyeball hill was also constantly moving. Screams rose and fell on the land of the Balaam Empire. Although people had returned to normal, they had lost an eye. Hobert grabbed the beyonder characteristic of the creator from the nation of disorder and tried to make everyone grow their left eye again. This beyonder characteristic was obtained by Hobert after shattering the creation bracelet. The beyonder characteristic of High Summoner had already been given to Emlyn so that he could prepare to advance to Sequence 3. At the moment, Hobert exploited the characteristics of the creator to allow everyone who had lost their left eye to start growing a left eye. But he found that the left eye that grew out still had problems. That is to say, the green paste had polluted the concept of left eye. As long as they had a left eye, the corruption would still exist. So Hobert terminated the idea of regenerating the left eye, and then tampered with everyone's injuries, turning their new injuries into old injuries that had already healed. After this series of operations ended, the Evernight goddess withdrew the concealed world, the early night disappeared, and a ray of afterglow appeared on the horizon. Hobert raised his hand, and the eyeball hill under his feet immediately decomposed, and finally turned into a pile of colorful dust. He glanced at the bewildered and fearful civilians on the city streets, didn't linger, and used distortion to travel directly north to the Atlantis army's camp. After the Balaam Empire was taken over by Atlantis, it was divided into 2 counties. The common people like to call these 2 counties the Left Eye County because most people here, and even many animals, were missing their left eye. In the Phaenopotter Kingdom, there is a seal underwater in the center of Full Moon Lake in the South Colson region. This seal was created by Hobert when he was the lord here, using the nation of disorder to seal the corruption beneath the lake. Inside the deep black seal, there is a bubble-like structure, and inside the bubble is a crystal-clear gemstone that still shimmers with strange colors even without light. When sealing the bubble and the gemstone, Hobert guessed that this corruption was likely from the mother goddess of depravity. At this moment, a ghostly green shadow appeared above the gemstone in the bubble. The ghostly green shadow flowed slowly, turning into a paste-like state. It was very clear that it couldn't alarm the outer seal, so it quietly came to the very center of the gemstone, entrenched itself there, and waited for the right opportunity. Hobert arrived at the Atlantis military camp and found Medici, who had fiery red hair, prepare for the final battle. Medici revealed a creepy smile. It seems that all the problems have been solved. Then he took a deep breath. Give me half an hour to prepare. Hobert nodded slowly, completely handing over the command to Medici. Soon, the sound of prepare for the final battle resounded throughout the entire military camp and every trench in front of the camp. Because there was already a specific plan for the final battle, hundreds of thousands of troops immediately began to operate in an orderly manner. The artillerymen were the first to get busy. Freight electric cars loaded with shells were transported from the military camp to several artillery positions. The soldiers in the trenches began to check their weapons, install bayonets on the muzzles, and distribute large amounts of bullets and hand grenades. In the central location of the military camp, brilliant lights flashed one after another. Teams of Beyonders gathered here according to the previous plan and were divided into different combat squads, awaiting Medici's orders. When the Beyonder forces had gathered almost completely, Medici walked out of the main tent with a solemn expression. He said loudly, "The king and the angels have gone to Caesarport, and the angel war there should have already begun. Our battlefield is here, and our mission is to completely defeat the enemy's Beyonder forces. I promise the king to kill every Beyonder individual of the enemy. Remember. For Beyonders, there are no prisoners. Taking their Beyonder characteristics is the greatest respect for them. As long as we win the Beyonder war, this great battle of hundreds of thousands of people will be without suspense. Come on. Fight. This should be your last chance to easily earn military merits. After this battle, there will be no opponents in the entire world." Then Medici began to distribute the Grade 0 sealed artifacts given by the creator, including 0 to 71 Calamity Porcelain Doll and 0 to 72 Box of the Great Old Ones. As well as the uncrushed 0 to 73 Death Domain and 0 to 74 Fallen Mask. There were also 0 to 77 Cursed Heart and 0 to 78 Spiritual Wilderness, a total of 6 Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Plus the 0 to 80 Book of Law in Hobert's hand. These are all the Grade 0 sealed artifacts currently held by Hobert. The original 0 to 76 Sword of Death had been crushed by Hobert, and the Weather Warlock, Beyonder characteristic inside was given to Medici for advancement. Just now, along with these sealed artifacts, Medici was also given a Conqueror Beyonder characteristic. At this time, Medici had already prepared the potion for advancing to Sequence 1, and was just waiting to find the right opportunity to take it. Medici glanced at the setting sun on the horizon. Depart. After making the final war mobilization, under the leadership of Medici, the Beyonders quickly left the military camp and crossed the trenches. Under Medici's loud command, the phalanx made slight adjustments and immediately charged towards the enemy's trenches. In fact, they could have used the corresponding sealed artifacts to skip the enemy's trenches and appear directly in the enemy's military camp. But Medici launched a frontal assault. In the enemy's trenches, fire snakes spewed out immediately, which were the enemy's heavy machine guns. Boom. Medici raised his hand, and a violent explosion occurred in the position in front of them, creating a huge gap. The Beyonders broke through the enemy's defense line easily. The Paz Allied Forces soldiers were stunned there, not knowing what to do for a while, until the Atlantis artillery began, which woke them up. This was Medici's purpose, to disintegrate the morale of the enemy's ordinary soldiers. All the obstacles encountered along the way were vulnerable, and soon thousands of Beyonders arrived in front of the enemy's main military camp. After receiving the news, the enemy's Beyonder forces had also basically completed their assembly. Medici glanced at the enemy's camp and adjusted the formation again. Charge! Charge! Trample the enemy's camp, these trash are destined to have one goes without return. Ha 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 ha. Feel the fear brought by the Atlantis army. The Beyonders on the Paz Allied Forces side also simply formed a defensive formation, and several demigods holding Grade 0 sealed artifacts began to attack Medici with all their strength. While dodging the attacks, Medici charged at the forefront, holding a long sword with mottled bloodstains and rust. Trash, this sword will be the last thing you see. Boom. In the dense Beyonder attacks, Medici detonated the enemy's military camp, and at the same time, a pure white spear at the angel level pierced through his chest. This pure white spear came from a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the lone nobles. Medici pulled out the pure white spear and threw it aside as if nothing had happened, and was the first to rush into the enemy's military camp. In front of him were all enemies, and Beyonder attacks were flying around. Behind him were all his own people, and Beyonder attacks were also flying around. He first killed an enemy demigod with a sword, and then was blown away by other Beyonder attacks. Medici immediately got up, and once again rushed towards the enemy with vigor and vitality. After killing another demigod, a black Beyonder spear pierced his lower abdomen again. He turned his head and killed the enemy holding the black spear. Ha 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 ha. Medici laughed heartily, enjoying the moment of chaos. A great Beyonder melee kicked off. This battle caused half of the Allied forces' military camp to be engulfed in flames, and countless ordinary soldiers who couldn't evacuate in time were killed or injured. Soon, Atlantis, which had launched the attack after a long period of planning, gained the upper hand. Medici seized the opportunity to completely tear apart the enemy's defense line, cutting and surrounding the enemy. The Allied forces Beyonders immediately began to rout. With the arrival of the victory of the Beyonder War, Medici took out the prepared potion and drank it in one gulp. Almost without stabilizing his state, he shouted again, "Pursue! Pursue! Defeat the enemy! Conquer the southern continent! Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters." Chapter 745, Chapter 741, The Complete Fall of Trunsoist. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Half an hour before Medici drank the Conqueror potion, Hobert sat on a mountain in the south of Caesar Harbor, looking out at the distant harbor. Beverly and her younger sibling, wearing matching Order crystal jade pendants, arrived first, followed by Sharon, a delicate-featured ancient Bane, and Christian, with a solemn expression, and finally, the sanguine Duke Olmer. Originally, Hobert had also planned to invite Old Huang to help, but since the Pale Empress had already been eliminated by the Evernight Goddess, there was no need to invite another Sequence 1. The 5 angels silently looked towards Caesar Harbor, waiting for Hobert to issue his orders. At this moment, Trunsoist's figure suddenly appeared in the air not far away. He smiled and said, "I think we should have one last talk." "There's nothing to talk about," Hobert said coldly. "When you planned to revive in the body of your descendant, there was nothing left for us to discuss." Trunsoist still maintained his smile. "Don't be so absolute. Although the Orthodox churches support you, there are many, many beings in this universe that are even more powerful than the Orthodox gods." Hobert sarcastically said, "Do you feel honored to be a lackey of the outer deities?" Trunsoist said, "All of this is your doing." Hobert finally stood up, "You're just comforting yourself. Every time you say you want to talk to me, but you never show any sincerity. It's as if I've driven you to a dead end and don't plan to let you go." "I must admit, you are an eloquent lawyer," Trunsoist said with a smile. "Don't you think I haven't made any preparations during this time, right?" After speaking, a mass of sticky hair appeared in his hand. After infusing spirituality into the hair, the strands stood up and connected together, forming a rectangle taller than a person. This rectangle suddenly became illusory, turning into a full-length mirror. A figure emerged from it, whose face could not be seen clearly, but everyone's spirituality felt that it was the most beautiful woman in the world. Each strand of her hair was like a venomous snake, with an eye on the top, either open or closed. Everything living that they saw would instantly turn into grayish-white stone. It was primordial demoness Cheek. The angels behind Hobert didn't dare to look directly at this god, otherwise they would also be petrified. Her arrival was not surprising. In the next moment, the surrounding plants and creatures that had turned into stone suddenly broke open from the middle, and strange creatures crawled out from inside like chicks breaking out of their shells. Some had the head of a rat and the body of a rabbit, some had the limbs of a pig but the head of a sheep, and the sheep's horns were 2 branches. Some stones had plants growing out of them, and insects or small animals grew on the positions of the plant's leaves, looking very hideous and terrifying. Immediately afterward, a hazy figure appeared opposite Cheek. This figure quickly solidified. It was Lilith, who had easily accommodated the uniqueness. Similarly, Lilith's appearance was not surprising. At the same time as Lilith appeared, a torrent of information appeared not far from Trunsoist. Finally, this stream of information converged into a beam of light that seemed to have no substance. As soon as he appeared, the petrified creatures and the mutated creatures that crawled out of the rocks immediately turned into clusters of information streams. This was the Hidden Sage. His appearance surprised Hobert somewhat, but after thinking about it, it wasn't too surprising. After all, Hobert and Klein had rescued Roselle, so the 2 sides were bound to be on opposite sides. At this moment, a mysterious and powerful being sitting on a high-backed chair appeared in the air behind Hobert. He slowly stood up and stepped in front of the Hidden Sage. All the objects that had been turned into information suddenly turned into clusters of flowers and patches of lawn. This was a miracle created by the Fool. Hobert smiled and asked Trunsoist, "Is that all? I don't even need to invite the Orthodox gods." In fact, Trunsoist had also invited Adam and Amon, but at this time, Adam had already gone to the forsaken land of the gods to meet the true creator. And after Amon became a god, he was no longer interested in containing the Atlantis kingdom. Moreover, he was at a critical moment of accommodating the uniqueness of the door pathway, so of course he wouldn't be distracted by the affairs of the southern continent. After being said that by Hobert, Trunsoist's smile gradually became gloomy. This is enough. Because these enemies were not something Hobert could eliminate immediately, they would definitely give Hobert a headache for a long time. Then Trunsoist took a stance and rushed towards Hobert from the air. He held a ball of gorgeous and colorful mist in his hands, preparing to fight Hobert to the death. Beside him, Abomination Sua, the 2 angels of the numinous episcopate, and an angel brought by the Hidden Sage also followed up after appearing. In an instant, a battle at the level of angels unfolded. Beverly and her younger sibling were still fighting the only sequence 1, Sua, while the other 6 angels chose their opponents and engaged in a melee. But in fact, the most crucial thing was still the battle between Hobert and Trunsoist, the 2 kings of angels. Facing Trunsoist's attack, Hobert's doppelganger reached out as if grabbing something in the void. Trunsoist had a smile on his face, because he was waiting for Hobert to grab the 0 to 80 Book of Law. The colorful mist from the uncertain mist in his hand was prepared to capture the uniqueness of the justiciar pathway. In the eyes of the Evernight goddess, Trunsoist seemed to have completely leaned towards the uncertain mist, but this Night Emperor, who had been polluted by the uncertain mist, knew very well how to get along with uncertain mist. Currently, he was only using the uncertain mist to achieve his own goals. As long as he obtained the justiciar uniqueness, no matter how polluted he was by Hobert, he planned to immediately accommodate it, in order to gain the capital to bargain with Hobert. This was also the situation that the uncertain mist was willing to see, so even though he knew that Trunsoist was using him, he was willing to provide some help. But what surprised Trunsoist was that Hobert took out a wheat stalk with gorgeous colors from the Nation of Disorder. But that didn't matter, because the mist in Trunsoist's hand could also suppress the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. But in the next second, Trunsoist found that he couldn't move at all. The wheat in Hobert's hand was emitting a dazzling light. He smiled and said, "Don't you think I haven't made any preparations during this time, right? Have you forgotten? Your current body was shaped with the help of the mother." Ha 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 ha. After Hobert laughed twice, he pinched the wheat in his hand, turning it into a dazzling light. At the same time, Trunsoist also seemed to be pinched by someone. In his surprise, his body became very illusory and gradually disappeared. Of course, he knew that there might be a trap left by the Earth Mother in his body, but he had used the power of order to reconstruct himself several times. Why was he still affected? What Trunsoist didn't know was that the Earth Mother had once controlled the moon uniqueness. Even if he gained new life through reconstructing himself, he still couldn't escape the Earth Mother's authority. But it was too late to say anything at this time. His physical body disappeared, and he was at an absolute disadvantage from the beginning of the battle. Hobert didn't take it lightly because of this, but instead indulged his spirituality to expand. His size also increased, becoming as huge as a giant. At the same time, his majesty filled the earth, and the surrounding humans spontaneously knelt down, and even animals and plants within hundreds of kilometers showed their submission to Hobert. Hobert was surrounded by a strong black aura, which gradually condensed into breastplates, shoulder pads, knee pads, etc., and finally formed a heavy and majestic armor. Whoosh! The black cloak spread out, and an outfit different from the culture of this world showed a certain degree of submission to the surrounding natural laws. The surrounding angels were also affected and had to move their battlefield to a farther distance. This was the first time Hobert showed his mythical creature form, because he felt that the mist in Trunsoist's hand was very unusual. At the same time, Trunsoist's body turned into a wisp of spirituality again. This body was shaped by the Earth Mother using a wisp of Erebus's spirituality. The two sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of Hand of Order in Trunsoist's body began to precipitate from the air around that wisp of spirituality. Hobert was about to speed up the precipitation when a mist-like hand stretched out from the void and grabbed the two beyonder characteristics that were about to take shape. Trunsoist allowed himself to instantly transform into a wraith and once again devoured the two sequence 1 characteristics that had a strong connection with him. At the same time, because it was affected by the uncertain mist, its overall form was that of a misty human figure, with only its eyes resembling two red light bulbs. This action caused Trunsoist to almost lose all reason. Currently, it only had one thought: to attack Hobert. However, it didn't have much reason, so it didn't use the mist obtained from the uncertain mist. Instead, it used the beyonder abilities of the Justiciar pathway to attack Hobert. Only then did Hobert's mythical creature form take out the Book of Law from the Nation of Disorder. He did not open this sealed artifact, but strengthened the connection between the Book of Law and the two sequence 1 characteristics. Evil spirits are different from beyonders. They are only borrowing the power of those two characteristics, but they don't have as close a connection with the characteristics as beyonders do. They are merely using the power of the characteristics. Therefore, after Hobert used the ability of connection, the connection between the two beyonder characteristics and the evil spirit had problems. Immediately, both sides fell into a state of tug-of-war. The Trunsoist evil spirit had to stop attacking and try to control the two beyonder characteristics. The Avatar stepped forward and, with the hand not holding the Book of Law, reached into the evil spirit's body and pulled out the two beyonder characteristics. However, the mist that made up the Trunsoist evil spirit also mutated the Avatar, giving rise to the thought of betraying Hobert. Therefore, Hobert terminated the existence of this Avatar. A new Avatar appeared, one hand catching the Book of Law, the other holding the two Hand of Order beyonder characteristics. Without the influence of the beyonder characteristics, the Trunsoist evil spirit immediately regained some reason. Without thinking, it turned around and ran. In its current state, hiding somewhere would still make it a high-level evil spirit. But Hobert certainly wouldn't let it go. The Avatar first put the two Hand of Order characteristics back into the Nation of Disorder, and then, holding the Sword of Disorder, slashed upwards. Although it didn't touch the evil spirit, the Trunsoist evil spirit had already begun to collapse. In Trunsoist's shrill cries, its spirit body completely dissipated. Because it was currently in the state of an evil spirit, this great figure of the fourth epoch didn't even leave a last word. Hobert habitually said, "Rest in peace, Night Emperor." Immediately afterwards, where the Trunsoist evil spirit disappeared, that massive mist flowed and turned into a ball, like a small cloud floating there. Originally, its purpose was to suppress the uniqueness, lacking sufficient reason. Now that there was no intelligent being to use it, this cloud of mist seemed a little at a loss. For safety's sake, Hobert did not absorb this cloud of mist. Instead, he manipulated the power of the Nation of Disorder to dissipate it. At this time, the battle between the primordial Demoness and Lilith and the other four had already stopped. The primordial Demoness and the hidden sage did not expect Trunsoist to die so quickly. Therefore, from the beginning, they had been choosing to wait and see. Lilith and Klein certainly knew their psychology, so they didn't take the initiative to attack, but quietly confronted them. When Trunsoist was eliminated, the primordial Demoness immediately transformed into a mirror and shattered and disappeared in an instant. The hidden sage also left with the angels of the Moses ascetic order. Sua and the two angels of the Numinous Episcopate also wanted to run, but the former was distorted in his thoughts by Hobert, and the latter two were blocked by Hobert's released Hundred-Eyed Devil Monarch and the other three helpers. Hobert would never let these three guys go. After Hobert simply thanked Lilith and the fool, he remained in his mythical creature state and rushed towards the abomination Sua, intending to first eliminate this lackey of the outer god. Lilith and the fool saw that they didn't need their help here, so they left one after another. When Sua saw Hobert rushing towards him, his eyes narrowed, as if he had made some determination. His whole body swelled up and expanded, becoming bloated and tens of meters tall. Beverly and Raymond's spirituality had a strong warning of danger, and they immediately chose to retreat temporarily. Tear. Sua's viscous skin was cut open like a piece of cloth by some sharp weapon. Inside was not flesh and bones, but a bizarre towering tree. Sua's skin was thrown on the ground like a rag and quickly turned into nourishment for the bizarre tree. The branches and leaves of the bizarre tree spread out, with eyes full of bloodshot on the branches, and tongues with sharp teeth. In place of the leaves on the branches were skulls, mouths with only teeth and no lips. On the highest branch grew two eyes full of malice. These eyes belonged to Sua. Once he entered the state of the bizarre tree, he might not be able to maintain his self all the time, and he might not be able to return to his original state. The state of the bizarre tree was not a true mythical creature state of the chained. This state made the spirituality of the two angels, Beverly and her brother, feel uncomfortable. "Get behind me," said Hobert's avatar in mythical creature state. Beverly and her brother breathed a sigh of relief and retreated again. At this time, the mouths without lips on Sua's branches opened together, uttering a common silent curse. Hobert's avatar suddenly turned into a goat wearing black armor. Hobert did not immediately end the summoning of the avatar, but ordered the goat to rush up fiercely. The two goat horns turned black, which was the sword of disorder. The goat rammed into the bizarre tree, knocking the towering tree down at the waist. Only then did Hobert break the connection with the avatar, and the goat quickly disappeared into the void. Crack! The bizarre tree broke off a branch on its own, which fell to the ground and quickly rotted, but the wound that had been broken at the waist healed. Hobert entered the shadow of order again, and had the avatar raise a hand and build an air furnace around the bizarre tree. Raymond was quick-witted and immediately threw a wall of fire into the furnace. Hobert's avatar immediately enlarged it, preparing to burn the tree to death. However, the flames that burned in the air were immediately affected by the bizarre tree and turned eerie green, with no temperature at all. Hobert did not continue to attack actively. At this time, he was not in a hurry at all. Anyway, Sua would not be able to escape, and he could slowly look for an opportunity to kill him. At this time, 4 balls of flame flew from the north, and finally formed 4 figures in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a underworld gate opened, and a death consul walked out from inside. 2 more balancers stepped from a distance. They were the angels of the northern continent countries. The angels behind Hobert immediately adjusted their state. The 3 tool people were in the front, making a defensive posture. Beverly and her brother, and the sanguine Duke Olmer also stepped forward to confront the other side. Sharon and Christian continued to deal with the 2 injured death consuls. Hobert's avatar continued to confront the bizarre tree, and Hobert himself also looked towards the northern continent country's angels. Alexei Einhorn, dressed in classical clothes, took 2 steps forward and said, "Honorable King of Atlantis, we have no malice and only want to help you deal with these common enemies of mankind." Sua's reason was not much at this time. Hearing this, it was nothing, but the 2 death consuls immediately felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that they had been completely abandoned. While Hobert's avatar was twisting Sua's thoughts of escaping, he coldly said, "I'm afraid your purpose is not just to help, right?" Alexei took a deep breath. "Please spare some of our mercenaries. Our 3 countries are willing to submit to Atlantis." The soldiers of the northern continent countries all participated in the war on the southern continent as mercenaries. If these mercenaries all died on the southern continent, or were captured, the news that the official beyonder forces of the northern continent countries was very weak would soon be known to everyone, and then the rule of each country might be difficult to maintain. If the elite of the army were all buried on the southern continent, the Fasak royal family and the Lone royal family, and the Intis parliament would likely be overthrown, which forced them to come to the southern continent to plead. Hobert's avatar asked knowingly, "Why did the mercenaries of the northern continent appear on the southern continent?" Before the other party could answer, Hobert said again, "Do you think now is an opportunity to threaten me? Mr. Fool and the sanguine ancestor have already invited me once and sent me away. Sua has also entangled me, so I have to agree to your conditions." "Ha ha." Hobert suddenly smiled, and then coldly ordered, "Kill them all." Alexei almost begged, "Please wait a moment, we can continue to talk." The Tool people and Beverly immediately launched a charge against the angels of the northern continent. They were very clear that the 6 angels on their side were not the opponents of the enemy, but they also knew that Hobert could not let them die. Hobert's doppelganger coldly stated, "It's too late. Since your mercenaries came to the southern continent, we have already been enemies. After the official start of the war, you have lost the qualification to negotiate with me." As he spoke, Hobert, within the shadow, crushed a glass bottle containing a glimmer of light. This light instantly transformed into a stream of information, disappearing into the void. The next second, Roselle and Bernadette arrived on the battlefield. After a brief observation, Roselle immediately rushed towards Alexei. Bernadette also found an opponent and immediately joined the battle. Hobert no longer paid attention to that side, withdrawing his focus to concentrate on dealing with Sua. In the short time he had been speaking, the evil aura emanating from Sua had caused varying degrees of mutation or cursing to the creatures within dozens of kilometers. Sua had also been trying to escape, so Hobert simply tampered with the state of the surrounding spirit world, temporarily preventing it from opening any entrances to the real world. At the same time, he kept twisting Sua's thoughts of escape. In the face of a king of angels in mythical creature form, Sua had no power to resist. Hobert's doppelganger had been observing Sua for a while, and on the surface, there seemed to be no flaws. However, the branches picking skeletons reminded Hobert of the bone-white, thorn staff of high level Sua had previously possessed. He suspected that Sua's current state was related to that thorn staff. Finally, Hobert turned his gaze to Sua's tree trunk. The doppelganger immediately took action, forming a domain of shadows around itself and approaching Sua. The domain of shadows almost completely blocked Sua's curses, roars, corrosion, spiritual solidification, and other attacks. The doppelganger came to the trunk, and Sua's other branches immediately surrounded it, as if to hug it. However, when these branches approached the doppelganger, they would always move backward when moving forward, and upward when moving downward, always completely missing the doppelganger. The doppelganger, holding the sword of disorder, pierced the tree trunk. After slicing upward, the black, viscous bark revealed the bone-white, thorned staff inside. Sua seemed to realize Hobert's purpose, and the bone-white thorn struck the doppelganger like a club. The doppelganger raised the long sword to block, but the bone-white thorn shattered the sword of disorder and directly struck Hobert's doppelganger. The moment the doppelganger was struck by a vicious curse, Hobert emerged from the shadow, and the doppelganger disappeared. Hobert raised his hand, and a tremendous force snatched the bone-white thorns from Sua's hand. Hobert immediately sealed it with an order crystal and wrapped it with the cloak formed by his spirituality on his back. All the mouths on Sua's body opened, emitting screams filled with unwillingness and rage. Gradually, the tree transformed back into a human shape. Hobert re-entered the shadow, and the doppelganger stepped forward, resummoning the sword of disorder and beheading the now very weak Sua. Sua's spirit struggled to reach the spirit world, but Hobert's doppelganger struck again with a backhand sword, completely killing this abomination's spirit. In just this short time, Sua's beyonder characteristics had combined with his hand bones to form a sealed artifact. Hobert collected the two spoils and tampered with the mutations and curses caused by Sua, restoring the surrounding area to normal. He also decomposed Sua's corpse, which was a curse in itself. Surprisingly, his strangely shaped liver had formed a grade 1 sealed artifact. Immediately afterward, Hobert did not linger. The doppelganger tampered with a death console, changing him from 1 to 0. The angel instantly vanished, leaving only his beyonder characteristics behind. This was not an ability like exile, but rather a tampering with the person of the death console. However, because the beyonder characteristics of an angel level were difficult to tamper with, and it was impossible to tamper them into a state of nothingness, only his beyonder characteristics remained in place. It was precisely because Hobert had noticed the loopholes between beyonder characteristics and the real world that he had thought of this method of attack. The doppelganger immediately stepped forward and collected the beyonder characteristics. At this time, Hobert's tampering effect ended, and the death console returned from 0 to 1, reappearing in the real world. However, because he had lost his beyonder characteristics, he instantly lost control and was killed by the doppelganger with a single sword. Immediately afterward, the doppelganger used the ability of disorder on another death console. The target was immediately surrounded by disorder, raising his hand became raising his foot, using beyonder abilities became turning his head, finally using a beyonder power, but not the one he wanted to use. Soon, he was killed in the encirclement of Hobert's doppelganger, Sharon, and Christian. After these two enemies were dealt with, they went together to Roselle and the other's side. Alexei and the other 7 angels had no intention of fighting after the negotiations broke down and immediately turned around to run. Fortunately, Roselle and his daughter arrived in time, or they would have escaped. At this time, seeing that Hobert was also coming to join the siege, Dlink Augustus, the balancer of the Lone Kingdom, shouted loudly, "Our two countries have never declared war on each other. Even if the negotiations fail, it shouldn't be to the point of driving US to extinction, right?" Hobert sneered, "I think you are used to being arrogant and have forgotten how to beg. If you want to negotiate, sending one person is enough. Coming with so many people is obviously a show of force." He snorted, "Now you know how to reason. When you were flaunting your power just now, why didn't you reason with us?" Dlink suddenly didn't know what to say. Of course, they also knew that it was best to send 1 or 2 people to negotiate, but who to send became a big problem. They were very clear that whether this negotiation was successful or not, it would be fraught with danger, so none of the angels from any country were willing to come. Moreover, their timing of arrival was not very good. If they had arrived when Trunsoist had not yet been killed, Hobert would have prioritized killing Trunsoist and Sua, and perhaps he would have really talked to them. But coming after Trunsoist's death, in Hobert's view, they were just sending characteristics. Alexei was more pragmatic, loudly saying while resisting Roselle's attacks, "The Fasak Empire is willing to offer a grade 0 sealed artifact in exchange for our departure." Hobert did not immediately join the battle. He suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to completely digest the potion, so he coldly said, "Okay, but only one sequence 2 can go back. You choose who goes back." Alexei felt his scalp tingle, "Don't go too far. The gods are watching in the astral world." He didn't know if the gods were watching this side in the astral world, but he suspected that such an important war would definitely be watched by the gods. Hobert's doppelganger sneered, "I see, it seems like none of you want to leave." The doppelganger stepped forward and besieged Alexei with Roselle. The doppelganger first used the ability of disorder on him. The attacks of this conqueror became chaotic, the conqueror's sword, in his hand turned into a charming flower, and the fireball thrown casually turned into fireworks. Roselle took the opportunity to stuff a large amount of knowledge into his brain. Alexei was immediately stunned, his brain constantly analyzing the massive amount of knowledge. Hobert's doppelganger reached out and distorted this conqueror into a ball. The outstretched hand grabbed hard, and he was instantly squeezed to explode. Alexei's spirit was somewhat flustered. In the mythical creature state of a king of angels, it was difficult for him to escape. So he also wanted to transform into a mythical creature state. Although he no longer had a physical body, performing such an operation was very easy to lose control, but now there was no time to think so much, he would rush out first. But soon Alexei discovered that his spirituality was leaking rapidly like a deflated airship. This was because Hobert's doppelganger had used the ability of tampering. Alexei's spirituality used to transform into a mythical creature state was all overflowing to the surroundings, not a trace of it was used in the right place. At this time, the doppelganger made a tearing motion, and Alexei's spirit was instantly torn apart, and the beyonder characteristics quickly precipitated. After cleanly resolving an archangel, the other 6 angels immediately compromised and were willing to offer a grade 0 sealed artifact in exchange for one sequence 2 to return home. Hobert only gave them 10 seconds to discuss. After 10 seconds, one sequence 2 from each country left the encirclement. Looking at their lonely figures, Hobert shouted, "From now on, without my permission, none of your 3 countries are allowed to have sequence 1. The 3 leaving angels were shocked, immediately feeling that it would have been better if they had been the ones to die. In an instant, Hobert felt his spirituality become more lively, and the opposition between the potion and him completely disappeared. He had finally digested the Prince of Abolition potion. The 3 remaining angels had no fighting spirit at all and were soon killed. After thanking Roselle and her father, Hobert immediately rushed to the military camp and displayed his mythical creature form in the direction of the Allied forces' retreat. Most of the Allied forces beyonders who fled suffered severe shocks to their spiritual bodies and spirits, dying or becoming mentally deceased as a result. The remaining small portion knelt on the ground, not daring to move. When Medici led the pursuing troops and caught up, everyone's first reaction was to salute Hobert, but soon, Hobert retracted his power and disappeared from midair. "Get up, you fools," Medici said, "the king has already stopped all the deserters for us. Go, kill them." A beyonder said, "Commander, but they have all surrendered." Medici slapped the beyonder on the head, "Pig brain. Have you forgotten my words so quickly? There are no prisoners in beyonder wars." In the following days, under Medici's command, the Atlantis army launched flanking maneuvers and encirclements, eventually surrounding over 400,000 people with just over 100,000. A large portion of these 400,000 people were elites from the Fasak Empire and Intis elites who had fled during the previous World War. This time, they had no chance of escaping the southern continent. The Allied forces beyonders were basically all officers. Now that the beyonders were dead, these 400,000 people had essentially lost their command system and began to show widespread signs of surrender. These soldiers no longer had any desire to fight, and the vast majority would choose to surrender. However, with over 400,000 people, it would take several days just to capture and arrange the prisoners. Therefore, Medici transferred the main force previously stationed in the Balam Empire to quickly move north and occupy northern ports such as Caesar Harbor, to prevent a large outflow of local wealth. At the same time, he transferred 30,000 troops to East Balam, telling the colonial army there that nobles from the Paz kingdom had fled to East Balam and they needed to search across the border. Now that the lone kingdom itself was struggling to survive, it had no energy to manage its colonies. Thus, 30,000 Atlantis troops entered East Balam under the pretext of searching and occupied it. With this, the southern continent was unified again, all incorporated into the territory of Atlantis. Hobert stood on the summit, watching the Beyonder War come to an end. At the same time, he also knew that although the war was no longer in doubt, it would still take some time to occupy those major cities. So Hobert returned to Angel City, rested briefly, and entered the Nation of Disorder to check the spoils of this battle. Starting with the spoils from the Balam Empire, there was a sealed artifact in the form of a translucent liquid. Hobert could sense its living characteristics, its level slightly higher than Sequence 1, a grade 0 sealed artifact. Its main ability was to turn natural water into part of its body. Given enough time, the sea could even become its body. At the same time, it could pollute the water, turning it into a deadly poison with lethal and hallucinogenic properties. This was the first time Hobert had obtained a high-level sealed artifact from the cosmos. Most of the time, it had little corruption, but it was hard to say what would happen if it encountered arrangements related to the Mother Goddess of Depravity, so it should be used with caution. Coincidentally, the original first grade 0 sealed artifact, the Creation Bracelet, had been shattered into beyonder characteristics. Hobert gave the Creation Bracelet's number to the sealed artifact, naming it 0 to 70, Cosmic Fantasy. Then there were the two hands of order, beyonder characteristics from Trunsoist, which were temporarily useless, so they were casually placed with the angel-level beyonder characteristics. The sealed artifact formed by Sua A had the main abilities of malice and curse, and was named 0 to 75, Hand of Curses by Hobert. The original 0 to 75 was also shattered into beyonder characteristics for Klein to use for advancement. Sua A's Bone White Thorns also had the level of a grade 0 sealed artifact, but it also needed to be used with caution, and was eventually named 0 to 76, Vicious Thorns. The original 0 to 76 was shattered into beyonder characteristics for Medici to use. This battle was a great harvest. Not only were 3 grade 0 sealed artifacts captured, but also many angel-level beyonder characteristics were obtained. Among them, Hobert planned to continue investing in Medici in the future with the Conqueror beyonder characteristic. As for the other beyonder characteristics, the Death Consul characteristic from the Intis Republic was suspected to be the relic of a Balam Empire angel who fell in the northern continent during the Fourth Epoch. Because the Intis Republic had experienced a revolution, their archangel state was very poor, so they had to use the sealed artifact to promote a Death Consul. After all, Hunter and Corpse Collector were interchangeable pathways. The Weather Warlock characteristic from the Fasak Empire and the Balancer characteristic from the Lone Kingdom were nothing special. After sorting out the spoils, Hobert returned to the real world and ordered the forces in the rear to receive the massive wealth from the large amount of territory. Even though preparations had been made in advance, there was still a serious shortage of manpower. So Hobert ordered the activation of a batch of prisoners of war, not prisoners of war from this war, but prisoners of war from the previous world war in the northern continent. Although these prisoners of war were mainly Intis, they had basically received general education. After the spring plowing, Hobert realized that there might not be enough manpower after the end of the war, so he began to have this group of prisoners of war learn loan language and loan writing, and their learning speed was definitely faster than that of the local natives. Moreover, they had lived in Atlantis for more than half a year and had a certain understanding of the system here, and could temporarily send those who wanted to stay in the southern continent to the grassroots level. It was precisely because they had received general education that they understood that there were more opportunities in the current Atlantis kingdom, and the advancement mechanism was more transparent. So some of the prisoners of war already had plans to stay here, and the large amount of territory acquired this time undoubtedly gave them a good opportunity. In the following half-month, the war in the southern continent was finally completed. At the same time, the Lone Kingdom sent Alice as a special envoy and Earl Hall as a deputy envoy to negotiate with the Atlantis kingdom. Saying it was a negotiation was actually to pay tribute. Georgina, who usually served as the deputy envoy, was not in this delegation because she died in the recently concluded Beyonder War. When Hobert saw her body from afar, he still felt a little emotional. Immediately afterwards, the Fasak Empire also sent a delegation, saying that they were willing to change the empire to a kingdom and were willing to be a vassal state of Atlantis from now on. Finally, the delegation from the Intis Republic came and also stated that the Republic will be a reliable subordinate of Atlantis in the northern continent. Of course they would submit, because the total number of official Beyonders from these 3 countries commanded by the royal family, nobles, and parliament was less than half of that of the Atlantis kingdom. Moreover, they had almost no demigods among them, and the difference in quality was even greater. Hobert let Audrey talk to them throughout the process, but he demanded that he did not want war reparations in this war, as long as the countries did not restrict the families of prisoners of war from immigrating to the southern continent. There were currently more than 700,000 northern continent prisoners of war in Atlantis, most of whom were young adults who had received general education, and Hobert would not easily let them go back. However, it was possible to bring their families here. The Atlantis kingdom currently needed this labor force and their knowledge very much. If they were willing to stay here, they would have a good life after only 2 or 3 years of operation. When Audrey read out the king's request, the envoys of the 3 countries breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the Atlantis kingdom had not declared war on them in this war, they were afraid that Hobert would ask them for war reparations. The countries of the northern continent were really out of money now. After handing over Angel City to Audrey, Hobert came to Caesar Harbor again. He announced to the soldiers and officials here, half a month later, I will hold a coronation ceremony in the palace of the Paz kingdom. Seeing that everyone did not react for a while, he explained again, I am going to be crowned emperor. Only then did everyone seem to come back to their senses and cheer. That is to say, Atlantis was going to become an empire. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 746, Chapter 742, Helping Klein Strengthen His Humanity. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. With the war concluded, the official Atlantis newspaper not only published news of the Kingdom of Paz's demise within the countdown, but also announced Hobert's upcoming ascension to the throne as emperor. Supplies flowed continuously from Angel City to Caesar Harbor, as people began preparing for their king's coronation ceremony. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs took on new tasks, informing various nations and churches of Hobert's coronation. The whole world was discussing this matter. Some believed Hobert's coronation as emperor was well-deserved, while others felt the ceremony was too rushed. Most people who saw the news in newspapers from various countries agreed that Hobert should become emperor, but they had some disagreements about when and by which church he should be crowned. The people in the newly occupied territories did not quite understand why the officials and soldiers were so excited, but thanks to the propaganda from grassroots officials, they knew that they would have a new emperor. At the same time, notifications were sent throughout the country, stating that a new scientific technology would be used to showcase the king's coronation on the main streets of small towns and in the squares of various cities. Local officials were required to organize the local people as much as possible to watch the coronation ceremony. The various Orthodox churches were somewhat puzzled as to why the coronation would take place in the palace. Which church's pope would crown him? On his second day in Caesar Harbor, Hobert invited Medici for a walk along the seaside road. Watching the distant freighters entering the port and the seagulls flying around, Hobert suddenly asked, "What are your plans for the future?" With the war in the southern continent over and the northern continent completely subdued, Hobert's focus would shift to domestic construction, leaving Medici with no place to use his talents. Medici countered, "Are you discussing this with me, or are you representing the Creator?" Hobert pointed to a stone bench and said as he walked towards it, "Of course, I'm representing the Creator." He paused and added, "There are no more wars in the southern continent, and I don't think you'll stay here." "Indeed," Medici said with a smile, "it's no fun without war. I do plan to find something more interesting to do." Then, he put away his smile and said, "You are the Viceroy of Heaven, right?" Hobert, who was about to sit on the stone bench, was slightly taken aback. Viceroy of Heaven referred to the dark angel Sefirah, but coming from Medici's mouth, it definitely had another layer of meaning, an avatar of a deity. Hobert did not deny it. "I understand. Did you see my mythical creature form that day and realize this?" He had expected this for a long time. In addition, he guessed that the other angels in the country should have similar thoughts after that battle. Medici nodded, "Yes, it's very surprising for a deity to have a king-level angel as a favored one before even becoming a great old one. I also thought about Atlantis's strange national policies, spring plowing, architecture, and so on, and I guessed that the Creator should be preparing to become a god." Hobert nodded, "That's right." He sat on the stone bench and said, "Your future plans are something I want to discuss with you, and also something the Creator wants to discuss with you. As colleagues, it's been a good experience working with you. At least you've made things easier for me, and the part you're responsible for is exactly what I'm not good at. Logically and emotionally, I would fully support any plans you have. But as far as the Creator is concerned, this help is limited because you have never sincerely pledged allegiance to the Creator. The Creator can sense this. He can clearly perceive whether an angel is loyal. If I'm not mistaken, you've always felt that you and the Creator are on the same level." Medici stood aside. "That's how it was before, but recently, my mindset has changed." However, his admiration for the Creator was still greater than his reverence. Hobert smiled, and with a wave of his hand, he suddenly turned the surroundings into the domain of shadow, forming a closed space that obeyed Hobert's commands. Then, he said, "Let me tell you a top-secret message I just received. Adam is the divinity of the ancient sun god. Or rather, after the ancient sun god died, his divinity awakened within Adam." Medici's eyes narrowed, his emotions rarely becoming agitated. Adam was one of the masterminds behind the plot against him back then. Hobert continued, "I've also heard that Adam was among those who framed you back then. But I must tell you that your evil spirit remained undiscovered in Backlund for over 1,000 years, which should also be Adam's doing. It was only after you were rescued that people discovered it." Medici looked at the beach in the domain of shadow in front of him, which was in disorder, as if in deep thought. The two stood and sat quietly for more than half a minute before Medici suddenly asked, "Why are you suddenly telling me this?" "It's time to make a decision," Hobert said seriously. "Are you going back to serve your lord, or are you going to serve the Creator?" Medici took a deep breath and asked again, "What's the difference?" "Of course, there's a big difference," Hobert said. "If you choose to serve Adam, or rather, the ancient sun god, we'll still be friends when we meet in the future. If we become enemies, there will still be some sentimentality. You helped me conquer the southern continent, and I'll help you return to the conqueror. This is a deal. But if you serve the Creator, becoming a conqueror is just a new beginning." Medici fell into deep thought again. After another half a minute, he suddenly smiled. "Actually, there's nothing to hesitate about. The Creator is more humane, and I'll have better opportunities here." He suddenly knelt on one knee again to Hobert. "I choose to join the Creator's forces. My allegiance may be weak, but it's absolutely loyal to the Creator, and I will never betray the Creator or the entire force." Hobert smiled with relief and got up to help Medici up. "Please sit down." After the two sat down again, Hobert said, "I suggest you go to Intis to look for opportunities. Roselle has been resurrected, and he is planning to restore Intis's international status, and he needs a capable and warlike helper. Also, I heard that the archangel of the Sauron family is hiding in Trier, and Roselle can help you find him. I will make a deal with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom when the time is right, and help you retrieve your uniqueness from them and remove the corruption on it." Medici was slightly stunned before smiling. "I didn't expect you to arrange things so meticulously for me." Hobert crossed his legs. "Everyone who joins us and is loyal to the Creator has had a very good development so far." Medici, Ed, I will go to Intis after you complete your coronation." Then he asked, "I don't have any friendship with this Roselle. Can he trust me?" "He was rescued by me and, the fool," Hobert said, "I will recommend you to him." "I have no problem." Hobert stayed in Caesar Harbor for a few days, and there was nothing that needed his attention. At this time, Hobert felt another benefit of the extraordinary world. Generally, there was no need to fear being usurped. Because there was the extraordinary level as a bottom line, he could completely delegate power with confidence, without worrying about his subordinates seizing power. The only thing to be careful about was whether the angels under him had the idea of seizing his beyonder characteristics. At this time, Klein informed Hobert through the fool that he was coming to visit, so Hobert prepared to entertain this old friend well. On July 2nd, Klein and Hobert met as scheduled at the pier in Caesar Harbor. Today, Hobert wore an Atlantis-style shirt and black pants, with a straight trench coat on the outside. The surrounding space was simply distorted by him, so no one would see him or hear his voice. But Klein was able to find him at a glance. "Friend, I heard you're about to become emperor." Hobert smiled. "That's right, and I'm being crowned in the enemy's palace. I'll save you a VIP seat then." "I will definitely witness this historic moment." Klein straightened his coat, looked at the cranes working on the pier, and said, "We'll go to Utopia for barbecue this afternoon. Roselle will also be there." "Okay." Then Klein asked, "Do you know why I came to you?" "Of course, I know," Hobert said with a serious face. "Listen to my arrangements for the next journey. Now change your image and be my personal valet." "No problem." Klein followed Hobert's arrangement and changed into the appearance of his former personal valet, Richardson. At the same time, his clothes also changed, standing slightly behind Hobert, looking quite the part. Hobert distorted the positions of the two and came to a simple dormitory of a town government in the Kingdom of Paz. Hobert stood outside a row of tents and shouted, "Tyren." This dormitory was entirely made up of tents, and the town government staff were currently working in a former armory. Many tents opened their curtains to look outside, one of which was the handsome and energetic Tyren. "Brother. Why are you here?" Tyren asked happily. Everyone heard that it was the mayor's brother, greeted him briefly, and then put down the curtains. Hobert, under the cover of his trench coat, took out a large bag of snacks, fruits, jerky, and other foods from his space pocket. "Of course, I'm here to see you." Entering the relatively clean tent, he asked knowingly, "Are you off today?" Klein didn't know what Hobert was doing here, but his current demeanor was that of a very competent valet, taking the only chair in the tent and putting it behind Hobert. "Yes," Tyren smiled, "I'm planning to hitch a ride to Melissa's place." Klein's action of moving the chair and the expression on his face suddenly changed slightly, but in the next moment, this change was concealed by him and was not noticed by Tyren. Tyren continued, "Let's go together. Melissa will be very happy to see you too." "Okay." Wait a moment. Tyren shaved his beard, carefully combed his hair, and changed into a more formal-looking piece of clothing. After carefully looking in the mirror, he set off with Hobert and Klein. There were no teleportation arrays between towns, and they still had to rely on carriages and other means of transportation to travel. But now, in the newly occupied territories, the public carriage system had not yet been established. Today, there was a convoy going to Melissa's town to deliver goods, so Tyren was preparing to hitch a ride, and he would have to walk back himself in the afternoon. Riding in the swaying carriage, Klein looked at the desolate scenery and rural scenery on both sides of the road, listening to Hobert and Tyren casually chatting about the current appearance of the countryside. Currently, Tyren and the others were organizing people to measure the land, planning to start distributing the land after harvesting the crops in the fields. The wave of large-scale rural construction would not affect here until at least next year. The task given to them by the superiors was to transition smoothly and prepare to distribute the land. This was also something that could not be helped. The territory had suddenly become so large, the government still needed to adapt and needed to carry out certain structural reforms in order to regain efficiency. At this time, smooth transition was indeed the most important thing. Hobert said to Tyren, "Seize the opportunity. This is the last fast-track opportunity for advancement. You don't even need to make great achievements. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by your superiors, you will definitely be able to enter the next advancement assessment." This group of town mayors were basically promoted from the previous village chiefs. Their qualities varied, and the abilities of many town mayors were even difficult to complete the set tasks of their superiors. In at most half a year, it would be clear at a glance who could continue to be promoted, whose abilities were only enough to be a town mayor, and who could not even be a town mayor. In another 2 or 3 years, after the domestic situation gradually stabilized, there would no longer be such a fast advancement channel as there was now. Tyren nodded. I know. I will work hard during this time. Hobert glanced at Klein, who was looking out the window, and then said, You must also be diligent in your life. When are you planning to get engaged to Melissa? Klein immediately withdrew his gaze. We plan to do it after Mr. Benson gets married, Tyren said. Klein's breathing suddenly became heavy. Hobert asked again, knowingly, Benson is getting married? Yes. Hobert then asked, Who is the bride? Tyren smiled, Miss Kiana. T/N, such an irrelevant character, I forgot her name. Ah, our county chief lady, Hobert smiled, the kingdom's first female county chief. Klein recalled that at a previous tarot gathering, there seemed to have been a discussion about this Kiana, who was once the first female mayor of the southern Balam kingdom. She seemed to come from a small village on the shore of Full Moon Lake, but she seized the opportunity, showed amazing political talent, and quickly improved herself, becoming a county chief. At that time, Klein also lamented, from ancient times to the present, there have been too many natural politicians, and the reason why they were unknown before they became famous was simply because they lacked a platform. A county chief was definitely a high-ranking official in a country. When southern Balam was first established, the fiefdom that Hobert obtained from loan was only the size of a county. Hobert asked again, knowingly, how did they meet? Tyren thought his brother really didn't know, so he described it in detail. They were introduced by Queen Audrey at a reception. I heard from Melissa that they are very loving, secretly dated for 2 or 3 months, and then announced their plans to get married. Hobert pressed, Do you have any more information about them? I have heard some things from Melissa, Tyren said. They get along very well and are very considerate of each other's feelings. Kiana also cares about Melissa and often writes to teach her how to handle government affairs. Those methods are very practical, and I have gained a lot from them. A smile gradually appeared on Tyren's face. Melissa also said that Miss Kiana is very wise and kind-hearted, not as cold as she seems on the surface. It's very pleasant to get along with her, and she is the most suitable person for Benson. This should be a very high evaluation. After all, in Melissa's eyes, I am not so competent. Hobert laughed loudly. It's precisely because you're not competent that you can continue to date. Klein couldn't help but smile. Then Hobert asked more questions about when Benson and Kiana would get married, where they planned to hold the wedding, where their honeymoon suite was, and so on. Klein, who was on the side, noted them down one by one. While chatting, Hobert and Ty also talked about Donna. Tyren said very definitely, Donna is in love. What? Hobert was stunned. How come I don't know? He had seen Donna yesterday afternoon and hadn't heard her mention it. Tyren smiled and said, although she didn't say it explicitly, it can be seen from the letters that she is in love. Klein listened to the brothers chat with a gossipy attitude. He could tell that Hobert really didn't know about it before. He only heard Hobert ask, who is her boyfriend? It should be Mr. Derek, who is tall and very sunny. Tyren didn't seem to be guessing, but rather announcing this matter. It can be heard that this gentleman is not good at talking, but he is very kind and always does things that seem silly but can move Donna. Hobert glanced at Klein, who smiled. He originally thought it had nothing to do with him, but he didn't expect it to be a subordinate of the fool. Tyren didn't notice these two people's small movements. He smiled and said, Donna also said that this Mr. Derek is not even older than me. Hobert thought about it, and it seemed that little son was indeed not yet 20 years old. He didn't plan to interfere in the love affairs between his sister and brother, but he would definitely have to ask about it if he had the opportunity. While talking, they arrived at the town under Melissa's jurisdiction. The situation here was better than in Tyren's area, and there was a noble's manor. Now this manor has of course been confiscated and turned into the town government's office and the living quarters for government employees. Melissa's residence was not bad, clean and spacious, a not small room. She warmly received Hobert, asked Tyren to get nuts to entertain him, and asked him to boil water to make tea, acting very much like she was bossing her boyfriend around. Hobert, like last time, brought some food as a gift. Melissa sincerely thanked him. Among the supplies specially provided by the government to these newly appointed officials, the food was mainly canned goods, but it was rare to get fresh fruits from outside the local area. At this time, one of Melissa's subordinates came to ask the mayor for instructions on how to handle an official matter. Melissa gave a solution on the spot without hesitation. Klein had been mentally prepared, so he kept his expression under control very well. After seeing his sister's mature and stable side, he showed a gratified smile. Melissa, who once looked sallow, had dry hair, and wore somewhat old-fashioned clothes, seemed to have suddenly transformed into a capable, well-dressed, mature, confident, and rather strong woman. The four of them chatted for more than an hour, and Hobert got up to say goodbye. After all, Tyren and Melissa had finally met, so he wouldn't stay and be a third wheel. After the two walked out of the town government's courtyard, Hobert used distortion to instantly appear in Utopia. Hobert asked, do you still want to go see Benson? Klein took a deep breath and said, I'll go when I have time. Then he sighed, time really flies, Melissa has grown up. He was quite satisfied with Melissa's boyfriend, Tyran. He had a good temper, was motivated, and had a bright future. Hobert also introduced, Melissa very much hopes to join the Longtail Island Research Institute. I don't plan to help too much with this, because with her ability, there is basically no big problem for her to enter the Research Institute. So I think the process of her entering the Research Institute should follow the normal procedures. Young people always need some challenges to temper their character. Klein nodded, having no suggestions on this. The two found a place to sit down and chatted. Klein told Hobert that he was currently going to familiar places to take a look, meet with friends, and strengthen his humanity in preparation for advancement. Klein had already been to Tingen and Backlund, and had also gone to South Kerr Village to see Captain Dunn and his wife, and then came to Atlantis. Hobert also talked about the divinity that he possessed since accommodating the uniqueness. No matter how hard he tried, there always seemed to be a small part of his consciousness that didn't belong to him. It was like a raging steel furnace with a palm-sized piece of ice that couldn't be melted no matter what, feeling very abrupt. Perhaps after becoming a god, this ice would be even bigger. After all, gods can no longer be explained only in biological terms, and their consciousness must be quite different from that of ordinary people. The only thing that was controllable was that at the level of a god, as long as the state was good, the ice would not affect the temperature of the furnace and normal combustion. The two discussed for a long time, and Roselle arrived in the form of information flow, you guys came so early. Then he made eye contact with Klein for a second or two. He smiled first and said, thank you for the previous rescue. Klein smiled, I'm also very happy to be able to help you. Roselle said seriously, I have been thinking about it for a long time these days. Everything in home tightly connects us. Should we form an alliance and secretly manipulate this world? Hobert smiled and said, we are already doing that. Then what should we call our alliance? Roselle suddenly raised a question that neither Hobert nor Klein had considered, the name must be imposing. At least it can't lose to Rose Redemption and Twilight something, right? He was talking about the Twilight Hermit Order. He had always maintained a very cautious attitude towards Spectator. Hobert asked, what are your ideas? How about League of Heroes? Roselle crossed his arms, looking like he had seriously considered it, or just call it Alliance of Ancient Gods, Avengers is also a good name. Klein twitched the corner of his mouth, I'll go get the oven or something. Hobert somewhat regretted asking the previous question, but he couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart, who are we going to take revenge on? Lord of the Mysteries. Roselle replied, he brought us here without our consent, of course we have to take revenge on him. Hobert opened his mouth, I am speechless. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 747, Chapter 743 The Secret Revealed by the Lamp God. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Klein directed his marionettes to set up a shed in the square and then began to barbecue. The three sat down, chatting idly while waiting for the delicious barbecue. Roselle glanced at the grill and said, this grill is too smoky, which will affect the taste of the barbecue. I'll give your marionette some knowledge and let him make a simple hand-cranked blower. As he spoke, he placed his index finger on his temple and pulled it outwards, dragging out a scrolling message. No need for that effort, Hobert said. Give me that knowledge. Roselle nodded, and the scrolling knowledge floated to Hobert and merged into his head. Hobert immediately possessed the principles of the blower and the related knowledge of how to make one. He pointed towards the fountain, changing a certain floor tile from 1 to 2. Suddenly, there was an extra floor tile. Then, Hobert tampered with the essence of the floor tile, turning the stone floor tile into a piece of iron. Finally, Hobert distorted the shape of the iron, and an iron hand-cranked blower instantly formed. Klein's marionette picked it up and tried it, feeling that it was quite good. At this time, Klein smiled and said, actually, I can just make a wish to myself and get a blower. Hobert and Roselle were both stunned, and finally Hobert laughed, the seer ability is still more convenient. At this time, the first batch of meat skewers was grilled, Roselle took a sip of beer and ate a skewer, I feel like my condition has improved a lot. Ha ha ha, make Primordial Moon jealous. Primordial Moon is actually another identity of an outer god. Klein briefly explained the relationship between Primordial Moon and Mother Goddess of Depravity. Through Roselle's diary, Klein knew very well that the Great Emperor knew Primordial Moon and Mother Goddess of Depravity, but did not know the connection between them. After listening, Roselle nodded, I see. Then, he seemed to suddenly remember something, I heard that Mr. Full once collected my diaries. How many of my diaries have you read? Klein was slightly stunned, and finally told the truth, a lot. Roselle coughed, Everyone has seen the live broadcast, so I don't care that much. Hobert, hey, great emperor, you sound like you care. Roselle quickly shifted to another topic and began to discuss his restoration. Currently, Intis has suffered heavy losses in the southern continent, and opposition to the government is rising at home, which is a good time for him to take back everything. However, the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery will not let him go back and start another revolution in peace. Hobert's suggestion was to wait until he and the fool become gods, and then have them send Roselle back. With two true gods backing him, the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery would have to carefully consider how to treat Roselle. At the same time, Hobert took the opportunity to promote Medici to Roselle. The three drank and chatted, and before they knew it, it was dusk. After saying goodbye, Hobert and Roselle left one after another. Klein watched them disappear, feeling quite emotional. Hobert was going to make his final preparations to become a god. When they meet again, he may already be the Black Emperor. Roselle had been secretly carrying out his restoration, and many political forces in the Intis Republic had expressed their support and allegiance to him. However, Roselle could only call himself Roselle II when he returned to the country, otherwise there would be no way to explain it to the people. Klein was also preparing to help the Evernight goddess obtain the water of the River of Eternal Darkness next. He had heard Hobert mention the changes in City of the Dead, Calderon before, and he had also obtained a Crystal of Order from Hobert, which could freely enter and exit the seal formed by Nation of Disorder. The spiritual imprint of the ancient death had weakened due to the previous failed resurrection, so he was still very confident in this task. After completing this matter and stabilizing his state a little, Klein was preparing to go to the Hornassus Mountains and advance as soon as possible. While Klein was thinking, he asked his marionette to put away the grill, awning, and other items. At this moment, his spirituality sensed something and looked towards the center of the square. A portal to the spirit world opened there, and the exquisitely featured Sharon came out. Long time no see, Sharon greeted Klein, then looked around and said, "This city seems to be abandoned." The surroundings were spotless, but only the square had a few people, and it looked like a city that was being abandoned. Klein smiled and said, "No, they were all praying in the church just now." As he spoke, the door of St. Ariana's Cathedral opened, and citizens, men and women, old and young, walked out. Their movements and expressions were very natural, chatting and entering the streets and alleys of Utopia, and soon Utopia became lively again. Klein looked at Sharon and smiled, "This city will always exist for you." After Hobert returned to Caesar Harbor, Roselle asked his invisible servant to send the genie over. In order to better seal the corruption in Roselle's body, Hobert also gave Roselle a Crystal of Order. The sealed artifact genie was golden, like a shrunken kettle, but a wick extended from the spout. Its surface had complex mystical symbols, and without Hobert wiping it, the wick silently burned. The light emitted from the wick was like viscous water, spraying upwards, forming a blurry and distorted pale golden figure. If I didn't look carefully, I would have thought you were Mysteries himself," the pale golden figure said in a grand voice. "How do you still maintain your own will after being so severely invaded by Mysteries?" Hobert's substitute praised insincerely, "Good eyesight." At this time, Hobert, hiding in the shadows, was very cautiously observing the genie and cautiously observing his own state, for fear that this guy could have some reaction with Nation of Disorder. This was Hobert's biggest worry. Before this, the Black Emperor and judges had not possessed Nation of Disorder, and it was currently unknown whether the one inside the genie could briefly break the seal and affect Nation of Disorder. The substitute then said, "The reason why I can still maintain myself is because I received help from the new Mysteries. The genie's expression was very blurry, and Hobert couldn't tell whether it was in contemplation or surprise. After 3 or 4 seconds, it asked, "A new Lord of Mysteries has appeared. Why can't I feel it? It will appear soon." Hobert didn't continue this topic. He said this just to deter the genie, so that if the other party had any ideas, they would have more scruples. The substitute started a new topic. "I heard that you are a very special existence, even closer to the original creator than the mother goddess of depravity." The genie asked, "Did the uncertain mist tell you?" "No." Hobert's substitute sat down on a chair opposite the genie, indicating that today's conversation was destined to be very long. "It's the ancient sun god." The genie seemed to suddenly remember, "I forgot about him. That's right, he has the authority of omniscience and knows many secrets." This was equivalent to indirectly acknowledging the words of the ancient sun god. Then the genie, whose body didn't look tall, said, "That's right, I carry the will of the original creator." Hobert's substitute asked again, "I also heard that the original creator is looking for the meaning of the universe, looking for the meaning of life." The genie stared at Hobert for a few seconds, and its tone changed somewhat, no longer as cold as before. "You know quite a few secrets. Why?" The substitute continued to ask, "Why would the original creator have such thoughts?" "In my understanding, the original creator is a very important part of divinity. It should be as cold and indifferent as a rule. The blurry genie said, in a universe with beyonder characteristics, anything is possible. Here, the evolution speed of the universe and the evolution speed of creatures are very rapid because there are many subjective ideas influencing this process. You can think of the original creator's considerations as the considerations of this universe. Hobert pondered for a while before asking, is the original creator the consciousness of this universe? Not entirely. The genie explained, the universe has no consciousness. You can think of the original creator as the consciousness of the sum of all beyonder characteristics. You should be very clear that high-level beyonder characteristics have a certain activity. But the sum of beyonder characteristics can manipulate this universe, such as forming galaxies and creating life, so I said you can think of the original creator as the universe. Hobert considered again before saying, I understand. The original thinking is like people considering the meaning of their existence and the meaning of life. The genie echoed, almost. This seems to be a manifestation of the original creator existing in everyone. This reminded Hobert of many philosophical assumptions. Humans feel confused about their existence and life because of human insignificance. Why would the original have such thoughts? But he didn't continue to consider this question, but said again, I am going to advance to Black Emperor and need your protection. No problem. The genie readily agreed, Mystery's arrangements are not difficult for me to crack. But as a reward, after you become a god, you must try to destroy my seal and return me to the cosmos. Hobert said almost without thinking, no problem. Then he asked, I always have a question. Why did Mysteries seal you back then, instead of putting you back into the cosmos like Uncertain Mist? Is Uncertain Mist another you? The genie slowly nodded and said again, it seems you know a lot of secrets. It replied, Mysteries sealed me because I was trying to reach the strength of a pillar at the time. Speaking of this, it asked back, do you know about a pillar? Not much. Hobert said, I only know that the omnipotent and omniscient and the Lord of Mysteries were once pillars, and it is said that the mother goddess of depravity is also. I also heard that there are more than 3 paths to becoming a pillar in this universe, but there can only be 3 pillars. The genie was stunned for a few seconds and suddenly asked, what is your relationship with the ancient sun god? Why do you know so much? Hobert thought for a while before answering, not very familiar. Fellow countrymen. He talked about these secrets just to make the genie clear, I know a lot, don't try to deceive me. In this way, if the genie lied, it would have more scruples, and there would be fewer lies in its answer. Fellow countrymen. The genie didn't quite understand this answer. It probably thought that it didn't know where the ancient sun god came from, so it didn't know where the common hometown of the king of angels in front of it and the ancient sun god was. So it just asked back and said again, basically, you have already understood all the highest-end knowledge about pillars. The genie paused and said again, although the mother goddess of depravity was no longer a pillar in the strict sense at the time, she still had the possibility of finding her beyonder characteristics in Sefirah. I was likely to reach the strength of a pillar, becoming one of the strongest great old ones below the 3 pillars. But because Mysteries couldn't kill me, he had to seal me. As for the Uncertain Mist, it only possesses a part of my Sefirah and beyonder characteristics. Mysteries injected a part of his consciousness into its body. Hobert suddenly felt his scalp tingle. I said, it's strange that Celestial Worthy created an outer deity. It turns out that he has such a deep arrangement. Then he sighed, I don't know where I offended Celestial Worthy in my previous life. I have to fight with him when I travel through time, I have to fight with him when I become a god, and if I want to reach pillar-level strength I have to fight him. But Hobert thought again, Klein should be very willing to talk to Uncertain Mist after becoming an old god, and he should also be able to let Uncertain Mist completely destroy, after all, those origins and beyonder characteristics do not belong to Celestial Worthy. To put it bluntly, part of the consciousness of this old god is Celestial Worthy's. That is not an independent old god's consciousness. The relationship between the Celestial Worthy's part and the Sefirah and beyonder characteristics of Uncertain Mist is definitely not as close as the relationship between Celestial Worthy and Sefirah Castle. While Hobert's main body was thinking, the substitute listened to the genie saying, however, Mysteries fooled the part of his consciousness that he split out, so that the Uncertain Mist never thought that he had any connection with Mysteries. But I am very clear that this is an important step for Mysteries to seize my authority. Hobert asked along this topic, why does Mysteries want to seize your authority? Won't he become crazy because of this? The genie suddenly said, first of all, I want to tell you how to reach the strength of a pillar. Hobert was slightly stunned, you are going to tell me this? Yes, my friend, I have been sealed for so long and can no longer reach the strength of a pillar. The genie sighed, you replace me to reach the strength of a pillar, and try to attack Mystery's consciousness as much as possible, which can be regarded as helping avenge me. Hobert thought, liar. Don't think I don't know, you still hold some beyonder characteristics. Once you're released, you should quickly recover your own Sefirah and characteristics. The substitute said very seriously, please speak. The genie began to explain, after becoming a great old one, to reach the same strength as a pillar, you must devour the Sefirah and be under characteristics that have similar authorities and symbolism to yourself. The pathways under a similar Sefirah are able to be accommodated due to a similar symbolism, granting you strength equal to a pillar. But you would still lack the symbolism of a pillar, being a ruler above the physical, spirit, or astral worlds. The three pathways belonging to me are the Chaos Mist, Black Emperor, and Justiciar. Using the distortion, order, and truth authorities, you can accelerate the aggregation of beyonder characteristics and Sefirah to mend my Sefirah. Then, you can go hunt the high-dimensional overseer for his two pathways and Sefirah. You can also try to accommodate Supernova Dominator's Sefirah and pathway if possible. Hobert listened very carefully. The knowledge described by the genie seemed to open a new door for him. He didn't expect that after becoming a great old one, the way to improve oneself would be so savage, but this seemed reasonable. After all, the beyonder itself is very savage. According to my observation, Celestial Worthy has many personalized manifestations. On the one hand, he strongly identifies with being a part of the original creator. But on the other hand, he has a tendency to become an independent consciousness. My authority and characteristics gave him a good opportunity, so he pinched the other half of the Nation of Disorder and a part of my characteristics into one of his avatars. As for the Black Emperor and Justiciar characteristics on Earth, Celestial Worthy has also made many arrangements. As long as he revives as the Black Emperor or Justiciar, he should be able to immediately activate the corresponding arrangements, quickly accommodate the Nation of Disorder, and merge with the Uncertain Mist. At that time, the part of Celestial Worthy that belongs to the independent consciousness will completely awaken, and it will be equivalent to gaining a new life. This was likely a backup in case God Almighty or the original creator interfered with his revival as a Lord of Mysteries. Hobert understood, this should be the complete arrangement of the Celestial Worthy. Sure enough, the one who knows the Celestial Worthy best must be his enemy. Hobert asked again, how much Sefirah and characteristics must be devoured to reach the power of a pillar? The genie patiently replied, if every step you take is correct, after reaching a certain level, your own spirituality will know that you can't continue devouring. It's possible that you could reach that level with just the high-dimensional overseer alone. Based on my estimate, if you reach 6 pathways and accommodate 3 Sefirah, you can attain the strength of pillars. Hobert took a deep breath, thank you for your answer, I have benefited a lot. When I become a god, please be sure to help solve the hidden dangers of Celestial Worthy. No problem, the genie said, after you become a true god, it may still be a bit difficult to remove my seal, but after becoming a great old one, you will definitely be able to remove the seal. Remember to put me back into the cosmos when the time comes. Hobert also agreed very readily, okay. The pale golden figure of the genie returned to the small kettle-like lamp. Hobert was a little uneasy, but he didn't dare to use the power of the Nation of Disorder to seal it, so he prayed to Celestial Worthy to use the power of the Sefirah Castle to seal it again. He still didn't dare to keep it by his side, planning to let Audrey and First take turns managing the genie after a while. Then, Hobert recalled the exchange with the genie. For him, the most valuable part of what the genie had just said was that it allowed him to know the complete arrangement of the Celestial Worthy. Thinking of the feud between the Celestial Worthy and the Son of Chaos, this information should be very reliable. The other two important pieces of information were the core authority of the disorder and the way to reach the strength of a pillar. Roselle had the idea of using the authority of the Black Emperor to transform other planets. Hobert guessed that the Black Emperor should be one of the beyonder pathways possessing the core authority of the Son of Chaos. This pathway was torn from the Son of Chaos by the original creator, not by the Celestial Worthy. The Celestial Worthy doesn't seem to be able to do this. Even if the Son of Chaos has lost about 3 beyonder pathways, he still retains some core authority and symbolism. Of course, the most crucial point is that Hobert knew how deep the feud between the Son of Chaos and the Celestial Worthy was, and that the method of using the genie to deal with the Celestial Worthy was feasible. However, Celestial Worthy still needs to be by his side to prevent the genie from turning against him, and also to prevent him from being unable to deal with the Celestial Worthy. Currently, the only one that Hobert is completely relieved about is Celestial Worthy. Having made the final preparations, Hobert made the final adjustments to his state, quietly waiting for the arrival of the coronation ceremony. On the morning of July 8th, the political leaders and senior military officers of Atlantis, the angels and demigods, the popes and patriarchs sent by the 6 major Orthodox churches, as well as the kings of the Fasak Kingdom and the Lone Kingdom, the queen of the Fasak Kingdom, the president of the Intis Republic, and other heads of state. They gathered in the main hall of the original palace of the Paz Kingdom, quietly waiting for the arrival of the emperor. This was the most grand coronation ceremony since the 5th epoch, and the entire world was watching this grand event. T/N made changes based on COI information and WeChat posts. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 748, Chapter 744, Promotion to Black Emperor. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. On the morning of July 8th, the entire population of Atlantis was either summoned or spontaneously gathered. Some traveled a long distance from their villages to the towns as soon as dawn broke. Others arrived at the city square half an hour early, waiting to watch the emperor's coronation ceremony. Without exception, a large silver-white screen hung before them, and they were curious about what kind of technological product could show the coronation process in Caesarport. Although gathered together, the situation in the south and north was not quite the same. The southern part of the southern continent was Atlantis' core ruling area. Hobert enjoyed high prestige here, and everyone was excited and thrilled to hear that the king was to be crowned emperor. After gathering, everyone was also very interested in discussing the great victories achieved before. The north, however, had just been occupied, and even the land had not yet been divided. People were generally indifferent to the coronation ceremony. Many were annoyed by being summoned together so early in the morning, but they did not dare to object to the village chief. At 8 o'clock in the morning, images suddenly appeared on all the silver-white screens in Atlantis. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, and after expressing their disbelief and amazement, they began to seriously watch the images on the screen. In a spacious and tall hall, people in gorgeous costumes were all looking outside. Outside the hall door, a figure wearing a solemn black robe was slowly approaching. He looked very young, with a solemn face, and his majestic aura made the people in front of the screen afraid to breathe deeply. This was not some advanced technology. It was a beyonder broadcast, conducted by Hobert using Beverly's connection to the Nation of Disorder. First, Beverly prayed to the Creator and presented the images and sounds she saw to the Nation of Disorder. Then, Hobert used the power of the Nation of Disorder to project the images and sounds onto screens everywhere. In Angel City Square, after the shock, someone suddenly said, "That's our king. Long live the king. Not the king, our emperor. Long live the emperor." Caesarport, Pa's Palace. This coronation ceremony was quite special. After Hobert and the two queens took their places, no archbishop came forward. Instead, a master of ceremonies with a melodious voice began to read out Hobert's achievements. He came from the wealthy northern continent, gave up his comfortable life, and led the people of the southern continent to gradual prosperity. He eliminated the invaders, eliminated the local nobles who exploited the people, and distributed the land to the people. He promulgated a code based on respect for personality, allowing every citizen to enjoy basic rights. He unified the southern continent, completely ending colonial rule and war. Hobert's request for this speech was to be as straightforward as possible, because this day was to be a national broadcast, and most of spectators had not received much education. Only by making the people understand his achievements could they sincerely support him becoming emperor, which would count as the relevant description of corresponding sacrificial rituals spread across different cities with the participation of the vast majority of the people in the ascension ceremony. The master of ceremonies finally said, "All the people support you in becoming emperor, and the countries of the northern continent are willing to submit to the emperor's majesty. Please be crowned and become our emperor, the new master of this world." The officials and demigods present knelt on one knee together. "Please be crowned immediately and rule this land." The angels, led by Medici, also bowed and asked Hobert to be crowned. The reactions of the heads of the four major countries in the northern continent were somewhat bewildered because this was not quite the same as a normal coronation ceremony. Previously, Atlantis foreign affairs personnel had not communicated with them about the details of the coronation. However, Queen Ethel of Phaenopoda reacted first and immediately knelt on one knee to Hobert. "Please be crowned immediately." The heads of the smaller countries also reacted, immediately following suit, kneeling on one knee and shouting the same words as Ethel. The king of the Phaesac kingdom and the prime minister of the Intis Republic hesitated for a moment, then also knelt on one knee, requesting Hobert's coronation. Jevington II of the Lone Kingdom was the last to react, and he also immediately knelt on one knee. The members of the church were somewhat embarrassed. They also did not know how Hobert wanted to be crowned. For them, not being crowned in a church was already disrespectful to religion, and they could not possibly kneel to Hobert. Only Klein and Roselle did not feel embarrassed standing there. The two were also sighing in their hearts, "This guy really knows how to stir things up. Is he going to do the 3 refusals, 3 acceptances?" At this time, in Angel City, in Rockville City, grassroots officials sincerely hoped that Hobert would be crowned, and many people knelt on one knee with tears in their eyes, requesting Hobert's coronation. In the palace, in many cities of the southern continent, there was enthusiastic cheering. Only after the cheers subsided did Hobert rise from the throne. Another master of ceremonies presented a crown made of order crystal on a tray. Although this crown was not very gorgeous, the transcendent present felt that the crown's status was very high. Hobert took the crown with both hands and said to everyone very seriously, "The Atlantis Empire is everyone's empire, and it needs each of us to support, build, and cherish it." I will try my best to be a good emperor, you will try your best to be good officials, and the people in front of the screen will try their best to be good workers and farmers, each doing their job and jointly supporting a strong empire. Amid everyone's applause, Hobert placed the crown on his head. I declare that in the Atlantis Empire, money and power are not the criteria for distinguishing personality. No one is born noble, and no one is born lowly. After today, no one needs to kneel anymore. The officials applauded vigorously. Almost all the senior officials in Atlantis came from humble backgrounds, but they now manage a vast empire. Although this is inseparable from the fact that the bureaucratic system was mainly built by Hobert, it is enough to show that officials do not necessarily have to be nobles. Hobert said solemnly, wearing the crown, I declare that in the Atlantis Empire, as long as people are diligent, they will have a good life. The fruits of labor will not be exploited. Everyone applauded again. Hobert said, I declare that in the Atlantis Empire, sin will eventually be punished. Justice will last forever in this land. The officials in the hall shouted, Long live the Emperor. So, in the sounds of Long Live, the new pilgrimage began. Everyone saw that the Emperor crowned himself. The authority he obtained was the result of his own efforts. He did not need the endorsement of the church, and the people also recognized it very much. At Hobert's beckoning, the Emperor's brief coronation ceremony officially ended. Immediately afterward, Hobert began to crown the two queens, which also showed that the queen's power was granted by the Emperor. This time, neither Furs nor Audrey was as excited as they were when they became queens last time, because with Hobert's achievements, becoming emperor was expected. So, it was also expected that they would become empresses. After the brief coronation ceremony, a grand banquet will be held in Pa's palace to entertain those who came to attend the coronation ceremony. Before that, the emperor, the queens, and the officials and VIPs all went to the side hall to rest. Hobert asked the two queens to entertain everyone. He himself changed into an easy-to-move outfit in the lounge and disappeared into the palace. The next moment, Hobert appeared in the suspicious tomb he built. He glanced at the sky and felt some gazes. After all, in the eyes of many people or gods, the location of the suspicious tomb is not a secret. After entering the suspicious tomb, Hobert immediately entered the real mausoleum at the bottom of the lake using the internal teleportation array. Just as he left the suspicious tomb, a ball of light suddenly exploded in midair, and streams of information surged out of thin air. In this instant, the spiritual barrier hiding the suspicious tomb instantly turned into a string of rolling characters, revealing the suspicious tomb behind the spiritual barrier. For the hidden sage, if Hobert becomes a god, then he will definitely help Roselle become a god if he has the opportunity. Even if he doesn't help Roselle become a god, the hidden sage shouldn't even think about finding trouble with Roselle. So, for the hidden sage, this may be the last chance to change his destiny. When the huge pyramid-shaped building was also about to become illusory, a string of rolling characters suddenly turned into pieces of wheat, pieces of herbs. A kind figure holding an illusory infant appeared. This time, the Earth Mother was directly confronting the hidden sage. Last time, when Lilith, a king of angels, was dealing with the hidden sage, she discovered that although he only possessed the strength of a king of angels on the surface, he seemed to have some connection with the Sefirah, allowing him to unleash the power of a true god in many aspects. Fortunately, Trunsoist was quickly dealt with by Hobert, and the battle between the hidden sage and Lilith ended quickly, otherwise, Lilith might have been injured in the battle. So this time, the Earth Mother simply took on the hidden sage herself. After the Earth Mother blocked the hidden sage, a layer of frost suddenly appeared on the suspicious tomb, and a full-length mirror suddenly appeared not far from the pyramid. The primordial demoness, whose hair resembled venomous snakes, revealed herself. Under Hobert's series of blows, the demoness sect had almost lost all of its strongholds, especially during the Beyonder War that had just ended, when the demoness sect's extraordinary power suffered another heavy blow. Fortunately, the primordial demoness had foreseen this and secretly cultivated a group of believers on the Rorstad archipelago, where the official Beyonder forces were relatively weak. Otherwise, she would probably collapse as soon as she appeared in the real world. For the primordial demoness, the losses of the demoness sect alone wouldn't have driven her to desperately fight Hobert. But she feared that Hobert would not let her go after becoming a god, especially since Hobert knew her hiding place, making it difficult for the primordial demoness to maintain a neutral stance. Just as she was about to launch a further attack on the pyramid suddenly disappeared from the real world, and the morning sky instantly turned into night. In the starlight, a surge of peaceful power descended, blocking the primordial demoness. The next second, the sun reappeared in the sky, with a faint azure light in the sunlight. The eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery appeared in midair one after another, but did not immediately take action. Because of Roselle, neither of them strongly supported Hobert becoming the new Black Emperor. However, because the Earth Mother and the Evernight goddess steadfastly supported Hobert, they were prepared to observe the situation. Their fighting spirit wasn't high, they would try to stop him if they had the chance, and if not, they wouldn't bother. Opposite the two gods, dark clouds gathered. In a storm that blotted out the sky and the sun, the Lord of Storms arrived. Beside the storm, there also appeared a tall tower with bronze-colored eyes, stacked like books, layer upon layer. The god of knowledge and wisdom also arrived. These two gods were also wary of each other, but they stood opposite the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery, adopting a confrontational stance. If the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam didn't take action, the lord of storms and the god of knowledge and wisdom didn't plan to actively provoke a battle. Inside the true mausoleum beneath the lake. After confirming that this place would not be disturbed by the divine were not far away, Hobert arrived at his enormous seat and requested that the fool lift the seal on the genie. The wick burned on its own, and that blurry, distorted figure reappeared. Hobert placed the genie on the armrest of the chair. "I'm counting on you." The genie glanced at the sky. He seemed to sense the gaze from the fool. He seemed slightly stunned before saying in a majestic voice, "No problem." Hobert took out 2 portions of the Prince of Abolition's Beyonder characteristics. The potion for advancing to godhood could no longer be neutralized with any supplementary ingredients. Because Hobert had already accommodated the uniqueness in advance, he used his spirituality to wrap the 2 sealed artifacts. Under the effect of the uniqueness, the 2 Beyonder characteristics collided slightly, and the solid characteristics gradually turned into a jelly-like substance, eventually becoming a black liquid. Hobert took a deep breath and reconsidered the Black Emperor's ritual, to possess a kingdom belonging to oneself, to link one's name with the title of emperor, to become common knowledge among the populace, and also to establish a set of strict and complex rules that violate normal circumstances, including architectural style. Then, to drive the populace to secretly build 9 mausoleums similar to pyramids, and then to enter one of them, and in corresponding sacrificial rituals spread across different cities, in which the vast majority of the populace participated, to consume the Sequence 0 potion. At the same time, he finally confirmed the preparations for the ritual. First of all, he already possessed a kingdom belonging to himself. After more than a year of efforts by grassroots officials, the fact that Hobert is the king was already common knowledge among the people of the southern part of the southern continent, and after today's live broadcast, the common knowledge that Hobert is the king was smoothly transformed into Hobert is the emperor. Before the start of the war, the demands of the countries of the northern continent on Hobert and Atlantis were to restore normal political order. In their view, land division, suppression of the nobility, establishment of new political systems, and so on were all rules that violate normal circumstances. Finally, today's live broadcast was equivalent to a ritual in which the majority of the populace participated. Thinking of these things, Hobert felt slightly relieved. He beckoned to the black liquid, and the potion flew into his mouth and was consumed. Instantly, Hobert found that his body was becoming illusory. At this moment, he was transforming in the direction of the shadow of order. The next second, his consciousness seemed to disconnect from the real world, becoming extremely ethereal. The 9 mausoleums that had a close connection with him were like islands in the sea of nothingness, forming a part of the entire rule. The shouts of "Long live the Emperor" from the populace in the squares and towns were countless beacons, jointly anchoring Hobert, preventing him from completely detaching from reality and becoming a part of the shadow of order. A few minutes after Hobert's consciousness disconnected from reality, clusters of grayish-white mist suddenly began to emerge from the cracks in the bricks of the mausoleums. The mist seemed to have been present in the mausoleums all along, only erupting after triggering a certain mechanism. Klein, who was watching Hobert's advancement, immediately felt that the mist were very familiar, bearing some resemblance to the mist in the Sefirah castle. This should be the arrangement of the celestial worthy that Hobert had mentioned. Klein recalled that it didn't seem like such a scene had appeared when he destroyed George III ritual before. But then he thought that George III ritual was destroyed shortly after it began, and it might not have reached this stage before George III exploded. After waiting until the grayish-white mist formed a human figure, the genie glanced again in the direction of the fool's gaze, and then suddenly waved his arm. A space in the mausoleum suddenly became illusory, and the entrance to the spirit world appeared in the real world just like that. Immediately afterward, Klein felt the Sefirah castle tremble slightly. The feeling was as if he was sitting comfortably in a chair when suddenly several burly men lifted him up, chair and all. At this time, Klein sensed that he could terminate this process, but at the same time, he understood the genie's operation, so he simply remained highly focused, allowing a force to lift him away. Soon, in that illusory spirit world, a tall and mysterious castle appeared, which was precisely the Sefirah castle. The genie, using the grayish-white mist and his own seal, actually connected to the Sefirah castle. It was just that the Sefirah castle was actually still there. Even in his prime, the genie might not have been able to move the Sefirah castle. What happened just now was more like the entire spirit world moving, finding the location of the Sefirah castle, and presenting this Sefirah. Because of the surging changes in the spirit world, Klein had the feeling that he was moving. But the genie had no way to perform any operations on the Sefirah castle, only using the symbolism of the Sefirah castle like borrowing a sealed artifact's powers. The appearance of the Sefirah castle plunged the grayish-white figure into a brief daze, as if that mysterious castle was more attractive. Hobert's consciousness was walking in a long, illusory river. After what seemed like a very, very long time, light finally appeared in front of him. In an instant, everything around him was different. That light gradually grew larger, eventually occupying his entire field of vision. The intense glare was fleeting. After it disappeared, Hobert's vision became colorful, with beautiful clusters of light forming and huge clusters of dust condensing together. Soon, some smaller lights appeared, and dust also formed some irregular rock bodies. At this time, Hobert finally understood what he was seeing, the process of the universe forming from the beginning to the basic formation of galaxies. Immediately afterward, Hobert also understood why he could see these scenes. The authority of the Black Emperor had participated in the transformation of the universe's environment. After becoming a god, Hobert became part of the operating rules of this world. Although it was a very small part, it also meant that he had completely broken away from the concept of a living being and become a true god. The next moment, Hobert suddenly realized that he couldn't keep watching, or by the time he finished watching the whole process of the solar system's formation and went back, the day lilies would be cold. He tried to establish contact with his body and his mausoleum. Suddenly, 9 huge spots of light appeared in front of him. Those should be his 9 mausoleums, but in front of the 9 light spots, there was a faint dark mist blocking the way. Just as Hobert was considering how to get past these mists, small clusters of light suddenly appeared in the mist. When Hobert saw those small clusters of light, he could immediately understand them. Some of these clusters of light were part of the order that Hobert had formulated, some were corresponding imprints in the spirit world when land was divided in a certain region, and some were the tears of joy of someone in the Atlantis Empire who had rekindled hope for life. These clusters of light, like stars, gathered together to form a starlight bridge leading to the 9 huge light spots. Hobert walked forward on this avenue, and he seemed to hear voices of "Long live the Emperor" in his ears. The black mist parted, and he finally arrived at the location of the 9 huge light spots. In the center of the 9 light spots was a mysterious black chair. Hobert suddenly realized that this chair seemed to represent the root of everything, the essence of everything. He slowly sat on it, and for a moment, he felt that all the rules were in his hands. At this time, Hobert truly understood why Celestial Worthy coveted the authority of the Son of Chaos. Just the Black Emperor pathway alone could see order and, to a certain extent, reshape order. This should be the most core part of the ability that the Son of Chaos inherited from the original creator. This ability first showed signs when Hobert became Sequence 9. One of the abilities of the lawyer was to more easily discover the weakest point of an item. But this ability had not been improved for a long time. Finally, when he became a god, this ability exploded, and he could see the order of this universe. He took a deep breath, and when he closed his eyes and opened them again, he had already returned to the mausoleum. At this time, Genie was still using the Sefirah castle to contend with the Celestial Worthies arrangement. Hobert's illusory body instantly solidified, and a fleeting, faint black ripple spread out around Hobert in an instant. At the moment of being affected by the black wave, the shadows of the world's rules became clearly visible. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Genie made the Celestial Worthies arrangement chaotic. The human-shaped shadow formed by the gray-white mist faded and eventually became illusory. The light golden figure of Genie clenched his fist, and the gray mist was immediately tampered into a layer of dust. At the moment of becoming dust, these gray-white dust particles formed a phantom face, roaring hoarsely at Genie. But the next moment, the dust that made up the illusory face fell to the ground due to the sudden increase in gravitational influence. Genie also returned to the lamp in the shape of a kettle. Almost in an instant, the black wave spread to the vicinity of the suspicious tomb, and the beyonder abilities of the 4 gods who were fighting fell into varying degrees of disorder. The rolling stream of information suddenly turned into sheets of paper filled with words, clumps of wheat suddenly bloomed with morning glories, petrified objects turned into paper-tie trees, flowers, and animals, a pure spring emerged from the surging darkness. The primordial demoness and the hidden sage were slightly stunned. Without any hesitation, one turned into a mirror and the other turned into a ball of light and exploded, disappearing instantly. Not far away, the 4 gods, including the eternal blazing sun, who were confronting each other, looked together at the distant lake, as if they had finally found the true location of Hobert's apotheosis. The next second, the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam left, followed by the lord of storms and the god of knowledge and wisdom. The Earth Mother and the Evernight goddess also returned to the astral world. Only the traces of the gods' past battles remained around the suspicious tomb. The black wave spread to Angel City, and everyone's movements became very uncoordinated for a moment. Raising a hand became raising a foot, walking became a big jump, turning the head became sitting down. But this feeling was fleeting, and few people could realize that something was wrong. The black wave continued to spread. In Caesar, the angels of Atlantis suddenly realized that a new god had been born. In the northern continent, the remaining balancers of the Lone Kingdom and the Phaenopotter Kingdom both felt that they had a new object of allegiance. The black wave instantly spread to the forsaken land of the gods. In a dark ancient castle, Amon, who was sitting on the ground and stabilizing his state, suddenly opened his eyes. He has become a god. At the same time, in the true Creator's divine kingdom, Adam and the true Creator, who were merging, looked at the giant king's court, the direction of the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. Adam solemnly announced, "The new Black Emperor has descended." In the mausoleum where Hobert was located, he originally wanted to go and chop people after his advancement, but he found that it was impossible at all. His spirituality was dissipating very seriously, and he had to stabilize his state first. So he made a safe gesture to the fool over there and tried to adjust his state. The fool Klein resealed the genie and left from here, giving Hobert an undisturbed environment. Just as it became extremely quiet in the mausoleum, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in Hobert's ear, "You are the Black Emperor, in the best condition so far." Hobert turned his head and looked around. In the shadow of the mausoleum, a cloud of illusory mist appeared. The next moment, Hobert was startled, because he was meditating at this time, and if he didn't stay focused, his spirituality would definitely be affected. But soon, Hobert was surprised to find that he had split into two. Originally, he thought that the potion effect of the potion hadn't passed yet, and his consciousness and body were about to separate again, but the gradually restored spirituality made Hobert realize that his shadow could also have independent thinking. Of course, this thinking was under the command of Hobert's main body. For example, now Hobert could distract himself to observe the thick fog, while the thinking in his body was still converging his spirituality to make his state better. This was a very wonderful feeling. Hobert could command two bodies to do two different things at the same time without affecting each other at all. Hobert didn't continue to think about it, but asked the thick fog, "Are you Uncertain Mist?" "Yes." The other party said, "We have met once before. That time almost killed me." "That should be your honor." Uncertain Mist said, "You escaped under the gaze of a great old dominator, although you borrowed the power of a god." Then he said again, "We have limited time, let's talk about something more important. I can feel that Genie is next to you. He is very dangerous to you. If not handled properly, you will easily be swallowed by him. Let me handle it. Otherwise, you will definitely be affected by him. I'll tell you a ritual that can sacrifice him to me, or allow me to briefly descend into the real world." Hobert directly interrupted Uncertain Mist's words, "As you said, let's talk about something more important. I really want to know why the Black Emperor is not affected by the outer deities before becoming a god, but after becoming a god, you can easily find me." He spread his hands and said again, "As far as I know, the previous two Black Emperors and one Justiciar seem to have been affected by you. It seems that after becoming a god, 100% will be affected by the outer deities. It's not that I want to influence you." Uncertain Mist replied, "It's just that when the Black Emperor is in the shadow of order, although he can see the deep-level rules of this world, the Black Emperor's level is not enough to protect himself at all times, and he will easily be affected by some influences. As for the Justiciar, there is no such influence, but Trunsoist needs me to find the nation of disorder, and he voluntarily accepted my influence." Hobert slowly nodded, "So it seems that being able to see the order of this world is not all good. If even the level of the gods is not enough, then this is a bit exaggerated. Obviously, this is a lie." The Black Emperor was actively influenced by Uncertain Mist through the shadow. Then he asked again, "Why have you always wanted to obtain the genie? As far as I know, even if you get it, you won't be able to break its seal or acquire its beyonder characteristics, right?" "Of course, it's to prevent it from endangering the safety of the real world," the thick fog said shamelessly. Although he didn't hear the correct answer, Hobert seemed to understand the purpose of the Uncertain Mist. Before this, Hobert had always found it strange, why could the Uncertain Mist contact him after he advanced to Black Emperor? This is equivalent to being able to talk to the Mother Tree of Desire when advancing to Abyss, being able to chat with the Mother Goddess of Depravity when advancing to Moon. It's very likely that you'll be corrupted just by talking to them. Who can stand that? It wasn't until just now that Hobert finally understood that if the celestial worthy's consciousness awakened in his body, then contacting the Uncertain Mist, this outer god should immediately be able to awaken and recall that he is the celestial worthy. Then the Black Emperor might immediately rush to the cosmos and merge with the Uncertain Mist, or, with the help of the Uncertain Mist, quickly find the nation of disorder and become an outer god before merging with the Uncertain Mist in the cosmos. In this way, the celestial worthy would soon possess most of the power of the Son of Chaos. Obviously, this is a kind of fooling of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. However, the genie has been hindering this process. Even if the Uncertain Mist doesn't have the celestial worthy's memories, his spirituality will make him realize that he must control the genie. After thinking about these things, Hobert said to the Uncertain Mist, "I want to tell you something, I know the ancient sun god and know many secrets. So, well, our conversation can be more efficient." Hobert said, "Let me sacrifice the genie to you, it's not of much use to me anyway. But I need to get some benefits, that's not too much to ask, right?" The Uncertain Mist asked, "What benefits do you want?" Tell me the main authorities of the outer deities. Okay. The uncertain mist said, let's make a deal. No, 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 no. Hobert interrupted him again, you probably didn't quite understand what I meant. Your previous answer was very disappointing. I must decide whether to make a deal with you after I get the answer. The mist slowly rolled, obviously having never encountered such a problem, so it needed to think about it. Although his consciousness is basically composed of divinity, this does not mean that he has no wisdom, it's just that his thinking is somewhat different from normal people. After a few seconds, the uncertain mist said, I'll say 3 outer deities' authorities first. If you are satisfied with the answer, we will make a deal. If you are not satisfied, the deal can be cancelled. Hobert nodded, okay. The premise is that if there is anything I don't understand, I can ask questions at any time, and you must explain it clearly. Okay. The uncertain mist asked again, which 3 outer deities' authorities do you want to know? Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, Supernova Dominator, High Dimensional Overseer, and Primordial Hunger. He had carefully considered these 3 outer deities. First of all, Hobert wasn't very sure about the authorities of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, Mother Tree of Desire, and Uncertain Mist, but he knew them roughly. The Monarch of Decay seemed to be related to decay, the Circle of Inevitability seemed to be related to fate, and the Inextinguishable Ravings sounded a bit like the Hidden Sage, possibly related to knowledge. Obviously, even if Hobert became an outer god, it was unlikely that he would devour the above 6 outer deities. Then the similar authorities might be among the remaining 3 outer deities. The uncertain mist began to explain, the authority of the Supernova Dominator is weight, density, and fundamental forces, and it possesses some characteristics such as the super-strong gravity of a star. He can not only explode himself like a supernova, instantly producing a terrifying blow, but also make the target collapse under infinite gravity and weight, letting the target's life and spirituality be wantonly scattered. Weight and density symbolism can affect the river of fate, leading to an extreme heaviness and attraction towards the end of fate. The authority of the high-dimensional overseer is dimensions, fantasy, observation, and truth. He can create other dimensions. It is said that in higher dimensions, he can easily attack the target's spirit body and affect the target's beyonder characteristics. As for truth, there's no need to explain it, right? He has the most understanding of the material world. Even through barriers, he can see many hidden things through different dimensions and perceive the essence of the world, similar to me. The core authority of primordial hunger is convergence, hunger, and devouring. Convergence is the ravenous nature, seeking to consume everything, leaving nothing. It actively seeks out and draws in everything, almost like a black hole. Devouring is easier to understand. It is said that he can even devour dissimilar authorities without losing all reason and digest them completely. I guess his devouring authority comes from hunger, because the gap between these 2 authorities is very large. Hobert slowly nodded, then are all the outer deities in the universe in the solar system? The uncertain mist replied, almost all of the strongest are here. Hobert asked, are there other outer deities in the universe? There are a lot, but the ones gathered are the strongest, who dare to approach and are likely to reach pillar-level strength. Hobert pinched his chin and thought, the 3 outer deities, Supernova Dominator, and others, also don't seem to have much connection with the authority of truth, distortion, or order. But if you say there's no connection, it seems like there is some connection. The authority of Supernova Dominator seems to be the most reality-oriented, being the order of reality, which is physics. The dimensional and fantasy authorities of the high-dimensional overseer seems to have the element of truth. Even primordial hunger seems to have similarity to entropy and blasphemy, an authority of the chaos mist. This is troublesome. Hobert realized, the authority of the Son of Chaos is a bit like the ability of the Black Emperor pathway. It seems to be able to cooperate well with any ability. But that's just cooperation. The only truly adjacent pathways are Justiciar and Chaos Mist. At this time, the uncertain mist reminded, time is running out. Can we complete the transaction first? Sorry. Hobert spread his hands, I am very dissatisfied with your answer and don't plan to make a deal. Outer deities are not good birds, trick them if you can. The uncertain mist was not annoyed at all. Of course, it may be that he doesn't understand what annoyance is, it's useless to go back on your word. In fact, when you agreed to try to trade with me, our transaction had already begun. Even if the transaction is not reached, I can easily affect you. As long as you sacrifice the genie to me, I can consider letting you go. Hobert didn't buy it at all, since you are so powerful, come and get it yourself. You can't even take away a sealed artifact, and you still want to threaten me, who has the double protection of a barrier and the nation of disorder. The barrier will disappear one day. The voice of the uncertain mist became more and more ethereal, the nation of disorder cannot protect you forever. In the end, the thick fog disappeared from the shadows. Hobert thought to himself, this guy is good at making threats. The reason why Hobert doesn't take the other party's threats to heart is because he knows too much from Adam and the genie, and is very clear about which of the uncertain mist's words are deceptive. When communicating with Adam at the time, this visionary did not intend to deceive Hobert. The genie, after realizing that Hobert had seen the ancient sun god, didn't dare to easily deceive Hobert. Even if he wanted to deceive, he would have to pay a lot of real information and deceive at a certain point. After sending away the uncertain mist, and his substitute had also restrained his spirituality, Hobert began to use his spirituality to observe the authorities and new abilities he had obtained. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 749, Chapter 745 The message left by the original creator. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert used his spirituality to observe the abilities he gained after his advancement. First, the Shadow of Order ability from his King of Angels period was upgraded from low-end to high-end. After hiding in the shadow, he could theoretically summon a vast number of substitutes formed from disorder. However, only one substitute could truly replace Hobert. This substitute possessed the same abilities and level as Hobert. Now, the Hobert hiding in the shadow could also attack enemies, essentially making it a 2-on-1 fight. Hobert finally understood why the Black Emperor pathway didn't have the same strong offensive capabilities as the Tyrant or Twilight Giant pathways. Having such strong offensive capabilities and being able to create a substitute with independent thought and the same level as himself would be too overpowered. As long as Hobert's main body hid in the shadow, he could constantly observe the order of this world. In other words, the operating rules of the entire universe were substantial in Hobert's eyes. For example, when observing the withering of a flower, ordinary people would see the flower gradually wilting. But from Hobert's perspective in the shadow, the entire process was a thin string that connected the flower from its seed to its withered state, as well as its connection to the surrounding earth, nutrient absorption, and other elements. This allowed Hobert to easily perform corresponding operations. For example, connecting the seed stage of the flower to its blooming stage would make the seed instantly bloom. Another example would be scattering the flower's string onto the earth's string, causing the same type of flower to instantly cover the land. In this process, Hobert's main body saw the world from a completely new perspective. At the same time, he would be separated from the entire universe, forever staying out of it, no longer bound by any rules or order, becoming a true Shadow of Order. Another use of the shadow was to directly attack a target, causing them to enter a shadow where no rules could be exploited, temporarily losing any means of attack. In addition to this individual attack method, there was also a group attack method, which was also the Black Emperor's Divine Kingdom, the Fallen Kingdom, which could instantly engulf enemies and bring them into a space where the order was completely woven by Hobert. His original abilities had undergone qualitative changes. Furthermore, Hobert's knowledge of physics greatly aided him in using the Black Emperor's abilities. For example, he could now instantly create a black hole. Creating a nuclear bomb with his bare hands was simply a piece of cake. Subsequently, Hobert clearly realized that the main authority of the Black Emperor was distortion. Anything could undergo certain distortion in his hands. He could even distort very abstract things like fate and results. After understanding the changes in his abilities and authority, Hobert began to observe his own state. As he had expected, his divinity had greatly increased. This divinity seemed to include different parts. Hobert's spirituality quickly realized that the largest part of the divinity was the original creator, but he was in a dormant state, so the impact was not significant. Another large part came from the Son of Chaos. It would occasionally utter a word or two, making weak attempts to influence Hobert, but its influence was negligible and could be temporarily ignored. A small part came from the previous Black Emperor, Solomon, but because he had completely fallen, there was no impact. The smallest part came from Roselle, because he had only been the Black Emperor for a few years and had now returned to the Mystery Prior pathway, so his influence was almost imperceptible. If he were to use the analogy of a furnace and ice, then the ice had filled about 1/5 of the furnace. The role of the anchors was equivalent to providing a continuous supply of fuel for the furnace. Hobert's humanity was well preserved, and the number of anchors was sufficient. With the magnification of the 9 mausoleums, it was enough to completely suppress all the influences of the Son of Chaos, so his current state was good. It was just that he would definitely become more indifferent than before he became a god, but fortunately, he was aware of this, which meant that he could adjust himself. This reminded him of when he advanced to an angel. He was not prepared at the time, and as a result, his divinity instantly covered his humanity. It took him a long time to adjust. Hobert also realized that the Black Emperor's potion also needed to be digested and acted out, and the digestion method was similar to that of the Prince of Abolition. Because of the help of authority, the digestion process would definitely be faster. After a period of acting, his state could be even better than it was now. After confirming his state, Hobert came to the Nation of Disorder again. After becoming a god, Hobert's body could also enter the nation of disorder, so when using the identity of the creator, there was no need to worry about the safety of his body. This was equivalent to Hobert and the creator finally being able to become one. As soon as he sat on the Iron Throne, the entire nation of disorder seemed to be stirred by a breeze. Hobert immediately realized that his connection with the nation of disorder was deeper. This feeling was like the nation of disorder was like a piece of clothing hanging in a store. He could only look at it from a distance, and at most, he could only try it on. Now, it felt like this clothing had been bought and worn on his body. Although it still felt a bit ill-fitting, it was much better than before. At the same time, Hobert was very clear that if this clothing could become a part of Hobert's body at some point, he would completely accommodate the source substance. At that time, Hobert would become half a great old one. His spirituality told him that he could not do this yet, and that he needed an opportunity. Sitting on the Iron Throne, he took a deep breath. He had plenty of time, and he knew that he had to take it slow and not rush. Immediately afterwards, Hobert suddenly realized that he could use his substitute to replace the current, mystical switchboard operators in the nation of disorder. Previously, it was because Hobert had reached the level of King of Angels and could only create one substitute, and he didn't have the ability to create avatars. That's why he recruited a group of workers. But if he accommodates the nation of disorder in the future, this place will become a part of him. When he goes out to fight, he will definitely bring the nation of disorder with him. At that time, he might have to take care of the safety of these mystical switchboard operators, which would be very troublesome. At the same time, Hobert realized that after accommodating the nation of disorder, he could also put his enemies into the nation of disorder to deal with them. The level here was higher than the fallen kingdom, and opponents below the level of true God could be instantly corrupted. Even a true God could be trapped here for a period of time. If he did not have the protection of other outer deities, he could eventually corrupt him and kill him through a battle with home advantage. It would be very inconvenient if there were other people here at that time. Therefore, Hobert planned to talk to the workers recently and transfer them to work in the monitoring department. Finally, Hobert's gaze turned to the clock hall not far away. The ancient bell of order stood there, seemingly unchanged for a long time. He got up and came to the clock hall, reaching out and touching the bronze bell. The moment his finger touched the bronze bell, Hobert suddenly felt as if he had been electrocuted. His body shook, and then, his mind was filled with many complex and mysterious knowledge. This bronze bell was actually the vocal cords of the original creator. It was the vocal cords in an abstract concept and symbolic sense, because no one knew what the original life form was like. But after being associated with the original, even abstract things had substance. Hobert was slightly stunned. He originally thought that this was a part of the Son of Chaos, but he didn't expect it to come from the oldest one. The knowledge he had just obtained was given by the original creator. Or rather, this knowledge was likely some of the thoughts that the original creator had once expressed, which had been precipitated on the Bell of Order and could only be obtained after becoming a god and mastering the nation of disorder. The original creator said, Beyonder is a virus in the universe that can be exploited. It originates from a very small, irrational change. The original creator said, life should be the theme of the universe. The original creator said, only by taming extraordinary can life have better development. Only creatures have the best hope of taming extraordinary. For this reason, I give two rules: Beyonder characteristics split, Beyonder characteristics conserve. The original creator said, life is small and fragile, but only the spirit lasts forever. As long as the spirit of life remains, my spirit remains. The original creator said, the universe can continue, and I can continue. Beyonder rules can remind life how not to let the universe be destroyed in advance. The original creator said, the unceasing struggle of life will eventually bear fruit. The original creator said. Hobert deciphered the information he had obtained bit by bit. These ancient knowledge seemed to allow him to see the original creator's beautiful vision when creating the universe. But Hobert quickly thought that the original creator was still looking for the meaning of the universe and life, and obviously he was not very satisfied with the current universe he created. Hobert sighed. He was really afraid that the original creator would wake up at some point and say, destroy it, and the universe would be gone. Even gods would not want to survive this level of destruction. He carefully sorted through these scattered knowledge and summarized 2 points. First, the original creator hopes that life will tame extraordinary. Second, the extraordinary laws given by the original creator hide hints to delay the arrival of the end. Hobert first thought about the first question. It seems that the original creator also has no way to completely control Beyonder characteristics. In order to prevent Beyonders from losing control, he gave Beyonder characteristics the law of splitting. He noticed that the 2 rules that the original creator gave to Beyonders were divergence and conservation, which were quite different from the current common Beyonder characteristic indestructibility, convergence, and conservation of the 3 major laws. Hobert also thought that the genie had said before that the majority of the current Beyonder characteristic laws were given by the original creator. He guessed that the original creator was also unable to change some of the rules of B-under characteristics, such as the law of B-under characteristics convergence. The more aggregated, the more distorted and the easier it is to produce madness, so the original creator gave the law of divergence to resist. From this aspect, it can also be seen that from a very, very long time ago, the original creator was trying to tame them. Hobert also thought that with the pathways, it is easier to maintain one's own state, at least at the true God level. The advancement can also maintain self, but still need to pay attention to their state at all times. With the acting method, the underlying beyonder elements has basically been controlled, but the high level is still very distorted and easily produces madness. The original creator's expectations are still a huge problem. Hobert took a deep breath. Of course, he had no clue how to solve this problem. And this is not a very urgent matter, so he began to consider the second question: what hints did the original creator leave in the two laws? Divergence and conservation are both making beyonders more stable. Characteristics are only diverging to not be so distorted. After a pathway is formed, only conservation will not have too many changes, which is also conducive to being defeated one by one. Hobert thought for a while and had no clue. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly thought that he could try to use his abilities to solve the problem. So he entered that shadow and found that string of this problem. Although this problem is a conceptual existence, the authority of the gods is also conceptual. As long as it exists, Hobert can see that string in his eyes. Along this string, Hobert went to find where the other end of this string was connected. As a result, after finding the other end, he found that it was a picture of the sky. Hobert's spirituality immediately realized that because it involved the original creator, his level was not enough, and he could not connect to the real answer, but could only connect to a hint. Sky. And it's the sky during the day. Hobert thought, if it is the night sky, it can still be associated with the cosmos, and can also be understood that the answer to the question is with the outer deities. He suddenly thought, it's the barrier. This hint is the barrier left by the original creator. This is not the final answer, but it is a more important reminder. Thinking of the rule of divergence again, Hobert immediately had a bold guess. The role of the barrier is not only what the original creator said in Antarctica, to prevent the outer deities from taking back the aggregated characteristics, but also to prevent the outer deities from concentrating on Earth. It can be imagined that most of the beyonder characteristics and Sefirah have been aggregated on Earth, and this will definitely attract other outer deities. Or rather, this is already a fact, because at least 9 outer deities have gathered in the solar system. If these outer deities are concentrated on Earth, it is easy for extraordinary to completely aggregate on Earth again, and it is the kind of convergence that the outer deities can't stop. This should be the real end, because that would mean that the universe has begun the process of destruction. Beyonder characteristics have not been tamed. The reason the original creator used barriers to block the outer deities, preventing the beyonder characteristics of Earth from being taken away, was because the outer deities were not taming the extraordinary at all, but were instead making it more distorted and insane. The original creator seemed to place hope in humanity, believing that humans might find hope. And humanity has indeed found some hope. The first blasphemy slate should be an enlightenment given to humanity by the primordial to carry out the will of the original creator. As for the second blasphemy slate, the ancient sun god had already deduced how to maintain a certain degree of rationality even after becoming an outer god. The acting method seems to be a rule summarized by humans. In short, compared to the second epoch and the fifth epoch, humanity has taken a solid step in taming beyonder characteristics. Thinking of this, Hobert's determination was stronger than ever. He must not allow the outer deities to descend upon Earth. He had to drive them away one by one while the barrier was still there. To buy more time for humanity. Taking a deep breath, Hobert prepared to use the ability of Shadow of Order to find the answer to the first question in the same way. After entering the shadows, Hobert indeed found that string of the first question. But the other side of this string was connected to a void of thick fog, seemingly without even a hint. Hobert was stunned. The reason he only received a hint earlier was because the answer to the question involved the original creator, and with Hobert's level, he could only get a hint. The original creator already had the highest level of authority. Whose level could be higher than the original creator, so high that even a hint couldn't be obtained. But soon, Hobert understood based on his spiritual perception that it wasn't that there was no hint, but that there was currently no accurate answer to this question. That's why there wasn't even a hint. In other words, the method of using shadows to find answers can only solve questions with clear answers. If a question has no answer, then nothing can be found. Hobert smiled. The first question could only be left for later consideration. Finally, he glanced at the bell of order in front of him. After becoming a god, Hobert's spirituality clearly sensed that the ability of the bell of order was to temporarily suppress the distortion and madness brought about by the beyonder characteristics, and to temporarily keep creatures with beyonder powers rational. This was the expectation and wish inherited from the original creator. As for the deterrent effect on high-level targets, and the ability to return all loopholes and distortions to normal, those were just incidental abilities of the clock. At the same time, Hobert also realized that only by accommodating the complete nation of disorder and becoming an outer god could the maximum effect of this clock be achieved. In other words, before that, only the Son of Chaos had used the Bell of Order. Even if Celestial Worthy had held multiple Sefirah, he had not fully accommodated the nation of disorder, so he did not truly possess this Bell of Order. With no more doubts in his mind, Hobert returned to the real world from the nation of disorder. Currently, he has not truly merged with the nation of disorder. It is still a Sefirah and will contaminate the people around him, so Hobert still has to leave the nation of disorder to prevent the people around him from being accidentally corrupted by the Sefirah. Hobert still used the teleportation array in the mausoleum to come to the suspicious tomb. After coming out of this pyramid, Hobert discovered that the previous battle of gods had caused considerable changes to the surrounding terrain, but only the pyramid serving as the suspicious tomb had not suffered much damage. So Hobert tried his ability. With a wave of his hand, he distorted the traces caused by the battle of gods, and the surrounding terrain immediately returned to its original appearance, and the hidden arrangements around the pyramid were instantly restored. The next second, Hobert returned to the Paz Royal Palace in Caesarport, where he hosted the guests who came to attend the coronation ceremony at a luncheon. The angels had basically realized that someone had successfully advanced to Black Emperor just now. Because Hobert had been hiding his level, all the angels except Medici believed that the creator was advancing. And the guests below the angels did not know this without being prompted. The luncheon ended at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hobert spent the afternoon and evening with the two Empress Borough respectively to strengthen his humanity. On the morning of the 9th, the senior officials who participated in the coronation ceremony used the teleportation array to embark on their return journeys. The huge empire still needed them to operate. Hobert also returned to Angel City, and held a high-level meeting on the afternoon of the 9th. Audrey's Ministry of Foreign Affairs received two tasks. The first was to negotiate with the Orthodox churches in Atlantis to abolish the religious judgment group and redefine the responsibilities of both parties. In Hobert's view, there are inherent contradictions between political power and divine power, so before this contradiction breaks out, or before the Orthodox churches have formed a consensus, it is possible to deal with it proactively. Hobert had wanted to abolish the religious judgment group for a long time, but if he had abolished it before, several churches would likely denounce Hobert together, making Atlantis very passive. But now it's different. After Hobert became a god, there was the possibility of negotiation. As for redefining the responsibilities of both parties, it is because Hobert hopes to build an extraordinary system in Atlantis that is dominated by Atlantis' own Beyonders and supplemented by the members of various churches. To put it bluntly, the Emperor of the extraordinary world of Atlantis will have the final say, instead of several churches discussing it together. Atlantis has the strength to support this system. Currently, the Beyonder characteristics of the royal families, nobles, and military of various countries in the northern continent, except for the Phaenopoder kingdom, are basically in the hands of Atlantis. In addition, a large number of Beyonder characteristics have been obtained from the Numinous Episcopate, Rose School of Thought, and Demonis sect before. Currently, most of these Beyonder characteristics are still gathering dust in the warehouse. Since the 5th epoch, no country has ever possessed such abundant Beyonder characteristics. These characteristics can be used to organize 2 to 3 Beyonder organizations the size of Orthodox churches. There is no need to look at the faces of the Orthodox churches. When Hobert proposed this plan before, it was rejected by the Orthodox churches for various reasons, but now they will no longer refuse, also because Hobert has become a god. Considering that these negotiations greatly damage the interests of the Orthodox churches, Hobert asked Audrey to negotiate little by little. It doesn't matter if the negotiations really can't continue. Even if a true god comes forward for the church, it doesn't matter. Hobert can use the excuse that he is playing the role of Black Emperor to prevaricate, and then the negotiations will stop. After Hobert becomes an outer god in the future, he will continue to negotiate. The second task of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is, accompanied by 2 angels, go to the Lone Kingdom and ask Jevington II to abdicate. The reason is, at the coronation ceremony, Jevington II was not very willing to Hobert's coronation as emperor. At the same time, please Princess Alice ascend the throne and become the Queen of the Lone Kingdom. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 750, Chapter 746 Klein's Uniqueness. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert specifically instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to simultaneously proceed with replacing the King of Lone and negotiating with the Church. This was, in effect, a direct message to the Church, informing them that there was another power besides the Church that could influence a nation's political trajectory. It was tantamount to applying pressure on the Church. After assigning the task to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Hobert began assigning new tasks to the imperial government, accelerate the pace of domestic infrastructure construction. Or rather, Hobert would use his beyonder abilities to intervene in the country's development process. First, he would cause crops to mature ahead of schedule, initiate an infrastructure boom in the southern part of the empire ahead of time, and begin land distribution in the northern part of the empire ahead of schedule. Then, Hobert would have the imperial government prepare for the construction of a large number of urban areas, squares, railways, highways, factories, residential buildings, breeding areas, and so on in a very short period. Finally, in the next week or two, every citizen of the Atlantis kingdom would learn Loanese and would accept Atlantis-style clothing and architectural styles. Of course, this would inevitably involve some obvious extraordinary factors, so Hobert would also tamper with the consciousness of the people, making them think that all of this was normal. However, he would not tamper with the consciousness of mid- to high-level officials, as someone had to record and evaluate the results of this large-scale construction. Hobert was acting as the Black Emperor. His spirituality had a premonition that there might be an opportunity to accommodate the nation of disorder in the near future. Before that, he must adjust his state to the best. At the level of a deity, the digestion of potions was no longer so important. Hobert could even use his abilities to directly accelerate the digestion of the potion in his body. At this level, acting was the most important thing. Thus, in the next 10 days or so, bizarre scenes appeared in Atlantis. July 10th, early morning. Michael, a villager in the eastern suburbs of Angel City, got up early as usual. His wife had already prepared breakfast, oatmeal and Atlantis's popular sauerkraut. Mealtime was always Michael's happiest time because he could eat his fill of oatmeal, and he could also eat his fill of bread for lunch and dinner. As an immigrant, he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a thing 2 years ago. Back then, he had to work all day and eat bread sparingly, or he would easily go hungry. Now, not only could he eat his fill, but he could also buy a wide variety of vegetables, fruits, and meats, and sometimes even seafood, at the town government market every Wednesday and Saturday. Michael had never even seen many of the vegetables and fruits before. At first, Michael only dared to buy the cheapest cabbage, but 3 months ago, he worked in Angel City for a few days and earned some money, so he wanted to buy some meat, buy some vegetables he had never eaten before, and have a good meal. As a result, he found that other vegetables were also very cheap. When Michael learned of this, he was immediately moved to tears and deeply loved this land and this country. As for meat, the money he got from selling grain was enough for his family to eat 1 or 2 meals a week. There was no agricultural tax on the grain produced in the fields. Last year, the harvest was very good, and 1/3 of the harvest was enough for a family to eat for a year. However, Michael cautiously only sold 1/3 of the harvest, and kept another 1/3 in the granary. Every time the family passed by the granary or saw the granary, they would feel joy and peace of mind from the bottom of their hearts. While recalling the past, Michael took his farm tools as usual, and the couple and their 17-year-old eldest son went to work in the fields together, while their 10-year-old daughter went to school with several other children of about the same age. At noon, his daughter would come back from school, help boil water, and then bring bread, boiled water, and sauerkraut to the fields to deliver food to the family. Every time he thought of this, Michael couldn't help but sigh. His eldest son was a little too old, and the public school no longer accepted him. He could only go to night school during the slack season. But working in the fields meant that there was basically no free time. Where would he find the time to go to school? The family greeted the other villagers casually and realized something was wrong when they arrived at the entrance of the village. They were supposed to weed the wheat field today, but the wheat in the wheat field was golden yellow and had already ripened. Just as everyone was stunned, the village chief came to the field with a sickle and rope. "What are you waiting for? Come and harvest the crops. The announcement has been made that the next few days will be sunny, which is a good time for threshing." The villagers then belatedly recalled that it seemed to be the time to harvest the grain. Michael felt that something was strange, but the wheat was indeed ripe, and this year's yield seemed to be even higher than last year's. With the facts before him, the little doubt in his heart disappeared. Immediately, Michael cursed his wife, complaining that she didn't remind him to harvest the grain today, so the family came with hoes. His wife also put her hands on her hips and started arguing with Michael. Not only Michael's family was like this, but several couples had quarrels because of this, and more villagers gathered around to watch the fun. "Shit! Do you still have the strength to quarrel?" the village chief scolded. "Go back and get your sickles, you idiots." So, amid the couple's soft muttering, they brought their sickles and returned to the fields to harvest diligently. As they harvested, they exclaimed that the weather was really good this year. In previous years, they would get dizzy from the heat when harvesting wheat, but this year it was very cool and comfortable. After a busy day, they cut back big bundles of wheat and put them in the house, and Michael's family felt relieved to rest. July 11th, early morning, they heard the village chief shouting outside, "All the strong laborers in the village, push your wheelbarrows and come with me to the town to pull bricks. This year's large-scale construction action has begun." Michael's family was stunned. "That's right, we're going to pull bricks today. Damn it, we got up late. We can only eat a few bites of cold bread for breakfast." After getting up, Michael felt a little uneasy when he saw the house was empty. But he couldn't say what he was uneasy about. However, he came to the granary, as if he couldn't control his legs. As soon as he entered the granary, a smile spread across his face again. This year's harvest is really good. Unlike the southern part of Atlantis, the northern part was distributing land the day after the grain was harvested, 1 day later than the south, and carried out large-scale construction activities. For a time, the entire Atlantis was building houses and factories. Some tourists from the northern continent, or people on business trips or trade, were initially somewhat surprised. They had heard that Atlantis usually entered a period of large-scale construction in November. Why was it 4 months earlier this year? But after staying in the Atlantis Empire for a few minutes, they would feel that everything was normal. And they would ignore the miracles happening here one by one. On the first day of the large-scale construction action, all the brick factories were filled with fired red bricks that stretched as far as the eye could see. After a slight daze, the people in the brick factory gradually began to complain about why the people in the village didn't come to pull the bricks quickly. On the second day of construction, the houses and factories that had just started laying the foundation yesterday rose from the ground and had already been built. Then they began to build schools, build markets, build government office buildings, or office compounds. On the third day, these buildings were also completed. After that, there was the construction of railways and highways. In just 4 or 5 days, the entire Atlantis had a railway network and a highway network. July 20th, morning. Hobert and Roselle, who had a delicate mustache, were walking on the country road that had just been built. Roselle watched the villagers digging up the wheat roots in the fields, and they planned to dry them and use them as fuel. From today onwards, Atlantis's acceleration officially stopped. These days, various departments are counting the results of this large-scale construction and, after completing the initial statistics, are beginning to deploy the construction of national water conservancy facilities. The new construction tasks will have to be built bit by manpower, but because there are already railways and roads, the construction efficiency will be greatly improved. Roselle said, "In my impression, the Black Emperor usually promulgates some distorted decrees that cause great inconvenience to people in order to show his majesty. Of course, that must also be acting. However, the way you use it seems to be different. You are actually using the replacement of the King of Loan to show your majesty. These days, the Atlantis Ministry of Foreign Affairs has successfully replaced the King of Loan. Alice I ascended the throne and accepted the coronation of Emperor Hobert. At the same time, in order to respect the Church, Alice also accepted the coronation of the Pope of the Church of the Lord of Storms the next day." Everyone who saw this news realized that the rules of the current world had undergone tremendous changes. Hearing Roselle's words, Hobert smiled and said, "Only Solomon would do that kind of thing if he was sick. The decrees I have promulgated in the past few days are also distorted, or obviously contrary to common sense, but I also took this opportunity to complete the infrastructure of the entire empire. If it weren't for the consideration of finding something for the people to do, I would have helped build water conservancy projects and the like. How great is this? The entire empire has saved at least 30 years of development time. Just the acting in the previous few days had already allowed Hobert to reach a very good state. Whether it was the king replacement event or the large-scale construction action after acceleration, they were very much in line with the core elements of the Black Emperor, so they had such a good effect." Roselle cleared his throat and said, "Well, I have actually promulgated some sick decrees before." He smiled and then said, "I came to you today to talk about the hidden sage. I heard Bernadette say that when you helped her advance, you took away a small bottle of the hidden sage's knowledge." Hobert nodded, "That's right. When the opportunity is right, I plan to use that knowledge to find the hidden sage. He did not hide this. I originally planned to go after becoming a god, but in a previous conflict, I got a clear piece of information. The hidden sage seems to be able to use the power of the Sefirah. So I have to wait a little longer, until I am sure that I can directly kill him before I go to find him." Hobert smiled and said, "Brother, you are really lucky. The uniqueness and beyonder characteristics needed to become a god fell from the sky like this." Roselle followed suit and said with a smile, "It's just because I feel so embarrassed that I came to ask if there is anything I can help with." Hobert thought for a while, "Then help me count the population, land, real estate, wealth, mineral deposits, industrial production capacity, and other information of Atlantis. These things are complicated. Currently, many of the statistical data held by Atlantis are inaccurate. At the same time, due to the previous large-scale construction action, especially real estate, it needs to be recounted, which puts a lot of pressure on the newly created governments at all levels." "No problem," Roselle agreed very readily. In the next 2 days, he used his abilities to make a new statistics of all public and private property in Atlantis, and it was very accurate. For example, the forest was counted to how many square meters, and the real estate statistics even included the chicken coops in the villagers' homes. The only task of all the staff in the statistics department was to send a large number of papers to Roselle's office. When those papers were moved out again, they were already official materials that various functional departments could use with confidence. On the afternoon of the 22nd, Hobert learned the final result of the negotiations with the Church from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Regarding the issue of the Religious Judgment Group, the Church made a huge concession and incorporated the Religious Judgment Group into a part of the Atlantis judicial system. However, it was a separate institution, and the trial and execution process were separated from the normal judicial departments. The personnel responsible for the trial and execution were composed of the Atlantis Empire and the 5 churches in a ratio of 2.5 to 2 to 2 to 1.5 to 1 to 1. The Atlantis Empire accounted for 25% of the staff, the Church of the Earth Mother and the Evernight Goddess Church each accounted for 20%. These 2 churches had been preaching in the southern continent for a long time and had a large number of churches in the Atlantis Empire. The Church of the Fool accounted for 15% of the staff, and the Church of the Fool had also built many churches in the past 2 years. The God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church and the Storm Lord Church each accounted for 10%, and they did not have many churches here. This was the biggest concession the church could give. If they continued to negotiate, it was likely to break down. So Hobert agreed to this result. In any case, the church had made a concession again, and he could continue to negotiate after he became a great old one. Another negotiation was the composition of power. At the beginning, this negotiation was more difficult than the negotiation of the Judgment Group, because it would greatly limit the church's influence in the extraordinary world of the Atlantis Empire. But a fact was placed in front of the church. Even if they did not agree to the plan proposed by Hobert, in the next few years, the number of official Beyonders in the Atlantis Empire might be more than the sum of the number of Beyonders stationed in the empire by the 5 churches. After all, except for the Church of the Fool, the other 4 Orthodox gods could not put all their extraordinary power in the southern continent. Especially with the shortage of Beyonders in the northern continent's aristocratic and military forces, they would not put a large amount of extraordinary power in the Atlantis Empire. So after a few days of negotiations, this negotiation became relatively smooth. From then on, 60% of the official Beyonders in the Atlantis Empire were Beyonders who were loyal to the Emperor, and the Beyonders of the 5 churches only accounted for 40%. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and even the Church of the Lord of Storms, didn't even plan to send demigods to the Atlantis Empire. This was a completely new cooperation model. After all, in the countries of the northern continent, the Beyonders of the nobles and the military basically had to look to the churches. But in the Atlantis Empire, it wasn't like this. The main cases were solved by the Beyonders of the government. If they didn't have enough manpower, they would be assigned to the various Orthodox churches based on faith. At this point, the negotiations between the empire and the religions officially ended, and divine power once again yielded to political power. Of course, the reason for this outcome was entirely because Hobert was the Black Emperor. On the summit of the Hornassus Mountains, a figure of a young man with black hair and brown eyes was outlined, precisely Klein, who had adjusted his state. In front of him was an ancient palace shrouded in mist, dilapidated, and overgrown with weeds. Immediately afterward, 2 puppets appeared on the side front, as if they were 2 guards. Klein pressed his top hat and raised his right hand, snapping his fingers. The summit of the Hornassus Mountain suddenly became dark, and illusory stars dotted the surroundings. Klein grafted this place to the astral world, so this peak appeared in the astral world. One of the puppets walked in the forefront, reaching out and pushing open the 2 heavy doors of the main hall deep within the palace. Za za za. The doors were pushed open little by little, and it was pitch black inside. The many corpses hanging from the top of the hall in the previous divination couldn't be seen, nor could the transparent worms on the huge stone chair. The 2 puppets entered one after another. In their vision, the darkness in the hall changed. Buildings emerged around them, and figures walked on the streets. These figures seemed to be walking and talking about something, making the entire hall instantly become somewhat noisy. These buildings and figures were dim in color, close to black and white, like old photos from the depths of history that had suddenly come to life. Klein also entered the hall. The shadows changed accordingly. The scene seen by the main body was different from that of the puppets. He could see that in the depths of the palace, on that huge stone chair, a figure rested his elbows on the armrests, leaning his head back, as if asleep. His facial features were not bad, but tufts of thick, black, short hair like wolf bristles grew on his cheeks. His face was quite young, but his hair was already half white, giving people a feeling of both old and youthful, both rational and crazy. At the top of the hall hung corpses dressed in clothes that were either simple or luxurious. This was almost a standard 4 high-sequence Beyonders of the Seer pathway. Klein confirmed the advancement ritual he had prepared for the last time. When saving Roselle, he had continuously fooled fate, reality, and history. Although he had received help from the Creator at that time, theoretically, he had completed the ritual very well and could advance with confidence. Immediately afterward, Klein pressed his hand to his chest and solemnly saluted Antigonus. When he stood up, a complex illusory brand appeared between his eyebrows. This brand was like a strange light gate, constantly emitting thin gray-white mist to the surroundings. This was Klein borrowing the power of the Sefirah castle. With the blessing of this brand, he could not only use the abilities of the seer pathway, but also the abilities of the door pathway and the error pathway. Moreover, these abilities were all at the sequence 1 level. The next second, Klein stretched out his right hand. His fingers quickly closed, his wrist distorted, and he began to steal Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness. This was to accommodate the uniqueness. If the advancement failed, he could also return the fate to Antigonus and seek other opportunities for accommodation. This was the best way to advance he could think of. Otherwise, if he killed Antigonus, it was likely that he would help Antigonus complete the resurrection process, making it difficult to obtain the Beyonder characteristics and uniqueness. Behind Klein, a voice rang out at the right time, "Magnify." Just now, the image of the Creator appeared at the top of the hall. All the hanging corpses scrambled to make way, fearing that they would obstruct the vision of this god. Originally, because Antigonus had accommodated the uniqueness, it might take Klein many times to steal it successfully, but because there was a god-level magnification, Klein succeeded in one try. Suddenly, he felt some invisible things detach from Antigonus and float towards himself. At the same time, a river that was difficult to describe in words, branching into countless tributaries, seemed to appear before Klein's eyes. This was the symbol of fate. Fragments of images flashed through Klein's mind, some of which were scenes of Antigonus being an annihilation demonic wolf deity in the second epoch, and some of which were scenes of carefully gathering people and developing believers after the northern continent. Klein quickly developed the cognition, "I am Antigonus, I am the half-fool." His body suddenly changed continuously, sometimes Klein with black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly aura, and sometimes Antigonus with half-white hair and thick black wolf bristles on his face. At this moment, Klein's thoughts were extremely chaotic, and his mental state was completely out of balance. At the same time, he also inherited Antigonus's fate of losing control and going crazy, and his body began to collapse little by little. Dong. An incomparably deep and melodious bell rang echoed in the hall, and the corpses at the top of the hall swayed back and forth, as if they had heard a beautiful sound and were dancing a death dance. The shadows in the hall disappeared instantly, and the ubiquitous darkness rolled rapidly, as if it were expanding. Hobert not only did not dispel the darkness, but also strengthened them to a certain extent, because this was the power of the Evernight goddess to seal Antigonus. The moment the bell rang, Klein felt his mind clear, and all the chaos, loss of control, and madness disappeared instantly. Hobert used the Bell of Order to create an excellent opportunity for Klein to accommodate the uniqueness. Atlantis Empire, New City of Silver, on the clock tower of the Church of the Fool. A young man wearing a pointed soft hat and a monocle suddenly appeared here, standing inside the railing of the clock tower, overlooking the entire city. This was Amon, who had hastily accommodated the uniqueness of the door pathway and consumed a portion of the Key of Stars Beyonder characteristic. But in the next instant, he saw New City of Silver disappear as if someone had erased it from the map with an eraser. Boring. Seeing this scene, Amon shook his head with a smile. After ringing the bell earlier, he was to some extent the fool's angel of time, and could use this loophole to directly steal part of the other party's anchors. Such theft is useless at ordinary times, but it is very useful at the critical moment of the ritual. The sudden decrease in anchors will inevitably lead to a break in balance, causing Klein to lose control on the spot. However, Klein had obviously asked the Evernight goddess for help in advance, and helped hide the city that Amon was most likely to attack the moment Amon appeared here. Amon then retracted his gaze, raised his hand and straightened the monocle on his right eye. On the lens, a light that seemed to come from the cosmos suddenly lit up, and he began to look for the location of the Hornassus Peak. In the hall on the top of the Hornassus Mountains in the cosmos, Klein seized the opportunity, stretched out slippery tentacles with strange patterns, and mobilized the power of the Sefirah castle to begin stealing the fool uniqueness in Antigonus's body. Because Klein is now Antigonus, and with the help of Hobert, he only stole it once, and a translucent mask engraved with the fool symbol flew out of Antigonus's body. Forsaken land of the gods, on a certain mountain peak, a faint shadow curtain emerged on the surface of a huge cross and cracked, and a man walked out of it. He was Adam, wearing a simple white robe and with a thick golden beard. Behind him was a thick shadow with 5 heads. This shadow was partially fused with him, but had not yet completely integrated. Adam looked up, and the dark clouds and lightning that had lingered over the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years disappeared without a trace, and the sky revealed a clear cosmos. He smiled peacefully at the shadow behind him. They don't seem to know why I'm using visionary as the foundation this time. I've never told anyone about this research result. Immediately afterward, he rarely spoke in a solemn low voice, I am one, and I am all, I am the beginning, and I am the end. His eyes suddenly became illusory, and a sea that seemed to encompass all colors and all possibilities emerged around him. Adam then raised his hand, and a blazing, illusory sun immediately jumped out of the top of his head. On his left, lightning, wind, waves, and other symbols intertwined to form a phantom that overlooked all things. On his right, a white tower with many brass glasses rose from the ground. These imagined authorities and symbols, driven by the chaos sea, were thrown into Adam's body one after another. In the end, the shadow that was tightly attached to Adam's back also shrank into his body. In an instant, the sea that encompassed all colors and all possibilities rose up, and Adam swelled into a huge light and shadow that seemed to support the heavens and the earth. This light and shadow slowly walked on the chaotic, dark, water surface, raised his finger and pointed at the astral world, and solemnly announced, "Let there be light." In an instant, the entire astral world lit up, and there was no longer any secret that could be hidden. Even the invisible barrier that separated the astral world part corresponding to the earth from the complete astral world and the entire universe was highlighted. At this time, terrifying giant faces that could not be specifically described were sticking to that transparent, cracked barrier, silently watching the changes inside. In the cosmos, in the hall on the top of the Hornassus Mountains. All the obscurity disappeared instantly, and everything in the hall was illuminated very brightly. Even Hobert felt a little dazzling. Klein was trying to integrate that illusory mask into his spirituality, but the arrival of the strong light seemed to make him be shocked by some force, and the speed of accommodation suddenly slowed down. Hobert quickly mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder to turn the entire peak into his divine kingdom, an incomplete Nation of Disorder. But this was also a higher level than the fallen kingdom, but it had not yet reached the level of half-great old one. For a time, the strong light was distorted and tampered with, and the light in the hall was no longer so dazzling, and Klein's mind suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Hobert also strengthened the connection between Klein and the Fool uniqueness, and the speed of accommodation accelerated. At this time, Hobert looked outside the hall. Outside his divine kingdom, the strong light shone out 3 illusory kingdoms. Some of these kingdoms were covered with bright sunflowers, and the sky was always in a bright state. Some seemed to be composed of books that were either open or controllable, with different figures shuttling through them, enjoying reading. Some were an endless sea shrouded in storms, rain, lightning, and thunder. These were the kingdoms of the eternal blazing sun, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the lord of storms respectively. The 3 of them of course supported Klein in becoming the Lord of the Mysteries, so after Klein grafted the peak of the Hornassus Mountains to the cosmos, they watched from afar. As a result, they were caught in the strong light, and they were instantly busier than Klein. This was the research of Adam, or rather the ancient sun god, using one of the visionary and hangman pathways to become a true god, and initially mastering the chaos sea, and then successively recovering the remaining uniqueness and sequence 1 beyond her characteristics, was a relatively easy and least risky way to advance to the Lord of the astral world. At this time, Adam can rely on envisioning to realize the remaining, false symbolism and authority, so that he can obtain the strength beyond the sequence level and possess the strength of half a great old one in a short time. And Amon in New City of Silver, according to Adam's guidance, quickly found the target he was looking for. He habitually pinched his glasses, suddenly jumped up, and jumped directly into the cosmos. In this process, he had an ancient modeled slate in his left hand at some point. That was the first, blasphemy slate. Amon once used it to block the gap brought by Mr. Door's return ritual, preventing the invasion of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. When the return ritual ended and the Gate of Flesh and Blood completely collapsed, he retrieved this blasphemy slate. At this time, Amon threw it away and flew directly into the Nation of Disorder, built by Hobert. The space of the Divine Kingdom suddenly distorted and rolled, and the surrounding part of the blasphemy slate immediately collapsed. The stone door of the hall was reopened, and Amon suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. He used the hole chiseled by the blasphemy slate on the Nation of Disorder to ignore the influence of the Nation of Disorder and would not be polluted by the Nation of Disorder. This was an error exceeding the level of gods, but it was not unusual for an error to occur on Amon. Amon, who entered the stone door, couldn't be happy because there was nothing in front of him. Originally, Hobert had altered the entire hall from 1 to 2. One hall remained on the summit of the Hornassus Mountains, while the other was pulled into the shadows by Hobert. Simultaneously pulled into the shadows were Antigonus, who was in slumber, and Klein, who was striving to accommodate the Fool uniqueness. Even though Amon had already accommodated the uniqueness of 2 pathways and was slightly higher in level than Hobert, he couldn't immediately open the shadows within the Nation of Disorder. After all, this was within the Nation of Disorder, Hobert's divine kingdom and his home turf. But Amon didn't give up. He pondered for a second or two and suddenly had an idea. In the next instant, his face suddenly turned pale, and an invisible force hoisted him up, hanging him from the ceiling. Using this process, Amon found Antigonus's spiritual connection. Creak. Following this spiritual connection, he sensed Antigonus within the shadows. Amon used this loophole to directly open an illusory door beside the slumbering Antigonus in the shadows. Hobert was also slightly taken aback, not expecting Amon to find a way in so quickly. The 0 to 80 book of law in his hand immediately flipped, and a line of mercury-colored text appeared on the new page: "Doors without frames are not true doors." The door that Amon was pushing open instantly became illusory. His spirituality allowed him to see the text on the Book of Law, so he snapped his fingers, adding a illusory frame to the illusory door. Hobert glanced at Klein. This was the most crucial moment for accommodating the uniqueness. The illusory mask had become extremely ethereal. However, the imprints of the celestial worthy and Antigonus within it were too deep. If not controlled properly, Klein could instantly lose consciousness, and the celestial worthy would awaken prematurely. Klein had just told Hobert that when Antigonus became the half-fool, the celestial worthies will become part of his consciousness. And with Amon's help, after accommodating the uniqueness, Antigonus had become a spiritual patchwork monster, making it difficult to distinguish which consciousness belonged to Antigonus and which belonged to the celestial worthy. It could be said that he was only one step away from the celestial worthy's preliminary awakening. Of course, at such a critical juncture, Klein wouldn't tell Hobert in words, but he simply made a gesture, and Hobert understood such a complex meaning. This was a miracle. Returning to the present, Hobert's spirituality sensed that if he could endure for the next 10 or 20 seconds, the uniqueness would be accommodated by Klein. So Hobert perked up and once again injected surging spirituality into the Book of Law. A line of mercury-colored text appeared again on this sealed artifact. Entry is prohibited without the owner's permission. Amon had already stepped one leg inside, but seemed to be suddenly blocked by something solid, making it difficult to continue entering the shadows. So he made a gesture towards Antigonus, who was sitting in the chair in slumber. The slumbering half-fool suddenly said, "Please, come in." Amon took the opportunity to push the door open completely, entering the hall in the shadows. Hobert had no choice but to distort the distance between Amon, himself, and Klein, and the three of them were immediately very, very far apart, as if on the edges of different directions in the solar system. In the next second, Amon instantly stole the distance between them, but they were still very, very far apart, because Hobert had timely tampered with his theft. If Hobert were to fight Amon head-on, he might easily suffer losses, but delaying for a while was not a problem. Amon's counterattack was exceptionally fierce. He opened door after door in the Nation of Disorder behind Hobert. He had no intention of entering any of the doors, but the doors he opened had a certain abstract meaning, opening up pathways for the Nation of Disorder to communicate with the outside world, making the power of the Nation of Disorder suddenly unstable. Hobert raised a hand, and the Nation of Disorder roared into action. All the doors were compressed together and pushed out of the Nation of Disorder. Amon used this opportunity to sow at least 1,000 avatars in the hall. Some of these avatars were stealing the increasingly illusory fool uniqueness, while others were stealing Antigonus himself. Although the two sides were very, very far apart, they were also within the attack range of Amon's avatars, because this was an error. Hobert immediately had at least 1,000 substitutes stand around Klein, and distorted all the thefts of Amon's avatars onto those ordinary substitutes. He only had one stand-in with a level corresponding to his own. All other substitutes theoretically had no beyonder abilities. As for the number of substitutes, it could be completely tampered with to be the same number as Amon's avatars. Because the substitutes were of a low level, the thefts of Amon's avatars were all successful, but there was no uniqueness of the fool pathway among the substitutes, so those Amon avatars stole nothing. The Amon avatars who stole Antigonus were successful, each clone obtaining one of Hobert's substitutes. Bang. The substitutes immediately disappeared, not giving Amon any chance to use them. While Hobert was resisting Amon's avatars, Amon's main body opened a door on Klein, reaching out to grab the uniqueness of the fool from inside. Hobert, hiding in the corner of the shadows, immediately distorted the surrounding direction, and Amon's arm immediately made a 90-degree turn, reaching out in another direction. But Amon's arm suddenly lengthened, wriggling flexibly like a snake straight towards the fool uniqueness. Hobert's same-level stand-in was resisting Amon's avatars, while Hobert's main body was fighting Amon's main body. He simply made the space around Klein chaotic. Amon's arm, as it stretched over, distorted and turned, some parts distorted into braids, some parts distorted into complex polygons, and some parts circled Klein several times, but in the end, it never touched the gradually illusory fool uniqueness. Just then, Klein took a deep breath. The illusory mask with the fool symbol in front of him disappeared, finally completely accommodating the uniqueness. Opening his eyes, Klein was slightly stunned. What is this long thing around me? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 751, Chapter 747, Judgment of Celestial Worthy. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert stalled Amon for almost half a minute, successfully creating an opportunity for Klein to accommodate the uniqueness. Now, there's only one final step before Klein becomes the fool, stealing a copy of each Sequence 1 to Sequence 9 characteristic from Antigonus. Hobert took a deep breath. He had to stall Amon for a while longer. Klein raced against time. The illusory brand on his forehead emitted a faint, grayish-white mist. The slippery tentacles extending from his back once again began to steal Antigonus's beyonder characteristics. Amon noticed Klein's plan. He and his avatars also began to steal. Because their numbers were too great, they would definitely succeed before Klein. So, Hobert immediately tampered with the number of Amon's avatars, tampering it from over 1,000 avatars to -1. This was the capability of the symbolism of distortion that was enhanced by a Sefirah. That's right, after becoming a Black Emperor, Hobert could tamper something into a negative number. That large group of Amons vanished instantly, even Amon's main body disappeared along with them, because it was -1, so Amon still owed an avatar, thus his main body went to fill that number. But quickly, Amon's main body opened a door between the mathematical world and the real world, and he escaped the abstract attack of mathematics. Hobert once again avoided his sharp edge, having himself, Klein, and Antigonus return to the astral world, leaving Amon alone in the shadow. Here, Hobert's main body would try its best to stall Amon, while a substitute of the same level as Hobert continued to protect Klein's advancement in the incomplete nation of disorder. Amon's main body in the distant side, I must say, your exploit of the Black Emperor ability is truly eye-opening. I don't remember Solomon being this strong back then. Even considering the nation of disorder factor, you are more difficult to deal with. Hobert laughed. Thank you for the compliment. How about we find a place to sit down and have a couple of drinks? Sorry, no time today. As he spoke, countless doors opened around Amon. These doors with abstract meaning could all help him leave the shadow. But almost at the same time, Hobert distorted the space behind the doors into another shadow. After all, his ability also had the authority of abstraction. Amon smiled. I have an advantage you don't have, and that is, the superposition of two uniquenesses. Another illusory door opened in front of him, a flaw in the shadow. Black Emperors can walk in the shadows of the universe's order, but Amon is not a Black Emperor, so he cannot be in the shadow. Amon's figure became illusory and quickly disappeared through the illusory door. Hobert's eyes narrowed. At this moment, with the help of the same level substitute, Klein finally stole the beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway from sequence 1 to sequence 9. Under the effect of the Fool uniqueness, these characteristics instantly merged into one, becoming a Fool potion. After Amon emerged from the shadow, he slightly raised his hand, and the ancient first, blasphemy slate, suddenly emitted a colorful light, as if a illusory sea was surging. The surging, illusory sea, impacted the realm that seemed to contain countless distortions and disorder. Hobert's incomplete, nation of disorder, suddenly shook, revealing even greater flaws. At the same time, one after another python-like black tentacles extended from somewhere in the astral world. Each of these tentacles had an eye at the end, either closed or open. Anything seen by them would instantly turn into grayish-white stone. Everything they touched would twist and stretch out limbs and heads, turning into women, large or small, and quite good-looking women. The primordial demoness seized the opportunity created by Amon and took the chance to sneak into the nation of disorder. For Cheek, this was the advancement of a creator ally, and the creator seemed to be helping Medici become a god recently, so if there was a chance, she had to come and sabotage it. Amon realized that Hobert, empowered by the nation of disorder, although not at the level of quasi-great old one, was more difficult to deal with than ordinary gods. So, he simply stirred up the situation, letting the gods waiting outside also participate. At the moment when the primordial demoness rushed from the astral world, she saw a vague figure. This figure wore a layered but not complicated long black dress, dotted with countless stars. His face seemed to be covered with a thin black veil, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. One could only see that his eyes seemed to condense the starry night sky, making people feel peaceful while also feeling an uncontrollable fear. It was the Evernight goddess who had been waiting outside. She raised a huge, deep black scythe. This scythe quickly became illusory, as if turning into a coffin made of thick black mist. Those women transformed from the primordial demoness hair were touched by the primordial demoness hair and instantly aged, died, and disappeared. Even the primordial demoness tentacle-like hair was affected by the aura of withering, becoming listless and no longer as flamboyant and exploring as before. The primordial demoness ignored the death of those witches. She stared at the location of Hobert and Klein, bringing a collapse-like destruction to all things, turning the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains in the direction of the giant stone ball. At this time, clumps of wheat, flowers, and trees instantly grew on the mountain peak. They intertwined with each other, layering one on top of another, forming a natural barrier, sealing Antigonus's palace inside, no longer affected by the primordial demoness erosion. In the next second, a light fell straight down from a high place, hitting the natural barrier based on plants. This light had no substance, as if composed of a stream of complex information. In an illusory posture, it penetrated the gaps between the plants like a torrent, heading straight for the hall. It was the hidden sage. Whether it was the creator or the fool, they both supported Roselle, which put a lot of pressure on the hidden sage. So, like the primordial demoness, he supported Amon to become the new Lord of the Mysteries. At this moment, a hazy light burst out from the void and displayed a series of projection-like scrolls outside the natural barrier. Some of them recorded the scenes of human beings surviving in the wilderness, some described the relevant decrees promulgated by the Black Emperor, forming strange and bizarre folk customs, and some were depictions of the current world, composed of huge machines spewing steam and increasingly tall buildings of various kinds. These contents seemed very thin, but they gave people an extremely heavy feeling, because what they carried was civilization. After the hidden sage chose to be an enemy of Klein, the god of steam and machinery finally chose to support Klein's apotheosis. The complex and terrifying torrent of information was loaded into those illusory paintings. It expanded rapidly, trying to tear apart the cage. But thousands of years of civilization were so thick and broad that it was completely enough to carry the hidden sage's torrent of information. Over there, the Evernight goddess and the Earth Mother were besieging the primordial demoness, putting this huge demoness into a very passive situation. At this time, on every leaf, every flower, and every fruit in the natural barrier constructed by the Earth Mother, black spots appeared. These black spots expanded rapidly. The wheat turned from golden yellow to black, and the flowers also turned from colorful to all black. The same was true for the trees. In the all-black jungle, a blurry, viscous figure appeared. He seemed to symbolize all depravity and corruption. Any creature could be immediately affected by him and become an alien in nature. This is the dark side of the universe. The Creator supported Farbody, so he must stand in the opposing forces of the Creator. The black corruption began to affect the Earth Mother in reverse, but the Mother waved her hand, and all the black plants withered instantly, returning to the earth, while the life and spirituality of the dark side of the universe also flowed away rapidly, as if returning to the embrace of the earth. At this time, a bottomless crack suddenly opened on the ground of the main peak. Inside the crack were clusters of viscous liquid, and these liquids seemed to be wrapped in endless evil and depravity. The dark side of the universe summoned a part of the abyss. Even the Earth Mother could feel a force of erosion from the abyss was eroding herself. But in the next instant, the dark liquid in the abyss suddenly boiled, and a huge demon swam out from inside. This demon was between illusory and reality, with an illusory face, evil light flashing in his eyes, and a layer of illusory coat composed of mysterious symbols around his body. This is the devil monarch, Farbody. His appearance was equivalent to formally declaring to the Mother Tree of Desire that the part of the consciousness in the dark side of the universe belonging to Farbody was a tool to deceive the outer deities. In the same dark side of the universe, as the black liquid, a strange branch suddenly emerged. It only had the shape of a branch, but it grew pustule-like tumors, and the leaves had different patterns with strange colors. Some of these patterns could make people lustful, some would make people be trapped by vanity, some would make people's hearts be filled with a desire to express themselves, some would make people very greedy, and so on, in short, would make people make wrong choices because of various desires. At this time, after the dark side of the universe showed this branch, it allowed the Mother Tree of Desire to descend a little power here. Farbody's eyes narrowed, and the huge illusory demon instantly turned into a bubble. But when he left, he also took away the abyss, so that the power of the dark side of the universe was reduced again. In fact, Farbody's current state is not very good, especially after encountering the power of the Mother Tree of Desire. He has basically no power to resist. But he still chose to participate in the war, more like a statement, because he urgently needs Hobert's help at this time. As the devil monarch, he is cunning and treacherous. Perhaps because of this, he is more sober than the primordial moon, that, since you are asking for help, you must first have an attitude. Without the state and power of a true god, don't put on the airs of a god. With the departure of Farbody, a 3-on-3 situation temporarily appeared outside the palace. Inside the palace, Amon's plan to disrupt the situation failed. He did not expect that the battle outside would not even affect the inside of the palace. Taking advantage of the opportunity that Hobert continued to stall Amon, Klein successfully used the law of beyonder characteristics convergence and swallowed the potion in one gulp. In the forsaken land of the gods, beneath the immense light and shadow formed by the ancient sun god, a language written in the most ancient tongue rapidly took shape. Antigonus's attempt to advance to the Fool ultimately failed due to various reasons. The reason he didn't use the name Klein Moretti was because the latter had stolen Antigonus's identity and destiny. If it were in the name of Klein Moretti, what relationship would his advancement failure have with Antigonus becoming the Fool? If Klein didn't abandon Antigonus's identity and destiny, then he would be confined by this sentence. If he abandoned Antigonus's identity and destiny, then within the uniqueness that he had just barely accommodated, the mental imprint of Antigonus and the celestial worthy, mixed together, which had just calmed down, would definitely awaken again, starting a new tug-of-war with Klein's consciousness. Now was the crucial moment for taking the potion, and such a tug-of-war was extremely terrifying. Even the Bell of Order might not be able to exert much effect. In that case, Klein would either lose control or be in very poor condition after advancing. Klein's situation was not quite the same as Hobert's. The mental imprint in the Black Emperor potion that Hobert consumed was not very deep. As long as he guarded against the momentum of the celestial worthies revival, he wouldn't have too much mental pressure after advancing. But the uniqueness that Klein had just accommodated had a very strong mental imprint. Even in the best condition, he should spend some time, like Hobert, gradually accepting that uniqueness before attempting to advance. However, Klein didn't have that much time. Amon had clearly already become a dual-pathway true god. Unless Hobert lived in the Sefirah castle, Klein had to advance immediately. Although Amon was entangled by Hobert's substitute and Hobert himself, a mottled clock suddenly appeared behind him. The huge clock hand trembled slightly, and in the next 2 seconds, Amon's main body became a temporal error, gaining double the time. That is to say, as far as the entire universe was concerned, the next 2 seconds were 2 seconds, but for Amon, it was 4 seconds. Hobert immediately realized this and, risking the theft of his substitute at the same level, intensified his offensive. But Amon still gained 1 second of time. On the monocle made of crystal, the figure of Klein was reflected. In the next second, the monocle bloomed with pure light. This wasn't stealing, but returning. Amon chose to return what he had once stolen from Klein. It was the thought of suicide that Klein had. When Klein was first captured by Amon in the forsaken land of the gods, he tried to commit suicide many times but failed. At that time, the corresponding thoughts were stolen by the other party. Although the divinity in Klein's body wouldn't allow him to commit suicide, this idea would definitely make him have the thought of giving up. Hobert had no choice but to immediately bestow these suicidal thoughts to a huge stone pillar in the hall. The stone pillar seemed to have its own consciousness, and it distorted left and right, actually breaking itself. At this moment, Klein's thoughts, having taken the potion, had already become chaotic, and the thought of giving up disappeared as soon as it appeared. His advancement process had reached the most critical moment. While his thoughts were chaotic, they also spread out, as if encompassing the entire planet. At this moment, Klein felt that he was within different believers, scattered in the fog of history, scattered in the passing time. The experience at the level of divinity further eroded Klein's thoughts, and it seemed that only the kind of indifference overlooking all things remained. Even this indifference was collapsing bit by bit. Adam's prophecy were taking effect. Before long, Klein would completely lose himself and be dominated by the various mental imprints within the full potion, becoming a monster in the true sense. This overlapped with Antigonus's fate of losing control and going mad, accelerating the fate of losing control and madness. Dong. Seeing that Klein was at risk of collapsing, Hobert's main body immediately appeared in the nation of disorder and rang the bell of order. The bell echoed throughout the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains. After hearing the bell, the primordial demoness shattered instantly, but in the next moment, she leaped out from a shattered mirror and reappeared in front of the other gods. The obscurity around the Evernight goddess also fluctuated, as if it would be unable to continue hiding in the next second and would completely expose its specific location. The other gods were also affected by the bell of order, and the battle of gods even paused for a second or two because of this. Klein in the palace suddenly became much clearer. At this moment, he felt something uncoordinated and abnormal. In the fog of history, there were a small number of projections twisting and unable to be combined, and there seemed to be an essential contradiction between them. Those were the imprints generated when Klein previously fooled Roselle's fate, history, and reality. Klein immediately seized this incoordination and abnormality, regained a little self-awareness, and with this little self-awareness as the core, he quickly gathered his scattered spirit. At the same time, Amon seized the opportunity the moment the bell ended and stole Hobert's substitute at the same level as the Black Emperor, and the Book of Law fell to the ground as a result. Originally, Hobert was fighting Amon 2-on-1, but now the situation changed. The substitute was instantly parasitized by Amon, turning into Amon fighting Hobert 2-on-1. Unfortunately, a considerable error occurred in the ability of Shadow, and Hobert couldn't end the summoning of the substitute at all. Dong. Hobert could only ring the bell of order again. The errors in the hall were basically eliminated, and Hobert's substitute at the same level disappeared instantly. But Amon, as the symbol of error, wasn't greatly affected. Or rather, at Hobert's current level, there was no way to greatly affect Amon. Amon waited again for the bell to end before reaching out to steal Antigonus's sanity, and succeeded in one fell swoop. At this time, as long as Antigonus lost his sanity, it would be equivalent to Klein losing his sanity. Hobert hurriedly used the ability of distortion, and the stolen sanity of Antigonus turned into the hair on Antigonus's face. Klein suddenly became bald, without even a single eyebrow left. The Book of Law that fell on the ground began to write on its own, "Theft is prohibited here." At this time, Klein had theoretically passed the most dangerous period of advancement, but at this time, the prophecy of the ancient sun god came into play again. Antigonus completely lost control and went mad, and Klein's body collapsed once again. Without hesitation, Klein, who had regained most of his sanity, immediately released part of the stealing effect, returning Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness to the original owner. On the huge stone chair in the depths of the hall, Antigonus slowly opened his eyes, looking around at everything with a blank expression. He didn't immediately lose control, because the main reason for his loss of control and madness was that the will of the Lord of the Mysteries had largely revived, and now, the full uniqueness and most of the beyonder characteristics that carried that will were no longer in his body. After a brief daze, Antigonus immediately seized this opportunity to use his own will to resist the tendency of madness, trying to salvage the fate of losing control. It's just that Antigonus, who had long hair and short hairs like wolf bristles on his cheeks, suddenly became bald. The prophecy of the ancient sun god was thus fulfilled. Antigonus indeed failed to advance to sequence 0, the fool. And after Klein lost Antigonus's identity, the imprint of the celestial worthy immediately began to erode Klein's consciousness and showed signs of revival. A voice actually sounded in Klein's ear, "Give up. Hand everything over to me. This time, I will no longer accommodate other Sefirah. I will not help the beings you want to protect, but I will not harm them either. This place will be the forbidden area for outer deities." Whispers after whispers caused Klein to fall into a certain degree of chaos again. Bullshit. Hobert in the Nation of Disorder cursed loudly, "What do you think you are? You are just a persona of the original creator, and you really think of yourself as a person." It turned out that because of the celestial worthies arrangement in the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways, Hobert could also hear the voice of the celestial worthy. He was very annoyed by the celestial worthy's actions, and now he finally had a chance to vent, so he cursed very harshly. But at the same time, Hobert felt that a certain thought in his consciousness seemed to be awakening, which was the celestial worthy mental imprint that had been suppressed by using the genie. So at this time, Hobert only dared to hide in the Nation of Disorder to curse, while also trying to resist the erosion of the celestial worthy mental imprint. Fortunately, Amon, as the adjacent pathway to Seer, wasn't in a good situation either, and was also affected to a certain extent. Hobert beckoned, and the Book of Law returned to his hand, looking like he was reading out some document. The Lord of the Mysteries in the first epoch seriously deviated from the expectations of the original creator. Only by promoting the brilliance and diversity of life can there be a chance to tame the cold beyonder characteristics. But the original Lord of the Mysteries has been trying to revive, putting heavy mental pressure on the people who resist madness and distortion. They have to prioritize fighting him. He is powerful and inhuman, and cannot represent the will of living beings at all, and cannot realize the ideals of the original creator. The existence of such a god is the real end of the world. Hereby, I announce the verdict on the Lord of the Mysteries of the first epoch: he must never truly revive. For a time, the power of the Nation of Disorder became unprecedentedly surging, and Hobert immediately realized that this was not only judging the pillar, but also the opportunity to accommodate the Nation of Disorder. At this moment, Hobert is challenging a former great old one of the pillars of the universe, challenging the seemingly cold and unchanging rules of mysticism. At the same time, a illusory force is surrounding the Book of Law, greatly increasing its compatibility with Hobert. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 752, Chapter 748, The Birth of Half-Lord of the Mysteries. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In an instant, Hobert's aura became even more powerful. The power of the Nation of Disorder helped him break through the influence of the celestial worthies' whispers, and once again struck the bell of order. Dong. In the melodious chimes, Klein's full uniqueness and beyonder characteristics within his body temporarily became more balanced, and the corresponding madness and distortion also lessened a lot. However, under the influence of the whispers just now, Klein had already experienced erosion of his consciousness, and his condition had become extremely poor, which was quite a terrible thing during advancement. This was a negative impact generated by himself, and the influence of the Bell of Order could only alleviate it to a certain extent, but could not completely eliminate it. It was like a complication caused by a certain virus. Although the virus was suppressed, the complication was still there. With Klein's current state, even if he completed the advancement, his condition would definitely be very poor in the future. Amon had also recovered from the celestial worthies' whispers with the help of the Bell of Order's chimes. He immediately deceived Klein, making him feel that his condition was very good, and recklessly completed the advancement. For Amon, a fool in very poor condition was better than a king of angels of the adjacent pathway in very good condition. Hobert immediately performed distortion, but it was ultimately a step too late. Klein was deceived by Amon for a moment. By the time he reacted, his condition had already become worse. Klein immediately made a gesture towards Hobert. The two of them had a prearranged plan for such a situation. Hobert's avatar appeared again, holding the Sword of Disorder, and stabbing towards Klein. He wanted to kill Klein and let him revive. In this way, they could buy time and recover his condition. Of course, Amon would not let the avatar succeed. With a wave of his hand, the Sword of Disorder in the avatar's hand had already arrived in his hand. He swung it violently, just in time to block Hobert's main body from attacking Klein. At this moment, two more arms suddenly appeared under the armpits of the Evernight goddess outside the palace. Those two arms held a twilight-colored giant sword and slashed towards the primordial demoness. Under the simultaneous attacks of the twilight giant sword and the giant scythe, the primordial demoness could only retreat. The Evernight goddess raised the giant sword again. At this time, although Hobert's main body, who was fighting Amon's main body, could not kill Klein, he still had the strength to distort Klein's position, allowing him to appear under the twilight giant sword. With a poof, Klein was hit by the giant sword symbolizing twilight, shattered into a pool of rotten flesh, and exuded beyonder characteristics. Before his condition worsened and caused true uncontrolled loss, Klein died. The next second, the Evernight goddess put the bird-shaped golden ornament on her head, her body blurred and expanded, enveloping the entire main peak of the Hornassus Mountains, making Amon, Hobert, the Earth Mother, dark side of the universe, primordial demoness, the god of steam and machinery, the hidden sage, and Antigonus, all erased like sketches in an instant. At this moment, Amon understood, no wonder the Evernight goddess was actually held back by the primordial demoness. It turned out that she was preparing to have him take action at this critical moment. The ancient sun god seemed to understand what the Evernight goddess wanted to do, but after making 2 prophecies, he could not write a 3rd paragraph. At this moment, a miracle happened. Klein returned from the fog of history. The Fool, Uniqueness and the 3 sequence 9 to sequence 1 beyonder characteristics that had belonged to him just now rapidly returned to his body. The Book of Law that had fallen on the ground, as if receiving a delayed command, began to write silvery mercury words again. This place is suitable for the return of beyonder characteristics. Suddenly, Klein returned to the state when he drank the Fool potion. But what was different from before was that after accommodating the uniqueness, his mental state had undergone multiple tug-of-wars. Not only was he very tired, but he was also eroded by Antigonus and the celestial worthy. The subsequent advancement was a bit reluctant even with the help of the Bell of Order. And now, that tired state was swept away, equivalent to taking the potion again with a relaxed body. Before, he had already established a certain connection with the Fool, Uniqueness, and the advancement process had almost no resistance. In an instant, Klein's body split and virtualized into thin gray mist and dark black liquid. This process was very short, less than 2 seconds. The gray mist and black liquid intertwined into a translucent dark cloak. Of course, the Evernight goddess couldn't maintain a concealment so many gods for too long. A door that moved quickly appeared on the surface of the concealed world. Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat and a classic black robe, jumped out from inside. Just as he returned to the real world, he saw a blank, illusory mask appearing under the translucent dark cloak. As the mask outlined Klein's appearance, which incorporated characteristics of Gehrman Sparrow, Amon felt as if his intelligence was being forcibly lowered. At the same time, he realized, the Fool was born. The gods who were hidden by the Evernight goddess returned to reality one after another. Like Amon, they became a little sluggish in the shock caused by the birth of the Fool to this world, as if they couldn't quite react. This influence was not limited to the gods themselves. Just like Hobert's substitute, it also fell into the same daze as the main body. The Evernight goddess also stopped in midair with a slight daze, seemingly not yet having figured out what to do next. Inside the forsaken land of the gods, the huge light and shadow of the ancient sun god, which had dimmed a lot, sighed softly and spoke again, "Let there be light." The light in the astral world brightened again, piercing into the eyes of Amon, the primordial demoness, and the hidden sage, allowing them to wake up about a second earlier, and each seized the opportunity to leave. The torrent of information left first, disappearing in an instant after rapidly brightening. As the primordial demoness and Amon left one after another, the other gods also woke up and jointly looked at the dark side of the universe, who had not had time to escape and had not received help from the ancient sun god. The sword of disorder in Hobert's avatar's hand took shape first, and instantly turned into a javelin, throwing it towards the dark side of the universe. The dark side of the universe quickly took out the branch in its hand to block it. At this time, as the strong light generated by the ancient sun god disappeared, some powerful and strange forces followed. Because all the gods in the astral world who resisted the outer deities had come here to participate in the war today, the outer deities could exert some influence here. The gods other than Hobert and the Evernight goddess left one after another, which also gave the dark side of the universe a chance to leave. Klein, who had basically regained his sanity, quickly ended the previous grafting, and the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains returned to the ground. At this time, Klein's body was completely revealed. He pressed the faint mask on his face with one hand, and placed the other hand on his lower abdomen, his back slightly bent, as if he was enduring unspeakable pain. After becoming the Fool, the celestial worthies will within him undoubtedly recovered further. The crazy whispers and roars constantly echoed in Klein's ears, tearing at his spirit, and this was likely to be the norm in the future. After all, Klein was the main arrangement for the celestial worthies revival, and his situation was much worse than Hobert's. It was a blessing that the celestial worthy did not completely awaken during the process of becoming the fool. Dong. As the melodious chimes rang, Klein breathed a sigh of relief, and the whispers became much quieter. Hobert reminded, I can only help you suppress it, but I can't completely eliminate it. The Evernight goddess floating above them also said, what you need most now is to stabilize your condition. If you really can't suppress the idea of the mysterious revival, come find me again. At that time, she would use a drop of water from the river of eternal darkness to help Klein delay for a while. Besides suppression and delay, there was no better way. In the end, Klein could only rely on himself to defeat the celestial worthy. After the Evernight goddess finished speaking, she also left the real world and returned to her own divine kingdom. Just as Hobert was about to leave, Klein suddenly said, wait a moment. Hobert was slightly stunned and looked at Klein. At the moment of becoming a god, I gained many more memories. Klein's expression was a little strange. The mental imprint that was left in the nation of disorder seemed to aggregate into the main mental imprint of celestial worthy. From that mental imprint, it seems, you already knew what is going to happen. Every time you entered the nation of disorder, celestial worthy could parasitize your astral projection and read some of your thoughts. Did you already know the future? Hobert's lips curled up slightly, that's right. I already possessed knowledge of the future, but just limited to a certain future. It was a certain future from your perspective. Klein seemed to realize what Hobert meant by a certain future. From the memory fragments, Hobert seemed to view this world from an outside perspective, almost like a book. If you knew the future, from my perspective. Klein took a deep breath, then at the previous tarot gathering. Yes, when I saw you for the first time, I knew you were Klein. Hobert was very clear that this was a good opportunity to increase Klein's humanity, so he continued. Also, when I first entered the Sefirah castle, I knew you were a transmigrator. Well, although you looked very mysterious and tall at the time, I was very clear that you were just a sequence 9 at the time. Klein couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, his toes were so embarrassed that they were about to break through his shoes. Because I knew the development of history, I used Roselle's diary to tell you the honorific name of the creator in order to help old Neil suppress his loss of control. Hobert continued. Actually, I lied before. Several times I saw you being stumped by other members of the tarot gathering and could only cover it up with pretense. At the time, I thought it wasn't easy for you, so I helped you out if the opportunity was right. Later, after the world joined the tarot gathering, the reason why I joked with the world so much was entirely because I knew you were preparing to often sing a duet, so I livened up the atmosphere. Cough, cough. Klein cleared his throat, feeling that his toes were about to break through the Hornassus Mountains. But Hobert continued to say, actually, every time the fool is mysterious, it's a good opportunity for me to learn. Because I didn't have much research on how to pretend before, and I was quite panicked after becoming the creator at first, but as long as I think about the fool's pretense, I immediately understand how I should pretend to be fresh and refined, and still achieve a deterrent effect. The key is the use of outs. Okay. Klein's old face was slightly red, I understand, you don't need to say any more. His head was buzzing now, and he really didn't know how to face Hobert in the future. If possible, he didn't plan to invite Hobert to the tarot gathering anymore. Hobert smiled, by the way, remember to leave me access to enter the Sefirah castle. In case your mental state is not good, I can carry the bell of order into there. Klein nodded, and then asked, what will happen to me in the future? Will I have to fight the celestial worthy all the time? After becoming a god, he only recalled some past events before Hobert's transmigration. In addition, he also recalled that the things currently happening were already happened things for Hobert, so Hobert was very clear about his future state. I am the biggest variable in this history. Hobert said, I don't dare to tell you too much of what I know, because my appearance has already changed many things. For example, your advancement today was much simpler than the advancement process I knew, and your current state is also much better. But Amon will definitely not sit still and wait for death. Next, he will definitely try every means to sneak attack you. In Hobert's impression, Klein couldn't even say a complete sentence when he had just completed the advancement. The celestial worthies whispers once made his spirit collapse. After all, Klein was the first person to become the fool after the celestial worthy and God fell, and he himself was the main arrangement for the celestial worthy's revival, so his state after advancing to God was very worrying. Oh, right, currently I can create black holes. I haven't used this ability even once before. After Hobert finished speaking, he entered the nation of disorder and rang the bell of order again. Dong. Hobert and the nation of disorder had already left, but the melodious chimes still echoed in the Hornassus Mountains, making the towering main peak even more magnificent. The divinity that had been strengthened just now, after hearing the chimes again at this time, the celestial worthies' whispers became quieter again, and could even be completely ignored most of the time. This made Klein's mental state even better. He took a deep breath and entered the interior of the Sefirah castle, wanting to check the authority he had obtained. Sitting at the head of the bronze long table, in the fool's position, Klein first mobilized the power of the Sefirah castle and gave Hobert the corresponding access rights. In this way, Hobert could immediately enter the Sefirah castle when he needed him, and would not be affected or corrupted by the Sefirah castle in a short period of time. Then Klein felt it and felt that his mental state was not bad, so he was not in a hurry to continue to stabilize his state, but used his spirituality to check the new authority he had obtained, fooling. The simplest application was to lower the enemy's IQ. Just as Klein was planning to do further research, his spirituality sensed something: Sefirah castle had been invaded. Thinking of Hobert's reminder just now, Klein immediately realized it was Amon. Although he couldn't figure out how he had invaded the Sefirah castle, Klein wasn't flustered. He first used the crystal of order in his hand to send a signal to Hobert beyond the Sefirah castle. At this time, the mottled bronze long table below, the gray and white mist suddenly stirred, forming a door. Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat and a monocle, and wearing a good classic black robe, walked in, surprise. His smile was a little crazy. I have released the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries will in my body. He is the master of the Sefirah castle, which means I am also a master of the Sefirah castle, so of course I can come in. This is very risky. Even I didn't dare to try it before. But since you've grown to this extent, and there are other gods helping you outside, I have no choice but to take the risk. This is exciting, but the effect is not bad. While Amon was speaking, another figure entered through the door he had just opened, and a sword of disorder pierced Amon's chest. The newcomer was none other than the creator, Hobert, wearing black armor and a handsome cloak on his back. Amon's head turned 180 degrees, and he carefully examined Hobert, who had followed closely behind. I must say again, you are the best person I have ever seen at using the Black Emperor's abilities. To actually use the door I opened so silently. Then he slightly raised a hand, deceiving himself, deceiving the sword of disorder, and deceiving fate. He changed the fate of being stabbed into the fate of almost being stabbed. At the same time, he deceived himself and the sword of disorder, making them both believe that the sword had not hit. As a result, the sword of disorder suddenly skewed, becoming close to his classical black robe, and he had no wounds on his body, so naturally he would not be subjected to the entropy increase attack attached to the sword of disorder. Amon grinned and said, I knew that the fool would definitely ask you for help, so I also thought about how to deal with you. As he spoke, the mist in the Sefirah castle suddenly rolled, and the two masters of the Sefirah castle were fighting for control of the Sefirah castle. Hobert was about to summon the bell of order, but the fight was already over. Currently, Hobert can only enter the Sefirah castle alone. After all, this is in another source of origin. The nation of disorder cannot be brought in. However, he can use some of the power of the nation of disorder, but if he needs to use the bell of order, he will have to add a summoning procedure. The gray fog dissipated, and two identical Kleins appeared in front of Hobert, with the same appearance, figure, and even the feeling of spirituality. Even Hobert's main body in the shadow could not see any clues on the strings. At this time, Amon's voice sounded from the gray fog, ha ha ha, how is this method? You can't distinguish which is the real fool, so how can you help? The two Kleins simultaneously revealed a meaningful expression. They were like Hobert's main body and substitute, and any thoughts and actions of the main body could be transmitted to the substitute synchronously. When he thought of the fake and real Monkey King, he immediately had an idea, and then said the classic password again, speaking in Mandarin, you want my treasure? You can have it. I left everything I gathered together in. One of the Kleins was a little dumbfounded, but the other Klein, while making himself illusory to prevent his thoughts from being stolen, said without hesitation, one piece. Hobert's extraordinary attack immediately attacked the somewhat dumbfounded Klein, distort. He wanted to distort this Klein's appearance back to Amon's appearance. Just as Hobert's ability was about to take effect, the gray fog once again filled the hall. When the gray fog dissipated, two Kleins appeared in front of Hobert again. Their appearance and expression were still exactly the same, and they were both guarding against each other from stealing their thoughts. Hobert immediately said in Mandarin again, you killed my father. One Klein answered in fluent Mandarin, he's still in Atlantis. The other Klein said, no, I am your father. Hobert used disorder on the first Klein. Didn't expect that, double encryption. Hobert's chaos ability was stolen, and the surrounding area was once again filled with fog. After the fog disappeared, two more Kleins appeared who could not be distinguished from each other. Hobert frowned, something's wrong. They could play this game all day. Amon was obviously stalling for time. And the purpose of stalling for time is likely to be to further control the Sefirah castle. This time, Hobert did not rush to match the code, but pondered for a while before letting the substitute say, stay down, final warning. At the same time, his main body summoned the shadow of the Bell of Order. The Real Bell of Order could not enter the Sefirah castle, so using its shadow as a connection could allow most of the power of the Bell of Order to be transmitted. If the Real Bell of Order entered the Sefirah castle, perhaps some uncontrollable reactions would occur, which would outweigh the benefits. The Klein played by Amon was obviously stunned when he heard Hobert's question. This question was difficult to answer, and he reviewed all the searches in the forsaken land of the gods but did not remember a corresponding answer. The real Klein, while fighting for control of the Sefirah castle, answered, "I can do this all day." The substitute immediately magnified all of Klein's abilities and spirituality. For a time, Klein gained a slight advantage in the battle for control of the Sefirah castle. Dong. At this time, Hobert's real body rang the Bell of Order, and the bell echoed in the hall, causing the mist to roll and all errors to be temporarily fixed. One of the Kleins turned back into Amon's appearance, and in the rolling mist, there was another Amon in classical clothes walking up the steps in the corner of the hall. Hobert and Klein immediately understood that the one who had turned into Klein's appearance to hold them back was an advanced clone of Amon, and the real Amon's goal was the door with the cyan black light above the steps. At this time, there was no time to think about Amon's purpose. Klein immediately changed the layout of the hall, and the rising steps became downward. That was the road to leave the Sefirah castle. Hobert then used the distortion ability again to distort Amon's main body's idea of competing for the Sefirah castle to leaving the Sefirah castle. Amon's main body took a step down and instantly disappeared from the Sefirah castle. This is really difficult. At this time, Amon's avatar suddenly said, "How can I take the Sefirah castle from your hands?" A serious error had just occurred. Amon's main body and avatar were confused. The one who had been sent out by Klein was the avatar, and the original avatar had become Amon's main body. As Amon asked the question, Hobert and Klein's new round of attacks began again. Klein fooled Amon, and Hobert distorted Amon's mental state, trying to make his overall state worse. Amon raised a hand, and layers of illusory doors appeared in front of him. Some of the illusory doors were obviously dim, obviously fooled, and some of the illusory doors were distorted and deformed. They bore the attacks from the two gods for Amon. Buzzing. A strange sound suddenly appeared around Amon, like a wounded bee, or like a high-voltage current passing through. Suddenly, half of the hall turned into endless darkness. The darkness contained a huge suction force. The gray fog, bronze long tables and chairs, and even the bricks and stones and gas in the hall were all heading towards that dark embrace. That was a huge black hole created by Hobert's main body. Even light particles could not escape this huge suction force. Hobert's main body had just rang the Bell of Order and left the Sefirah castle to come to the depths of the universe. By changing the corresponding physical laws, he squeezed out a black hole. Klein used the ability of grafting to graft this black hole, which had been modified by Hobert, to the Sefirah castle. If no intervention was made, the symbolic meaning of the Sefirah castle would not change in any way, but a large amount of the Sefirah castle's power would be sucked into this black hole. After Hobert stopped controlling the black hole, there was a high probability that it would undergo considerable mutations. What Hobert said when he left the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains was hinting to Klein that he could use the power of the universe to try to eliminate Amon. So the two of them tacitly arranged this attack method. At this time, the huge suction force of the black hole instantly stretched Amon's body flat and long, not only pulling his physical body, but also pulling his spirit body. After passing through the event horizon, Amon's body would completely disappear and be compressed into an extremely dense core. At this time, a serious error occurred. Amon's main body was not affected by gravity. So Amon's body, which had been stretched into a thin sheet, began to recover. But 1 or 2 seconds later, his body began to be pulled by the black hole again. Because Hobert had thought of this, Hobert's main body, located somewhere in the universe, used the Nation of Disorder to give the black hole some abstract abilities in advance, such as distorting and tampering with targets trying to escape. In the entire Sefirah castle, only the places where Klein and Hobert's substitute were located were subject to slightly less suction. This was the result of Hobert's substitute constantly twisting gravity and Klein constantly fooling gravity. They would probably be sucked into the black hole 3 seconds later than Amon. Within these 3 seconds, it would be enough for Hobert's main body to terminate the summoning of the black hole. At that time, Amon would have been shattered by the black hole, and even if he didn't die, he should only have symbolism and authority left, and his state would become very, very bad. But in the case that Amon had successively made himself appear errors and made gravity appear errors without successfully escaping, he began to steal the fate of Klein and Hobert's substitute. The first to be stolen was the fate of Hobert's substitute. Amon appeared next to Klein, and Hobert's substitute was closer to the center of the black hole. So Hobert ended the summoning of the substitute and once again let a new substitute appear next to Klein to help him deal with Amon. At this time, their figures were simultaneously pulled into thin paper by the huge gravity of the black hole. Amon suddenly laughed loudly. "Your attack is indeed very unexpected, but there is a huge loophole. My level is half a level higher than yours. Why do you think I will be swallowed before you? Hobert's substitute was still working hard to distort gravity to minimize the impact of gravity on himself and Klein. Klein suddenly smiled. It's time to settle this. He turned back to Hobert's substitute and said, "Thank you for your help all along. In fact, you don't need to participate in this battle for Lord of the Mysteries." Hobert had a bad feeling. Suddenly, Klein, fooled the distance between himself and Amon, grabbed Amon's shoulder, and jumped into the black hole. Klein suddenly changed his past style. He laughed loudly. At this moment, gods, authority, and beyonder abilities are not the key to victory, the key is determination. He said to Amon resolutely, "I will never allow you, a god with so little humanity, to become the new Lord of the Mysteries. This world should not always be dominated by cold divinity. You're crazy." Amon struggled and said, "You will die." Klein's mood was very peaceful at this time. There are always some things that are higher than others. Before this, he had such determination. The bodies of the two people were stretched flat and long, possibly less than a nanometer thick, but the length exceeded several hundred kilometers. But this does not affect the two gods continuing to communicate. Amon said again, "The moment we are completely swallowed, the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics of the three pathways will be too close. Without our suppression, celestial worthy will instantly wake up. Then that's not something I need to care about." Klein smiled. "Are you afraid? Although you have always been known for pursuing excitement and daring to take risks, you have achieved your goals most of the time. Not only have you not lost anything, but you have gained a lot. This is a kind of deception of yours, making people think that you like to take risks, but that's not the case. Every time you carefully plan a way out for yourself. But now, I won't give you any way out." Amon sighed, "You're really crazy." At this moment, the two people simultaneously passed through the event horizon of the black hole. After entering the event horizon, even light cannot escape the huge gravity, and no means can observe the situation inside the event horizon. It seemed like a long, long time had passed, and it seemed like only an instant had passed. It felt like unbearable pain, and it felt like there was no feeling at all. They lost all their senses, and only felt that it was so crowded now, unprecedentedly crowded. In the next instant, they were shattered by the gravitational source of the super-large black hole, and all the atoms that made up their bodies were adsorbed to one point. The black hole's distortion of spacetime was equivalent to Hobert's distortion. Because Hobert gave the black hole mystical power, their spiritual bodies and mental bodies were also completely shattered, and they truly died. Beyonder characteristics and uniqueness instantly precipitated, and as Amon said, they quickly approached, and an ancient and brand new life seemed to be reviving and being born. Hobert immediately terminated the maintenance of the black hole and immediately returned the power sucked from the Sefirah castle. Because this was outside the Sefirah castle, Hobert was immediately surrounded by the nation of disorder, and at the same time, the Book of Law appeared in his hand, and a line of mercurial text immediately appeared on it, because the Creator judged the original Lord of the Mysteries, the momentum of the original Lord of the Mysteries revival was interrupted. The Book of Law immediately turned illusory, and the power of order spread across a large surrounding area. The resurrection momentum of the original Lord of the Mysteries, caused by the convergence of beyonder characteristics, was suppressed by the Book of Law. Hobert quickly waved his hand, separating the uniquenesses and beyonder characteristics that were gathered together. At the same time, Klein emerged from the historical void. Because he was now the Fool's uniqueness and three sequence 1 characteristics instantly returned to his body, and he remained the Fool. This was also why Hobert didn't continue to prevent Klein from perishing together with Amon, because Klein had the ability to resurrect. However, it wasn't just Klein who resurrected, the celestial worthy's active spiritual imprint also revived, and the murmuring once again battered his every nerve. On the other side, Hobert was already snatching the remaining beyonder characteristics. He knew that attacks of this level couldn't even kill a true god, let alone Amon, a dual-pathway true god. At this moment, a huge error appeared in death, and Amon emerged from an illusory door, returning from death. However, he didn't have the ability to resurrect. This return wasn't as effortless as Klein's, it came at a great cost, so his condition was very poor. Because he had previously given up suppressing the celestial worthy's consciousness, the celestial worthy's imprint within him also showed further signs of revival. But as he returned, the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics that previously belonged to him also quickly returned to his body. Fortunately, Hobert was quick-witted and swift-handed, snatching a beyonder characteristic of the Key of Stars and a beyonder characteristic of the Worm of Time. Amon had previously separated two characteristics of the Worm of Time in order to stabilize his condition. Now that these two characteristics failed to return, it further affected Amon's condition, and his body immediately began to collapse. But at this moment, another error occurred. One of Amon's avatars holding the Worm of Time instantly appeared beside him and immediately fused with the main body. With the Worm of Time characteristic and the error uniqueness as a foundation, Amon's collapse immediately stopped, and he once again formed his illusory body. Hobert's substitute turned around to place the two beyonder characteristics in his hand into the nation of disorder, but in that instant, the substitute was parasitized by the worm of time characteristic, and a pair of crystal-made glasses appeared on his eye sockets, becoming an Amon avatar at the sequence 1 level. Hobert in the nation of disorder immediately distorted the key of stars characteristic in Amon's avatar's hand, allowing this characteristic to come into his possession. But during this process, an error occurred, and he only obtained the black helmet on Amon's avatar's head. The illusory Amon beckoned, and the key of stars characteristic instantly appeared in his hand. In the next instant, the key of stars characteristic turned into the pauldron, the same shape as Hobert's main body, wearing armor. It turned out that Klein, not far away in space, was pressing his forehead with one hand, resisting the erosion of the celestial worthy's murmurs, and pointing at the illusory Amon with the other. He had just fooled the very weak Amon, so that the beyonder characteristic of the key of stars remained in the avatar's hand. And at this time, Amon's avatar was in disorder, making it difficult to actively hand the characteristic to the main body. Amon's main body, lacking a key beyonder characteristic, had not entered the recovery phase. The situation fell into a stalemate for a time, but as time went on, Amon would definitely be able to use errors to temporarily restore his state without having that key of stars beyonder characteristic. At that time, he would always have a chance to take back that beyonder characteristic, and even if he didn't take it back, he could steal one from the Abraham family. If that happened, Klein and Hobert's efforts today would be in vain. At this moment, Klein and Hobert exchanged glances in the dark and deep space, and they understood each other's intentions with great tacit understanding. This was another miracle. To be able to formulate a plan through simple actions. In the next second, the illusory mask in Klein's body reappeared. At this time, a wish appeared in his heart, to strengthen the attractiveness of his own beyonder characteristics. Hobert then magnified the law of beyonder characteristics convergence around him, and Klein suddenly became a vortex of attraction for beyonder characteristics. The beyonder characteristic of the key of stars in Amon's avatar's hand flew towards Klein. At this time, Klein had to risk devouring a beyonder characteristic of the key of stars. Because Hobert could use the bell of order to help stabilize his state, it was no problem to devour a sequence 1 characteristic from an adjacent pathway. Amon wanted to stop him, but his condition was extremely poor at this time, and with Hobert's help, Amon couldn't win at all. Dong. As the translucent, strangely shaped key entered Klein's body, the melodious chimes of the bell of order immediately rang out. The distortion and madness of the beyonder characteristics in Klein's body were suppressed again, and he successfully devoured that characteristic. Although this would make his condition even worse, this step was very important for killing Amon. At this time, Amon's main body did not escape, so Klein, according to the plan, used the key of stars characteristic in his body to graft the door pathway's uniqueness in Amon's body. That was Klein's goal. Without a sequence 1 characteristic, Amon could barely maintain his state, but without a uniqueness, Amon, who was in extremely poor condition, would immediately collapse. The illusory Amon suddenly laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha, you're wrong. Amon has always been willing to take risks when he wants to take risks, and be steady when he wants to be steady. Being unpredictable is what Amon is all about. Since you want beyonder characteristics so much, then I'll give them all to you." Amon's illusory figure suddenly swelled. At this time, he completely released his suppression of the celestial worthy. In the instant that the celestial worthy initially awakened, Amon used the authority of error to expel the 2 uniqueness and 1 worm of time characteristic from his body and threw them at Klein. Klein and Hobert's eyes narrowed at the same time, and they quickly stopped grafting and stopped magnifying. But even without Hobert's magnification, at this time, the law of beyonder characteristics convergence was still in effect, and the 2 uniqueness and 1 worm of time characteristic instantly entered Klein's body. Klein instantly became a quasi-great old one, but the celestial worthy also initially awakened because of this. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 753, Chapter 749 Temporary Tarot Club. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. A black cloak reappeared on Klein's body, beneath which was a phantom form. One moment it would manifest as a phantom mask, another as phantom doors, and yet another as a phantom monocle. He struggled painfully, doing his best to suppress the complete awakening of the celestial worthy. At this moment, the Book of Law in Hobert's hand became illusory once more, but the power of order was clearly no longer able to suppress the momentum of the celestial worthy's awakening. Dong. Dong. Hobert struck the bell of order twice in succession, and Klein's will briefly regained the upper hand, his body becoming solid again. He immediately used the error ability on Amon's Sequence 1 avatar. It turned out that Amon's main body had spoken as if he was going to fight to the death, but after throwing the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics to Klein, he was left with only the empty shell of his main body's consciousness and thoughts. This empty shell immediately pounced on that Sequence 1 avatar. Because the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics with the celestial worthy spiritual imprint were no longer within his body, Amon's state actually became normal at this time. He planned to use the Sequence 1 level avatar to escape, and at the same time, merge with another Sequence 1 level avatar. If that were the case, he would still be a king of angels. But Hobert, as the Black Emperor, God-level disorder, was still influencing that Sequence 1 level avatar, so Amon was unable to escape immediately and was struck by Klein's error. This Amon avatar turned back into Hobert's substitute, and the Worm of Time also returned to the substitute's hand. Without the support of dependence, Amon immediately began to collapse again. "Alright, I lost this time," Amon's body said as it became illusory. "Sometimes I really don't understand what you two are thinking. There's clearly no need to risk your lives like this. Why do you have to put yourselves in such great danger? Because the rules of this universe are flawed, and we must make some changes." Hobert said coldly, "And gods like you can never risk changing those rules. Only when some changes occur can the lives and destinies of our friends, relatives, and those ordinary people who never appear in your eyes undergo a complete transformation." Regarding not allowing gods like Amon to become outer deities, Hobert's thoughts were completely consistent with Klein's. Amon shook his head. "All right, I really don't quite understand what you mean." At this time, his body completely collapsed and became illusory, finally disappearing completely. Hobert finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Amon had not died, this opponent could no longer threaten them. His new true body would likely be Sequence 2 at most. Klein on the other side still looked painful. Hobert struck the bell of order again, but the effect was not as good as before. Klein pinched his forehead and said, "I may need to use a drop of water from the river of eternal darkness to put the celestial worthy's consciousness to sleep. At the same time, I will also fall into a period of slumber." Hobert frowned and asked, "Will the world still be able to act freely?" After all that effort, he still hadn't changed Klein's destiny. Was this the influence of the celestial worthy's arranged fate, or a manifestation of Adam's abilities? Klein sensed his own state, and then said, "Yes, but only at the King of Angels level." "That's good." Hobert smiled slightly, so it seemed that Klein's fate had still been forcibly changed to some extent. At least the world didn't have to slumber along with him. He will walk in the world in my place, accumulating miracles and maintaining humanity. Klein completely understood Hobert's meaning. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "At this moment, I finally understand the ancient sun gods' helplessness back then. Your situation is better than the ancient sun gods." Hobert smiled and said, "You still have friends to help you. When I become a great old one, I should be able to use the bell of order to completely suppress the thought of the celestial worthy's resurrection in your body." Klein slowly nodded. "I look forward to that day coming." Then he said, "Next, I will convene an emergency tarot gathering." Hobert dispelled his substitute that had just been parasitized by Amon. "Okay." With a wave of his hand, the beyonder characteristic of the Worm of Time in the substitute's hand floated towards Klein. "This can be given to Leonard to cultivate an opponent for Amon." Klein smiled knowingly. Before the outer deities discovered them, the two immediately left the depths of space. Forsaken land of the gods, in the midst of the giant cross, behind the shadow curtain. A young man with black hair, black eyes, and a broad forehead suddenly sat up. It was Amon. Amon, wearing a classic black robe, reached out his left hand, trying to take out a monocle made of crystal from the void. But this time, he didn't get anything. Amon heard Adam's voice in his ear, without any emotion. "Both of them have a persistence that is higher than life, but for you, besides yourself, there is almost nothing worth caring too much about. So you lost, and you lost completely." It was precisely because Adam helped stabilize his state that Amon dared to allow the initial awakening of the celestial worthy's will. Amon curled the corner of his mouth, seemingly wanting to respond with a smile, but found that he couldn't smile. Adam's voice continued to come from the shadows. "As a born full mythical creature, although you know what courage and sacrifice are, it is difficult for you to understand." Amon's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time before suddenly raising his head and saying, "Next, I plan to leave here and sneak into the cosmos. It must be much more exciting and stimulating than the real world." Adam said again, "Klein's summary of you is very thorough. It seems that you have long prepared a way out for yourself." He paused and then said, "But it's very dangerous there. Before I succeed, I can't provide any more help." Amon said nothing more and disappeared into the shadow curtain. Hobert had just returned to the Angel Palace, rested for a while, and was pulled into the Sefirah Castle again. At this time, Klein, who had gone to the kingdom of the Evernight goddess and brought back the magic mirror Rhodes, was sitting in the fool's seat, smiling as he watched the members appear one by one. The sudden summons obviously took the members such as Justice Audrey by surprise, making them a little surprised and astonished. Even the most insensitive member among them smelled an atmosphere of unease. At this time, Klein, who was the real fool, said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "This is a temporary gathering. Audrey keenly heard from his voice that Mr. Fool was very tired. Then she discovered that Hobert, who was sitting in the Emperor's seat opposite, also seemed very tired. 2 consecutive fierce battles, coupled with the fact that the divinity in Hobert's body was still somewhat active, even a god would be tired. Combined with the strange celestial phenomena that had appeared before, Audrey guessed that something major must have happened in the extraordinary world. She looked around and stood up as usual, saluting the head of the mottled long table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After the greetings were over, Klein said in a low voice, "I will enter a slumber." Hearing this sentence, members such as Hangman, Alger felt a sinking in their hearts, and even felt somewhat flustered, not understanding why such a thing would happen. "This involves a war above the sequences," Klein explained again. Only then did the other members breathe a sigh of relief. Alger in particular immediately thought, could this be the war in which Mr. Fool obtained the corresponding power of above the sequence? In this war, Mr. Fool successfully retrieved the authority, but had to rest for a period of time. Hermit Catlia suspected, could it be that during the war, the convergence of beyonder characteristics caused great pressure on Mr. Fool's spirit, so he needed to slumber to relieve it? The other members also had similar guesses, which were based on the conjectures they encountered when they were promoted. Even at their current level, they would feel very tired when they were just promoted, let alone Mr. Fool who had regained the authority of the outer deities. Although they were not very clear whether this was the correct answer, their flustered emotions disappeared without a trace. Klein looked around at the other members, and then said, "Next, there is a long-term commission issued to all members. Spread my name more widely, but do not conflict with the Orthodox churches. This will help me wake up." He planned to increase the number of his anchors, which might be helpful in the battle against the celestial worthy in dreams. The reward is the convenience you have enjoyed in the past, the responses you have received, and the corresponding help you will receive when you pray in the future. Klein said unhurriedly, "After I slumber, I can still respond to prayers to a certain extent. It's just that most of the time the world will respond to prayers, and the so-called certain extent probably means what a king of angels can do." Regarding Mr. Fool's request, the Tarot Club members present did not find it difficult. Most of them were spreading the faith of the Fool to varying degrees. "Yes, Mr. Fool." So the Tarot Club members accepted this long-term commission without any hesitation. The Fool Klein nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Catlia. "The previous commission, collecting information from all aspects of the sudden revival of the hidden sage, is still valid. If key information can be collected, the reward is a wish." Catlia was silent for a second or two before saying, "I accept this commission." Following this, Klein assigned tasks to the other members one by one. The son Derek's task was to protect the new city of Silver, with the reward being to become a blessed of the Fool. The magician Furz's task was to protect the Abraham family and prevent them from being tempted by the stars, with the reward being to help her prepare the traveler ritual. The moon Emlyn's task was to establish a pharmaceutical company to research how to mass-produce potions with magical effects, and the reward was also a wish. The star Leonard's task was to create a poem praising the deeds of the Fool, which made Leonard somewhat embarrassed, but he eventually agreed, and the reward was also a wish. Justice Audrey's task was to actively approach the psychology alchemists, and if the opportunity arose, she could control the organization with the help of the Emperor, with the reward still being a wish. The hangman Alger's task was not specified by the Fool. He only said, "After a while, you will know what your task is." The reward for Alger was the Sea God Scepter. Finally, when it came to the Emperor, Klein said, "Your task. Well, it can't be called a task. What you will do next is the key to whether I can wake up as soon as possible. Although it looks very dangerous and there will be some twists and turns, you will definitely succeed." Hobert looked at the Fool. "Is this a prophecy?" After sensing for a moment with his eyes closed, Klein raised his right hand, and the cocoons shattered, turning the people inside into specks of light, flying out of the Sefirah castle, and falling towards some recently deceased people in the real world. After doing this, Klein lowered his head, looked at the magic mirror in his palm, and asked, "Are you afraid?" A pale white word was outlined on the surface of the ancient silver mirror, "Not afraid." In the next second, Rhodes asked his own question according to the rules, "Great Master, are you afraid?" The corners of Klein's mouth moved slightly, "I am afraid." After saying that, he strode forward, holding the magic mirror, and walked towards the middle of the strange light gate, passing through the past. His figure disappeared behind the door, which hid something unknown. Atlantis Kingdom, Angel Palace. Hobert got up from his lounge and returned to his office. As he expected, the mature and lazy Furs and the youthful and beautiful Audrey came one after another. At this time, the two queens both had solemn expressions and some doubts in their eyes. "I know what you want to ask," Hobert said. The two queens did not rush to ask questions when they heard this, but sat opposite his desk according to Hobert's gestures. "Amon has fallen," Hobert explained. Furs and Audrey were slightly stunned, but they were not surprised by this. Because the Fool must have seized Amon's relevant authority before he had to enter a deep sleep. I'm going to rest for the next few days, Hobert said. I will come back to attend the celebration reception. After unifying the southern continent, the entire imperial government has been operating at saturation, and only recently have the various tasks finally not been as busy as before. Therefore, the imperial government has launched a celebration reception for the unification of the southern continent and the enthronement of His Majesty the Emperor, and gave civil servants a day off to rest a little. Audrey asked with some concern, did you also participate in the war? Yes, Hobert said truthfully. And I was affected a bit, so I have to find a quiet place to calm down. Hearing this, the two queens breathed a sigh of relief. Hobert only used the word calm down, so the problem should not be big. Hobert chatted with them for a few words and then left by tampering with his own position. In the next second, Hobert appeared in his mausoleum when he was promoted. All the prisoners of war, prisoners, and nobles who participated in the construction of the mausoleum have been killed, and even their spirits have been stirred up. Only some of Hobert's confidants were hypnotized by Audrey and forgot that they built a mausoleum for the Emperor. Therefore, Hobert's 9 mausoleums are still in a state of absolute concealment. In the quiet mausoleum, Hobert's somewhat impetuous mood quickly calmed down a lot. At the same time, there was also an magnification effect on the anchor here, which instantly stabilized Hobert's state. The reason why Hobert felt tired before was because the part of divinity belonging to the original creator was originally in a dormant state and did not give Hobert any mental pressure. Affected by the revival of celestial worthy, that part of the will has become active, and even a part of it seems to have been replaced by celestial worthy, and Hobert has to work hard to suppress it. Fortunately, Hobert's condition has been very good, and he has played the role of Black Emperor before. With the help of the mausoleum to stabilize his condition, he quickly suppressed the will of celestial worthy. But Hobert could still feel a very serious sense of fatigue, so he had to enter a state of meditation, forcing himself to sleep and rest. At the same time, in the servant room of the Atlantis Palace, second-class servant Jeff suddenly sat up from his bed, and then heard the exclamations around him and the sound of someone falling. Jeff was stunned for a second or two, and got a lot of memories about this world with only the northern and southern continents from the original owner's brain. For a moment, the corners of his mouth turned up. I have traveled through time. Jeff. How are you feeling? A middle-aged man next to him asked with some trembling. Jeff then realized that there were still several people standing around him, led by a middle-aged man and several young people. Without exception, they all looked surprised. 2 young people had just been frightened and fell down because Jeff suddenly sat up. Jeff recalled that in the morning, a vision suddenly appeared in the sky, and the whole sky became very bright. The original owner accidentally slipped and fell into a remote artificial lake because of this, and was soon drowned because he couldn't swim. Thinking of this, Jeff coughed up a mouthful of water. I'm fine. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before he seemed to suddenly remember something, and said to a young man, quick, go after the messenger of death, Grieg. If you can catch up, that's the best. If you can't catch up, explain it to Jeff's family. The doctor in the palace had already confirmed that Jeff was already dead. The middle-aged man, who was also Jeff's direct supervisor, then sent someone to report the death and prepared to have several young people send Jeff's body back. Just as they were preparing to carry the body, Jeff suddenly sat up. The middle-aged man patted Jeff on the shoulder. Take a day off today and continue working tomorrow. Paul, you stay with Jeff, and come to me immediately if anything happens. He was still a little unbelievable that Jeff had come back to life like this, so he asked Paul to stay with Jeff in case Jeff had any other problems. After everyone went back to work, Jeff looked out the window at the buildings outside. How does it feel like I'm living in a scenic spot? In his memory, this was clearly a world with a British style and the technological level of around World War I. Why are the buildings outside all such a modern style? As more and more memories surfaced in his mind, Jeff immediately realized, I'm not the only transmigrator. The one who transmigrated earlier has already become the emperor. And he married 2 such beautiful empresses. Then he thought of the name Atlantis Empire. I didn't even notice just now that this is obviously a name that a transmigrator would take. It's like England, France, America, and Intis. Intis is very abrupt among them, and Atlantis has the same abruptness in this world. So Jeff asked Paul beside him, how can I see the emperor? Paul was stunned for a good 2 or 3 seconds before saying, you'll have to find the head male servant for that. The so-called head male servant was the middle-aged man from earlier. He was a senior male servant, one of the head male servants in the palace. Without another word, Jeff found the head male servant who was busy and explained his purpose. The head male servant, like Paul, was stunned for a moment. Did the water you drank go straight to your head? A second-class male servant wants to see His Majesty the Emperor. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 754, Chapter 750, Fully Accommodating the Nation of Disorder. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Intis Republic, Trier. Today, the capital of the Intis Republic is practically deserted, with almost the entire city's population flocking to the boulevards, craning their necks in anticipation. According to reliable sources, a descendant of Emperor Roselle, Roselle II, is being escorted back to the country by the Prime Minister of the Atlantis Empire and the Pope of the Church of the Fool. Considering that the Atlantis Empire had previously replaced the kings of Phaenopoter and Lone, people speculated that the return of Roselle II was another means for Atlantis to strengthen its control over the political landscape of the northern continent. But the people didn't care about such things, they were more eager to catch a glimpse of Roselle II's charisma. In the popular narrative, the Intis Republic was at its most glorious during Emperor Roselle's reign. Whenever the elderly encountered setbacks, they would always lament, if only the emperor were still alive. Now that a direct descendant of the emperor was said to be returning, the people, unlike those politicians who felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, simply wanted to know if Roselle II could bring them hope. Finally, the convoy escorting Roselle II arrived. People could hardly believe their eyes. In the convoy, a middle-aged man standing on the tram, waving to them, had chestnut hair, a neatly trimmed mustache, and wore magnificent Intis-style formal attire. By the steam. That looks just like the emperor himself. Someone shouted this first, and as a result, everyone began to chant, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" In the past 2 years, they had suffered too many political and military humiliations. In the previous World War, they had even reached Backlund, but inexplicably ended in defeat. Nearly 2/3 of the Republic's army's elite had not yet returned home. The war in the southern continent was the same. Atlantis, which was only a duchy the size of a county 2 years ago, had actually defeated them in battle. They desperately hoped that someone would change the status quo. Regardless of what Roselle II would do in the future, he had already given people great hope simply by showing his face. At this moment, many soldiers and policemen, from who knows where, holding weapons, rushed out of the crowd, pointing their guns at the convoy and shouting, "Long live the Republic," or yelling, "We don't need an emperor." The Beyonders in the convoy got out of the cars one after another, protecting the Atlantis Empire's diplomats who stepped forward to negotiate. The Intis high officials, standing in the distance observing from a high place, all revealed knowing smiles. The scene was momentarily chaotic. While the diplomats negotiated, Roselle unhurriedly came to the front, facing the dark muzzles of the guns. "Shoot me, soldiers. Shoot your emperor." The hands of the soldiers and policemen began to tremble. Several soldiers took the lead in putting away their guns, standing on both sides of the road, willingly serving as Roselle's sentries. The people were awed by Roselle II's courage and began to cheer again. After Roselle returned to the tram, he shouted with all his might, "Long live Intis! Long live the people!" The people were in a frenzy, many crying and begging Roselle to lead them out of their current predicament. When the convoy arrived in front of the square, Roselle gave a short, passionate speech, "The great Intis will not be defeated by war. In the future, it will still be the most dazzling nation. I said long ago that the efficiency of the parliament is too low. Look at Atlantis, we should change to a more efficient political model." Every word he said drew cheers and applause from the crowd. With just one speech, Roselle immediately gained the support of the people of the capital. Amidst shouts of "Long live," Roselle headed to his former palace. On this day, Intis once again had an emperor. Southern continent, mountainous lake area in eastern Engel. Hobert slept for a while in the mausoleum and immediately felt refreshed. The previous feeling of fatigue had almost completely disappeared. However, the activity of divinity still existed, but the degree of activity was still within a controllable range. Sitting on the exquisite throne, Hobert thought about his next plan. Previously, his main energy was focused on how to become the Black Emperor, and he had only briefly thought about how to become a Great Old One. Even Hobert himself did not expect that the opportunity for him to become a Great Old One was hidden in the act of helping Klein become a god. Then, the act of becoming a Great Old One will become something he strives for. Moreover, for Hobert, the previous preparations were very solid, which made the process of him becoming a Great Old One seem simpler than becoming a god. In addition, the outer god, the ancient sun god, has already calculated the method of becoming the anarchy. Even after becoming a Great Old One, it is still relatively safe. In particular, this outer god pathway of the anarchy has not had any outer god leave behind too much spiritual residue. The celestial worthy has made some arrangements, but his erosion is mainly in the uncertain mist, not in the anarchy. The son of chaos has not fallen, so not many spiritual imprints have been formed, and his influence is very weak due to the celestial worthy seal, which is better than if he had fallen directly. Perhaps other than the Creator, this outer God pathway has no spiritual imprints, making it safer than God Almighty and the Lord of the Mysteries. Thinking of this, Hobert sighed, because it was only safe up to the anarchy step. Becoming a pillar-level Great Old One would be a very difficult process. First of all, one must fuse with the uncertain mist, which means that one may have to constantly fight against the will of the celestial worthy. And accommodating the son of chaos would be even more difficult. Even the celestial worthy could not tear off a part of the characteristics and symbolism in his body. How would he tear it off after becoming a great old one? If it cannot be separated, he will definitely become a spiritual patchwork monster of Hobert and the son of chaos. Thinking of this, Hobert was not discouraged, because he could get help from Klein. When the fool is completely awakened, he will most likely be able to fuse with the Sefirah castle and become the complete lord of the mysteries, and then there will be more room for operation. So after becoming a great old one, the first thing to try is to awaken the fool. This is the best solution. Thinking of this, Hobert once again entered the nation of disorder, feeling the subtle connection between this Sefirah and himself. His previous challenges to the unreasonableness of the celestial worthy and the essence of the beyonder characteristics made his spirituality more compatible with the nation of disorder. This is the opportunity to accommodate the nation of disorder. At the same time, Hobert had a deep understanding of the authority of the anarchy. If the authority of the Black Emperor is a distortion, then the symbolism of the anarchy should be closer to change. Distortion is a change based on a certain foundation, while change is a very obvious, even unrecognizable change based on the original foundation. Combining the law authority that touched the fundamental rules of reality and distortion which could alter and interpret rules, it was equivalent to changing logic. This seemed to overlap with the fool. No wonder celestial worthy chose to accommodate the nation of disorder. In addition, change sounds very radical and deep-seated changes must be made to be called change. This led Hobert to connection it with the word challenge. Generally speaking, it is only when the original rules are successfully challenged that deep-seated changes can occur. This authority seems to be somewhat different among the outer deities. Other outer deities often represent authority in a certain field, while the anarchy theoretically represents the field of rules and laws, but his ability is to change these laws and rules, which is equivalent to changing his own field. Hobert said to himself, perhaps change is the true field and abstract meaning of the anarchy. At the same time, Hobert realized that his current way of becoming a great old one should be the best way. According to common sense, the best way to become a great old one is to first accommodate the Sefirah, then become a true god of a pathway, and then collect the uniqueness of another pathway's beyonder characteristics. But there is also an optimal option here. For example, God Almighty using the visionary pathway to become the pillar is the best of the best options. Similarly, other outer deities should also have such situations. Hobert believes that becoming the Black Emperor first should be the best way to become the anarchy. The complete name of the anarchy is the Anarchy, Shadow of Order. This sounds more like a description of the Black Emperor, but not so obvious a description of the Justiciar. Hobert said to himself, I don't know if this is an arrangement of fate or a fluke. After becoming a sequence 0, he realized that he hadn't fully accommodated the nation of disorder. Mixed into the shadows was a mental imprint of celestial worthy. In simple terms, he was a 99% shareholder, while celestial worthy was 1%. A majority shareholder, yes, but at a critical time, that mental imprint could sudden strike from behind and deal a fatal blow. Over time, it would weaken and Hobert could naturally strengthen his control over the nation of disorder, but it was best to resolve this as early as possible. Thinking of this, Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, decided to take advantage of his good condition and try to accommodate the nation of disorder now. At this time, inside the nation of disorder, in a small town not far from the Divine Kingdom, there were no outsiders anymore, all were Hobert's stand-ins working. Now Hobert has temporarily stopped the mystical switchboard and the per-style reporting business, and for safety's sake, he has also withdrawn all the stand-ins. Because Hobert could feel the Book of Law attracting him, in order to avoid the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics of the Justiciar pathway being attracted into his body as soon as he accommodated the nation of disorder, he simply placed the Justiciar uniqueness and beyonder characteristics stored in the nation of disorder into his mausoleum. For Hobert, he currently has plenty of time to first digest the nation of disorder, and after adjusting his state, he will then accommodate the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics of the Justiciar pathway. Finally, Hobert even placed his sealed artifacts, beyonder characteristics, beyonder creature corpses or materials, etc. in the nation of disorder, into different rooms in the mausoleum after proper sealing. It's better to be as stable as possible. Because of the protection of the mausoleum's mysterious characteristics, and after being sealed, it is almost impossible for other gods to discover, and there is no fear of being snatched away. The accommodation began, and Hobert spread out his spirituality. Because he had already initially controlled the nation of disorder before, and had a strong affinity with this Sefirah, Hobert easily allowed his spirituality to spread to every corner of the nation of disorder. As for how to accommodate specifically, there is no ready-made reference, only a description of this kind heard from Adam. It's a bit like accommodating uniqueness. Therefore, Hobert designed several plans, and currently can only try them one by one. First, he tried the simplest method, using spirituality to grasp the Sefirah and store it into his body. But soon he found that this would not work, because the nation of disorder was unmoved. Hobert began to try the second plan, to merge his spirituality with the nation of disorder, but this plan was also quickly hindered to a certain extent. At the moment of fusion, Hobert realized that the nation of disorder has illusory parts and abstract parts. Spirituality seems to be able to merge with the illusory parts, but it is hindered by the abstract parts. This exceeded all the assumptions of his previous plans. Hobert pondered for a moment, and had a new idea. While continuing to merge his spirituality with the nation of disorder, he used the ability of the Black Emperor to constantly tamper and distort everything in the nation of disorder. The divine kingdom, which he had previously designed to be like a fairyland, was instantly crushed and compressed by him, and formed a reaction similar to nuclear fusion, releasing huge amounts of energy, destroying mountains, lakes, etc. except for the Bell of Order. The abstract part of the nation of disorder showed signs of loosening. Hobert knew that his thinking was right. While using spirituality to merge with the nation of disorder, he also had to use the authority of the Black Emperor to constantly change the nation of disorder, so that the Black Emperor authority in the abstract part could begin to merge with the abstract part of the nation of disorder. So the nation of disorder, which was destroyed, was constantly changing. After being crushed and compressed, dust and some molecular structures gradually appeared. Gradually, rocks and soil formed, forming water droplets and creatures. At the same time, the nation of disorder has begun to merge with Hobert. This feeling is very painful, as if someone opened his chest and stuffed some very cold and unfamiliar things into his chest and abdomen. This feeling is indeed somewhat similar to accommodating uniqueness. In fact, he almost has no feeling of pain, but this pain is the pain in the essence of the nerves, or it is not the pain of touch, but the pain of the brain's feeling. But now that the reaccommodation has begun, he must grit his teeth and persevere. Hobert continued to accommodate the Sefirah little by little, and noticed that his authority was undergoing subtle changes, which proved that the fusion of the abstract part was also progressing steadily. The nation of disorder is still changing, and soil and rocks have formed new mountains and new terrain. Water droplets gradually formed rivers and lakes, and plants instantly spread throughout the nation of disorder, once again forming a small ecosystem. At the same time, Hobert's fusion with the nation of disorder has also reached the final stage. He feels that his chest is about to be burst open, and he wants to stop and rest. But now it's up to Hobert. The nation of disorder is already entering Hobert's body on its own. This speed is getting faster and faster. Just when Hobert was trembling all over in pain, his eyes were dark and he seemed to faint. Suddenly, this painful feeling ended. The nation of disorder has been completely integrated into Hobert's body, only the Bell of Order has become illusory and appeared behind Hobert. Being the vocal cords of the original creator, it was similar to the blasphemy slate formed when God Almighty fell. But being of the original creator, its status was far higher, almost like a Sefirah-level sealed artifact. It belongs to a part of the original creator, and of course it is not something that a true God can accommodate. But it re-entered the nation of disorder, and did not affect Hobert's final fusion with the nation of disorder. At this time, Hobert's whole body was numb, his eyes were tightly closed, as if countless fine needles were passing through his body. It seemed that there was no change, but in fact, he had been poked rotten by these fine needles and could not move. Gradually, this extreme discomfort weakened, and Hobert suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, it was as if two clouds were constantly rotating. The clouds were fleeting, and Hobert's eyes quickly returned to pitch black. He saw nothing around him, it was nothingness. This is the location where the nation of disorder once was, not the real world, nor the spirit world or the cosmos. Hobert couldn't explain where this was. He wasn't even sure if he was in a certain space. There is no time here, no four natural forces such as gravity and electromagnetism, there is nothing, it is completely a void. But here Hobert is not lonely, because at this time there is a small world in his chest, where there are high mountains, flowing water, and a cloud-shrouded divine kingdom, and in the divine kingdom there is a heavy and simple bell. It's the nation of disorder. At this time, Hobert is the nation of disorder, and the nation of disorder is Hobert. The mental imprint of celestial worthy become fuzzy and imperceptible. In this extremely quiet place, Hobert began to examine his state. He found that there had been no small changes in himself. At this time, he no longer had any human body structure, and was completely a combination of Sefirah and God. That is to say, even if he is subjected to some kind of attack, unless there is a way to separate him from the Sefirah, he will not be harmed in any way. Hobert doesn't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, because at the same time he also feels that he is becoming more indifferent. This indifference is not because of the strengthening of divinity, but because he clearly feels that he is becoming more and more abstract, losing his sense of identity and feelings about himself being a human being and being a living being. Hobert considered that there were no characteristics of non-adjacent pathways in his body, and the anarchy also only had 2 pathways instead of 5, so the latter 2 methods were currently dispensable for him. But using a substitute to strengthen humanity should be a very practical method. Thinking of this, Hobert felt that his condition had basically stabilized, so he prepared to return to the real world. With a turn of his mind, he had already returned to his mausoleum. The Book of Law and 3, Hand of Order, characteristics immediately approached Hobert. Hobert raised his hand and added a seal to them. Finally, the convergence process between beyonder characteristics stopped. He planned to first adapt to the state of coexisting with the nation of disorder before accommodating the uniqueness and characteristics of the justiciar pathway. Inside the Angel Palace. Today, Audrey is in charge of the sealed artifact, Genie. Because of the Fool's resealing, this sealed artifact hardly shows any living characteristics. But Audrey and Furs still carefully observe the Genie while in charge of this sealed artifact. Audrey, who was working, felt something spiritually and looked up at the short table where the Genie was placed. The position of the Genie seemed to have changed. Audrey carefully checked and indeed found a change, moving a few centimeters to the east. Although such movement is basically negligible, it cannot escape the eyes of a spectator demigod. At this time, the Genie was still quietly placed on the table, like a uniquely shaped small kettle. After observing for a while, Audrey saw that the Genie had no other reaction, so she continued to work. She guessed that something must have stimulated the Genie just now, but now the Genie has calmed down. Before there are other reactions, it can be ignored, as long as she remembers to tell Hobert about this matter afterward. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Audrey, with the help of the maid, changed into a dress and put on light makeup, and then attended the celebration reception held in the main hall of the palace. On the way to the reception venue, Audrey encountered Hobert, who had already returned. After the two chatted for a few words, they met another queen, Furs. While heading to the venue, Hobert said, "You should advance to sequence 3. He distorted the surroundings, and the surrounding servants would completely ignore their topic. Audrey and Furs were both stunned. Audrey said first, "My advancement ritual is not ready yet." "No need to prepare a ritual." Hobert smiled and said, "You don't need any supplementary ingredients either. As long as you hold the beyonder characteristics of sequence 3 level, I can make you successfully advance." This is a kind of transformation. The power of the anarchy is now called transformation to their state, but because there are sequence 3 level characteristics as support, after the transformation, they truly become sequence 3 from sequence 4. If there are no beyonder characteristics as support, they can also become sequence 3 for a period of time. Theoretically speaking, it can even make them become sequence 1 for a few days. But this is, after all, like forcibly raising the level with beyonder abilities, and it will definitely cost a certain price, so don't use it if you can avoid it. After all, he wasn't Lord of the Mysteries who could raise subordinates to a King of Angels level through the spirit world's power. With beyonder characteristics, Hobert can even help them advance to angels in one go. But also out of safety considerations, it is better to use normal methods when advancing to angels. Furs then said, "I haven't completely digested the potion yet." Hobert raised his hand and transformed Furs's potion digestion progress. "How about now?" If facing opponents at the level of true gods, Hobert's transformation to the target has a time limit, but if the target is only a demigod, as long as Hobert does not actively lift the transformation, it will always be effective. Furs exclaimed, "To be honest, Hobert, your current ability is a bit scary." Hobert said seriously, "Only by becoming stronger can I protect you, can I protect the Empire." Furs and Audrey looked at each other and said nothing. So the three of them arrived at the venue together and jointly announced the start of the reception. At the reception, officials at all levels offered toasts to Hobert. He was also very generous today, drinking as long as someone offered a toast, and taking a big gulp. Soon, he drank 2 bottles of wine himself. Audrey and Furs both noticed something was wrong. They both suspected that Hobert had suffered some injuries in the previous battle, so his condition was so poor. Donna also noticed something was wrong and said to everyone, "His Majesty the Emperor is also very happy today, but he has already drunk a lot of wine. Everyone should just offer congratulations and not offer more toasts." Only then did everyone stop offering toasts. After collectively expressing their respects to Hobert, the reception officially began, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Hobert chatted with a few dignitaries, then waved to Donna. The siblings came to the terrace where there were few people, drinking and chatting. Hobert asked, "What are your thoughts on the beyonder side?" Donna smiled and asked, "I heard that after becoming an angel, you won't get old anymore." "Almost. While not immortal, most have ways to extend their lifespan indefinitely, but generally, they can at least maintain their youth." Hobert said, "In fact, some sequence 3s don't age anymore, but they are not adjacent pathways to you. Then I have to advance quickly and strive to stop aging before I turn 30. But Donna was also a little worried. "I also heard that after becoming sequence 4, each advancement is very dangerous." Hobert nodded, "That's right, but you don't have to worry about this. No god would care about the advancement of a demigod too much, but Hobert is different. When Audrey, Furs, and Donna advance, Hobert will definitely be by their side. For the current Hobert, as long as the advancing person does not instantly lose control or die spiritually, he can easily save them. Donna took a small sip of red wine. That's good. Hobert then asked, does City of Silver have any needs recently? They are basically self-sufficient now. Donna replied. Have you been in contact with Derek recently? Donna smiled helplessly. That kid Tyren must have snitched on me. Hobert also smiled. I just wanted to hear your opinion of Derek. I just feel that if I'm with him, I shouldn't be deceived. Donna thought for a while before saying, I've met many excellent men in these years of work. Some are ambitious, some are diligent, and some are sweet-talking. Being with such people always makes people feel a little uneasy. Derek is a bit different. You say he's stupid, he looks smart most of the time. You say he's smart, but sometimes he's so tongue-tied that it's infuriating. Hobert looked at the smile on his sister's face and nodded slightly. I understand. At this time, he suddenly noticed that a male servant was leaving his post and coming towards them. Hobert was a little alert at first, but soon found that the other party was not a beyonder, so he withdrew his spirituality. The head male servant not far away quickly came over, as if to stop the male servant. Several guards responsible for security work also realized that the male servant was not right and were about to come over to surround him. In desperation, the male servant Jeff shouted at Hobert, wait. Fellow countrymen. Hobert was slightly stunned because the other party was using Mandarin. Several guards did not understand what the other party was saying and thought it was some kind of spell. Beyonder attacks were immediately thrown at Jeff. Jeff's thinking was instantly distorted, his eyes went black and he fainted on the ground. Generally, if Beyonder power at this level is used on ordinary people, their thinking is easily distorted into a mess, and fainting is a stress response. Immediately following was an imprisonment, completely sealing Jeff. Hobert hadn't intervened all this time, partly because he wanted this fellow countryman to experience the taste of extraordinary attacks in this world, and partly because he was pondering a question. Before this, Hobert had forgotten all about it. Before Klein entered his slumber, he released a batch of people from the modern era from the Sefirah castle. The name Atlantis, as well as the elven architectural style and elven-flavored food popular in this empire, would surely prompt some transmigrators to contact the Emperor of Atlantis in various ways. Hobert was already considering whether to establish a liaison officer. If transmigrators came to seek refuge with him, how should he arrange for these people? Watching the male servant being taken away by two Beyonders, Hobert suddenly had some ideas. He beckoned to Zio, who was next to Furs, and Zio quickly came over, immediately saying, I will investigate the mastermind behind this. No, Hobert said instead, I will have someone send him to the grassroots level of Atlantis later and make him a village chief. You send people to secretly monitor him. Whether he runs away or works diligently, don't let him discover your surveillance. Only when he encounters danger or wants to leave Atlantis should you intervene and send him back to the village to continue being the village chief. Only after he is a qualified town mayor, bring him to see me. He did this in the hope that the transmigrators could carefully observe this world and realize the enormous changes that were taking place in Atlantis. He believed that with their abilities, if they adapted to the environment, they would soon be able to become town mayors. And working in the town government, they would be able to read the newspaper every day and the internal briefings issued by the Empire every week, giving them a certain understanding of this world. When the time came to talk to them, there would be no generation gap. Of course, this was specifically for those who had just transmigrated and came to contact him. If they had already transmigrated for some time and had already adapted to life in this world on their own, Hobert would naturally receive them in a different way. Zaya was slightly stunned when he heard this, and after agreeing, couldn't help but guess the identity of the male servant. This was just a small interlude and did not affect the progress of the entire banquet. On the afternoon of the day the banquet ended, with Hobert's help, Audrey and Furs successively advanced to Sequence 3 and began preparing for the ritual to become angels. Relatively speaking, Audrey's ritual was slightly simpler, to use observation to find the weakness of an angel and use this weakness to create a special dream, leaving the angel with a serious psychological shadow. Or use observation to find the common psychological weakness of people in a large city, and then create a dream in which all the people in the city participate, leaving them with a psychological shadow. Whether it was an angel or a city, relatively speaking, this ritual had room for maneuver. If Hobert ordered the angels of the 4 countries of the northern continent to come to Angel City, so that Audrey could observe them, they would definitely hurry over with great enthusiasm. As for creating a serious psychological shadow for a certain angel, it could be completely compensated with some benefits or be under characteristics. Furs's ritual was a bit more troublesome, leaving legends in 9 places outside of Earth. First of all, she had to find planets with 9 extraterrestrial civilizations. This search alone was very dangerous, because extraterrestrial civilizations were very likely to worship outer deities, and she could easily be targeted by outer deities in the process of searching. Secondly, leaving legends would take a lot of time. Hobert suggested that Furs go to the Abraham family to see if there was any relevant information about extraterrestrial civilizations. and he warned Furs that she must wait for some time before going to the astral world. Only when Hobert became a great old one could he protect Furs from the corruption of the outer deities in the astral world. As for the point of leaving legends, she could pray to the Fool and ask the Fool to fool the people of that planet, so that the planet would instantly possess some legends about Furs. Anyway, the Fool also promised to help Furs prepare for the ritual. After helping the two Empress Burrow complete their advancement, Hobert also helped two of his subordinates advance to angels. They were Archibald, who advanced to Miracle Invoker, and Dofus, who advanced to Death Consul. On the day Archibald advanced, the people living on the coast of Mid-Seashire saw a miracle. It was in the early morning, when the fishermen had just rowed their boats into the water, the workers had just started work, and the farmers had just arrived at their fields. At this time, Mid-Seashire suddenly seemed to boil, the seawater churning, with terrifying momentum. Immediately afterwards, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. One part of the sky was covered with dark clouds, with lightning and thunder. One part of the sky was bathed in sunshine, as if it had already reached noon. One part of the sky was twinkling with stars, as if it had entered the night, and there was also a part of the sky with a beautiful dusk. At the same time, some illusions also appeared on the sea, including a tall tower made of stacked books, a huge tree that seemed to reach the sky, a virtual city with a distorted beauty, and a dark cross. After this phenomenon appeared and disappeared, a huge ancient ruin emerged on the sea. It was not a false image, but a real ruin, the Holy Land of Zydro City, the former capital of the Solomon Empire, where most of the buildings had collapsed and only a few main buildings were still intact. The ruins, which had been buried in history for more than 1,000 years, suddenly returned to the real world at this time. In people's disbelief, it quickly sank again, and finally only the tops of a few tall, uncollapsed buildings were still exposed on the sea. After a long while, people came back to their senses. Some boldly rowed over to check and saw that a huge group of ruins had appeared under the water of Mid-Seashire. At the same time, from this day on, a new profession appeared around Mid-Seashire, underwater treasure hunters. Along with this huge ruin, there were also a large number of antiques from the Fourth Epoch. This was of course the result of Hobert using his ability to fuse all the divine power that maintained the secret existence of that city into his Twilight Scepter. After accommodating the Nation of Disorder, Hobert could already accommodate all the power belonging to the essence, or rather, this was a kind of spillover of divine power. The spillover of Beyonder abilities would appear at the demigod level, but the spillover of divine power had a long-term effect. If there was no interference from divine level power, such a spillover would not disappear for thousands of years. These powers were not Beyonder characteristics, but could only display certain angel-level abilities during a certain period of time, but for Hobert's exploit ability, it would have a considerable bonus. So Hobert renamed the Twilight Scepter to Scepter of the Song of the Gods, and put it back into the Nation of Disorder. The appearance of Holy Zydro City constituted the ritual of allowing a lost history to return to the contemporary era, and Archibald thus completed his advancement. After Medici went to Intis, the main persons in charge of the Atlantis army became Archibald and Shear. This was currently the first military angel. Dofus's advancement was not so troublesome, mainly completed in his own mausoleum and the underworld. After Hobert helped him complete the ritual, he transferred him from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the official Beyonder system. The main reason for having Dofus in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before was to consider his connections in the southern continent and his understanding of the southern continent. Now that the entire southern continent was the territory of Atlantis, there was no need for Dofus to continue serving in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At this point, Atlantis entered the era of 7 angels, namely, the Conqueror, Medici, the Balancer, Christian, Duke of Entropy, Beverly, Weather Warlock, Raymond, Ancient Bane, Sharon, Miracle Invoker, Archibald, and Death Consul, Dofus. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 755, Chapter 751, The Fall of the Primordial Demoness. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Just now, Mr. Fool sent down a divine oracle, telling us that the seal on the western continent has loosened. Alger, dressed in papal robes and wearing a silver-black mask, suddenly understood his mission. Soon, Emissary Danitz hurried in. Your Holiness, the Church of the Lord of Storms has sent 2 gifts to congratulate you on serving as God's proxy. As he spoke, he held a white tin box and handed it to Alger. Alger nodded slightly, gently grabbed the box, and the box was immediately swept up by a storm and flew into his hand. He slowly opened the container and saw a book bound in yellowish-brown parchment, with a line of words written in Elvish on the cover, the Book of Calamity. Although he had guessed it, Alger still felt a trance. Soon, he asked Danitz, what is the second gift? It's a ghost ship called Blue Avenger, which is already docked in the harbor. Alger was slightly stunned, and immediately came to the window, and sure enough, he saw a ship that didn't look very big and looked a little old in the harbor. He calmly instructed Emissary Danitz, write a letter to the Church of the Lord of Storms for me, thanking them for their gift. Then Alger said again, Emissary, I have received Mr. Fool's oracle, and I will go to complete a task assigned by him, and may not be back for a few years. Oracle. Danitz was a little surprised. Why didn't he receive it? Alger continued, Mr. Fool is about to enter a slumber, but this will not affect you from receiving a response through prayer. After I leave, the affairs of the church will be transferred to Elder Derek Berg of City of Silver. If there is anything you can't solve, pray to Gehrman Sparrow. Also, write in the scriptures that the sea god is Mr. Fool's subordinate, so that all believers can accept it. Our faith is the key to Mr. Fool's awakening, and you, as his emissary, should set an example in this regard. Everything happened so suddenly that Danitz was a little dizzy, but he quickly understood the seriousness of the matter. Okay. A few days later, New City of Silver Harbor, on the crowded pier. Alger raised his head and looked at Derek, who was much taller than him. The Sea God Church is entrusted to you. Derek subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to scratch his head again, but finally endured it. Your Excellency Wilson, when will you be able to return? Alger shook his head and said, everything ahead is unknown, no one can say for sure. After speaking, he turned around and was about to board the ghost ship, but suddenly froze, looking at the three-masted sailing ship and the several crew members on the deck. Alger felt something in his heart, and looked down at himself. He was wearing a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and wide leg pants popular in the Rorsted archipelago, with a special belt around his waist. The corners of Alger's mouth turned up slightly, and he suddenly rose into the air and landed on the deck of the Blue Avenger, looking at the endless blue sea. Sail. On the last day of July, Hobert stood on the edge of Antarctica, gazing at this dark land. The last time I came here, it was polar night, and this time it is still polar night. The entire continent looks dark, with a sense of no-go zone. Since the end of Hobert's apotheosis ceremony, he has wanted to visit the primordial Demonis. But because he was not sure, he did not come to Antarctica to find the primordial Demonis until now, after he had accommodated the Nation of Disorder. Coming again to the huge ice wall building where the primordial Demonis was discovered before, there is no vitality here, only the stone statue of the outer god is still freezing in the ice and snow. Standing on the high ice wall, Hobert spread his spirituality to the entire Antarctic. Because of the particularity of Antarctica, nothing can be found by exploring in this way. But Hobert had a plan. He took out a beyonder characteristic of the Demonis of Catastrophe from the Nation of Disorder and used this characteristic to form a connection. Although it seems that no clues have been found for a while, Hobert is not discouraged and continues to form connection. He is very sure that with his current level, using an angel-level beyonder characteristic, it is only a matter of time to connection with the gods of this pathway. If it was just the Black Emperor, Hobert would not be so sure, but he is now half a great old one. This is not doing physical connection, but doing authority connection. Unless the primordial Demonis is not a true god, or she is not on the witch pathway. After associating for more than 10 seconds, Hobert disappeared in place and appeared in the astral world. It turned out that the primordial Demonis also knew that Hobert would chase her down in his usual style, so he simply left Antarctica and hid in the astral world. This is more convenient for Hobert to find. There is no ice and snow in Antarctica as an obstacle, and the primordial Demonis does not have much advantage here. At first glance, the astral world is similar to the spirit world. It is also divided into two parts by the barrier formed by the original creator. There is the part of the earth, and the part outside the earth. It's just that there seem to be no strange creatures in the astral world. All directions are like a cosmos, which looks boundless and even too large to have a sense of direction. The primordial Demonis is in such a bad state that he certainly does not dare to stay in the astral world outside the earth for a long time, otherwise his beyonder characteristics may be snatched by the outer deities. After another search, Hobert finally found only a very simple mirror. This made him frown, because the beyonder characteristics in his hand have been pointing to this mirror. This was a bit unexpected for Hobert. Is this mirror very special to the primordial Demonis? Otherwise, how could it deceive his connection? Hobert used this mirror to connection with the primordial Demonis, but failed. This is a strange mirror that cannot be used to trace her. He turned around the mirror. In the dim starlight, the simple mirror reflected a little starlight, which looked like a scene from a science fiction movie Hobert had watched. In the vast universe, there is something that does not belong to the universe, reflecting the faint light of the cosmos. There is nothing in the simple mirror, not even Hobert's shadow. This reminded Hobert of the dream he had a long time ago. In the dream, he also did not see himself in the mirror. As a result, he met the primordial Demonis a few days later. At that time, Hobert thought that the mirror that could not reflect himself and the beautiful female ghost were spirituality reminding him that he was about to encounter the primordial Demonis, who he could not deal with at the time. But I didn't expect that the dream seemed to have other indications. Standing in front of the simple mirror, Hobert recalled the dream again, but did not recall any clues. Hobert stood close to the mirror, expecting the primordial Demonis to reach out from the mirror and attack him. But nothing happened. Because it was close enough, Hobert could feel the simple and heavy aura of this mirror. This aura was a bit like the bell of order. He immediately thought of the demonissex propaganda for cheek, the first and last born from the Creator's body are the true successors of the Creator. This propaganda is a bit of self-advancement. In Hobert's view, the original Creator successors are more like the God Almighty and the Lord of Mysteries, and the Son of Chaos is more like a successor than cheek. The first and last may be an exaggerated description of the corresponding authority, and Hobert guessed that the so-called successor may be saying that cheek once inherited something from the original Creator. And the thing cheek inherited is the mirror in front of him. Of course, this thing must have been transformed by cheek. After all, even the specific life form of the original Creator is full of uncertainty, so it is impossible to use a mirror. Thinking of this, Hobert's main body, hiding inside the nation of disorder, immediately rang the bell of order. Boom. The simple mirror in front of him immediately cracked, and completely shattered in the next second. Hobert was slightly stunned. This mirror does not seem to have been inherited from the original Creator. Otherwise, how could it break with one shock? Immediately afterwards, the beyonder characteristics in the substitute's hand began to form a connection with a new target again. Before he could think about it, Hobert took the substitute to find it. From the broken mirror, strips of thick hair like pythons stretched out. At this time, the eyes at the top of these hairs were all open, and Hobert's substitute was covered with a thin layer of gray, as if it would be petrified in the next second. Obviously, the primordial demoness saw that his arrangement had not stopped Hobert, so he simply took the initiative to attack. The body of Hobert's substitute immediately expanded, becoming a tall and mighty image, wearing exquisite armor, with a handsome cloak on his back. His body was surrounded by constantly changing mystical symbols, which looked sacred and distorted. The substitute in the mythical creature state raised his hand towards the fragments of the mirror and dragged the primordial demoness, with countless python-like hairs out of the mirror. This very beautiful god, like a tall giant, looked at the eyes of the substitute with illusory beautiful eyes. In the eyes of the substitute, the astral world suddenly collapsed, the gods fell from high places, and the outer deities invaded. This was a scene of doomsday, which caused a serious impact on the substitute's mind, and he stood there motionless. Hobert's main body ignored the substitute and raised his hand towards the primordial demoness. The pythons on cheek's head suddenly turned into strips of rags. Hobert transformed the primordial demoness head into a broken mop. Cheek's whole body stiffened, standing there like a mop pole. In the next moment, Hobert used the power of the nation of disorder to magnify the power of the sword of disorder, turning the single sword of disorder into a rain of swords. Boom. The rain of swords hit cheek, and it exploded violently. It was as if the sword of disorder had stabbed the primordial demoness and launched a more violent attack in the form of self-destruction. But soon, cheek, with a mop head on his shoulder, had a response. With a crash, he turned into a very simple mirror and was shattered by the sword of disorder rain. Not far away, the primordial demoness main body, which had just appeared, also exploded immediately and turned into ashes. It turned out that Hobert used his level to change the rules of the mirror substitute ability. As long as the mirror substitute was hit, it was equivalent to hitting the main body. Looking at the primordial demoness turning into dust, Hobert couldn't help frowning, feeling that the primordial demoness was weaker than expected. But in the next second, a simple mirror appeared above the dust, and there was a projection of cheek in it. The primordial demoness, who had already turned into ashes, immediately reformed and turned into a complete cheek again. At this time, Mirror Cheek said to Hobert without any expression, "The 7 gods didn't kill me back then, do you think you can kill me by yourself?" Hobert did not look at the simple mirror and fell into deep thought, while the substitute, who had just recovered his state, was fighting with the primordial demoness in the astral world. Mirror Cheek did not attack Hobert, but stared at Hobert's main body. After about 2 or 3 seconds, Hobert suddenly said, "I understand. I understand how the witch pathway is resurrected. When I killed the demoness of unaging before, I thought that their spiritual bodies returned to arrangements such as puppets or substitute bodies to complete the resurrection process. Now it seems that it is not like that. They should have put a part of themselves in the mirror world connected to a mirror reflection. After they die, their spiritual bodies will fly into a mirror, merge with the reflection in the mirror, then return to the real world from the mirror world and complete the recovery of the beyonder characteristics. And after reaching the level of the gods of this pathway, they should be completely divided into 2, with the distinction between mirror cheek and true cheek. Because your state is not good, the state of true cheek is not very good, but the state of mirror cheek seems to be okay. This is also why some gods know that your state is very bad, while some gods know that your state is not that bad, because they are not encountering the same cheek. Of course, this cannot escape the eyes of the gods, but they do not have the habit of explaining to believers or others, they will only remind, the state of the primordial demoness is not too bad. He finally understood what the dream was hinting at him, the person in the mirror is the key. Mirror Cheek, who lacked the breath of a living person, said, "What can you do even if you know? Even if you become a great old one, you can't completely kill me. No, you simply don't understand the horror of the outer deities. Hobert grinned. If the mirror world is completely destroyed, Mirror Cheek will be gone. Before Mirror Cheek could say anything, Hobert's main body suddenly expanded, becoming like a substitute, with a cloak and exquisite armor, as if he was in a battlefield emperor. But unlike the substitute, a virtual fairyland appeared behind the main body. There were clouds and mist, with floating platforms, pavilions, and flowing water in the air. In the pavilion, there was a vague ancient giant clock, which seemed to be an eye that despised everything. With every breath Hobert took, he stirred the rules of the astral world. Around him, some rules were severely distorted, while others became ironclad laws that no deity could alter. Breathing, Hobert, in his half-great old one mythic creature state, entered the mirror. Mirror Cheek turned to flee, but it was too late. Several vortices appeared on the left side of her body, twisting it severely, many parts resembling tangled braids. His right side became obscure and incomprehensible, as if returning to a state of utter chaos without rules. Within the mirror world, Hobert was like a massive gravitational source suddenly placed in a nebula, immediately causing violent distortions, deformations, and collapses around him. Cheek desperately wanted to escape. The snake-like hair on her head stretched out like tentacles, striving to move in the opposite direction from Hobert. But it was utterly useless. She was like a satellite captured by Hobert, unable to escape no matter how many mirror substitutes she used, whether turning into stone, cursing Hobert, or transforming into an abstract apocalypse. Hobert took a small step forward, and Cheek was instantly torn to pieces by the surging power he emitted. In that instant, a wisp of illusory black light shot out from Mirror Cheek and fled into the depths of the mirror world in the blink of an eye. Although Cheek wasn't completely dead, her condition was extremely poor under Hobert's assault. Hobert strode forward, quickly giving chase. Behind him, the rules of the mirror world completely collapsed, and the corresponding space crumbled and fell apart, returning to nothingness. Clatter. The sudden sound of shattering startled Furs, who had just gotten out of bed. The mirror on her dressing table and the full-length mirror in the corner of her room shattered without warning, scattering glass shards all over the floor. In mystical terms, a mirror breaking for no reason is a very ominous sign. Just then, she heard exclamations outside. Sensing something with her spirituality, she immediately threw on a coat and used her blink ability to check around. All the mirrors and glass windows in the entire palace were broken. She went to other places to look and found that all the mirrored surfaces in Angel were broken as well. Furs performed a divination and breathed a slight sigh of relief. According to her divination, it was indeed a very ominous sign, but the danger was not directed at the Atlantis Empire. Mirror Cheek was gone, but Hobert was not worried. He continued forward unhurriedly, and wherever he passed, the mirror world completely collapsed, along with the symbolism of the mirror world. It would take a long time before it could reform under Hobert's lingering symbolism. Clatter. Sharon in Utopia Town glanced at the mirror in her room. The mirror shattered without warning. Then, a bad feeling arose in her spirituality. She immediately tried to enter the mirror world but discovered that the mirror world had disappeared. Continuing forward, the mirror world before Hobert became obscure and incomprehensible. At this moment, witches rushed out of the darkness, transforming into clumps of frost, trying to freeze Hobert. But they were shattered by pure, surging power before they could get close to Hobert, and screams rose and fell. Hobert took out the scepter of the Song of the Gods from the Nation of Disorder. The top of the scepter, with its intertwining colors, emitted a very bright light. The darkness was dispelled, and an enormous black mirror appeared before Hobert. On the scepter of the Song of the Gods, a small sun seemed to appear, filling the dark mirror with light. Hobert flicked the scepter, and the small sun floated into the air and immediately collapsed, triggering a violent, nuclear fusion reaction. The mirror world is different from the real world, it doesn't even have air. But Hobert transformed the corresponding laws of nature, and the nuclear explosion still produced a huge impact, shattering the huge black mirror. Clatter. Cerrone Island, northwest of the Rorstad archipelago, was the last stronghold of the Demoness sect, with a demigod and several mid-sequence beyonders. But just now, this stronghold and the entire island were instantly engulfed in flames. The bright light in the mirror appeared without warning, igniting everything within sight. The witches who saw that strong light were directly burned to ashes. The last force of the Demoness sect perished in this way. Intis, Trier. The residents of this city in front of mirrors saw amazing scenes. The scenes in the mirror were different from the real world. The residents there were fleeing in panic, as if something terrifying was chasing them, but soon, their path ahead seemed to be a dead end, and they were completely desperate. But just then, they seemed to remember something and looked in the direction of the mirror. The residents in front of the mirror felt their gazes and were very clear that they were preparing to escape from the mirror and come to the real world. Clatter. Just as the people in the real world felt their scalps tingle, the mirror shattered, and no one could escape. At the same time, in the White Maple Palace, Roselle stood in a daze in front of a shattered full-length mirror. Just now, he had actually seen a version of himself wearing women's clothing in the mirror. Female Roselle was desperately fleeing from a long corridor to the real world, but soon, that long corridor collapsed, and the full-length mirror shattered. However, the other's despair and dismay still allowed Roselle to feel emotional resonance. After a long while, Roselle said, "This is really spooky." The huge black mirror shattered, and Hobert was slightly stunned by the scene before him. Before him was a wall composed of squares, stretching out without end. In each square sat a statue, male or female, and in some places sat a person who looked normal. At the very top of this wall was a short-haired man who looked somewhat similar to the primordial demoness. He sat there with his eyes closed, with an ancient mirror behind him. That was Cheek. Hobert immediately understood that each person sitting here corresponded to a witch, or rather a warlock, or a witch of a higher sequence. Especially these men, they were the true selves of their transgendered witches. When promoted to demoness of unaging, the witch in the real world could connect with the self here and use the self here to revive again and again. And those who had turned into statues were the witches who had already died, but in this extraordinary world, they still retained some imprints. At this moment, male Cheek, sitting at the highest point, opened his eyes, and his eyes also lacked the breath of a living person. All the statues in the squares moved and rushed towards Hobert. Some turned into mudslides, some turned into falling meteorites, some turned into volcanic eruptions, some turned into blizzards. All kinds of disasters swept towards Hobert, and Hobert's fingertips formed a black hole, sucking all the disasters into the black hole, and the endless disasters disappeared without a trace. The next second, Hobert came before male Cheek, "Rest in peace." Male Cheek was very strange. "You must kill me." He seemed to have not spoken for a long time, and his tongue was disobedient. Hobert said lightly, "Because you are a vicious witch. But my pathway is chaos. You want to become true chaos, so you become the apocalypse." Hobert said, "Only the original creator can bring true chaos, you are not qualified." He stretched out his left hand and clenched his fist suddenly, the power shattering male Cheek, and a dark light in the ancient mirror behind him dissipated immediately. Primordial Demoness Cheek, fallen. 12 chapters left. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 756, Chapter 752, Tarot Club Without a Fool. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert watched as the male Cheek before him vanished into nothing. His spirituality sensed something. Cheek had made arrangements for resurrection. However, after resurrection, she would likely only be at the level of an angel at most, and would require a certain trigger mechanism, so she was not worth worrying about. Immediately afterward, Hobert looked at the ancient mirror behind Cheek. It was indeed the shape of a mirror, but it gave one the illusion that it was not a product of humanity. He touched it with his spirituality, and streams of inspiration flowed, allowing him to perceive fragments of ancient information. This mirror truly came from the original creator, or rather, it was the symbolic reflection of the original creator. If one were to understand it using the structure of the human body, it was like a piece of cartilage from the beginning, the kind of cartilage between bones. Because it was between bones, it formed a mirror world like a crevice, which was the abstract meaning of the ancient mirror. But this structure also possessed the authority to project images. From this perspective, it was more like the original retina. Hobert could thus confirm that the original creator did not possess a human form. Otherwise, the parts on him would not have such vastly different dual meanings in Hobert's anthropomorphic understanding. Of course, it was also possible that the original creator was an abstract life form. Even if it had a human form, it would be impossible to understand its internal structure. Hobert understood this very well. After accommodating the nation of disorder, his own life form could no longer be understood by human cognition. It could only be compared to human organs, but could not be accurately described. Hobert deactivated his mythical creature form and touched the ancient mirror surface. Instantly, he felt that he had obtained the authority to reconstruct the mirror world. At the same time, he also sensed that this authority was triggered by the Black Emperor pathway and the Sefirah, nation of disorder, or more directly, the Sefirah and characteristics of the Son of Chaos. Even the primordial demoness could only construct a secret space like a kingdom of gods in the mirror world. She had never completely fully controlled this mirror, otherwise she would have been invincible in the mirror world. Hobert smiled. It seemed that the Son of Chaos had not lied in some respects. The disorder indeed had the authority to transform, and the Son of Chaos had a very close connection with the original creator. Taking a deep breath, Hobert grasped the ancient mirror, and with his other hand holding the scepter of the Song of the Gods, the already collapsed mirror world suddenly underwent a dramatic change. In the 1 or 2 minutes before and after the primordial demoness fell, the whole world was plunged into panic. According to later statistics, 80% of the mirrors in the northern and southern continents suddenly shattered. The remaining 20% of the mirrors no longer had any function as mirrors. For example, rivers no longer reflected the scenery on both banks. For example, mirrors hanging on the wall showed nothing, only emptiness. The panic of ordinary people was that it seemed that nothing in this world could see their appearance. This would have a huge impact on ordinary people's self-awareness. The panic of Beyonders was that all abilities related to mirrors had failed, such as mirror divination, mirror blink, and so on. The Beyonder world would experience a huge gap. Sharon, as an ancient Bane, gradually calmed down after the initial worry. She could sense that the mirror world had undergone a huge change, but such a change was only temporary. According to the relevant laws of the Beyonder world, even if the mirror world disappeared for some reason, it could reconstruct itself after a period of time. However, the reconstructed mirror world would definitely be full of unknowns and would be very dangerous. Just as she thought of this, Sharon's spirituality sensed something. The mirror world reopened its doors to Beyonders. At the same time, the mirrors throughout the world returned to normal. Sharon stood in front of the broken mirror for a while. Not feeling any danger from the mirror world, she suddenly leaped into the mirror world. The scene before her eyes surprised Sharon very much. Obviously, this place had been reconstructed by a mighty force. Originally, most of the passages in the mirror world were very narrow, and many dark and obscure places hid all kinds of dangers. But now the mirror world had become wide and bright. It was a scene of the sky. Clouds hovered all around, whether above, below, left, or right, as if this was a world belonging to the sky. There was no sun, no cosmos, but the sunset and starlight intertwined, which was very magnificent. In the sky within sight, there were 3 huge landmasses floating in different time periods. These landmasses were covered with floating mirrors. According to Sharon's inspiration, the mirror world under the dusk time period was absolutely safe. The mirror world under the night time period had a certain degree of danger, or rather, had the probability of creating some terrifying consequences. And the mirror world under a thunderstorm cloud was very dangerous. All creatures that came to the mirror world should try not to approach it. Sharon could be sure that someone, no, a god had transformed the mirror world, transforming the dark and obscure, oppressive, unknown, mysterious, and dangerous mirror world into a mirror world with beautiful scenery where safety and danger were clear at a glance. Hobert, holding the ancient mirror and the scepter of the Song of the Gods, stood at the top of the mirror world, looked at his masterpiece, and nodded with satisfaction. Although the mirror world, after his transformation, still had parts of madness and distortion, with his current level, he could concentrate all these madness and distortions and pile them together, without affecting the overall aesthetics of the mirror world. Putting away the scepter and this ancient mirror, Hobert suddenly thought of the meaning of his authority, to change the status quo of the extraordinary. For example, the original mirror world was purely formed spontaneously under the influence of the extraordinary, which was why it had a state where danger and safety coexisted, and distortion and normalcy were present at the same time. But now it was different. Hobert separated the safe and normal space from the dangerous and distorted space. Danger and distortion still existed, but they were easier to avoid than before. Leaving the mirror world, Hobert returned to the astral world. The true Cheek, who had been fighting with the substitute here, had turned into a stone statue. The Beyonder characteristics and uniqueness had also been extracted, sealed, and picked up by the substitute. After Hobert completely smashed the stone statue, he took over the uniqueness and Beyonder characteristics, and found almost no corruption or aura of Sefirah on the uniqueness. This was more in line with the information he had obtained before. City of Calamity had begun to affect high-sequence Beyonders and the uniqueness of the Hunter pathway due to some experiments by the deceased god of combat, Badhile. But the Witch pathway did not seem to be greatly affected. Immediately afterward, Hobert had a whim. I wonder if I can transform the cosmos now. He immediately tried, but soon found that because he did not have a medium like the ancient mirror, he could only transform a certain area of the astral world, and it also had a time limit. Hobert smiled and shook his head. Transforming things can also be addictive. Putting away the uniqueness and Beyonder characteristics, Hobert returned to the Angel Palace and began planning the next hunt. In the blink of an eye, it was August 3rd, the first Monday of this month. At about 2:50 in the afternoon, Hobert came to Audrey's bedroom to attend the tarot gathering with her. Audrey smiled slightly. I'm actually a little nervous about attending this time. She casually did a psychological analysis on herself and found that the reason she was nervous was because she was worried. What if the tarot gathering didn't start as scheduled after 3 o'clock? But I need to use a very natural way to first spread the news that I am very curious about this issue to Backlund, and then write a letter, which will look very reasonable. Hobert smiled. Now when I hear the word reasonable that is related to the spectator, I feel like it's a very terrifying thing. Just as they were talking, the two people's vision was covered by grey fog, and they came to the hall that seemed to be prepared for giants, on both sides of the model bronze long table. All the members subconsciously looked at the head of the bronze long table. When they saw that the seat there was empty, they couldn't hide the disappointment in their hearts. In fact, everyone knew very well that they would not see Mr. Fool at today's tarot gathering, but when faced with such a fact, everyone still felt a little lost. Okay, let's begin. The World Gehrman Sparrow, who was sitting at the bottom of the table, said. Justice Audrey still stood up and greeted everyone in order of when the members joined the tarot gathering, starting with the Hanged Man Alger. Everyone also smiled and greeted this beautiful noble lady, as if they had found the feeling of attending the tarot gathering before. The Moon Emlyn cleared his throat first and said, I think everyone should have the same question as me. A few days ago, why did the mirrors, or rather, the mirror surfaces, all over the world, experience abnormalities? They either shattered themselves, or lost the function of mirrors. This process lasted about 2 minutes, and then the mirror surfaces completely returned to normal. The other members immediately looked at the Moon. As Emlyn said, this was a common question in everyone's heart, and it was also a question they wanted to discuss at the tarot gathering. The hermit Katlia then said, I used some secret techniques to explore the mirror world that had returned to normal, and found that it was brand new and completely different from the original cramped and dark mirror world. The star Leonard also said, we guessed that a god must have reshaped the mirror world. Leonard had already advanced to Fear Bishop, an important figure in the God-foreseeing assembly, and was very clear about the church's research on the changes in the mirror world. I happen to know some inside information. Hobert said with a smile. Everyone's reaction greatly satisfied his vanity, and he felt that his humanity had become a lot more lively. The other members all looked at the Emperor. They really couldn't imagine what connection the Emperor, or the Creator, had with the mirror world. Seeing that his words had attracted everyone's attention, Hobert continued, the reason why the mirror world changed was because the Creator and primordial Demoness had a fierce battle at that time. Emlyn nodded, I see. That made sense. A god fought in the mirror world, which caused the abnormalities in the mirror surfaces all over the world. Leonard sighed, the battle between gods is too terrifying. It can have a huge impact on a global scale. Just as Alger was about to ask how the victory or defeat was, Hobert continued, on that day, the primordial Demoness fell, and the Creator transformed the mirror world. This news was like a thunderclap in the hall. The other members, including the world, were so surprised that they couldn't speak for the next 2 or 3 seconds. A god had fallen just like that. Although the primordial Demoness was an evil god, she was also a god. She had fallen just like that. Audrey was the first to react, no wonder. On the same day, many members of the Demoness Research Society also experienced spiritual instability and suddenly became in very bad condition. But after that day, everything seemed to have returned to normal. After a few more seconds, Alger cleared his throat and asked, did the primordial Demoness completely fall? There should still be means of resurrection. Hobert replied, according to the investigation these past few days, I found that in some remote islands of the Rorstad archipelago, there are still believers in the primordial Demoness. However, even if the primordial Demoness successfully resurrects, she will only be at the level of an angel. To be honest, I'm looking forward to her resurrecting soon. That way he could completely kill the primordial Demoness. Everyone slowly nodded. They didn't seem too surprised that gods had means of resurrection. Katlia then said, recently, the frequency of divine battles seems a bit high. Starting in October last year, there was a divine battle that affected the entire direction of the world war, and the god of combat fell in battle. Not long ago, Mr. Fool seized the corresponding authority, and there was also a divine battle. Only about half a month had passed, and there was another divine battle between the Creator and primordial Demoness, and primordial Demoness fell as a result. The world also joined the topic, the end is near, and the gods are also making preparations. At this time, the external image of the world was Gehrman Sparrow. Only in Utopia was it Klein's image. He has the level of a king of angels of the seer pathway and is the most loyal angel to the Fool. He was once an adventurer, a great detective, and a member of the Nighthawks. Because he possesses rich humanity, when he walks among humans, he can trigger more humanity, thereby making the humanity of the main body more active. The world's reminder silenced everyone. Even the gods are preparing for the apocalypse, so what can they do? However, Hobert said, it's not entirely about preparation. Mainly, the primordial Demoness has been our enemy for a long time. Currently, the Creator has also regained some authority, so we might as well completely eliminate the leader of our enemies. The leader of the enemies. The other members exchanged glances, unsure of what to say about this description. Hobert continued, also, when the great Creator and Mr. Fool regained authority, the primordial Demoness came forward to stop them on separate occasions. She even supported the Paz Kingdom during the decisive battle between Atlantis and the Paz Kingdom. If there is an opportunity, the Creator will certainly eliminate such an opponent. The world was slightly taken aback, then the hidden sage. Hobert smiled, in my opinion, his current situation is also very dangerous. Everyone was stunned, meaning that the Creator's former enemies, or rather, those enemies at the level of gods would be targets of the Creator. This is a hunt for evil gods. Thinking of this, everyone instinctively trembled. That's a hunt for gods. It sounds light, but such a thought is too blasphemous. Since the topic turned to the hidden sage, Hobert casually asked Katlia, I heard that the Moses ascetic order doesn't have a fixed headquarters. Katlia was slightly stunned and hesitated before saying, yes. There are also gatherings between the ascetic orders, convened by an angel. We all have corresponding information avatars with that angel. Each gathering takes place in some corner of this world, operating our information avatars to participate. And the meeting place is sometimes at the bottom of the sea, sometimes inside a mountain, sometimes in the wilderness, without a fixed location. The only thing that is the same is that we all gather in front of a virtual building with several huge stone pillars. That is the sanctuary of the ascetic order, said to be the residence of a god. The reason she spoke in such detail was that she realized that the Moses ascetic order might suddenly disappear one day in the future, and there was no point in keeping such things secret. The other members were imagining the process of the Moses ascetic order's gathering, feeling that it was somewhat similar to the Tarot Club, but not as high-end. After all, the information avatar must be very vague and have no feelings, far from giving the members of the Tarot Club a sense of solidity, as if they were attending the gathering in person. Moreover, the meeting place of the Moses ascetic order obviously did not give people the mysterious and powerful feeling of Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. Hobert nodded, thank you for your explanation. Katlia smiled helplessly, you're welcome. At this time, the world said again, I remember that dark side of the universe also appeared in the battle where Mr. Fool regained authority. Another god, or rather, another evil god. That's right, but this evil god is more difficult to deal with, Hobert said. I heard that he has completely escaped into the cosmos and is currently seeking the protection of the Mother Tree of Desire. He indeed heard this news, it was information passed to him by Farbody, which should theoretically be relatively accurate intelligence. Therefore, Hobert would only pay attention to him after becoming a great old one. Audrey voiced the question in her heart, in this tug-of-war, did Farbody lose? Did the dark side of the universe completely lean towards the Mother Tree of Desire? In my opinion, the dark side of the universe has long been dominated by the Mother Tree of Desire, merely constituting Farbody's last line of defense, Hobert said. Now Farbody's state is still passable in the dream, but it will become very bad once he enters the real world. In the battle where Mr. Fool regained authority, Farbody took the risk of expressing his stance, taking the abyss away from the battlefield of the War of the Gods. The Mother Tree of Desire should be able to take this opportunity to completely seize the initiative of the dark side of the universe. That's why the dark side of the universe entered the cosmos. The magician Furs also joined the topic, did Devil Monarch Farbody completely split into two gods? Did the dark side of the universe take away some beyonder characteristics of the abyss pathway? She also came into contact with Farbody on the west bank of Full Moon Lake. Currently, the painting with Farbody's dream is still under her control. It's just that Hobert resealed it, and Farbody can no longer influence Furs through the painting. Hobert explained, everyone should have heard of the incarnation ability of the demon pathway, which can transform into a viscous black liquid for a certain period of time. It is said that high-level demons also have the ability to transform into desire, using emotions such as desire to create an incarnation similar to a shadow. I think that the dark side of the universe should have been a unique incarnation of Farbody in the beginning. Because he wanted to deceive the Mother Tree of Desire, this incarnation was very special, and even pointed to Farbody himself in mysticism. But now, this incarnation has completely betrayed Farbody. Hobert was already planning to help this Devil Monarch out, otherwise, after the dark side of the universe completely fell into the hands of the Mother Tree of Desire, Farbody shouldn't be able to last long. He continued, there may be beyonder characteristics in the body of the dark side of the universe, but after killing him, these beyonder characteristics should be recovered by Farbody. So he should be safe with the Mother Tree of Desire. T/N. Hobert paused and then explained, in my opinion, these beyonder characteristics are very similar to him and Farbody using the abyss as a medium to achieve some kind of sharing. At the same time, both of them can basically reach the level of a true god by using the abyss, but they are both a little weaker than the positive gods in good condition. To go a step further, this is an application of the abstracted authority and the actual existence of the entity on a pathway. Like the moon pathway, besides the uniqueness of this pathway, there is also the real moon in the night sky, and their pointers in the mystical sense are almost the same. And in this world, there is indeed the existence of the abyss, and at the same time, the abyss also has an abstracted authority. These were some inspirations Hobert gained after recently accommodating the Nation of Disorder. After accommodating the Sefirah, Hobert found that it was easier for him to find ideas when considering some abstract problems. This proves that Hobert is also becoming more and more abstract, and his way of thinking is gradually diverging from the thinking of normal creatures. Fortunately, Hobert's anchor is very stable, and his humanity has always maintained a good state. Furs nodded slowly, immediately understanding the state between Farbody and the dark side of the universe. The other members also listened very carefully. This is very high-end information in the extraordinary world. Talking about this topic also came to an end. Everyone felt a lot of emotion about this, feeling that in the near future, they would most likely witness an era in which gods would often fall. Thinking of these things, everyone felt a little panic. This is the end of the world, even the fall of gods may be the norm. Hobert waited for everyone to sigh for a while before asking the world, "Can we talk alone?" "Yes," the world replied. "Mr. Fool gave me the corresponding authority." Hobert nodded. "I want to talk to you alone." The world hummed and created a communication space between the two of them through his operations. In a space with only two people, Hobert went straight to the point. "Last week, a strange thing happened. An transmigrator actually came to me." He knew the answer, but at this time, he could only pretend to be confused. Our transmigration is all the arrangement of the outer deities. Why are there new transmigrators now? The world smiled. There were also quite a few souls from the modern era imprisoned in this castle, but before the fool entered slumber, he released them all. Hobert took a deep breath. About how many? Thousands. Hobert shook his head with a smile. This is a group transmigration. The world pondered for a moment before saying, they were released by the fool and have been hanging out in the Sefirah castle for so long. Their fate should have established a deep connection with the Sefirah castle, and they should meet the members of the Tarot Club one after another. Hobert leaned back in his chair. For me, they are very useful talents. I'm just afraid that they will think they have finally transmigrated, so their ambitions are very big and they are difficult to control. I'm not too worried about this, the world said in a hoarse voice. After all, this world has beyonder powers, and they should be able to recognize the facts soon. Since they came to join you, they should have a basic psychological preparation. However, Hobert said, no matter what, I have to knock them down a bit after they come. If they don't recognize the facts, I will send them to the grassroots to experience it. Then he talked about another topic. I told you before that the outer god, son of chaos, was sealed by celestial worthy, and became the sealed artifact, genie. I recently got a definite piece of information that there is still a part of the beyonder characteristics in the body of the son of chaos in genie. Those beyonder characteristics seem to be his core authority. I plan to try to devour son of chaos after devouring uncertain mist for a period of time. But a key question is that even celestial worthy couldn't strip out that part of the characteristics of son of chaos back then. I may have to devour the consciousness of son of chaos together. It will definitely be very dangerous at that time. If the consciousness of son of chaos gains the upper hand, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Hobert paused slightly, then continued, these 2 days, I suddenly thought of a way. At that time, I can ask the fool to help me fool son of chaos to see if I can get him to give up those beyonder characteristics himself. Celestial worthy may have tried this method too. If it doesn't work, I can lower the IQ of son of chaos, and I will devour him while he is silly. The world was stunned for a moment and said, your idea coincides with some of the ideas of my main body. Speaking of this, he first explained, I can currently receive some of the ideas of the main body. Then the world continued the previous topic, my main body has also recently been considering trying to fool the thinking of celestial worthy to make celestial worthy think that he is Klein, so as to achieve some kind of consensus. It's just that celestial worthy is not so easy to fool. Such a consensus is currently difficult to achieve. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, this is a very good idea. I plan to devour uncertain mist first. At that time, I can try it out first. Then he said again, after the fool wakes up, I can also use my authority to try to make the consciousness of celestial worthy succumb. The world suddenly smiled, I forgot, you are the strongest support. Hobert also smiled and said, I know very well that you are the best at fudging people. The two smiled at each other, but the smiles gradually disappeared. Although they had a good idea, the road ahead still looked very difficult. After the space for private communication was released, the hall was quiet for a while before the son Derek said, Mr. Emperor, Mr. World, I want to ask a question. When the entire sky became very bright some time ago, was it the consequence of Mr. Fool's war to regain authority? At that time, although most parts of the northern and southern continents were daytime, the brightness was very abnormal, very much like the entire sky was covered by the sun, and the original sun could not see the specific location. Katlia and others looked at the world. They had such questions at the previous tarot meeting, but that tarot meeting was not suitable for asking such questions, so they had been hiding this question in their hearts. Audrey and Furs had already asked Hobert for relevant information, knowing the general situation of the War of the Gods, and they were not very interested in this question. That's right, the world replied, that dazzling light was emitted by Adam. The strong light that illuminated the astral world clearly is the authority that he imagined. In response, after Klein became a god, his spirituality instantly completed the relevant divination, allowing him to roughly understand the operation of the ancient sun god. But the world didn't intend to explain too clearly, just explained. He and the true Creator once held back the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Everyone was stunned, not expecting that these positive gods also participated in the war. Immediately afterwards, Emlyn asked, Mr. World, which gods participated in the war at that time? The world replied, all the gods in the real world participated in the war of the gods at that time. The other members looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect this war of the gods to be so fierce. Originally, they thought that the two sides participating in the war were the Fool and the Creator fighting against Amon. When they heard that Primordial Demoness, Hidden Sage, and Dark Side of the Universe also participated in the war of the gods just now, they were already very surprised. But unexpectedly, even more gods joined the battle. Hearing the world's answer, Katlia immediately thought, the Creator and Mr. Fool are probably mainly fighting Amon, while Adam and True Creator are dealing with Eternal Blazing Sun, Lord of Storms, and God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The three evil gods mentioned by the Emperor and the world just now, Primordial Demoness, Hidden Sage, and Dark Side of the Universe, are respectively dealt with by the Evernight Goddess, Mother Earth, and God of Steam and Machinery. This matches up in terms of numbers. Emlyn then asked, why are all the gods participating in the war? Is it because they all hate Amon? This question was not suitable for the world to answer, so Hobert replied, there may be such factors, but that is not the main reason. The gods are participating in the war because the Orthodox gods all support Mr. Fool in becoming a great old one, while Adam and the others support Amon in becoming a great old one. Similarly, Hobert did not intend to explain to everyone what a pillar was. The other members were slightly stunned when they heard this answer. Alger thought to himself, I didn't expect that even at the level of gods, they still have to take sides. That's right, after all, there is still the above the sequence. Little son Derek thought to himself, in the end, Mr. Fool won, and Amon lost, which is also equivalent to the Orthodox gods winning. This question came to a temporary end here, and Hobert suddenly said to Derek, I have obtained a sealed artifact corresponding to Light Seeker. Are you interested in becoming an angel? That sealed artifact was given to Hobert by the Lone Kingdom in exchange for the return of one of their angels to Lone. Emlyn, who was next to Derek, thought to himself, who wouldn't be interested in this? The other members sighed in their hearts, the distance to everyone is an angel is not far away. They didn't know that Hobert had already prepared the characteristics to become angels for Justice and Magician. If he completed the transaction with Derek, then everyone an angel would only be a matter of time. Little son was a little excited, but when he thought about his special status now, he used his eyes to ask the world. Don't have any psychological burden, Hobert said, giving you this Beyonder characteristic is a transaction I personally initiated with you, and it has nothing to do with the relationship between our two forces. Everyone was slightly stunned, realizing that this transaction seemed to be different from the previous transactions. Although the world was not clear about Hobert's specific plan, he would certainly not stop him since Hobert had said so. So he said to Derek, in that case, it depends on your personal thoughts, and you don't need to ask for my opinion. Little son nodded and said to Hobert, Mr. Emperor, of course I am willing to become an angel. Hobert ed and said, next time at the gathering, I will give you the Justice Tutor potion formula. When your ritual preparations are almost complete, I will give you the Beyonder characteristic. In Derek's sincere thanks, this round of angel-level transactions ended. Next, everyone shared some recent news, and when they had chatted enough, under the auspices of the world, this tarot gathering ended. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 757, Chapter 753, The Fall of the Hidden Sage. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. As a dream weaver, Audrey easily guided Hobert into the dream world. In fact, given Hobert's current level, entering the dream realm himself would be quite easy. He could simply distort the state and thoughts of someone nearby, causing them to fall asleep instantly and have a dream. He could then use that person's dream to jump into the dream world. However, Hobert was currently trying to strengthen his humanity and interact more with those around him, especially the two empresses, so he asked Audrey for help. Audrey was delighted to be able to assist the high sequence Hobert. This kind of feedback was positive feedback and helped Hobert maintain his humanity. After entering the bizarre dream world, Hobert shouted, for body. With that shout, many uncoordinated and colorful areas in the dreamscape suddenly paused, then quickly retreated like mice seeing a cat. These places were the dangers lurking in the dream world. Some were unknown fears, others were extraordinary distortions and madness manifested in dreams, and some were mental projections of terrifying entities. Normally, they wouldn't actively influence other people's dreams, but if someone accidentally encountered them in a dream, they would usually have a nightmare, and in rare cases, it would trigger disastrous consequences. Hobert had only shouted, he hadn't used any Beyonder abilities. Their retreat was simply because Hobert's terrifying level made these dangerous parts of the dream aware of the danger, so they quickly hid themselves. A second or two later, the dreamscape in front of Hobert was covered with thick grass, and then, not far from him, a Gothic palace rose from the ground. Farbody's human form, a tall, thin middle-aged man, stood in front of the palace gate. His current condition was even worse than before. Even in the dream world, he didn't dare to leave the palace. Hobert stretched out his right hand, and a small mirror appeared in his hand. He gently tossed it towards Farbody. The next second, the mirror was in Farbody's hand. "I've built a secret space for you in the mirror world," Hobert said. "If the Mother Tree of Desire sends someone to find you, hide in that secret space. Hide for a while longer, and I'll help you get rid of the dark side of the universe. I believe you've already found clues to the tenebrous world. Now that the seal on the western continent is loosening, become a great old one as soon as possible and participate in the battle against the outer deities." Farbody stroked the mirror in his hand and sighed deeply. "Thank you." In the past few days, there had been some strangers in front of the palace gate. It was estimated that before long, the followers of the Mother Tree of Desire would be able to find him using the dark side of the universe. "I'm not helping you for nothing," Hobert added. "In the future, you will take all the demons to live on another planet. I know that even if you're not there, humans still have an evil side, but at the same time, humans also have a beautiful side. Your existence will make that fragmented beautiful side even paler and weaker." Farbody agreed almost without thinking. "No problem." As he spoke, he gave Hobert a ball of his blood. This blood would allow Hobert to find the dark side of the universe relatively easily, and of course, it could also easily locate the Devil Monarch. This was another expression of Farbody's stance. From the moment Hobert appeared in the dream, he knew that he had bet correctly before. September arrived in the blink of an eye. On a mountain peak at the edge of the Star Highlands, Hobert looked at the endless plain in the distance. That was the Paz River Valley, a fertile land. A small river flowed through the valley at the foot of Hobert's mountain. This section of the river was very steep, only a few dozen kilometers long, but the altitude drop was several hundred meters. In the valley behind Hobert, a dam was being built. It was the world's first hydroelectric power station. At this time, only half of the dam body had been built, and it was expected to be completed in the second half of next year. At that time, the construction team would divert the river in front of Hobert into the completed dam. During the previous wave of infrastructure construction, a batch of thermal power plants had already been built. However, with the widespread use of motors, more electricity was used in factories. Currently, only towns at the administrative level in Atlantis had electricity, and most rural areas were still using candles or oil lamps. Hobert sat on a rock, watching the people working on the construction site for more than 10 minutes. He didn't intend to speed up the construction of this hydroelectric power station, because this hydroelectric power station brought together many domestic engineers and elites from the electricity department. They also needed to accumulate experience through this hydroelectric power station, and then build hydroelectric power stations around the vast Star Highlands. Hobert didn't intend to interfere with these construction works, because these were important but not urgent tasks that could be left to his bureaucracy to operate. After watching for a long time, Hobert finally got up. The next second, he had arrived at the Berserk Sea amidst thunder and lightning. This was the sea area outside the safe lanes in the Berserk Sea, and many demigods didn't dare to set foot in these dangerous sea areas. Hobert raised his hand slightly, and the dark clouds that had been permeating the air for more than 1,000 years dissipated, and the sunlight shone on these dark blue seas again. He transformed the environment of the real world here, restoring the boundary between the real world and the underworld that had collapsed due to the fall of the underworld emperor. This was the root cause of why the Berserk Sea was so violent. While moving forward, Hobert transformed the natural laws of the Berserk Sea, and took out a small glass bottle from the Nation of Disorder. This glass bottle contained a stream of information that was flowing, expanding, or contracting. Previously, Bernadette had sealed her father in Roselle's tomb on the mysterious island, completing the advancement ceremony. During the advancement process, the hidden sage wanted to mix a stream of information into Bernadette's body, but it was intercepted by Hobert. Hobert had been keeping the stream of information belonging to the hidden sage in order to find the hidden sage when the time was right. The reason why he went to seek revenge on the primordial demoness first, and then came to find the hidden sage, was because the hidden sage seemed to have a certain connection with the knowledge more. Therefore, this evil god, who was suspected of having the uniqueness activated, could have the level of a god at certain times without a copy of the knowledge emperor characteristic. This was more difficult to deal with than a real god in certain specific environments. The hidden sage, like the primordial demoness, must have realized that Hobert would come to settle the scores sooner or later, so according to Hobert's connection, this evil god hid in the depths of the Berserk Sea. Because he had no physical body, the bad weather in the Berserk Sea couldn't cause substantial damage to him. Using the connection of that stream of information, Hobert gradually went deep into the Berserk Sea. Behind him, a vast sea area had returned to normal. These sea areas had a few scattered islands. Because they hadn't seen the sun for more than 1,000 years, they looked like strange rocks. Only some plants that relied on spirituality for nourishment and extraordinary plants survived. At the same time, those islands had long become a paradise for monsters. Some of them were beyonder creatures, and some were beyonders who had lost control and used some opportunities to escape here. Hobert slowly searched forward. Finally, in the clouds ahead, he found a rolling stream of information. But that wasn't the Hidden Sage's body, it was an information group used by the Hidden Sage to mislead him. Hobert smiled slightly. Of course, he knew that evil gods at this level weren't so easy to find. If the first plan didn't work, he had another plan. Hobert held a glass bottle in one hand and took out a completely black eye from the Nation of Disorder. It was the eye obtained in the operation to save Old Neil, and it was also the foundation of the 100-eyed Devil Monarch. Hobert had previously tried to find the origin of this eye, but he saw that knowledge more, and his head was immediately blown up by the massive amount of knowledge. At that time, Hobert realized that the Hidden Sage should be using some mystery prior pathway beyonders to test the knowledge more or to find the knowledge more. It was very likely that not long after that, the Hidden Sage had established a connection with the knowledge more, and the Hidden Sage had the power of a god. 3 years later, Hobert injected spirituality into the black eye again, and took the initiative to find the knowledge more. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the distance turned fiery red, and a virtual fiery red giant eye appeared in the clouds. At the same time as the giant eye appeared, there appeared a virtual scene like a mirage. The main body was an endless wilderness. In the wilderness, there was a high tower. At the top of the tower, there was a fiery red eyeball, staring at this land. Suddenly, that eyeball seemed to sense Hobert's gaze, and it looked at Hobert. Hobert's body suddenly swelled, and soon showed a black handsome cloak and exquisite armor, as if he were an emperor in the battlefield. Behind him, there appeared a virtual fairyland, where clouds and mists lingered, with high platforms, pavilions, and flowing water floating in the air. In the pavilions, there was vaguely an ancient giant clock, which seemed to be an eye that despised everything. Between Hobert's breaths, he drove the rules of the surrounding sea areas. Around him, some rules were severely distorted, and some became iron laws, and no god could make any changes. With the protection of the Nation of Disorder and the mythical creature state, Hobert stared at the giant eye without any pressure. Soon Hobert realized that the scene in front of him was not the real knowledge more, but only the projection of that Sefirah in the real world. Although the seal on the western continent was lifted, these Sefirah were obviously not truly liberated. But for Hobert, a phantom was enough. He immediately let his spirituality touch the phantom, and at the same time, the glass bottle in his right hand shattered, and the stream of information belonging to the Hidden Sage was released. With the power of the giant eye and the knowledge more, using the stream of information in his hand, Hobert's vision rapidly crossed the real world. He looked through the dark clouds of the Berserk Sea and the fog of the Fog Sea. Finally, in the dark seabed of the Fog Sea, he found a turbulent torrent of information. The seawater, sea fish, submarine plants, rocks, and silt were all turned into fantastic pieces of information under the action of that information torrent, and flowed into the information torrent. This huge information torrent felt Hobert's gaze from afar and shrank suddenly. Hobert seemed to see the other party's tension and fear. The next second, Hobert tampered with his position and appeared in front of the information torrent. In the mythical creature state of half-disordered person, the huge twisting force distorted the surrounding seawater and seabed into a ball, and the surging force crushed the seawater, separating hydrogen, oxygen, and salt. From the surface of the Fog Sea, this was a huge vortex that seemed to swallow the sky. The seabirds flying in the sky were instantly sucked into the vortex, and their bones were gone. The surrounding islands were as fragile as piles of sand, and were crushed from top to bottom. The Hidden Sage was first shocked by Hobert's mythical creature state. When he came back to his senses, part of the information torrent had been distorted into fragmented numbers and symbols. At this time, Hobert's attack was not limited to physical significance, but also had abstract significance. The Hidden Sage did not choose to confront, but turned himself into small vortexes along the twisting force, and soon used the twisting force to throw the strings of characters out, and formed an information torrent again not far away. He had no intention of fighting Hobert. The surrounding space immediately became illusory, and he was preparing to hide in the vast cosmic information torrent. In the eyes of the high-sequence beyonders of the mystery prior pathway, the entire universe is composed of pieces of information. Some symbols represent air, and some symbols represent seawater. These symbols represent the most essential knowledge, and are also abstract basic units. These seawater and air are constantly radiating the light of knowledge, but they are ignored by people. Plus some numbers, they become large pieces of air and large pieces of seawater. Similarly, the essence of a planet is a huge information ball, and the universe is a boundless information ocean. They always believe that as long as they find the source of each piece of information in the universe, they can control the operation of the entire universe. But there seems to be an infinite amount of information in this universe, and even the hidden sage can't sort it out. But the hidden sage can escape by entering the information sea. He will exist in every rock in the surrounding space, in every inch of soil, and in every piece of seawater. This is equivalent to fusing a string of his information with the information that makes up the stone, and fusing another string of information with the information that makes up the soil. In this way, pieces of information are introduced into the surrounding things. At that time, he will become everywhere. Of course, Hobert would not let the hidden sage succeed. All the surrounding information suddenly became chaotic, like a string of garbled codes. The hidden sage was stunned. Normally, he wouldn't have paid attention to the gibberish before him, but now he realized that if he jumped into these gibberish, he would immediately lose himself, and he would lose control because he had become gibberish. He steeled himself and used streams of information to create a man in a simple robe, with pointed, high-set ears and soft facial features, holding a light electric spear. The hidden sage recreated Elven King Sennaithrim from information. This was a recreation at the level of a god. For a time, the vast sea seemed to welcome its monarch. Gales howled, waves churned, and dark clouds filled the sky with lightning and thunder. The huge vortex formed by Hobert in the sea was immediately taken over by the hidden sage. The torrents formed by the vortex, which could scour stones into sand, began to wash over Hobert. Streaks of gigantic, pale lightning, like thick pythons, fell from the high sky, pierced into the water, and accurately struck Hobert. But when these attacks reached Hobert's main body, they suddenly became chaotic. The power that formed the torrent completely disappeared, and the thick, silver-white lightning instantly returned to nothingness before Hobert. It was as if there was an extraordinary insulator in front of Hobert, and all extraordinary attacks would be insulated before him. Rumble. The seawater suddenly surged, forming a huge tsunami on the seabed. The tsunami was surging and magnificent, with some apocalyptic scenery. This tsunami was indestructible, and it had an abstract meaning of indestructible. Hobert raised a hand and transformed the direction of the tsunami. Rumble. The surging tsunami headed towards the sky, and huge streams of water surged into the air. On Raxia Island in the Fog Sea, inside the Emerald Palace. Bernadette came out of her palace, looking at the southern sea in a daze. She could feel that there was a very high-level battle there, stirring up the spirituality of the entire Fog Sea. Captain. Suddenly, the voice of the second mate of the Dawn rang in Bernadette's ears, but the second mate was not in the Emerald Palace, but in the distant port. The second mate shouted in panic, "Captain! The port has suddenly dried up, and the Dawn is aground in the port." Bernadette gave a faint Her eyes became deep, as if leading to an unknown space. She saw large swaths of ocean surging into the air. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be inverted. The sky became the seabed, and the sea became the sky. Connecting them in the middle was a waterfall with no end in sight. The rules of nature failed there. Water no longer flowed from high to low but began to flow from low to high. Immediately afterward, Bernadette prophesied, huge streams of water fell back into the sea, stirring up a high wave. This wave overturned ships, swept across islands, and people trembled in this huge disaster, without even the courage or thought to pray. Looking at these images, Bernadette immediately ordered, "Prepare to meet a super tsunami." The tsunami rushed into the sky, and the indestructible abstract attack beat against the clouds and air at high altitude. Just as the hidden sage was trying to seize control of the tsunami, a black longsword pierced his chest. He was slightly stunned. Although he didn't look back, he saw that another Hobert had appeared behind him. This Hobert was also in a mythical creature state, but there was no projection of the Nation of Disorder behind him. That was Hobert's substitute. This time, Hobert didn't use his substitute from the start, just to attack the enemy by surprise. Stabbed by the Sword of Disorder, the image of the Elven King immediately collapsed, turning back into information flow. A huge amount of gibberish immediately appeared in these information flows, and the surging information torrent showed signs of collapse. At this moment, a colorful iris-like structure appeared in the information torrent, completely isolating all the gibberish, and the normal information formed a new information torrent. However, the information torrent was only half the size it was at the beginning. Immediately afterward, the iris disappeared, and the gibberish overflowed in all directions. The information of the surrounding things mutated, producing a huge chaos that swept the entire world. The parameters of some sea fish were impacted and changed by several characters and numbers, so the palm-sized sea fish suddenly became the size of whales, but its head was still only the size of a palm. The information flow that made up the island was impacted, and several characters and numbers were also changed. The area of the island immediately expanded more than 100 times, forming a huge island, and this island was suspended in midair. The information flow that made up the seawater was impacted. In short, in Hobert's view, it was as if everything in front of him was infected with a virus, and everything became stuck and disordered. But the hidden sage was also forced into a desperate situation by Hobert and his substitute. Far away in the Berserk Sea, Katlia's spirituality suddenly sensed something. She quickly came to the deck, and almost as soon as she arrived on the deck, she heard the exclamations of the crew. It turned out that Bosun Nina had suddenly turned into an Iron Man. Seeing the horrified expression frozen on Nina's face, Katlia quickly understood the root cause of the problem. The part of Nina's composition that was made up of mystical symbols was suddenly disrupted by a symbol that drifted in from nowhere. Nina's body structure suddenly changed from flesh and blood to steel. For Katlia, who had already advanced to sequence 3 clairvoyant of the neighboring pathway, this was not too difficult to solve. Her hands became illusory, found the mystical symbol that had gone wrong, and changed it to the correct mystical character. Nina immediately returned to normal, storms above. Did I just turn into an Iron Man? Katlia didn't speak. Streams of information flowed in her eyes. She saw that information disorder had occurred in many places in the surrounding world. Her location should be on the edge of this information disorder, so only some strange things would happen. What had the center of this information disorder become? Suddenly, Katlia's heart was filled with fear and confusion. The murmur that she could hardly forget appeared in her ears, causing her a splitting headache and almost losing control. This murmur came from the hidden sage. Katlia didn't expect that she could still hear this voice even after she jumped to the adjacent pathway. Fortunately, this murmur was fleeting, and Katlia's spirituality uncontrollably analyzed the murmur. Hidden sage is asking for help. This reminded her of the topic they had discussed at the tarot gathering. Katlia's heart was immediately shaken. The hidden sage was blocked by Hobert's main body and substitute, and streams of information from his body suddenly turned into bricks composed of rolling information. These information bricks immediately formed an airtight wall. This wall was an abstract wall. It was just a wall, but it blocked Hobert's main body and substitute from different directions. The substitute tried to break through the information wall with the sword of disorder, but couldn't break through for a while. Hobert immediately realized that the power of the Sefirah knowledge more was contained in this information wall. The hidden sage used the power of knowledge more very sparingly, because the more he used it, the easier it was for him to lose himself, and his consciousness would gradually be replaced by knowledge more. But now he obviously couldn't care about that. Escaping was the priority. When the information wall was no longer so tight and was broken through by the substitute, the main body of the hidden sage had already escaped into the information flow of the surrounding things. Among these countless information flows, as long as one piece of information was not intercepted by Hobert, the hidden sage would not die. Hobert took a deep breath and made a fist, and he immediately appeared in midair. It wasn't that Hobert's position had changed, but that half of the fog sea had disappeared, from hundreds of meters of air to hundreds of meters of underground. At this time, gales howled above Hobert's head, because about 1/10 of the air in the unsealed area of this world was suddenly emptied, and the air from other areas flowed into this area, forming violent gales. And under Hobert's feet were surging lava, rocks, and groundwater. It was as if he had just peeled off this piece of skin from the earth and saw the flesh and blood beneath the earth. The outer deities in the cosmos saw that the earth was suddenly no longer a sphere, and a huge pit appeared on the fog sea. In fact, these air, seawater, etc. did not disappear, but were kneaded by Hobert into a palm-sized ball. The outside of this ball was a layer of blue seawater, and the inside was solid parts such as rocks. On this small ball, a frightened face was reflected. This face suddenly protruded, trying to escape the small ball but was pressed back by Hobert. That frightened human face belonged to the hidden sage. He hid in the information flow that formed this planet, and Hobert rounded up all the areas with the hidden sage part. Hobert acted quickly, so he only needed to round up half of the fog sea. At this time, the substitute came over, and the sword of disorder in his hand became the size of a dagger, and stabbed into the small ball in the main body's palm. The human face on the small ball dodged in horror, wandered around, and tried its best to support itself. So the substitute pulled out the sword of disorder, and stabbed in again from another angle, and then stabbed in 3 times, 4 times. By the 5th time, everything in the small ball had become the smallest unit that formed everything. The hidden sage also changed from information torrents to groups of information, then to strings of information, and finally to individual characters and numbers that were trying to combine together. At this time, Hobert's main body shot again, transforming the hidden sage into the smallest unit in terms of abstract symbolisms, and using the laws of beyonder characteristics to instantly precipitate the beyonder characteristics. As the hidden sage became the smallest unit, in both physical and abstract terms, the uniqueness also left the hidden sage. In a wave of unwilling emotions, the hidden sage fell. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 758, Chapter 754, Promotion to the Anarchy. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In Trier, the capital of Intis, at the White Maple Palace. Roselle, sporting a neatly trimmed mustache, sat on the throne, lazily watching the performance of several bishops from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in the main hall. They wanted to send Bornova Gustav back to the White Maple Palace and request Roselle to crown him as the crown prince. Roselle looked at his indifferent second son, lost in thought, and after a long sigh, he said, "Come back then, but the corruption on your old father is still there, be careful not to be affected by me." The archbishops of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery were slightly stunned, unconsciously taking a step back. Bornova still had no expression on his face, as if the person sitting on the throne was a stranger. Roselle continued, "More than 100 years ago, I failed to protect you, which has always made me feel guilty, but over the years, you have never looked for me, thanks to your sister I was rescued." He took a deep breath. "We are even, no one owes anyone anything, but you are still my son. Come back home. Your old father was suffering, and you seem to be an archbishop. Come back, but you definitely won't escape a beating." Just then, Roselle sensed something and looked towards the south. With a slight wave of his hand, the southern wall suddenly turned into an information board, and amidst a series of rolling information, a huge gap suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, the information board returned to its original appearance, but a huge window appeared on the wall. The southern sky was clear and boundless, with no anomalies visible. At this moment, Bornova and the others seemed to realize something and also looked towards the south. Roselle said in a voice that was neither light nor heavy, "The hidden sage has fallen. Lacha Island Port." Streams of information converged on the pier, eventually forming Bernadette, dressed in a captain's uniform. After seeing the scene before her, she was somewhat surprised. The sea had dried up. As far as the eye could see, the sea had basically dried up, turning into a land composed of dark-colored sand, with lakes of varying sizes scattered across it. The seabirds in the air showed obvious confusion, apparently unable to believe that the ocean they depended on for survival had disappeared. Bernadette looked into the distance, and in the distant deep sea, there was a huge, turbulent current flowing south, as if a huge, unfillable space had suddenly appeared there, and the seawater was pouring into that space. Southern Fog Sea. Hobert put away the uniqueness of the hermit pathway and the two characteristics of Knowledge Emperor. They were slightly corrupted by the Knowledge More, but it wasn't a big problem, they could be sealed. After a little sealing, the uniqueness became a controllable Grade 0 sealed artifact. However, when Hobert tried to control the uniqueness, he noticed some arrangements of the hidden sage. Although he had not yet become a god, he was more difficult to kill than some gods. Immediately afterward, the water ball in Hobert's main body's hand was slowly placed into the space beneath his feet. At this moment, he reconstructed the structure of all the atoms in the water ball, allowing those smallest particles to reform rocks, seawater, and life forms. The islands and sea areas that had been rolled up earlier almost returned to their original positions. The only difference was that the hidden sage among them was gone. Hobert spread out his spirituality, trying not to let the torrent of seawater cause a catastrophic consequence. After doing all this, Hobert began to destroy the arrangements for the hidden sage's resurrection. Lacha Island Port. Bernadette also realized that the hidden sage had fallen. Just then, the dried-up land in front of her turned back into the ocean. This scene happened in an instant. 1 second there was nothing, and the next second it was filled with the ocean. The ships that were originally stranded in the port suddenly returned to the surface of the sea, and the seabirds that were originally resting on the land floated confusedly to the surface of the sea. Bernadette was slightly stunned. The super tsunami she had predicted did not appear. Immediately, her spiritual premonition told her that it was not that the super tsunami had disappeared, but that a great being had calmed the tsunami that might have swept the globe. On this day, almost all ships in the world deviated from their course. The closer they were to the Fog Sea, the greater the deviation of the course. Later, some crew members in the Fog Sea swore that they saw the sea turn into an endless, rushing river, rolling southward. However, there were not many shipping routes in the Fog Sea, and there was not enough evidence to prove the descriptions of those crew members. In the end, the great changes in the Fog Sea became a legend. Half a minute before the sea surface of the Fog Sea calmed down. North of the northern continent, further north of the eternal night plain, this place is covered with ice and snow all year round, a forbidden zone for life. Currently, it is daytime here, and the sun looks lazy, in a position that is neither high nor low. On the bright snowfield, there is an illusory and magnificent giant temple. In front of the temple, there are more than a dozen men and women dressed as ascetics, sitting quietly on the snow, contemplating. Some of them study how to reproduce a moment in the mystical consciousness, while others occasionally have a rolling stream of information drill into their bodies, allowing them to better experience the mysteries of the universe and nature. Suddenly, they first received a panicked signal, which completely interrupted their contemplation, because it was the hidden sage calling for help. Anyone who had been instilled with knowledge by this god received this signal. A dozen people looked at each other, and they all saw fear in each other's eyes. Including the chief of the Moses ascetic order, a knowledge magister. However, no one spoke for the next dozen seconds. First of all, they were shocked. The one who could threaten their god must also be a god. Secondly, none of them could figure out how to save them. That was a god. At this time, the illusory hall behind them began to shake from side to side, as if it were about to collapse. The ascetics sensed something, and many of them shed tears. Their god had fallen. From receiving the god's call for help to his fall, it took less than half a minute. The illusory hall shook for a while and miraculously became stable again. Just when everyone thought that a miracle had happened, the illusory hall door slowly opened. Everyone was a little surprised. This hall represented the existence of the god, and the two illusory doors had never been opened. If the god had an order, a stream of information would only float out of the hall and enter their bodies. The illusory hall door only opened a crack, and a surging sense of majesty came over them, and everyone, including the knowledge magister, knelt on the ground under pressure. At this moment, their faces pressed against the ground were very horrified, because they had realized that the one who came out of the illusory hall was not their god. A solemn voice announced above their heads, "From today onwards, the Moses ascetic order will be loyal to the Emperor of Atlantis. The Creator. This is the Creator." The ascetics instantly understood that the Creator had killed their god. But they couldn't resist at all, they couldn't even lift their heads. Two ascetics who were not in very good condition before lost control under the huge pressure and quickly disintegrated. The reason why they were not in good condition was because they had received too much information from the hidden sage. This evil god could easily awaken in such beyonders. So Hobert simply eliminated these two unstable factors. When everyone's spirituality realized that the two ascetics had directly turned into dust, they realized that if they did not pledge allegiance, then they would definitely turn into beyonder characteristics. So the knowledge magister said piously, "Your will is our will." Hobert slowly nodded, and the ascetics immediately felt that the huge mental pressure had weakened a lot, and most of the ascetics collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Hobert continued, "Before you truly show your loyalty to Atlantis, I will take some of the characteristics from your bodies. When the angels I send believe that you are truly loyal to Atlantis, I will restore your levels." The ascetics felt as if something was gently scratching their internal organs, and that feeling was unspeakably uncomfortable. After the fleeting discomfort, everyone immediately realized that their sequence had changed, and even the knowledge magister had changed from sequence 2 to sequence 3, arcane scholar. Everyone's hearts were filled with huge shock. It was the first time they had heard that even the sequence could be taken away. But the fact was right in front of everyone. Everyone was one sequence lower than before, and the key was that their state was almost unchanged compared to before. This was the most shocking thing for them. Theoretically speaking, their condition should be very, very bad at this time, even if they don't lose control. One ascetic sincerely said, "Praise the Creator." Faced with absolute power, other ascetics also praised the Creator. The next second, the mental pressure from the direction of the temple disappeared. This time, everyone sat up, looked at each other, and felt like they had been through a lifetime. At the same time, they discovered that the door of the temple was not closed. Inside the temple was a void space filled with mysterious information, which the mystery priors yearned for. At this moment, two figures appeared in the temple, wearing Atlantis-style clothing and each carrying an eye-catching black crystal jade pendant. It was Beverly and Raymond. Beverly stepped on a piece of ice with her right foot and said arrogantly, "The great Creator sent us to take over the Moses ascetic order. First of all, the location of your temple is very bad. How many members can you develop in this icy and snowy place? From today onwards, the temple must always be within the territory of the Atlantis Empire." After sending Beverly and Raymond, Hobert instantly reappeared in Tryer's white maple palace. He glanced at the few people in the hall, including several archbishops in Church of the God of Steam and Machinery Bishop Robes, and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Angel, Bornova. After a little thought, he roughly understood what was going on. Bornova and several archbishops felt as if a distorted force field had entered. Even though they had never seen the Creator, they understood who this was at this moment, and bowed to the Creator. They didn't dare to look up at Hobert, and even if they did, they wouldn't see anything, because unless Hobert wanted to be seen, people would only see a illusory face. Roselle immediately stood up and smiled, "My friend, it seems you've brought good news." Several archbishops of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery were a little surprised. They all knew that the Creator supported Roselle's return to the country, which was why this former Intis emperor dared to return so openly. However, in the eyes of people in the northern continent, this was another manipulation of the northern continent's political landscape by Atlantis. Hearing Roselle call the Creator a friend, the archbishops were first stunned, and then realized that things might not be as simple as they thought. Because there were outsiders present, Hobert's tone was very serious. "That's right, you can prepare for the ceremony to become a god." The archbishops of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery felt another jolt in their hearts. They still couldn't quite believe that the hidden sage had fallen just like that. Immediately afterwards, they realized Roselle was about to become a god again. That's right, it was, again. Hobert's words were also meant for the archbishops present. Immediately, he simply created a nation of disorder, encompassing himself and Roselle. Roselle expressed his difficulties, but there is still corruption in my body that has not been removed. It won't be long before I can completely solve the corruption in your body, Hobert said, so, start preparing in advance. Hobert planned to stabilize his state a little more, then accommodate the uniqueness of the justiciar pathway, and devour a portion of the hand of order beyond her characteristics, becoming the anarchy. After becoming a great old one, Hobert could completely solve the corruption problem in Roselle's body by using the bell of order. Thank you, Roselle said, I will start preparing immediately. Hobert then asked, I heard that after you returned to Trier, besides seizing power, you were also looking for your former mistresses. You still have the nerve to say that? You killed them all, Roselle shook his head with great regret. Back then. Hobert smiled helplessly, that's right, someone who can say, the taste of a demoness is not bad, certainly wouldn't only have one witch mistress. It can only be said that the Intis Republic is a very tolerant and friendly place for witches. Only here can they truly thrive. Roselle suddenly became a little exasperated, you still say you haven't read much of my diary. The southern continent gradually entered summer. In the afternoon, Hobert was alone on the high platform in the Angel Palace, watching the bustling crowd on the streets. 3 years ago, this was just a small fortress-level city that could only accommodate a few thousand people at most. After just over 2 years of construction, it is now a metropolis with a population of over 500,000. Now it is the cultural, political, and technological center of Angel City, while the economic center is not here. After Atlantis unified the southern continent, the economic potential of Caesar Harbor was stimulated and quickly became the economic center of the entire empire. Hobert looked at the huge city that was almost out of sight, and suddenly felt some emotion about the transformation of this land by human power. The next second, Hobert disappeared from the high platform and came to the mausoleum in the lake in the eastern mountains. In the mausoleum, because the effect of the anchor was magnified, Hobert felt that his entire body and mind were relaxed to a certain extent. Although Hobert's condition had been maintained very well, he still had to constantly fight against divinity, play the role of the Emperor of Atlantis, and the husband of Audrey and Furs, but he could never find the feeling that he was Hobert. Because he had to switch between different roles, he also felt a little tired. Only when he came to the mausoleum could Hobert not have to play those roles and enjoy the rare peace. After resting for about half an hour, Hobert took out the Book of Law and a Hand of Order, characteristic from the Nation of Disorder. Today, Hobert was preparing to take the final step towards becoming a great old one. When Klein became a god, the opportunity to become a great old one was already there. It's just that Hobert wasn't in such a hurry. Currently, for him, the biggest enemy, the uncertain mist, was isolated outside the barrier. As long as he didn't go out and cause trouble, theoretically, he still had more than 10 years to prepare, so he was very cautious in becoming a great old one, dividing it into 2 steps. But considering that he had to drive away the outer deities in advance, help Klein wake up, help old Huang become a god, etc., it was better to become a great old one as soon as possible, so as to avoid any unforeseen events. After Hobert reaffirmed his determination to become a great old one, he lifted the seal on the Book of Law and the Hand of Order, characteristic. Under the influence of the aura of the Nation of Disorder, the Book of Law actually melted quickly and merged with the Hand of Order, characteristic, becoming a mass of liquid, like a potion, floating in front of Hobert. This surprised Hobert a little. He originally thought that he would have to accommodate the Book of Law first, and then swallow a Beyonder characteristic. But what he didn't expect was that the Justiciar uniqueness and the Hand of Order characteristic would have such a change. Hobert did not hesitate and opened his mouth slightly. Glug. Like a potion, the uniqueness and Beyonder characteristics could not wait to be swallowed by Hobert. After Hobert judged the celestial worthy, the compatibility between the Book of Law and Hobert's spirituality was very high. If Hobert hadn't been sealing it all the time, the Book of Law would have already merged with Hobert on its own. The moment Hobert swallowed the potion like liquid, Hobert felt himself trance for a moment, and his perspective stretched again to the cosmos, and again to the breadth of the universe. In a vast nebula, most of the matter was converging towards the center of the nebula, where the matter was becoming denser and denser, the temperature was rising, and the gravity and its own weight were also increasing. According to the normal process, when gravity and weight reach a certain level, the center of the nebula will rapidly collapse due to excessive gravity, forming a high-temperature, high-density space, and eventually producing a nuclear fusion process, and a brand new star will appear. But at this time, a sudden cold wave in the universe struck here, causing the temperature at the center of the nebula to plummet, and the process of forming a star was terminated. Hobert understood that in the early days of this extraordinary universe, there were still many loopholes in the rules, and the authority of the Justiciar was initially used to maintain the normal evolution rules of the universe. After the Justiciar authority determined that the cold wave was contrary to the normal evolution rules, the cold wave quickly disappeared, and soon, the process of star formation began again. For a moment, the entire nebula suddenly contracted, and the center began to emit scorching light. The nuclear fusion process began, and a new star was formed. The evolution of the galaxy continued, and the solid parts collided with each other, gradually forming planets, and the planets collided with each other, eventually forming planets one by one. Hobert did not continue to look down, because he was not in the process of becoming a god at this time, but in the process of becoming a great old one, so his consciousness was absolutely clear. At this moment, a road filled with mist appeared before him. On both sides of the road, there were trees shrouded in the mist, their branches trembling slightly, as if they were living spirits. The mist rolled, forming a road that looked like it would be haunted at any moment. Hobert immediately understood, the ritual to advance to judge was to judge a true god. To make his crimes known to all, and to make him suffer the punishment he deserved. The more the revealed crimes were the dark side of that god, the more people knew of his crimes, and the more people praised the justice of the judgment and punishment, the better the effect of the ritual. And Hobert chose to judge the celestial worthy, which in itself exceeded the level of a god, so as long as the celestial worthy was not completely resurrected for a day, the effect of this judgment would remain. However, Hobert did not make the crimes of the celestial worthy public, and in fact, he had no way to make them public. If he let his subjects know who the celestial worthy was, even if everyone cursed him, it would be easier to revive him. Therefore, after Hobert felt the compatibility between the justiciar uniqueness and himself, he did not intend to publicize his judgment process and judgment results. However, those who heard Hobert's judgment at that time were all the gods in this world, including the already fallen primordial Demonis and hidden sage. Their recognition of the judgment result was of great help to the completeness of the ritual. In addition, Hobert was not becoming a god, but only becoming a great old one. His spirit body was already higher than a god, so even without this ritual, he could complete the advancement with his own power. So Hobert did not make more preparations and began the last step to becoming a great old one. At this time, the obviously very strange road in front of Hobert was the feedback he received from judging the celestial worthy. This feedback manifested after he consumed the justiciar uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristics. Hobert strode onto this strange road, which was also the road to reason and becoming a great old one. South Colson, the bottom of Moon Lake in the center. Inside the seal, there was a bubble-like structure, and inside the bubble was a crystal-clear gem, still shimmering with strange colors even without light shining on it. At this time, in the very center of the gem, a small piece of light green viscous liquid was lying prone. This piece of liquid was a outer god spawn released by the last struggling action of the destroyed Balaam Empire. Before the Evernight goddess arrived, the clone sent by the outer god spawn, which looked like paste, found this place and found the gem sealed by Hobert. At that time, in order to conceal the true purpose of the clone, the outer god spawn did not hesitate to let the main body be destroyed by Hobert. At the moment when Hobert advanced to the Old One, the seal arranged by the Nation of Disorder suddenly produced a certain turbulence. If it was just sealing that gem, this seal would have been sufficient. But there was also a clone of an outer god spawn dormant in the seal. The mass of viscous liquid felt that the opportunity had come, and it immediately began to expand, frantically absorbing the surrounding lake water, so that it quickly became a huge monster composed of liquid. The monster stretched out several tentacles, resisting the black film-like seal. Because the Nation of Disorder was temporarily unable to continuously provide power to the seal, the black film-like seal gradually turned light green, and a small hole was melted out by the liquid monster's venom. This hole was only the thickness of a finger, but that was enough. After the liquid monster made contact with the outside world, it sacrificed the lives of the entire underwater forest to the gem. Under the influence of the gem, the plants and animals at the bottom of Moon Lake had mutated. The aquatic plants gradually grew into an underwater forest as large as trees. At this time, this underwater forest quickly withered, decayed, and even disappeared. The lives of the strange creatures inhabiting the underwater forest also quickly drained away, died, and the mussels quickly decayed, eventually only leaving fish bones and shells. Finally, the liquid monster sacrificed its own life. After receiving so many sacrifices, the gem finally floated up, broke through the seal, and floated in the mid-air of Moon Lake, emitting dazzling and colorful starlight. The people who came to South Colson for tourism, as well as the locals, saw the starlight. Everyone's attention was attracted by the sudden gorgeous colors. The starlight gradually expanded, forming a scarlet illusory door. A red, slender biological structure, like a tentacle, stretched out from the illusory door. This red tentacle had translucent skin, with point-like structures flowing inside, and around it, there were also flowing mysterious symbols. At this moment, the abdomen of all creatures in the entire South Colson area, regardless of male or female, suddenly swelled. 1 or 2 seconds later, a deformed monster tore open the belly of each animal and crawled out. All the plants in the entire South Colson area suddenly began to grow, growing sharp mouths and tentacles like vines with thorns. Tens of thousands of people in this area died in seconds, regardless of age or gender. The vegetable gardens and orchards carefully managed by the locals have become a paradise for monsters. Ugly monsters ran on the roads of the city, or gnawed on flesh and blood on the country roads, as if this resort was their territory. The red tentacle raced against time, taking advantage of the time when the true gods had not yet reacted, and tried to squeeze its body outward. In the mausoleum in the eastern mountainous area of Angers, Hobert quickly regained his sanity and returned to the mausoleum. Because of the sufficient preparations before, the last step of his becoming the Old One was very smooth, and he did not even experience the pain of accommodating the nation of disorder before. He was about to check what changes had taken place in his authority when suddenly his spirituality received two pieces of information. One was that as the Black Emperor and Justiciar, he sensed that a major change had occurred in the South Colson area of Atlantis territory. The other was the reminder from the Nation of Disorder that the seal under Moon Lake had been destroyed. Hobert glanced in the direction of Moon Lake. His line of sight broke through the layers of obstacles in the real world and saw the situation of Moon Lake. In the midair in the center of the lake, a hazy scarlet door opened, and a red creature was squeezing into the real world. Currently, a large mass of this creature had already squeezed in, forming a blood-red figure flashing with starlight. Although he could only see many monster characteristics and could not see the details of that figure, he knew that it was female. That was the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Just by looking at it from a distance, Hobert could be sure that it was the Mother Goddess of Depravity, who was using the arrangements from decades ago and was descending into the real world. In the high sky, towering figures were appearing one after another. Some were wearing star-like long skirts and holding a giant scythe, some were high towers stacked with layers of books, some were handsome young men, some were human figures composed of hazy cyan light, and some were towering and tall figures surrounded by lightning. Except for the Earth Mother, the other 5 true gods were all working hard to stop the Mother Goddess of Depravity. It was not that the Earth Mother was unwilling to come, but that it was easy for her to be affected by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, and become another uncertain factor once she came. The effect of the gods' obstruction was not very good, but only slowed down the speed of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's descent into the world. On the shores of Moon Lake, the tourist area and agricultural area that Hobert had worked hard to create had become a paradise for monsters. Hobert's eyes became more and more stern. He was about to appear immediately to Moon Lake, but his spirituality realized that he still had some time. It was not that the Mother Goddess of Depravity still needed some time to fully descend, but that Hobert, after becoming the disorder, could further tamper with time, making himself a person outside of time. According to the hint of spirituality, Hobert immediately tampered with his own time. In the next minute, Hobert could jump out of the river of time, unaffected by the erosion and influence of time. That is to say, Hobert gained an extra minute. He quickly mobilized his spirituality to understand the changes in his authority. Only by fully understanding his own abilities could he perform better in the upcoming battle. Under the exploration of spirituality, Hobert first realized that his authority had undergone a lot of changes, from the original change to change and maintain. The extra maintain authority added durability to his abilities, or some changes he made would become the natural iron law. Without the influence of the same level, these iron laws would be maintained until the end of the universe. From this perspective, the anarchy is a changer of the universe's rules. If he wills it, all order will lose its original appearance. At the same time, Hobert felt that the Nation of Disorder had undergone a certain fusion with the uniqueness of the Black Emperor and the Justiciar. The original abilities of the Black Emperor, as well as the newly acquired abilities of the Justiciar, had once again undergone a qualitative improvement. For example, the tamper ability that Hobert had just used allowed him to place himself outside of time for 1 minute, which was already a realm that even gods could not reach. At the same time, the Bell of Order ability within Hobert's body was enhanced again, and Hobert's control over it was also greatly strengthened. After gaining a basic understanding of his authority, Hobert immediately appeared in the midair above Full Moon Lake. At this moment, because he was still within the 1 minute, outside of time, in Hobert's eyes, the Mother Goddess of Depravity in front of him was still, the monsters on both sides were still, and the gods in the high sky were also still. Hobert waved his hand towards the Mother Goddess of Depravity, die. The anarchy sentenced the Mother Goddess of Depravity to death. This outer god's life immediately declined, and she died within 1 or 2 seconds. But in the next instant, new vitality burst forth from within the Mother Goddess of Depravity, and she came back to life. Moreover, the Mother Goddess of Depravity noticed Hobert's arrival, and she suddenly moved as well, while the surrounding monsters and gods remained motionless. The Mother Goddess of Depravity did not have the ability to alter time, but she could establish a domain within a certain area around her based on Hobert's abilities. Since Hobert was outside of time, then the Mother Goddess of Depravity's domain would also be outside of time. In that instant, Hobert felt that the avatar in front of him seemed to have new life and was unwilling to obey his commands anymore. So Hobert instantly released his mythical creature state. Compared to his previous mythical creature state, his body did not expand much, and he instantly displayed a black, handsome cloak and exquisite armor. Outside the armor, there were illusory, mysterious symbols that were constantly rolling around. Although the size was not as large as before, it gave people a sacred and terrifying feeling, as if the world could collapse with just a flick of a finger. The fairyland behind Hobert disappeared, replaced by a illusory and ancient bronze giant clock, which was extremely deterrent just by its existence. Being powerful is not necessarily about being huge, but power can definitely be displayed through some details. While Hobert's main body was changing into its mythical creature state, the sky above Full Moon Lake was completely enveloped by the Nation of Disorder, even covering the Mother Goddess of Depravity's domain. Theoretically speaking, as a former pillar, the Mother Goddess of Depravity's domain should be on par with Hobert's Nation of Disorder, but the Mother Goddess of Depravity had not yet fully descended, so her domain was also included in Hobert's Nation of Disorder. At this time, the gods in the high sky were the first to react. That hazy door, and the Mother Goddess of Depravity, who was squeezing towards the real world, were enveloped by a surging power. This power was between order and chaos, and even the true vision of the gods could not see what was happening inside at this time. The gods looked at each other, the anarchy is born. At this moment, the surrounding monsters and everything moved, and time fairly washed over every living being. Inside the Nation of Disorder, Hobert reconstructed the rules of this space, and distorted vortexes of order devoured all vitality within the domain, making this place even closer to the end of life than the underworld. But Hobert and his avatar would not be affected in any way, because at this time, he was not only the modifier of the rules, but also the enforcer who could stand aside. The Mother Goddess of Depravity's domain was constantly eroded by the surrounding silence, becoming smaller and smaller. The Mother Goddess of Depravity also had a certain authority over death, or rather, the authority of life returning to the earth. Even though she had now lost the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics of the Mother pathway, she could still use relevant authority because she still had this level of the outer deities. However, the silence created by Hobert was not only the end of life, but also seemed to be the end of the universe. Even the nuclei and electrons that made up atoms separated on their own, as if they had fallen into eternal silence. This had a great restraining effect on the Mother Goddess of Depravity's authority of rebirth. The mystical symbols around the Mother Goddess of Depravity flowed faster, and the power of rebirth surged around her in a surging manner. The atomic nuclei and electrons that had already split apart entangled with each other like lovers, and were about to form molecules, and then various forms of life, but the power of silence suppressed the power of rebirth. The two sides began a tug-of-war. Such a tug-of-war was beneficial to the Mother Goddess of Depravity, because she could continue to descend while tugging. Until she fully descended, the anarchy in front of her could only prevent her from turning the real world into her own domain in an instant. At that time, the battle between the two sides will definitely be protracted, and it may not end even after the barrier is broken. Using more than 10 years of battle, she would be able to occupy a large part of the real world. But in the next second, Hobert's main body had already appeared on the back of the hazy light gate, where the Mother Goddess of Depravity was descending. It turned out that as the Mother Goddess of Depravity's domain became smaller and smaller, a part of the hazy light gate had been revealed. This light gate was opened in the void. One side was the Mother Goddess of Depravity, who was descending, and the other side was nothing. The Mother Goddess of Depravity suddenly had a bad feeling. She saw Hobert raised his hand, and the bell of order behind him suddenly became more solid. Then, he seemed to be ordering the hazy star gate. It is forbidden to connect the cosmos and the astral world. It is forbidden for outer deities to continue to descend. Cut off the connection between the Mother Goddess of Depravity, part of the real world, and the Mother Goddess of Depravity, part of the astral world and the cosmos. The Mother Goddess of Depravity suddenly felt that she was about to be cut into two pieces. If she did not have her current level, but was just an ordinary god, she would definitely have been cut into two parts. She realized the sinister intentions of the anarchy. The anarchy wanted to split her into two parts, so that neither part would be a match for the anarchy. At that time, the part of the real world will inevitably be sealed by the anarchy, and the part of the cosmos will have to hide from the anarchy in front of him. Fortunately, this is just the anarchy, not a pillar-level great old one, and cannot truly cut the Mother Goddess of Depravity. But this still made the Mother Goddess of Depravity feel a sense of crisis, because the prohibition continued to descend, so her descent was very difficult. Hobert's new round of attacks began. He deprived the hazy light gate of its ability to connect different spaces, and at the same time altered the power of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's descent into the power to return to the cosmos. The continuous attack severely frustrated the Mother Goddess of Depravity's descent, and the power of her original descent was also rapidly shrinking back into the cosmos. The Mother Goddess of Depravity, in an incomplete state, was no match for the anarchy at all. She stared at the anarchy with blood-red eyes, and simply returned to the cosmos on her own. As the surging vitality disappeared, the hazy light gate suddenly shattered on its own and disappeared into the void. After Hobert confirmed that the Mother Goddess of Depravity's descent had failed, he lifted the Nation of Disorder. The gods in the high sky saw that the problem had been solved by the anarchy. Hobert looked at the sky, magnify. The barrier left by the original creator suddenly became more solid, and the cracks that had already appeared disappeared one by one, immediately eliminating any chance for the outer deities to take advantage of and project power into the real world again. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 759, Chapter 755, The Power of the Past. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. New FIC on my profile, Friarin, starting as the Demon King. At the instant the barrier left by the original creator became more solid, all the boon recipients in the real world looked towards the sky. Without exception, they suddenly realized that their level had inexplicably decreased, and if they were to use sequences as an analogy, they had suddenly dropped 2 sequence levels. Some pathways boon recipients even felt that their level was 3 sequences lower. Although they didn't understand what was happening, they knew that something major must have occurred in the extraordinary world. In the midair above Full Moon Lake, Hobert still wanted to use his exploit ability to extend the usage time of the barrier formed by the original creator, but he found that he could strengthen the barrier, but couldn't perform further operations. But his actions just now were enough to make the 5 orthodox gods in the sky exchange glances again. This is the power of an outer god. The 5 of them transformed into human forms and nodded to Hobert. Before the arrival of the end, their mission in the astral world would be much easier. Hobert waved to the 5 gods, then looked at the 2 banks of Full Moon Lake. His efforts over the years had vanished, and the entire South Colson area had become a forbidden zone for normal creatures. Seeing this, Hobert suddenly grinned. Before becoming a Great Old One, he could only accept this fact and rebuild it again, but after becoming a Great Old One, it was different. Hobert still maintained the mythical creature state of the Great Old One level. He spread his spirituality, encompassing the entire South Colson area, and then changed the result of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's descent, which caused everything around to mutate. Because of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's descent, everything around had mutated. Now, the anarchy did not accept this result and changed this result. Thus, the surrounding monsters turned back into humans and various animals, the plants with strong attack power turned back into vegetables and fruit trees, weeds and large forests in the mountains. Tourists looked towards the center of Full Moon Lake. They remembered that there seemed to be brilliant starlight in the midair. No one knew what it was, but they were sure it must be a spectacle. But now, that spectacle was gone, and people thought it might be their illusion. The local people who were working also looked at the midair. There seemed to be a revered and approachable existence. Hobert was still in the sky above Full Moon Lake at this time, but he had distorted the surrounding space, so people could not see the figures of the anarchy and the gods. When the locals saw nothing in the sky above Full Moon Lake, they continued to work. They all thought it might be their illusion. Everything returned to the time when it was not affected by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Because of the blessing of the Justiciar uniqueness and the Hand of Order characteristics, Hobert's change here could be maintained until the destruction of the universe. It was equivalent to completely changing the result. The gods who were about to leave couldn't help but sigh again. This is the power of an outer god. After Hobert saw that everything was normal, he left Full Moon Lake and returned to his mausoleum. He continued to check his own changes after becoming an outer god. The Nation of Disorder appeared in front of Hobert. He came to the Bell of Order and reached out to touch the simple and ancient clock. Just as he expected, after another qualitative change, his spirituality received ancient information again. The original creator said, all inherent order is not the best order. It is always necessary to change the old existing order through practical considerations, so that the world can radiate new brilliance. The original creator said, chaos is both the beginning and a new beginning. The original creator said, everything is for the continuation of the universe and life. The original creator said, the Beyonder is not everything in life, but life is everything to the Beyonder. Where there is life, the Beyonder exists. Where there is no life, the Beyonder perishes. The original creator said, death may be the source of everything, but extraordinary can change this. The original creator said, the meaning of life lies in continuation, and the meaning of extraordinary lies in mutation. Life can become more exciting with mutation, but too much mutation cannot continue. The original creator said, Hobert used his spirituality to receive these scattered pieces of information bit by bit, and then organized them through meditation. At this time, he discovered that the information he received had a certain interaction with a part of the divinity in his body. That was the part of the divinity that belonged to original creator. After Hobert became a Great Old One, the proportion of the original creator part in his divinity greatly increased. Even if original creator did not have the idea of waking up at this time, his encroachment on Hobert's consciousness also made Hobert clearly feel that he was becoming more and more indifferent. Regarding this, Hobert had already thought of corresponding countermeasures and was going to implement them in a while. Immediately afterwards, Hobert realized that original creator once had great expectations for the Son of Chaos, hoping that he could make Beyonder characteristics more docile by constantly changing the rules. But the Son of Chaos almost didn't work hard in this regard. At least Hobert didn't notice any effort in this regard. When original creator woke up last time, it may have been unintentional or it may have been intentional. Many Beyonder characteristics and half of the origin of the Son of Chaos were absorbed to Earth. The reason why it is said that original creator did this unintentionally is because Hobert is relatively clear that even original creator cannot control the convergence of Beyonder characteristics at will. The reason why it is said that original creator did this intentionally is because he may have woken up and found that the Son of Chaos had done nothing, so when the characteristics aggregated, he leaned slightly towards the Son of Chaos, so at least half of the Sefirah and half of the characteristics of the Son of Chaos were aggregated to Earth. This is why the Son of Chaos tried to enter the Earth, but the characteristics and Sefirah that belonged to him were not found, and were torn apart by the original creator avatar celestial worthy, leaving only a part of the Beyonder characteristics sealed in a lamp. This time, even if he wanted to make some transformations according to the intentions of original creator, he had no chance. Continuing to sort out the information, Hobert discovered that original creator already had a high level of thinking about the universe and life. Especially the thoughts on the relationship between extraordinary and life surprised Hobert a bit. He also realized today the meaning of life for extraordinary. Beyonder characteristics will cause life to mutate, which is already an indisputable fact, but if one day, all the resilience of life is exhausted by Beyonders, what will happen? Hobert didn't know if there was such a law as the resilience of life. Let's assume that there is such a law. Then, when all the life in the universe disappears, even Beyonder power can't create new life, what will happen to Beyonders? It is conceivable that Beyonder characteristics will become meaningless. At that time, the entire universe will be in a state of deathly silence. What is the meaning of Beyonder characteristics constantly affecting the deathly silent environment? At this time, Hobert suddenly realized that the relationship between Beyonder characteristics and life is definitely not as intuitive as everyone feels, that life is insignificant to Beyonder characteristics. On the contrary, life is of great significance to Beyonder characteristics. Thinking of this, Hobert understood why original creator, which is almost purely composed of divinity, would care so much about the meaning of life. Because only if life continues, Beyonders will be meaningful, and original creator, as an aggregate of Beyonder characteristics, will also have meaning. Thinking of this, Hobert took a deep breath and continued to think. Original creator also has many other plans, such as letting life use Beyonder characteristics to fight against the final deathly silence of the universe. From the birth of the universe, the entropy value has been increasing. Theoretically speaking, after an unknown amount of time, the entire universe will become a deathly silence. Just like the deathly silent environment that Hobert created when dealing with the mother goddess of depravity, even atoms will eventually decompose and completely fall into eternal deathly silence. The gods who possess Beyonder power may be able to make some changes when the entropy value reaches a certain level, so that the universe can regain its vitality. But this move can only happen when humans become gods. Outer deities like the mother goddess of depravity will not care about the development of the universe or the life and death of creatures. After pondering in the mausoleum for a while, Hobert sat on the exquisite stone chair and waved his hand slightly, using his ability to shape a special substitute. 1 or 2 seconds later, Hobert stood up from the chair. He looked back and saw himself still sitting on the chair. Hobert bowed slightly and said to himself on the stone chair, "Hello, great creator." The creator sitting on the chair nodded, "Hello, Hobert." After the two greeted each other, Hobert left the mausoleum and returned to the Palace of Angel. The Hobert who left took away most of the humanity of the creator, as well as 2 copies of the Prince of Abolition characteristics. With the expulsion of these 2 characteristics, the creator immediately felt that his mental pressure was reduced. Sitting in the mausoleum, the creator, whose state was fixed by countless magnified anchors, could still maintain his state even if much of his consciousness was taken away. In addition, Hobert's vision, touch, thinking, etc. could all be shared with him. He saw Hobert return to the palace and meet the 2 queens who were already waiting. One of them was mature and lazy, and the other was youthful and beautiful. They were not wearing queen-style clothes, but rather long dresses with an Atlantean style. Through Hobert's conversation with them, the creator recalled that there would be a family banquet tonight, and Donna would formally introduce Derek Bird to her family. Today's Hobert was a little different from the previous period. He had some intimate interactions with the 2 queens very naturally. It could be seen that the 2 queens were also very happy, because this meant that their husband's condition was much better than before. The creator in the mausoleum saw that the 2 beautiful queens were happy, and he felt that his emotions seemed to fluctuate as well. Arriving at Christian's mansion, the creator saw that Christian and his wife attached great importance to this family banquet. They both wore Atlantean-style dresses and personally directed the servants to decorate the living room and dining room. At more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Derek followed Donna into the house with gifts. Derek was also dressed very solemnly today, but he was too tall, which always made people feel a little strange. The creator guessed that Donna must have told Derek the importance of this family banquet, otherwise, with little son's worrying emotional intelligence, he might not know the meaning of this meal today. After the introduction, the family sat down in the living room first. It could be seen that Derek was very nervous, and his voice trembled a little when he spoke. However, the presence of the emperor seemed to make him feel a little more at ease. After answering a few of Christian's questions, his voice gradually became more natural. After chatting for more than half an hour, Christian and his wife were quite satisfied with Derek. He looked sunny and handsome, and was the cardinal bishop of the Church of the Fool at a young age, and also the acting pope of the Sea God Church. The only thing that worried Christian and his wife might be that he was a little young. When it came to dinner, with Hobert and Donna enlivening the atmosphere, and Audrey taking care of everyone's feelings, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. The creator in the mausoleum also showed a gratified smile. At this moment, the creator seemed to suddenly realize something. Hobert's joy is my joy. I am the creator, the anarchy, and Hobert. At this moment, whether it was the creator in the mausoleum or Hobert in Angel City, they both felt that the divinity in their bodies had been greatly weakened, and their state was better than ever before. The creator took a deep breath. Since the state is so good, then it's time to work. On the angel side, Hobert was still enjoying the dinner with his family. While enjoying the warmth brought by the family banquet, the creator did not affect him to stand up, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the Sea King Beyonder characteristic that had been corrupted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity from the Nation of Disorder. This was the Beyonder characteristic that Hobert and Alger obtained when they explored the last elven ruin together. But because this characteristic was polluted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, it could not be used. At this time, the creator wanted to use it to do an experiment. Putting this characteristic on the ground of the mausoleum, the creator summoned the Bell of Order. Dong. A melodious bell rang echoed throughout the mausoleum, making everything clearer. The Beyonder characteristic of the sea god on the ground trembled slightly, and a small red moon popped out from the characteristic, then the scarlet little moon dimmed and eventually disappeared. The corruption of the Mother Goddess of Depravity as an immortal was eliminated. The creator's spirituality perceived that ordinary outer deities could not do this at all, they could only completely transfer the corruption. After the experiment was successful, the creator took a step and instantly appeared next to Roselle. The current emperor of Intis was dating a noble lady, but the noble lady and the servants in the room could not see the creator, who suddenly appeared. After Roselle saw the creator, he suddenly realized something. He was about to get up when he saw the creator summon a heavy and simple bronze bell. Dong. The melodious bell rang echoed throughout Trier, causing everyone in the city to be stunned, and then they were all enjoying the moment of clarity. In the restaurant, Roselle's chest suddenly turned illusory, and a small red moon squeezed out from his chest, only to be quickly shattered by the sound of the bell. Before Roselle could express his gratitude, the creator had already left. Taking a deep breath, Roselle's face beamed with a sincere smile. He had forgotten when his spirit body, mental body, and physical body had last felt so relaxed. Your Majesty, did you hear the bell just now? The noble lady opposite him did not notice Roselle's abnormality. Roselle smiled and said, yes, it was a beautiful sound from the divine kingdoms of the deities, only those with very kind and pure hearts can hear it. You must be a pure and beautiful lady. Upon hearing this, the noble lady felt very happy, but she didn't want to show it too much, while also trying to express a shy expression. There was no distinction between up, down, left, and right in the surroundings. Common sense such as distance, brightness, and temperature did not apply here. Strange-shaped monsters lived in this domain, and for the most part, they were relatively harmonious with each other. This was the most common sight in the spirit world. Suddenly, this space without direction or fixed rules rolled violently, sometimes falling into unprecedented chaos, and sometimes possessing direction and fixed rules. The surrounding monsters fled in panic. They were very clear that a very terrifying existence was descending upon the spirit world. The descent of this existence immediately attracted the attention of the Seven Lights. The next second, the creator appeared in the spirit world, and at that moment, the entire spirit world seemed to freeze. A great old one was visiting the spirit world. The creator looked up at the seven-colored light at the top of the spirit world, and the strange castle above the light. He took a step and appeared outside the Sefirah castle before the Seven Lights could react, and summoned the Bell of Order again. Dong. 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 3 consecutive, unhurried chimes caused the Sefirah castle and the entire spirit world to shake. The 7 lights emitted an even more dazzling light, and many distortions, madness, and dangers in the spirit world disappeared. The spirit world creatures were no longer so ignorant, as if they had found their life goals. Creak. The creator saw that the gate of the Sefirah castle slowly opened, and a figure appeared at the door, waving at him. The creator was somewhat disappointed, because the one at the door was World Gehrman Sparrow, not Fool Klein. Putting away the bell of order, the creator also appeared at the gate of the Sefirah castle. Mr. Fool is very grateful for your help, Gehrman said. The bell just now allowed Mr. Fool to gain an absolute advantage in the fight against the celestial worthy. But the celestial worthy's consciousness is still not to be ignored, so Mr. Fool has decided to awaken when he is more confident. While sleeping, he will also go to other time and space to eliminate more celestial worthy and gain more advantages. The creator nodded, okay. Gehrman added, Mr. Fool also said that thanks to your help just now, from now on, he will have 3 minutes of wakefulness every day. Although he will not leave the place of slumber, he will not be restricted by the celestial worthy in these 3 minutes, and his condition will be very good. As the advantage further expands, this waking time will become longer and longer. The creator said, I understand. In other words, from today onwards, Klein can provide quasi-great old one level of help, but this help is limited in time, only 3 minutes per day. But this is already enough. From now on Hobert will no longer fight alone. During the height of summer in the southern continent, the creator visited the Berserk Sea. All the ships on the Berserk Sea sailed as usual, and no one noticed the arrival of the creator. He was in midair, as if looking at the dark clouds in front of him, but in reality, he was looking at the huge gap between the real world and the underworld. The fall of the underworld emperor back then not only severed the narrow land connection between the northern and southern continents, but also caused a portion of the underworld to become intertwined with a portion of the real world. Under the influence of the underworld, the climate on the sea changed drastically. In many places, bone-chilling hurricanes blew all year round, and many places were constantly covered in dark clouds, wind, and rain. These abnormal climates had persisted for over 1,000 years. After the age of exploration arrived, the countries of the northern continent only found 3 narrow, safe sea lanes connecting the southern and northern continents. Even on safe sea lanes, ships would occasionally encounter extremely bad weather, and countless ships sank in hurricanes and rainstorms. The creator entered the shadow of order to observe. The Berserk Sea was composed of chaotic strings, and one end of these messy strings was always connected to the underworld. By observing these strings, the creator completely understood the composition of the Berserk Sea, and was very familiar with the areas under the dark clouds and in the wind, as if the sea area was created by him. At this time, in the sky not far from the creator, a surging, obscure, and incomprehensible force descended, and then the power of sunlight, the power of storms, and so on descended one after another. The 6 gods were watching the creator's outer god-level power from a distance. The creator simply waved his hand, and the chaotic and intertwined underworld and real world were precisely separated, with no space from the underworld remaining in the real world, and no space from the real world being taken into the underworld. Then, the creator completely changed this chaos, and the boundary between the real world and the underworld was re-established. In an instant, the unprovoked hurricanes in the entire Berserk Sea disappeared, and the perennial dark clouds dissipated. There was no longer any concept of safe sea lanes in the Berserk Sea, because the entire sea area was safe. New sea lanes would no longer be defined by safety, but by factors such as ocean currents, monsoons, and easily resupplied islands. Just as the creator was about to leave, the 6 orthodox gods suddenly used their respective powers to project the creator's figure into the sky above the Berserk Sea, so that everyone in this sea area could see it. Just now, a cargo ship that had been blown out of the safe sea lane by a storm was fighting against the bad weather. Under the dark clouds, huge waves were about to capsize the ship several times, and all the crew members did not know if they could survive the next huge wave. All they could do now was silently pray to the gods. In just a moment, the sky suddenly cleared. The sea surface, which had just had huge waves, calmed down in an instant, as if they had instantly returned to the safe sea lane. This was a miracle. This must be a miracle. The excited crew members knelt on the deck, about to thank the Lord of Storms, when suddenly a majestic figure appeared in the sky. At the moment of seeing that figure, a concept suddenly appeared in the crew members' minds: this is the God who saved them. They bowed down to that majestic figure, because another concept appeared in their minds: from today onwards, the Berserk Sea is no longer berserk. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 760, New FIC, check out on my profile. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars and become a Sequence 9, reader for hundreds of additional chapters and over a dozen stories. Bleach, this Shinigami is not serious. Bleach, this system is a bit strange. Naruto, from undercover to Hokage. Plus Frieren, starting as the Demon King. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars and become a Sequence 9 reader for hundreds of additional chapters and over a dozen stories. Chapter 761, Chapter 756, The Dark Side of the Universe Falls. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Biome, the Church of Waves. A sea breeze swept through, and the bell at the top of the church rang. People looked towards the church, as the church of the Lord of Storms did not hold mass today. Suddenly, they saw a thin layer of dark clouds appear in the sky, and a majestic figure emerged from the clouds. The moment they saw that figure, people suddenly realized the violence of the berserk sea had disappeared. Patches of sea that people had never visited before appeared, starting a small-scale wave of exploration. The clergy of the Church of Waves worshipped and prayed to the storm holy emblem, feeling that it was their god who had just rung the bronze bell of the church. The Lord of Storms wanted them to know that majestic figure and the contribution he had made to the sea area. Berserk Sea, on the future. Katlia quickly came to the window and opened the window of the captain's room. Her pupils became extraordinarily deep, flashing with mysterious symbols. She saw the dangerous areas in the Berserk Sea rapidly disappearing, and she saw the aura belonging to the underworld quickly dissipating. This sea area has become different. Immediately afterwards, that majestic figure appeared. The Creator. Katlia recognized it immediately. It must be the Creator. Then she was slightly stunned, and suddenly recalled the information about, above the sequence, that she had traded for a long time ago. Some of that information could be brought into the real world, and Katlia roughly knew the concept of, above the sequence. The information that could be brought into the real world was enough for Katlia to judge, the Creator was already at the level of, above the sequence. From the Rorstad archipelago to the north shore of the southern continent. The existence of that majestic figure in the sky heralded a huge change in the Berserk Sea. People at sea worshipped and praised that figure, expressing their joy. Many pirates were already preparing to go out to sea to explore, trying to find an unknown island. As long as they found an unknown island, it would mean finding a batch of beyonder creatures and beyonder ingredients. It was very likely that they could retire after this one effort. When the majestic figure in the air disappeared, ordinary people were slightly stunned, their consciousness experienced a little confusion, and they quickly forgot about the majestic figure just now, only remembering that a great god had ended the harsh climate of the Berserk Sea. So, new legends appeared on the vast Berserk Sea. The Creator could only say don't stop to the gods' practice of showing their power and image to the people. This was a behavior that could maintain a good state, and he would certainly actively cooperate, only needing to slightly tamper with ordinary consciousness to maintain the extraordinary sense of mystery as much as possible. After the gods left, the Creator took a step forward and stepped out of the barrier set by the original Creator. Because it was the first time appearing in the cosmos, he was very cautious and hid his aura in advance. The Creator's actions in the Berserk Sea just now attracted the attention of the outer deities. Taking this opportunity, he quickly left the solar system and went to the depths of the universe. In the vast darkness between galaxies, the Creator took out the blood our body gave him and began to connect to the location of the dark side of the universe. Today he was going to hunt the dark side of the universe, for which he had been preparing for 2 or 3 months. The first preparation was to collect as much information about the cosmos as possible. After all, he had only been captured to the cosmos once and didn't know much about it. The channels for obtaining information were the Abraham family, the Evernight goddess who had the darkness authority, and Hilarion of the spirit world who had the orange light, and so on. After having a basic understanding of the cosmos, the Creator had a simple plan and communicated with the Fool. The reason for being so cautious was that whether it was in the AD era or after the transmigration, he had never left Earth. The cosmos was full of unknowns to him. At this moment, having become a great old one, the Creator, Hobert, suddenly realized that he could not only easily leave Earth, but also easily leave the solar system and leave the Milky Way. This was a very wonderful feeling, like a child who had just learned to walk starting a journey around the world. The second preparation was to completely hide his malice. Regarding this point, Hobert specifically consulted Farbody. Even if he was currently the anarchy and could distort or change his intentions, the dark side of the universe could also sense that he would be dangerous. It was very likely that after the Creator left the barrier, the dark side of the universe, with the help of the Mother Tree of Desire, would hide in a difficult-to-find area. After doing several experiments, the Creator finally used the aura of the Abyss to hide his malice. Actually, it wasn't hiding, it was using the malice of the Abyss to cover his intentions. Even if the dark side of the universe had a premonition, it would think that it was the aura from the Abyss, and the Abyss was originally an aggregate of evil, and there was a certain connection between the dark side of the universe and the Abyss, so it wouldn't care about such a premonition. At this time, the Creator still had the leisure to admire the boundless Milky Way before starting to look for the dark side of the universe. With this ball of bright red blood provided by Farbody, it quickly connected to the dark side of the universe. The Creator followed the clues and quickly went to the depths of the universe. He didn't choose to appear next to the dark side of the universe, but cautiously appeared outside the galaxy where the dark side of the universe was hiding to observe. In the center of this galaxy was only a neutron star, which was the star body after the collapse of the star. This made the entire galaxy dark. Although the neutron star was small, its gravity was not small at all. The planets in the galaxy still hid in the dark space, silently running along their orbits. The dark side of the universe was hiding on one of the planets. Even though the Creator had done some disguising, the dark side of the universe had already sensed the danger and chose to escape from here at the first moment. The Creator slightly raised his hand, and the state of the neutron star, which was only a dozen kilometers in diameter but had the mass of a normal star, was immediately changed. Intense light shone in every corner of this galaxy. This neutron star, which had already entered the graveyard, suddenly returned to its heyday. It was a star several times larger than the Sun. At this time, all its light was concentrated on one point, shining on a black, illusory object, which was the dark side of the universe. The Creator distorted the thinking of the dark side of the universe so that he had no desire to escape. In the next moment, the huge star suddenly turned into 10 stars, 8 of which shone on the dark side of the universe from different angles, so that he had no dark side at all. The remaining 2 once again transformed into neutron stars with huge gravity, appearing next to the dark side of the universe, tearing at this evil god. The sudden appearance of 9 more stars caused the gravitational field of the entire galaxy to become chaotic. The planets left their original orbits, some were captured by different stars, and some were torn apart under the pull of several stars. The 8 stars and 2 neutron stars were also approaching each other under the action of mutual gravity, with a tendency to produce black holes. The Creator was not in a hurry to act, but watched the dark side of the universe struggle between the stars and the neutron stars. When he had the possibility of escaping, the Creator would immediately take action and stuff him back into the center of the huge gravitational field. After about a few seconds, a tree composed of a huge amount of thick vines suddenly grew out of nowhere next to the dark side of the universe. The vines were covered with a layer of rolling mystical symbols. They stretched out like tentacles, remotely throwing the stars and neutron stars into the depths of the universe. As the giant tree grew taller, a huge red flower finally bloomed on the canopy. The petals opened, and in the middle was a huge mouth with sharp teeth. This was the main body of the Mother Tree of Desire. The Creator was waiting for him. The nation of disorder quietly descended, trying to encompass the Mother Tree of Desire and the dark side of the universe. The Mother Tree of Desire's vines stretched out, and the tips of the branches became illusory, forming illusory spaces of different colors. Some of these spaces represent lust, some represent greed, some represent gluttony, some represent vanity, and so on. Each color space can stimulate one or more desires of a creature. Even inanimate objects can have desires. So those outer deities who are not formed by creatures can still be affected. As a great old one, the Creator can basically resist the temptation of these desires, but at this time, Hobert on Earth, Angel, still feels his blood rushing and is looking forward to the moment when he sleeps with the Queen after night falls. What the Mother Tree of Desire shows is her divine kingdom, the world of desire. After the 2 kingdoms of God collided, they stirred and entangled violently, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. The collision of surging power plunged the entire galaxy into chaos. Although the stars in the galaxy were sent away by the Mother Tree of Desire, there were still several planets in the galaxy. Some of these planets were hit by the aftermath of the Nation of Disorder and were immediately shattered. The Earth's core immediately cooled down and became a huge group of small stars. Under the push of huge power, these asteroids shot out and spread throughout the universe. Some planets were brushed by the aftermath of the World of Desire. The rocks, ice, and hard soil on them seemed to have life, constantly entangled in everything, looking for channels to release the small rocks and ice in their bodies. Or they turned into huge black vines that wrapped around the entire planet, and bright flowers bloomed on the vines, making the planet seem to be wearing a wreath. This is this planet expressing its love to other planets. On the back of the Mother Tree of Desire, a vine suddenly stretched out and sent a mass of pitch-black, viscous, dark side of the universe away from the old battlefield. For the Mother Tree of Desire, it is definitely necessary to protect the dark side of the universe. As long as the dark side of the universe is there, for body will not want to make any attempts to become a great old one. But although the level of the Mother Tree of Desire is still there at this time, the beyonder characteristics in the body are not enough for 2. At the beginning, it was still evenly matched with Hobert, but after fighting for a while, it will definitely be a little overwhelmed. So he planned to quietly send the dark side of the universe away first, and then immediately evacuate the battlefield. But just as the dark side of the universe was sent to the edge of the battlefield, a dark figure appeared blocking the way of the dark side of the universe, that was the Creator's substitute. At this time, Hobert on Earth is not the Creator's substitute in the strict sense, but a part of the Creator. So the Creator can still summon a relatively special substitute, but because the old one is above the sequence, an unreplicable existence, the level of the substitute cannot reach the same level as the Creator, only a level slightly higher than the true God. However, this substitute can not only use the ability of the Black Emperor, but also use the ability of the Justiciar. In this regard, it is much stronger than normal gods. The substitute solemnly said, "It is forbidden to demonize here. Corruption is forbidden here. It is forbidden to Although this is space and there is no air, the substitute's voice is still very clearly transmitted to the ears of all the gods present. The dark side of the universe suddenly stretched out and issued a burst of whispers mixed with madness and corruption, interrupting the substitute's prohibition. Because the creator no longer has time to influence his thinking, and has basically escaped from the battlefield, the dark side of the universe suddenly becomes dark, trying to use the surrounding dark environment to escape. Suddenly, many scepter of the song of the gods, with intertwined colors appeared in the substitute's hand, and intense light suddenly appeared in the endless space, illuminating the surroundings of the dark side of the universe, slowing down his escape speed. Immediately afterwards, the substitute strengthened the connection between the dark side of the universe and Farbody. Farbody, who was hiding in the mirror world, immediately sensed the location of the dark side of the universe. Using the connection established by the creator's substitute, Farbody began to compete with the dark side of the universe for control of this body. The process of the dark side of the universe escaping ended. In the next second, a black rain of swords composed of swords of disorder surrounded the dark side of the universe. Black swords of disorder pierced the body of the dark side of the universe, causing him to decompose rapidly. At this time, a black vine on the mother tree of desire stretched over, but did not touch the dark side of the universe, but the decomposition process of the dark side of the universe had stopped. The dark side of the universe no longer escaped alone but hid towards the mother tree of desire. Because the mother tree of desire changed her tactics, she sent signals to other outer deities, preparing to hold back the anarchy in front of him. After other outer deities arrive, they will jointly besiege this great old one from earth. Doing so is actually very dangerous, especially the mother goddess of depravity, who has a very deep contradiction with the mother tree of desire, may attack herself first. But other outer deities, such as Uncertain Mist, Supernova Dominator, and Primordial Hunger, etc., will definitely attack the anarchy first. In that case, the mother tree of desire can take the opportunity to leave here in the chaos. But the creator's substitute kept chasing after him, and while solemnly saying, "It is forbidden to hide here," he chased after him. At this moment, the main power of the mother tree of desire was engaged in a battle of divine kingdoms with the creator, and could only spare a small amount of power to extend a vine, forming a seemingly feminine avatar to help the dark side of the universe quickly hide within its main body. Relatively speaking, the creator's substitute possessed greater power. With a wave of his hand, he briefly deprived the mother tree of desire's avatar of most of its beyonder abilities. The substitute bypassed the avatar and made a throat-slitting gesture towards the dark side of the universe. The dark side of the universe, who was both fighting for body and trying to escape, suddenly froze. He had been sentenced to death by the substitute. Having already been injured in the previous exchange, the evil god was now dealt a further blow. The substitute's magnification arrived just in time, causing the dark side of the universe to halt in place, struggling to maintain his current state. In his current condition, a moment of carelessness could lead to complete loss of control. Just as the substitute caught up, preparing for the final blow, a near-orange world of desire enveloped the dark side of the universe and the substitute. Within this illusory world, the substitute was surrounded by all kinds of delicacies. Even though he was a substitute, even though he no longer needed to eat at this level, he couldn't resist the temptation of the food and lunged forward, ready to devour it in large gulps. This represented the world of desire, focused on appetite. But at that instant, a black, handsome cloak and exquisite armor appeared around the substitute. Around the armor, illusory, mysterious symbols rolled continuously. Behind him was a phantom-like, ancient bronze bell, its mere presence exuding immense deterrence. At the same time, the substitute's aura changed, giving off a sacred yet terrifying feeling, as if the world could collapse with just a flick of his finger. At this moment, it was the creator's main body within the world of desire, no longer the substitute. Just now, the creator's main body had completed the exchange with the substitute, a process that could be done instantly upon becoming a Black Emperor. After becoming a great old one, even if the substitute was within another old one's divine kingdom, such an exchange could be quickly completed. By the time the Mother Tree of Desire realized this, it was already too late. Suddenly, the Mother Tree of Desire's divine kingdom underwent a violent upheaval. The nation of disorder burst forth from within the world of desire. The Mother Tree of Desire's divine kingdom began to turn chaotic from the inside, losing all order in some parts. Other parts became filled with order, which was not a good thing, because the existence of a divine kingdom actually violated the normal order. Under the strangulation of these two forces, the world of desire instantly shattered. The Creator changed the body of the Mother Tree of Desire, causing this huge tree, stretching out thorny vines like tentacles, to suddenly become dry, and ordinary flames could ignite it. The Mother Tree of Desire immediately blew up a huge colored bubble, encompassing herself within it. Even if one is as strong as a great old one, they will still be somewhat apprehensive in the divine kingdom of another god. At this time, a cloud of thick fog appeared not far from the battlefield, and there seemed to be a circular object in the center of the fog. The uncertain mist quickly rushed over after hearing the news, and when he saw the creator's nation of disorder, he felt somewhat helpless. Because of the existence of the barrier, as long as the anarchy appeared in the real world, it means that the uncertain mist will be in a very passive situation. Just as the uncertain mist was preparing to join the battle, a god with a blurred face and wearing a gorgeous and ancient robe suddenly appeared in front of him. This was Mr. Fool, who had the level of quasi-great old one. The Fool was a pillar, and even if he was now quasi-great old one, he could still stop ordinary outer deities for a while. The uncertain mist did not continue to move forward, but chose to wait and see. Inside the nation of disorder, the mother tree of desire, using a bubble to avoid the surrounding flames, used spiritual fluctuations to say, even in your divine kingdom, you won't be able to defeat me in a short time, and more outer deities will come one after another. You will definitely become very passive. Why don't we make a deal? She took the initiative to propose a deal because the creator was about to pierce her bubble with the sword of judgment, composed of the order and disorder authorities. And the bell of order behind the creator was becoming more and more solid. Obviously, he was preparing to pierce the bubble and immediately attack with the bell of order, and then use his own authority to launch a new round of offensive. Under such an offensive, the mother tree of desire would also be injured. As a great old one, the mother tree of desire was of course very clear that when a major change was about to happen in this extraordinary world, she must maintain a good state. Holding the long sword, the creator asked with spiritual fluctuations while searching for the weak point of the bubble, "What are you going to trade?" "I give up corrupting for body." The mother tree of desire said, "You let me out." The creator sneered, "There are outer deities in the real world, can you still corrupting for body?" He countered, "Hand over the beyonder characteristics of the beauty goddess, and I will let you leave." After becoming a great old one of the biggest goals of the creator, Hobert, was to turn the great old ones on earth into a plural and form a great old one team to drive away the outer deities. Currently, the most likely to become new great old ones are the Earth Mother and the Evernight Goddess, so Hobert plans to help the Earth Mother find that beauty goddess characteristic first. This cannot be bypassed the mother tree of desire, so this action seems to be helping for body eliminate the dark side of the universe, but his main purpose is to force the mother tree of desire to hand over that sequence 1 level characteristic. By the way, eliminate the dark side of the universe and help for body stabilize his state to see if he has a chance to find and accommodate the Sefirah. The two outer deities were communicating spiritually, without making a sound, and could complete it instantly without worrying about wasting time. Mother Tree of Desire asked, "Do you want to be besieged by outer deities?" Creator said, "I can hurt you immediately. As long as I injure you, I will leave immediately. And as long as I can hurt you, I will have a way to find you again in the future, and I will kill you sooner or later and get the beyonder characteristics of the beauty goddess. But I can hide behind the barrier, avoid your revenge, and wait for the opportunity to attack you." He was very clear that the fundamental reason why the Mother Tree of Desire proposed negotiations was that she did not want to be damaged at such a critical time. At this time, the Creator finally found the weak point of the bubble, and the tip of the sword had pierced into the bubble. The Mother Tree of Desire decisively broke open a thick vine, and a beautiful doll emitting a scarlet glow appeared inside. The Creator, who had cut a small slit in the bubble, reached out and grabbed it, and the sequence 1 characteristic was already in his hand. From today onwards, the Mother Tree of Desire lost the authority of creation and also lost the way to compete with the Mother Goddess of Depravity for the believers of the primordial moon. The moment he obtained the beyonder characteristics, the Creator immediately lifted the maintenance of the nation of disorder. His spirituality sensed the aura of the Mother Goddess of Depravity and had to leave immediately. The Fool had already left 1 step ahead after receiving the Creator's signal. The Creator took 1 step and returned to the solar system, and took another step and entered the interior of the barrier. This operation into space was successfully completed. At the same time as they left, the Mother Tree of Desire also quickly left. The next second, the Mother Goddess of Depravity arrived. Seeing that the Creator had left, she let out a roar that instantly leveled the surrounding 2 planetary systems. Hobert came to the mausoleum and took over the beauty goddess beyonder characteristics from the Creator. Then, Hobert left the mausoleum, returned to Angel City, and immediately used extraordinary means of contact to invite Lilith over. When Lilith came to the Emperor's office, Hobert smiled and said, "Mother, I have prepared a gift for you." As he spoke, he took out the beyonder characteristics of the beauty goddess. Lilith was not surprised by this, but she was still very happy that this characteristic had finally returned. "Child, thank you for your help. It's my duty." Hobert smiled and said, "You have helped me a lot before." Lilith didn't say anything more, but took a deep breath and said, "I'll go back and prepare a little bit, and try to advance in the afternoon. You still have to help me resist the influence of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, then." "No problem." In the Black Emperor's mausoleum, the Creator stood up. In order to create the best environment for Lilith's advancement, he came to the Fog Sea. Because this sea is close to the celestial worthies seal on the western continent, many sea areas are covered by fog all year round. This environment has formed many independent sea areas, just like the mysterious island discovered by Roselle. Perhaps no human or beyonder has visited there since the first epoch. So this island still has many ancient extraordinary species such as magic wolves and fire dragons. Because very little extraordinary power comes to disturb it, it has formed a paradise for outer deities. Many outer deities have squeezed in some power little by little, controlled one of the islands, and then developed it into their own territory. However, in order to prevent the gods of the real world from intervening, they are very restrained, only controlling the island, and then using the people who accidentally come to the island to secretly spread corruption to the real world. The Creator came to the celestial worthies seal, which was a huge fog wall with no boundaries in sight and the top submerged in the sky. He touched the fog wall with his spirituality and could feel a very advanced and ancient power. The Creator took a deep breath and made a downward cutting gesture forward. The fog wall with an ancient aura was suddenly cut open, forming a long and huge canyon. Looking at the fog that still existed at the end of the canyon, the Creator could feel that it was almost completely cut open. But it was just that little bit. Perhaps only a pillar can use brute force to open the seal. And Hangman Alger, who has already gone to sea, is more like looking for an entrance. The fool should be able to use Alger to open a door in the seal in a clever way somewhere. Only after Klein is completely awakened can the seal be completely lifted. The Creator stared at the fog wall for a second or two, then suddenly went up, quietly slipped out of the barrier again, and glanced at the direction of the western continent. The sealed western continent was illusory, looking like a huge gap in the earth or in another space. And on the other side of the western continent is the forsaken land of the gods. It is not as illusory as the western continent, but you can see dense dark clouds blocking the sky. The entire continent is under the dark clouds, which is also very spectacular. The Creator returned to the fog sea again, standing in midair, looking at the mist that was sometimes rolling and sometimes dissipating. After sorting out all the strings, he suddenly waved his hand, and the fog in the entire fog sea quickly dissipated. The fog rolling from the fog wall was blocked by a barrier arranged by the Creator. This barrier is close to the fog wall, has no substance, and ships can pass through normally. Only when the mist passes through this barrier will it quickly condense into water droplets and will not affect the fog sea. For the Creator, it is actually easy to transform such an environment, but because it involves the seal of the celestial worthy, they have to first sort out the direction of the strings before proceeding with the transformation. Southern part of the fog sea, on the Blue Avenger. Alger, who had been lost yesterday, watched the mist rapidly dissipate before him, and he thought that Mr. Fool had provided assistance. After arriving at the depths of the fog sea, Alger realized that the mist here was unusual. As a former seafarer, he had never lost his way at sea. But this time it was different. Alger was actually lost. If he still couldn't find a way out today, he would ask Mr. Fool for help. After glancing at the sun in the sky, Alger decided to report this somewhat unusual matter, and if it was really Mr. Fool's help, he would sincerely thank Mr. Fool. If it wasn't Mr. Fool, he could also know what was going on with the miracle just now. After a soft prayer, Alger quickly received a reply, and then he was a little surprised. Creator. This is actually the Creator clearing the power of the outer deities in the fog sea. From today onwards, the fog sea will no longer have the fog that easily causes people to get lost. Dong. I don't know where a melodious bell came from. Alger took a deep breath, and suddenly felt that his spirituality became lively, and both his spirit body and body were clearer than ever before. Alger looked at the distant sea and murmured, Creator. Sky above the fog sea. After the Creator dispelled all the mist, they summoned the Bell of Order. Dong. The melodious bell rang throughout the sea, completely purifying all the filth of the fog sea. On some islands, flocks of birds were startled, but the birds only flew for a second or two before falling to the ground and dying, with a small black ring on one of their feathers. The ring was still spinning just now, but the bell dispelled the ring, and the birds all died. Some islands shook violently, and then quickly collapsed and sank into the sea. No plants or animals on the island survived. On the mysterious island that Roselle had discovered before, Edward and the other 5 knights seemed to realize something after hearing the bell, and they all found a place to sit down. In the next instant, they died completely, and their bones quickly rotted severely. The huge black stone pillars on the island cracked and collapsed, and the corpses around the stone pillars also rotted rapidly, leaving only dry bones in the end. The islands previously hidden in the mist reacted differently, but all the corruption of the outer deities was purified by the Bell of Order. The Creator looked at the sky, and terrifying faces appeared again on the barrier, but with the barrier blocking them, they were powerless to do anything about what was happening in the real world. The Creator smiled at the sky, then waved to the terrifying faces, before returning to their mausoleum. That afternoon, on a deserted island far from the mainland in the Sonia Sea. Hobert accompanied Lilith to arrive here first. After Lilith made the final adjustments, she took out two beauty goddess beyonder characteristics. Under the effect of uniqueness, the two characteristics merged and became an advancement potion. Hobert quickly retreated a distance, and at the same time, the creator appeared in midair. Lilith glanced at the creator in midair, and then drank the potion with relative peace of mind. In the next instant, Lilith's figure rapidly expanded and became very illusory. At the same time, the crimson moon appeared in midair in the afternoon, and an evil gaze was cast here. The creator waved their hand, and the nation of disorder covered the entire island, easily blocking the evil gaze and the crimson moon's influence on the uniqueness of moon. Lilith's preparations were very thorough. In the nation of disorder was another undisturbed space, and the advancement process was very smooth. About 3 minutes later, the creator's spirituality sensed something, and immediately lifted the nation of disorder. At the moment when his kingdom was lifted, two moons appeared in the sky. One was the crimson moon, and the other was the white moon that looked like a jade plate in Hobert's impression. The difference is that the crimson moon is outside the barrier, while the white moon is inside the barrier. Everyone in the world saw the scene of two moons appearing in midair. At the same time, the spirituality of the entire real world suddenly expanded, and then quickly became much more balanced. For some beyonders in poor condition, this was a gospel. The white moon inside the barrier quickly dimmed and eventually disappeared. Lilith successfully advanced. But Lilith, who was on the deserted island, suddenly radiated a crimson light in her eyes, and looked at the red moon in the sky, revealing a yearning smile. The corruption of the mother goddess of depravity in her body has not been completely eliminated, and with her advancement, this corruption has intensified. But now is not a good time to eliminate the corruption, because the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity is still needed to find the earth part of the brood hive. So the creator simply arranged a shield formed by order crystals 3 kilometers above Lilith's head, blocking the erosion of the crimson moon in the sky. The crimson light in Lilith's eyes gradually weakened, and the shield composed of order crystals will follow Lilith until she uses the corruption of the outer deities to find the brood hive. From then on, there was also a moon on Earth, regaining most of the authority over the moon in one fell swoop, which made the mother goddess of depravity almost lose the way to influence the real world through the moon. Most importantly, the spirituality of the real world has become much more balanced. Some beyonders who were about to lose control can hold on for a while longer, and some beyonders who are not in good condition will find it easier to adjust their condition than before. This is equivalent to regaining a sovereignty of the real world. Although this sovereignty seems inconspicuous and no one can usually notice it, it is quite important for beyonders. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 762, Chapter 757, Helping the Evernight Goddess to Contain the River of Eternal Darkness. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. For a period afterward, as the only normal Great Old One on Earth, the Creator was constantly trying to help other gods find or accommodate Sefirah. Such assistance was, in fact, accumulating favors for his next actions. According to the Creator Hobert's plan, the next step was to find the uncertain mist, defeat it, and attempt to devour it. This was clearly an action that would require spending some time in the cosmos to complete. If other outer deities rushed over upon hearing the news, the Creator and a fool alone would not be enough to deal with so many outer deities. They needed other Great Old One-level helpers. In addition to the Creator providing some assistance to the gods, Hobert was also preparing the ritual for the two empresses to advance to angels. In December, Hobert and Furs had made sufficient preparations and entered the cosmos for the first exploration. The initial intelligence work was mainly obtained from the Abraham family. During their heyday, members of the Abraham family at the Wanderer level and above liked to stroll around in the cosmos and had very rich information about the cosmos. There were dozens of records of extraterrestrial civilizations alone. Because it was outside the barrier, the effects of extraordinary means such as divination were limited, so they could only determine 3 safe star systems based on the information as the first batch of exploration targets. Furs had divined that they would not be in any danger during this exploration. Of course, there would be no danger. If there was still danger under the care of the Creator, Furs's hope of advancing in the near future would be very slim. After making sufficient preparations, Hobert prayed to the Creator, and Furs prayed to the Fool. After feeling the gazes of the two gods, Furs used the Wanderer's ability to open the astral world and enter the cosmos. The first extraterrestrial civilization they explored was a beast race planet, where the higher creatures were a group of beasts with a certain amount of intelligence. The appearance of these beasts had some similarities to the appearance of beasts on Earth, but they were only similar and were obviously not the same species. According to the Abraham family's records, there were many beast kingdoms on this planet, and wars often broke out. Considering that their intelligence was not very high and they often had wars, it was a place where legends could easily be left behind, so they chose to explore here first. However, after Hobert and Furs arrived on this planet, they found that there was not a single animal here. The forest with strange trees was eerily quiet. Hobert and Furs exchanged glances. Because they had the protection of two gods, they decided to enter the dense forest for a little exploration. Even if they didn't leave a legend, they would update the Abraham family's relevant records. After entering the dense forest, the two did not find any traces of animals. The only sign that animals had existed was some white gauze that looked like spider webs on some trees. Hobert's spirituality felt something. He felt that a beast was staring at him and Furs, but it was afraid of his level as the king of angels. He carefully explored the surroundings with his spirituality, but still couldn't find any living things. He glanced at the white gauze on the tree again. Hobert grabbed Furs's shoulder with one hand and waved the other hand. A branch was bent down by him with the ability of distortion, ready to touch the white gauze. At this time, the creator prompted, "Underground." Hobert then understood that it was hiding underground. No wonder no matter how he explored the surrounding dense forest with his spirituality, he didn't gain anything. The next second, he and Furs appeared in midair. At this time, Hobert used the power of distortion to throw the branch he had bent down toward the white gauze. The moment the branch touched the white gauze, the ground suddenly lifted up violently and quickly closed. Looking down from midair, the earth at this time was like a giant mouth, and the huge peaks were like sharp or continuous teeth. The moment the giant mouth closed, it had amazing destructive power. The mouth alone was so big, how big would the body of this underground behemoth be? Taking advantage of the opponent's attack, Hobert raised his hand and used the distortion pulling force to pull the entire creature out of the ground. Rumble. The earth within sight vibrated violently, and clusters of gray flesh emerged from below. Hobert and Furs were stunned. They had never imagined that there would be such a huge creature in the world. The two quickly ascended and returned to the cosmos. They found that Hobert's pull had caused about 1/10 of the planet's land to collapse. Immediately, the gray and white flesh underground was exposed. It looked as if they had just peeled off a part of the planet's shell. What followed was a huge, seemingly boneless creature struggling non-stop. At this time, the fool sent the scene he divined into Hobert and Furs's minds. They saw that this planet was originally full of orcs. They fought, hunted, and farmed, living what seemed to be the life of a tribal alliance era. Suddenly, one day, several orcs seemed to see something in the sky. Their eyes became blank, and from then on, they kept drooling, as if they were always very hungry. After returning home, they carved a strange statue and worshipped it every day. Gradually, because of worshipping the evil god, their bodies underwent certain changes. Every time they devoured prey, their bodies would become larger. After becoming abnormally large, they became very violent, devoured many tribesmen, and used their own power to force the entire tribe to hunt for them. Later, prey could no longer satisfy their appetites. They began to devour more orcs and began chasing orcs from other tribes everywhere. Until all the creatures on this planet were devoured by them, they had already become extremely huge, and their appearance had also undergone tremendous changes. Their hair had long faded. Because their bodies were too tall and the gravity they received was too great, they became flat to facilitate movement. They began to devour each other. In the end, there was only one creature left on this planet. Hobert frowned slightly. The first few mutated orcs should have been affected by the outer deities. The object they worshipped was likely the primordial hunger. Without the protection of the barrier, it was possible that the outer deities could destroy the creatures of an entire planet with just a glance. Thinking of this, the sword of disorder appeared in his hand and turned into the shape of a spear. He stabbed the huge monster with one shot. The monster quickly collapsed and disintegrated, and the only animal on this planet also died. But the corpse of this huge creature will definitely breed microorganisms. After years of baptism, it will definitely prosper again here. Immediately, Hobert and Furs came to the second planet of this exploration. In the Abraham family's records, this planet had forests that covered the sky and the sun. Under the shade formed by the tall trees, there were warm and humid swamps. Fishman tribes lived in the swamps. In this relatively closed place, legends could easily be formed in the tribes. But when Hobert and Furs came to this planet, they found that the entire planet was white, with only a little green near the equator. Arriving on the planet's surface, they found that one of the Abraham family's records was correct. The trees here were very tall, and even though there were no leaves now, it still felt like the sky was covered. But except for a few Fishman tribes near the equator, other regions had turned into a world of ice and snow. Furs was a little incredulous. Why did it become so cold here? Hobert looked at the huge trees in front of him and thought for a while before saying, I heard such a hypothesis before, when the carbon of a planet all enters the plants. Furs was stunned. Can carbon enter plants? Hobert lied. This is the latest achievement of the Academy of Sciences. They found that trees breathe like people. It's just that plants are the opposite of humans. They inhale carbon dioxide and exhale oxygen. This carbon is deposited in their bodies in this way. If the amount of deposition is too large, it means that the heat of a planet is greatly reduced, and the planet will become cold. Furs opened her mouth. She didn't expect that the Academy of Sciences had such research recently, but she also thought that she really couldn't understand many advanced researches of the Academy of Sciences, so she nodded. That is to say, it became so cold here because these trees are too lush. Hobert nodded. You can understand it this way. Furs sighed. The cosmos is really amazing. Then she asked, is there any way to solve this problem? Yes. Saying that, Hobert snapped his fingers, and the huge trees in the entire ice and snow world instantly ignited into towering flames. One giant tree after another was like a huge torch, burning itself and releasing the heat in its body. Although Hobert could quickly transform this place into a world more suitable for living things, even so, the number of creatures on this planet was too small at this time, and it was not suitable as a preparation for Furz's advancement ceremony. So he simply released a huge amount of heat and then left it to time. The billowing smoke should still make this world cold for a while, but after a few years at most, the heat carried by these smoke will warm the world, and then this planet will be truly warm. Saying goodbye to the second planet, they came to the third planet. Thank goodness, they finally found a more normal world. After confirming that the people here did not believe in outer deities, Furs prayed for the power of the Fool, and quickly left a legend about Furs here through the authority of fooling. This exploration also ended here. They returned to Earth, began to look for new information about extraterrestrial civilizations, and prepared for the second round of exploration. The creator withdrew his gaze from Hobert and recalled the curiosity, surprise, and disbelief of this exploration. These were the human parts that Hobert had input into him. With these parts, coupled with the stable anchor in the mausoleum, he could easily suppress the divinity in his body. When night fell, the creator suddenly got up, took a step, entered the underworld, and came to the city of the dead, Calderon City. The arrival of the anarchy caused the surrounding underworld creatures to flee, and a large space was vacated in the entire underworld. The creator glanced at this city with a low, middle, and high surroundings, with strange buildings. He slightly raised his hand, and the entire city of the dead suddenly shook, as if encountering a violent earthquake. All the buildings, including the central hall, collapsed instantly. This city slowly became illusory, leaving only a high outline around the low middle. The arrangement for the resurrection of the ancient death was completely destroyed by the creator. He took a step forward and came to the center of the city. Here, there was also a downward staircase pieced together with stone bars, with the power of the nation of disorder sealing it, and a stone tablet. At the top of the stone tablet stood a tall, slender statue of a giant bird that seemed to be made of bronze. There were 2 sentences composed of the words of the language of the dead on the stone tablet: even gods cannot escape, even death will be imprisoned. The creator slightly raised his hand again, and the downward entrance suddenly became smaller, and the entrance became a wellhead. He kept the stone tablet and still stood it next to the wellhead. Immediately afterwards, a 2-story octagonal pavilion rose from the ground, adding an Atlantis-style building to the underworld. The creator had just transformed here, and the Evernight goddess arrived as scheduled. Today, the creator is preparing to try to help the Evernight goddess enter the river of eternal darkness. If the time is right, the Evernight goddess can also try to accommodate the source material. At this time, the Evernight goddess was in the image of a human female, wearing a heavy black long dress with starry decorations, and her face was like a layer of starlight veil, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. The creator asked, "Are you ready?" The Evernight goddess slowly nodded. The creator instantly exchanged with the substitute. The substitute raised his hand and opened the seal that had been made using the nation of disorder before. The creator's main body cannot enter another source material because it accommodates the nation of disorder, so it can only use the substitute to explore the road. However, the substitute can borrow the power of the main body and possess the power higher than the gods. After opening the seal, the substitute took the lead in jumping into the well. Although the Evernight goddess was a little strange about the creator's transformation, she also followed closely and jumped into the well. In fact, the creator's idea of this transformation is very simple. Although the previous structure had the reminder of the language of the dead on the stone tablet, the downward staircase next to it still meant a bit of "please go down." After being directly designed as a wellhead, most human beyonders would think of danger when they came here and saw the wellhead, but the beyonders of the sailor pathway might not think so. Of course, when leaving later, it is still necessary to seal this entrance. Under the well is a dead and cold environment. The substitute uses the power of the nation of disorder to protect himself and the Evernight goddess. Although the nation of disorder cannot enter the river of eternal darkness, it can use the power of the nation of disorder to resist the invasion of the river of eternal darkness. The front was originally dark and lightless, but the starry decorations on the skirt of the Evernight goddess suddenly emitted a faint starlight, illuminating the way forward. The next second, they heard a illusory rustling sound, and a dark, insubstantial stream of water surged under their feet. On the surface of the water, even light could not exist. Perhaps due to the arrival of the Evernight goddess, the river of eternal darkness was flowing towards them. According to the fool, who had been to the river of eternal darkness once, a long time ago, a portion of the river's flow had pierced through the fog wall composed of grayish-white mist, as if forming a tributary in the world outside the seal. With the further weakening of the seal on the western continent, and the fool using his authority to allow the Sefirah to basically penetrate the seal, this tributary had gradually become the mainstream. In fact, speaking of which, celestial worthy seal back then failed to completely seal the Sefirah. During the second epoch, the river of eternal darkness had already infiltrated beyond the seal. At this time, although the fool could not completely remove the seal, that seal could no longer basically contain the Sefirah. Therefore, if the Evernight goddess accommodated the river of eternal darkness here, she would also accommodate the Sefirah. This was different from what creator Hobert remembered. In his impression, the main body of the Sefirah should not have penetrated the northern and southern continents yet. But creator also thought that Klein's condition was much better than he remembered, which would definitely produce some butterfly effect. On both sides of the river of eternal darkness stood huge and pale stone pillars, as if they were supporting the passage of the seal, preventing it from collapsing. At the edge of the river, countless blurred or semi-transparent figures walked back and forth, wandering. They seemed to have existed here for a long, long time, and would continue to exist until the end of time. Among them, the most eye-catching was a figure walking in the depths of the river. It was very huge, wearing a deep black robe, and looked very old. Suddenly, it turned its head and looked at the substitute and the Evernight goddess. Its appearance had obvious southern continent characteristics, with white feathers stained with light yellow grease growing on its body, and pale white flames seemed to be burning in its eyes. That was Underworld Emperor Salinger. After seeing the Evernight goddess, the Underworld Emperor opened its somewhat rotten mouth and let out a low roar. The illusory river of eternal darkness suddenly became violently turbulent, and the surging illusory river water lapped against the protection formed by the power of the Nation of Disorder. But the Underworld Emperor's roar could not destroy the protection of the Nation of Disorder's power. The Underworld Emperor turned around and wanted to go back to drive away the substitute and the Evernight goddess, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from the shackles of the river, and could only stand in place and roar frantically. This river, until the end of life, could only move forward, not backward. The substitute's gaze passed over the Underworld Emperor and saw another huge and illusory figure in front. It was a giant bird, its body covered with sparse pale flames and feathers composed of divine patterns. At this time, the illusory river water was almost completely submerging it. That was Ancient Death, the progenitor of phoenixes, Greg Race. Hobert had previously prevented the resurrection of Greg Race, and Creator had just completely destroyed the City of the Dead. It was believed that this Ancient Death would soon completely sink to the bottom of the river of eternal darkness, and there would be no hope of resurrection from then on. The substitute asked the Evernight goddess, "Do you have any feelings?" The Evernight goddess shook her head, and then said, "I may have to leave the protection of the Nation of Disorder." The substitute nodded and said, "Don't force yourself." The Evernight goddess was not like Klein and Hobert, who had possessed the Sefirah early on. Even though the Evernight goddess was a god, and even though the river of eternal darkness corresponded to the Sefirah, it would be very dangerous for her without establishing a certain connection in advance. After the substitute finished speaking, he pushed the Evernight goddess out of the protection. Suddenly, the entire river of eternal darkness stagnated. The next second, the surging river water rushed towards the Evernight goddess, as if to completely devour her. The stars on the Evernight goddess's dress became bright, and the starlight blocked the surging river water, allowing the river water to only wrap around her legs. But as the river surged, Salinger stepped towards this side along the river, step by step. It brought the aura of death and decay. Coming with him were many Mr. Azaks, many pale emperors, and many angels of the Balaam Empire. Every time they died, they left an imprint in the river of eternal darkness. When they experienced the undying sequence, they had already died several times, so there were several identical figures rushing over. The Evernight goddess was a little struggling to deal with the erosion of the river of eternal darkness, and had no energy to deal with Salinger and the others. At this time, the substitute took action and changed the direction of Salinger and the others. The Underworld Emperor and the angels turned around together as if they had heard some instruction, and went in the opposite direction. But after 2 or 3 seconds, they seemed to react and rush towards the Evernight goddess again. The substitute raised his hand and changed their direction again. On the other side, the Evernight goddess, who had made contact with the river of eternal darkness, suddenly said loudly, "I feel the texture of the river of eternal darkness. But the river of eternal darkness currently belongs to Salinger. We need to weaken his spiritual brand." The substitute nodded and looked at Salinger's spiritual brand, thinking about how to attack him. This guy was already dead, it was impossible to kill him again. And it was difficult to cause substantial damage to him in the river of eternal darkness. The substitute tried to attack, changing Salinger's spiritual brand from existence to non-existence. Salinger just staggered, took a step back, and with a whoosh, the river water of the river of eternal darkness stirred slightly. The substitute looked at the river water in front of him and suddenly thought of a way. The river water of the river of eternal darkness was also constantly washing away the death spiritual brand. Thinking of this, his thoughts suddenly became clear. The substitute raised his hand and then gently lowered it, changing the force of the underworld emperor and the angels moving forward into the force of Salinger sinking downward. At the same time, the substitute tampered all of his power to Salinger's shoulders. Salinger's figure paused, sinking down a little bit. It was not realistic to control the river water of the river of eternal darkness to wash away Salinger, but you could try to press the underworld emperor into the river of eternal darkness. Seeing that his idea worked, the substitute immediately spread out his spirituality, and the blurred figures in the river of eternal darkness all stopped at the same time. He also applied the force of these blurred figures wandering to Salinger's shoulders. Whoosh! Salinger's legs were submerged in the river of eternal darkness, and were still slowly sinking. He struggled desperately, causing vortices and undercurrents to appear on the river of eternal darkness, stirring up violent waves. Many blurred figures wandering on the banks or edges of the river were swept into the river and disappeared. The turbulent river of eternal darkness caused the entire underworld to shake violently, and the death of the real world underwent tremendous changes. But the substitute was still using all his strength to press Salinger down. Until the river water reached his chest, his figure clearly faded a lot under the constant washing of the river of eternal darkness. "That's enough," the Evernight goddess suddenly said. At this time, a pure black seat suddenly appeared in the center of the river of eternal darkness. Magnify. The substitute magnified the Evernight goddess's power in a timely manner, allowing her to break free from the entanglement of the river of eternal darkness. At the same time, the stars on the Evernight goddess's dress became very penetrating, and the starlight actually penetrated the dark river water of the river of eternal darkness, making the dark river water light up from the inside out. She walked on the water, step by step towards the pure black seat. At the Evernight goddess's feet, pieces of starlight spread out, forming a starlight avenue. The originally terrifying, dark, and silent river of eternal darkness actually became beautiful. Salinger's struggle became more and more violent. He could not accept the Evernight goddess controlling the river of eternal darkness. The turbulent river water was blocked by the substitute outside the starlight road. With the help of the substitute, the interference of the ancient death was also to no avail, and the dark river of eternal darkness seemed to be turning into a galaxy. The Evernight goddess came to the seat, looked at the seat that seemed to have no substance, turned around and sat on it. At that moment, the turbulent river water instantly calmed down. A layer of darkness was dyed on the dark goddess's body, a color darker than the darkness on her body. Suddenly, her head tilted, as if she had fallen into eternal sleep. But the starlight on the Evernight goddess's body was still there. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 763, Chapter 758, The Great Old Ones Team from Earth. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the western part of the Atlantis Empire, in a small village on the edge of the Star Plateau. Long ago, this was a secret stronghold established by the Numinous Episcopate. The extraordinary war that occurred in the Paz River Valley caused the entire Numinous Episcopate to collapse, leaving only Dophus's restoration faction as the dominant force. At that time, the Beyonders in this village no longer contacted the Numinous Episcopate, which had fled the southern continent and existed in name only. They prepared to completely conceal their identities and continue living in this land. However, they still believed in death, the underworld emperor of the fourth epoch. Today, an old man passed away in this village. While the old man's family members were either weeping before his body or busy with funeral arrangements, the deceased old man suddenly sat up. Everyone in the room was startled, because even though they believed in death, they did not have the custom of turning their family members into zombies. The old man, who had already died, had a dazed look in his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "The underworld is very turbulent, and many spirits have been driven into the real world. A new Lord of the Dead has been born." After speaking, the old man lay down and died again. His family members looked at each other in dismay, and after a long while, they suddenly understood, a major change had occurred in the underworld. They quickly went to tell the clan leader about this. In the eastern part of the Lone Kingdom, East Chester County. During the fourth epoch, East Chester County was part of the Evernight goddess's kingdom. The people here basically all believe in the Evernight goddess. In the history of the Evernight goddess church, at least half of the archbishops and priests have come from East Chester County. At this time, in a village in East Chester County, a respected old man passed away. This old man was a devout believer in the Evernight goddess, and his death even alarmed the priest of the Evernight goddess church in a town a dozen kilometers away. While the priest was performing a requiem for the old man suddenly sat up. Both the priest and the old man's family members were startled. The old man opened his mouth, which had long lost all its teeth and looked very gaunt, and said in a deep voice, "The underworld is covered in starlight. I saw the beautiful cosmos. I saw the serene and eternal Evernight goddess. Death and repose are united. After speaking, the old man lay down again and died. Everyone in the room was silent for a long time, not knowing whether to be fearful or surprised. The priest was the first to react. He received the guidance of the goddess's messenger and went to the goddess's kingdom. This is the good fruit of devout faith. Praise the goddess. The old man's family members and mourners followed suit. Praise the goddess. In the collective praise of the crowd, the feeling of fear and surprise seemed to quickly disappear. At this moment, death throughout the real world has become very abnormal. People who died in accidents were able to wake up again and say goodbye to their families. People who died in homicides fought with the murderers again, either avenging themselves or scaring the murderers. All of this is because the river of eternal darkness has become very turbulent, which in turn has affected the underworld and the process of death. Fortunately, all of these abnormalities quickly disappeared, and death returned to normal. At this time, on the illusory dark seat in the river of eternal darkness, the figure of the Evernight goddess also became more illusory. Several minutes passed, and he still could not wake up from his slumber. The starlight has weakened, as if the Evernight goddess is about to be swallowed by the darkness of the river of eternal darkness. The substitute can feel the Evernight goddess fighting with the river of eternal darkness. Although the Evernight goddess has been preparing for this day for a long time, it is still difficult to gain the upper hand at this time. This is too close to the aura of death. This is eternal sleep, a step further than slumber. Only by defeating this eternal sleep and waking up from sleep can one dominate the process of accommodating the source. It is necessary to give the Evernight goddess a boost, but the Evernight goddess is becoming less and less substantial. The substitute's magnification ability is not even having much effect on this illusory group of starlight. At this time, the creator outside the wellhead thought of a way. He suddenly said in a deep voice, Evernight goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the mother of concealment, empress of misfortune and horror. Mistress of repose and silence. As a great old one, the Creator's prayer itself contains enormous power. Moreover, at this time, the Creator also used the process of prayer to reversely transmit power to the Evernight goddess, which is the power of order that can better stabilize his state. In the river of eternal darkness, on the illusory dark seat, the starlight on the Evernight goddess's body became very bright again, and the darkness of the river of eternal darkness quickly receded. The Evernight goddess slowly opened his eyes, which emitted starlight, and his body quickly became much more solid. The seat under him also suddenly appeared with specks of starlight, as if declaring his victory. The substitute smiled and said, Congratulations. The Evernight goddess took a deep breath, as if the few minutes of sleep had been a very long time for him. Thank you. The substitute disappeared, and the Creator also left the underworld. At this time, the Evernight goddess has controlled the river of eternal darkness, but it will still take some time, or find a suitable opportunity, to completely accommodate this source. But the Creator can't help with the process of accommodation. After the Creator left the underworld, he came to the War of the Gods ruins in the eastern part of the Sonia Sea. He had long planned to transform the sea area, and taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time today, he decided to transform it casually. This sea area was caused by the War of the Gods that occurred at the end of the Third Epoch, which caused the extraordinary order and natural rules of a large area to collapse, thus forming this bizarre sea area. For example, when night comes, you have to go to sleep, otherwise you will easily disappear inexplicably. For example, there are evil whispers here. The higher the sequence, the more easily you will be affected by the whispers. Of course, at the level of the ancient gods, these whispers are difficult to affect the Creator. Not only that, he can also hear clearly what the whispers are specifically saying. Some of them are the whisper attacks of the high-level hangman pathway, and some are the voices of the gods during the War of the Gods, some like curses and some like war songs. These whispers are extraordinary attacks that have lingered in this land for a long time, but these attacks are too high-level. The spirituality below the demigod level does not even think that those whispers are extraordinary attacks, and most of the time they will not be affected too much. Or rather, these whispers generally do not actively attack low-level beyonder creatures without divinity. Only at the demigod level and above can they understand a little, so they are easily affected. Entering that shadow, the Creator looked at the strings that were in a mess around him, and it took him more than 10 minutes to finally sort them out basically. Then, the Creator took out the scepter of the Song of the Gods and gradually attributed the powers belonging to the Evernight goddess, the Earth Mother, the God of Combat, the ancient Sun God, etc., to the scepter of the Song of the Gods. With the disappearance of the power of the gods, the order here has not only not been restored, but has become even more chaotic than before. The Creator used the scepter of the Song of the Gods to carry out the next operation. First, he raised the position of a part of the seabed, and then he tampered with the bad climate and weather one by one, changing all the anomalies here to normal. With the restoration of the normal spatial order and the rise of the sea surface, the huge waterfall that originally needed to enter the War of the Gods ruins disappeared and turned into a normal sea surface. This caused huge changes in the landforms of many islands. Some plains became high mountains, and some high mountains sank into the seabed. In just half a minute, for more than 2,000 years, this sea area full of unknowns and dangers became normal. However, on the islands in the sea, there are still some very dangerous beyonder creatures. Coexisting with danger are the treasures left by extraordinary adventures. After transforming the sea area, the Creator looked at the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. In the War of the Gods ruins, there is an exploration team of several people besieging a beyonder creature that is roughly equivalent to Sequence 5. Seeing that they were about to harvest a characteristic of Sequence 5 level, the War of the Gods ruins, which was still in the dawn period just now, suddenly turned into night. The members of the exploration team quickly found a safe place to sleep, but at this time the sea surface suddenly became turbulent, and there was a strong wind, heavy rain, and the wind seemed to blow people away, and the rain was so heavy that it seemed like someone was pouring water down from the sky. The members of the team showed fear. Although this War of the Gods ruins has a very strange side, it has never had such bad weather. This made the members of the exploration team realize that a major change was taking place in the sea area. In the next 10 seconds or so, they even forgot to express surprise, and watched helplessly as monsters with huge bodies and exuding a terrifying aura of death screamed, collapsed, and finally died. They saw that the original seabed was instantly raised, and their ship appeared on the mountainside. They saw that the island seemed to be tilted, and their feet quickly rose, and the original high mountain sank into the seabed, like a small boat being pushed by huge waves, swaying from side to side. All of this happened in about 10 seconds. When everything was over, the sun was shining and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. After a long while, the members of the exploration team reacted. They looked at each other and suspected that what they had just experienced was a dream. However, because everyone was soaked like drowned rats, they quickly made a judgment that it was not a dream just now. So what happened just now? Then, they looked at the distant sea, without any strange places. What exactly happened to the sea area just now? The Creator looked in the direction of the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. In fact, the position he was in was still very, very far from the entrance, but his vision could see the gate of the giant king's residence. Before he could take further action, the two gates with a little blue light slowly closed. Adam was about to hang the words, "I don't welcome you," on the door. The Creator thought for a while and decided not to attack the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. He knew how terrifying his and Adam's power were at this time, and he was reluctant to fight on Earth. Secondly, Adam can currently imagine the power of the ancient sun god at its peak. Although it is only the level of half-great old one, it is still a pillar after all, and it is difficult to deal with even in the state of half-great old one. So, the Creator turned his attention to the south. The next second, he appeared in the southern part of the War of the Gods ruins. Because there was no longer the complex environment of the previous War of the Gods ruins, the place where the forsaken land of the gods merged with the real world appeared. That sea area is still very abnormal, looking cloudy, as if a storm is about to come at any time. In the dark clouds, there is a black giant wall blocking the forsaken land of the gods from the real world. This giant wall looks very magnificent, and it also seems to be translucent, and you can vaguely see the scene inside the forsaken land of the gods. The Creator realized that this giant wall actually represents the interval between the broken part of the extraordinary law and the normal part. The state of the forsaken land of the gods seems to be a seal, but it is also different from a seal. In that world, the symbolism of extraordinary order collapsed. The fall of the ancient sun god is equivalent to the fall of the sun in the abstract sense. At this time, other abstract authorities, such as tyrant, hanged man, darkness, etc., filled the gap in the sun-related authority, creating the unique environment of the forsaken land of the gods. It's not that sunlight cannot shine on that land, but that sunlight has lost the way to shine on that land. Even if a big hole is broken in the clouds in the sky above the forsaken land of the gods, sunlight cannot shine in. So the entire forsaken land of the gods no longer has sunlight. When Adam reaccommodates the uniqueness of the sun pathway in a sequence 1 characteristic one day, the sun will rise again there. Of course, this is not the only way. For example, the Creator has his own way, since the extraordinary order has collapsed, then just establish a new order. So the Creator raised his hand, and the scepter of the song of the gods appeared in his hand again. After the absorption of the power of the gods in the War of the Gods ruins just now, the power of the scepter of the song of the gods has been enhanced again. While using the change ability to reconstruct the extraordinary order of this world in front of him, the Creator used the sun part of the power in the scepter of the song of the gods to let the sunlight shine back into the space that had been restored to order. As the Creator moved forward, the giant wall in front of him quickly faded away like a bubble that had been squeezed. The first thing to return to the real world was the dark sea area with many unknown sea monsters. As the sunlight shone in, the sea monsters were frightened and hid in the water. But now it is night. After the sunlight of the scepter of the song of the gods flashed by, it fell into darkness again. But the starlight and moon have already reflected on this land. In the morning of tomorrow, the sun will rise normally. Soon, the Creator advanced to a barren continent. There is still a breath of life on this continent, but their appearance and state are very abnormal. Many of them are mutated beyonder creatures or extraordinary monsters. This reminded the Creator of a topic that was once discussed at the Tarot Club: why are the mutated beyonder creatures in the forsaken land of the gods so dense? Under the members' discussion, a hypothesis gradually formed: the beyonder creatures and plants of this world should be relatively evenly distributed throughout the world, or were once relatively evenly distributed. However, after the fall of the ancient sun god, most high-sequence beyonders fled to the northern and southern continents, but a large number of mid- and low-sequence beyonders and beyonder creatures and plants must have remained in the forsaken land of the gods. Most of these beyonders have turned into monsters, while beyonder creatures and plants have undergone some mutations. Because extraordinariness never dies, they have new ways of reproduction and have continued to this day. Mid- and low-sequence beyonders are difficult to detect if they hide among the population. However, extraordinary monsters and beyonder creatures and plants do not know how to hide, creating the illusion that beyonder creatures in the forsaken land of the gods appear to be much denser than on the northern and southern continents. In addition, the special environment of the forsaken land of the gods can also produce some monsters, although the vast majority of these monsters do not contain beyonder characteristics, deepening the misconception that beyonder creatures are very dense. In any case, the forsaken land of the gods, which has returned to the real world, is a treasure land for beyonders. Although it cannot be said that beyonder ingredients are everywhere, it is easier to obtain beyonder ingredients here than in the current northern and southern continents. Of course, it is also more dangerous than the northern and southern continents. The Creator continued to advance towards the east until he encountered the celestial worthies' fog wall seal again. Then, the Creator went north, but after advancing north for some time, he could no longer push forward. Through the translucent black giant wall, the Creator saw Adam standing in the distance. Behind him was a black, illusory figure with 5 heads, obviously not yet completely fused with the true Creator. Adam's arrival seemed to resist the Creator's momentum forward. The Creator smiled slightly, still not intending to clash with Adam. He stepped out and left the new boundary between the forsaken land of the gods and the real world. Adam also returned to the true Creator's divine kingdom, with no intention of pushing the black giant wall back. The Creator simply strolled around this newly recovered land, which corresponds to the previous African continent. At this time, almost the entire African continent has returned to the real world. And this new continent, of course, belongs to the territory of the Atlantis Empire. The Creator copied a piece of grassland and not so dense woodland from the southern continent. This copy operation involved first selecting an area and changing it from 1 to 2. Then, the Creator placed the extra copy on the African continent, and then changed the area from 1 to 999, covering half of the entire African continent with greenery. Then, he transformed it once more, and the entire continent had grassland and trees. Of course, due to some extraordinary factors, large areas of grassland quickly withered, rotted, or plants mutated instantly. The Creator did not intend to solve these problems. These changes were precisely a reminder: these areas are dangerous. After completing all this, the Creator returned to the mausoleum. But immediately, the entire angel was mobilized. The Atlantis Emperor Hobert convened a meeting overnight to deploy a plan to occupy the west coast of the African continent and then slowly advance inland. After the meeting, all the angels of the empire were dispatched to clear 7 safe areas on the west coast of Africa, and then the second echelon, led by demigods, arrived there to establish teleportation arrays. Next was the third echelon, establishing camps and simple fortifications. The angels of the Orthodox churches watched the Atlantis mobilization of national power, but the Orthodox gods had given them divine instructions: unless Atlantis invited them, do not disturb them. The new year began, and Hobert received good news. Lilith, using the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity, found the earth portion of the brood hive. Without delay, with Lilith making some preparations, the Creator immediately tried to help her control the Sefirah. The brood hive has no entrance in the real world, but it has close connections with some places in the real world. For example, the place where Lilith found the brood hive was a city with a serious gender imbalance. In this city, women accounted for about 80% of the total population. This small city was located in the south of Bakland. When the World War was at its fiercest 2 years ago, it was the closest major rear area to Bakland. Especially after the Battle of Bakland began, all the young and middle-aged men in the city were conscripted to build fortifications and transport ammunition to Bakland. Finally, when Bakland was about to fall, they were reorganized and sent to stop the Fasak Empire. The result was predictable. Tens of thousands of people went, but only a few dozen returned. In the south of Bakland, there were several such cities. These were wounds that time could hardly erase in the short term. The reason why the brood hive has close ties with this place is because the mothers here are thinking of their children who died in the war, and the young mothers are showing maternal love to their young children. Because of the lack of men, the maternal love here is more pure. Lilith used her own corruption and the fact that the brood hive was hidden in maternal love to establish initial contact with the brood hive. After the two gods arrived in the city, the Creator magnified the connection between Lilith and the brood hive and strengthened the connection between the two. In the sky above the city, a phantom shadow appeared. In order to avoid affecting the ordinary people in the city, the Creator established a barrier between the brood hive and the city to effectively isolate them. Looking at the phantom, it was generally spherical, with a small entrance in the middle. The exterior was covered with many illusory beautiful flowers and many ferns, especially the plants around the entrance, which were not very gorgeous, like a beautiful and warm wreath. The inside of the brood hive could not be seen from the outside, but even the Creator, who lacked humanity, immediately felt a sense of warmth after seeing the nest, as if he had seen his old house in his hometown and knew that his mother had prepared his favorite food for him. Lilith tried to approach the brood hive and soon discovered that the brood hive, which was clearly close at hand, seemed to be quite far away from her, and she could not reach it no matter how hard she tried. At this time, she released the corruption in her body again, which made her whole body glow with scarlet light, and the spirituality in a large area around her suddenly began to expand. Lilith held the order crystal in her hands, using this mystical item to maintain most of her sanity. The scarlet light sensed the existence of the brood hive and instantly turned into illusory tentacles, reaching out to the brood hive in a rush. The brood hive also became somewhat solid after being corrupted with the scarlet light. Lilith looked back at the Creator and immediately plunged into the brood hive. If she wanted to initially control the brood hive, she needed to further release the corruption in her body, which made the entire inside of the brood hive glow with scarlet light. Her actions were very dangerous, and it was likely that Lilith would completely lose herself. The look she gave the Creator just now was somewhat hesitant, but in the end, she chose to trust herself, to trust the Creator. The Creator outside the brood hive immediately summoned the bell of order, gently ringing it whenever Lilith was about to completely lose her mind. After several minutes of game playing, Lilith finally used the affinity between the mother goddess of depravity and the brood hive to initially control the Sefirah. Dong. Dong. At this time, the Creator suddenly rang the bell of order twice in a row. As the bell rang, resonating throughout the world, a small but solid scarlet moon flew out of the brood hive. When the second bell rang, this red moon shattered instantly, and Lilith's corruption was completely removed by the Creator. Then, the brood hive became illusory and disappeared from the real world. Lilith needs some time to establish a certain connection with the brood hive and eventually accommodate this Sefirah. Seeing that this operation was successfully achieved, the Creator put away the barrier above the city and returned to his mausoleum to rest. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. It was now 1355, 13 years away from the doomsday predicted in the prophecy. After 3 years of preparation, the Creator finally had the confidence to defeat the uncertain mist and devour it. The fool could now be awake for about an hour and was fully capable of handling a fierce battle. The Creator once again quietly entered the astral world, using the nation of disorder in his body to connection with the location of the uncertain mist. As he expected, this connection failed. The uncertain mist knew the disorder's abilities very well and must have taken some precautions against it. As usual, the Creator had a backup plan. He entered the shadows and found the string that the uncertain mist used to contact him when he was promoted to Black Emperor. At that time, the Creator realized through his conversation with the uncertain mist that the uncertain mist could affect the Black Emperor through the order shadows. However, the Creator Hobert quickly became a great old one, so the uncertain mist didn't have a chance to influence him before it was too late. But the Creator had long discovered that there was a string connecting him and the uncertain mist. This string may be the internal connection generated by the celestial worthies fooling of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence between the Black Emperor and the Justiciar and the uncertain mist back then, but now it has become the Creator's clue to find the uncertain mist. The other end of the string was indeed connected to a cloud of mist. The opportunity was fleeting. The Creator immediately distorted his position and came to the side of the uncertain mist. This was in a cold world deep in the universe. Cold mist drifted in the universe, and a circular entity seemed to be hidden in the mist. At this time, the Creator was in contact with the uncertain mist, face to face for the first time. He suddenly discovered that the entity hidden in the mist seemed to be the circular nozzle of a sprayer in his impression. From a distance, it looked like a circular ring with irregular horizontal bars, but it was actually a disc. The Creator did not find any joy in finding the uncertain mist, but twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking that the celestial worthy really had imagination. Was it because of this image that the great old one in front of him was called the uncertain mist? Then, the Creator suddenly noticed a problem. He had seen the main bodies of the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire. The third great old one he had seen was the uncertain mist. Among the main bodies of these three outer deities, only the uncertain mist was shrouded in mist. Was this indicating his close connection with the celestial worthy? After all, the first impression of the Sefirah castle was grey mist, and even Klein initially called the Sefirah castle above the grey mist. These thoughts were fleeting. Having finally found the uncertain mist, the creator immediately launched an offensive, and the nation of disorder was formed. At the same time, the uncertain mist's divine kingdom, a space composed of dense mist, also instantly took shape. The two kingdoms of God collided and fought against each other. At this time, a huge red figure appeared behind the nation of disorder. He had red translucent skin, and inside the skin were light spot-like structures flowing. Around him were flowing mysterious symbols. This was the mother goddess of depravity. The reason why the uncertain mist did not escape was because he also had helpers. Or rather, the uncertain mist believed that the anarchy had left the protection of the barrier, which was an opportunity for him. After all, he couldn't enter the barrier and could only watch the disorder's allies become stronger and stronger, waiting for the creator to come to his door. The appearance of the mother goddess of depravity made everything around seem to contain new life. Even the meteorites and comets deep in the universe had small meteorites and comets in their bodies. Just as he was about to attack the nation of disorder, a huge mysterious castle suddenly appeared above him and fell sharply, trying to trap him in the castle. The fool arrived and tried to trap the mother goddess of depravity alone. The fool has not yet fully awakened, and this is definitely not a good time to accommodate the Sefirah castle, so at this time he is still at the level of a half-great old one. Although the Sefirah and characteristics of the mother goddess of depravity are incomplete, the symbol of the pillar is still there, which is more powerful than the current fool. Below the mysterious castle, a huge scarlet moon appeared. The castle immediately stopped falling. Not only that, the scarlet moon was also affecting the fool in the Sefirah castle in the opposite direction. He planned to show new vitality to the celestial worthy, who was already at a disadvantage. Just at this time, not far from the scarlet moon, another huge moon appeared, but this was a white moon, not a red one. The white moon was vying for control of the scarlet moon, forcing the mother goddess of depravity to divide her power to fight against the white moon. Moreover, compared to the mysterious castle above her head, the mother goddess of depravity was clearly more interested in the white moon. The scarlet moon gradually moved towards the white moon, as if to merge with the other party. But around the white moon, a layer of illusory flowers and ferns immediately appeared, and vibrant vegetation formed a nest-like structure. That was the brood hive already accommodated by Lilith, and currently, she is also in a half-great old one state. When the time is right, Lilith and the Earth Mother will carry out the final fusion. But the current problem is that the Earth Mother, in terms of divinity, hopes to occupy a larger proportion of consciousness after the fusion, so this seemingly simplest step is full of uncertainties. However, Lilith no longer needs to worry about the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity, and can come to the cosmos to help in the battle. The Creator and the Uncertain Mist are engaged in a contest of divine kingdoms, which is destined to be difficult to resolve in a short time. This is advantageous for the Uncertain Mist because he has already released signals to other outer deities. The Old One war taking place in the cosmos will definitely attract the onlookers of the outer deities. At that time, the Disorder and his allies will surely be besieged. But the Uncertain Mist has overlooked one thing: the Creator can certainly think of this point, so why still engage in a contest of divine kingdoms with him? Just when the Uncertain Mist thought his tactics were quite good, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness coming over him. Yes, as a great old one, he had never slept, but now he actually felt a little sleepy. Endless darkness and slumber swept over, plunging the Uncertain Mist into a trance-like state, but then he instantly woke up, because the Creator's offensive became more and more fierce, and the balance between the two divine kingdoms had been broken. The Uncertain Mist is currently at a disadvantage. A phantom river, emitting a terrifying aura, appeared behind the Uncertain Mist. That was the Evernight goddess, who had already accommodated the river of eternal darkness. Moreover, at this time, the Evernight goddess had also accommodated the uniqueness of the death pathway, as well as a portion of the Pale Emperor characteristics. The remaining Twilight Giant uniqueness and Hand of God characteristics still need to find new opportunities to accommodate. By that time, the Evernight goddess will be a complete Great Old One. Both she and Lilith are quasi-Great Old Ones, but she is slightly stronger than Lilith in terms of power. The appearance of the Evernight goddess immediately put the Uncertain Mist at a disadvantage. At this time, a thorny vine suddenly stretched out from a point in the darkness and instantly grew into a huge leafless tree. This is the Mother Tree of Desire. Among all the outer deities, the one who most hopes for the destruction of the initial barrier may be these three outer deities currently participating in the war. Immediately afterward, a dark shadow appeared on the back of the Mother Tree of Desire. In that shadow, evil gazes looked towards the entire battlefield, as if the shadow sealed terrifying and sinful monsters. After the shadow appeared, a layer of black light appeared all over the Mother Tree of Desire. Under the protection of the light, he stretched out thorny vines and directly plunged them into the phantom river summoned by the Evernight goddess. using the power of desire to break the power of slumber. The already very sleepy, uncertain mist was suddenly filled with a desire to win, and for a time, he cheered up again. At this time, the creator felt a surge of peaceful power coming over him. He suddenly had the feeling of an ordinary person who had stayed up all night, feeling both sleepy and hungry. And the Evernight goddess felt a surge of chaotic power in the river of eternal darkness. They were slightly stunned, realizing that this should be the uncertain mist's authority, a bit like grafting, but exchange is more appropriate. This was uncertainty and transaction. Obviously, the uncertain mist exchanged the attack targets of the creator and the Evernight goddess, and the uncertain mist, as the person performing this exchange, would not be affected by either of these abilities. This operation is a bit like distortion, but the internal operation is completely different. At the same time, the uncertain mist's ability gives people the feeling of being similar to the Black Emperor. The more enemies there are, the more room he has to maneuver. So the Evernight goddess simply went all out to deal with the Mother Tree of Desire, leaving this place to the creator. The Evernight goddess's assist just now had already allowed the creator to gain the advantage. Without other forces that could be exchanged or borrowed, the uncertain mist's decline became apparent. At this time, the uncertain mist suddenly sent a cloud of his mist into the creator's divine kingdom, forcing the creator to complete the transaction, and his divine kingdom became strong again. Having observed for a while, the creator basically understood that the uncertain mist's authority seemed to be transaction, exchange, and he himself was the supervisor, who could force a sale and not abide by the transaction agreement. This was quite different from the creator's previous guess. When the creator was still sequence 5, he had once made a guess about the uncertain mist's authority. At that time, he felt that the Black Emperor broke the order, the judge maintained the order, then the core authority of the uncertain mist was likely to be establishing order. The creator sighed, feeling that he had too little understanding of authority at that time to have such a guess. After enough observation, the creator's counterattack also began. His avatar suddenly appeared behind the uncertain mist and slammed into the uncertain mist's divine kingdom. The uncertain mist quickly released a dense fog to block it. Before, the creator had tricked the Mother Tree of Desire in this way, allowing the avatar to enter the Mother Tree of Desire's divine kingdom, and then using the Nation of Disorder to destroy the other party's divine kingdom. The uncertain mist's attack was equivalent to pushing the avatar outward. The avatar distorted this outward pushing force, allowing it to act on the uncertain mist again. At the same time, the avatar also used its ability to push the uncertain mist with both macroscopic and microscopic forces. For a time, it was equivalent to the uncertain mist's force, plus the avatar's force, all pushing the uncertain mist in the direction of the creator. At this moment, the Nation of Disorder suddenly became extremely distorted. Immediately, a huge suction force appeared. The order of the Nation of Disorder changed, forming the largest black hole in the entire universe. Dozens of surrounding galaxies were instantly sucked into the black hole. The uncertain mist, which had just been pushed violently, was approaching the event horizon of the supermassive black hole. At this time, he was being pulled by the huge gravity and the convergence power of beyonder characteristics, making it difficult to break free for a while. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 764, Chapter 759 Swallowing the Uncertain Mist. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The uncertain mist was somewhat overwhelmed by the fluent attacks of the creator, mainly because he hadn't anticipated the creator's intentions at all. By the time uncertain mist reacted, it was already being pulled by the universe's largest black hole, the Nation of Disorder. However, he didn't panic. He sent another wisp of gray mist to the creator, but due to the black hole's enormous suction, he only slightly loosened his control over the gray mist before most of it was sucked away. For uncertain mist, this wasn't entirely a bad thing. In the upcoming transaction, the more he sacrificed, the more he could trade for. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't been completely sucked into the black hole, uncertain mist once again engaged in coercive buying and selling, trading with the creator, using those gray mists as a price to escape the black hole. He once again used an unfair transaction to break free from the black hole. At this moment, a sacred voice of judgment came from within the black hole. This transaction is only one party's will, so it is invalid. Although uncertain mist had the authority to supervise transactions from outside the transaction, the creator also had the symbolism of judgment. Although the creator's judgment didn't return uncertain mist to its original position, uncertain mist returned to within the range of gravity. The surrounding outer deities and half-great old ones were also affected by the enormous suction, and had to fight while resisting the immense gravitational pull. Uncertain mist exchanged the enormous suction it was subjected to with the Evernight goddess, attempting to escape the black hole. The Evernight goddess was therefore no longer affected by the black hole. This was a mistake. It was the authority of the fool. The fool now began to temporarily hand over the mother goddess of depravity to Lilith according to the Creator's plan. Although he knew Lilith wouldn't be able to hold on for long, the Creator's plan would soon come to fruition. The fool allowed the black hole's gravity to attract him. While he was falling towards the center of the black hole, he fooled Uncertain Mist. Uncertain Mist, who was about to use his authority again to escape the black hole's attraction, suddenly froze. His IQ instantly dropped to a worrisome level. The Creator's avatar took advantage of this moment to exile Uncertain Mist towards the center of the black hole. Uncertain Mist returned to the position with enormous suction once again. Because his IQ had dropped at this time, he made a foolish response, summoning his own Sefirah, changing the rules of gravity to give himself a chance to escape. The reason why this behavior was said to be extremely foolish was because the attraction of the Earth part of the nation of disorder to the cosmos part was no less than the suction of the black hole. Therefore, in the previous battle, Uncertain Mist would use his own divine kingdom to fight against the Creator, but would not use his own Sefirah to fight, in order to avoid uncontrollably approaching the Creator. The Creator also used the nation of disorder without any tacit understanding, because at that time he was not ready to devour Uncertain Mist. After the appearance of Uncertain Mist's Sefirah, he rushed towards the center of the black hole at an even faster speed. At this moment, the cosmos not far away suddenly became illusory. A white light cluster appeared from the illusion. In the very center of the light cluster, there was a black eye symbol. For the fool and other Earth outer deities, this was a very unfamiliar symbol. Its shape was somewhat like the occult symbol of an eye, but there were obvious differences. The biggest difference was that there were two symbols representing the pupil. This was the high-dimensional overseer. He had been watching the battle from the beginning. Seeing that Uncertain Mist was in great danger, he decided to take action to rescue him. Almost at the instant he appeared, many starlight-filled polygonal crystals appeared around Uncertain Mist. These crystals were not affected by the strong gravity. And in the combined power of the huge gravity and beyonder characteristics, a virtual space was formed to take Uncertain Mist away from the current dimension. The Creator, in the center of the black hole, immediately made a change to the gravity, so that the gravity of the black hole also affected other dimensions. Regardless of the dimension, the effect of gravity exists. The reason why those crystals were not affected by gravity at first was because they were between other dimensions and the three-dimensional world. In 3 dimensions, the positions of those crystals seemed to be within the range of huge gravity, but in other dimensions, it was not certain what positions they specifically corresponded to. It's like drawing a circle on paper. If there are 2-dimensional creatures on the paper, they will not be able to escape from that circle. But for 3-dimensional beings with height, let alone drawing a circle on paper, even if you draw a thick and large circle on the ground, you can easily jump out, even if you step on the drawn line. And what the Creator changed was that objects in other dimensions could also collapse towards the black hole under the effect of supergravity. At the same time, a dark spring suddenly appeared below the high-dimensional overseer, but these spring waters were very viscous and somewhat illusory, and had no spirituality that spring water should have. According to the plan, Forbody now joined the battle to buy the Creator the last chance. Currently, Forbody has also found and merged with the Earth part of the tenebrous world. After the dark side of the universe was killed by the Creator, his state has become very good. And found clues to the Earth part of the tenebrous world in the Abyss. However, the Abyss has undergone considerable changes under the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire. The Creator helped Forbody restore the normal order of the Abyss, and used the clues inside to find the entrance to the tenebrous world. So now the Devil Monarch Forbody is also at the level of a half-great old one, but the Mother Tree of Desire has shown the tenebrous world, so Forbody chose to use the power of the Abyss pathway to hold back the high-dimensional overseer. At this time, the high-dimensional overseer slowly fell towards the black, viscous spring water, as if it were the origin of corruption. As long as there is a conscious life form, there will be a tendency to fall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Creator quickly sucked the polygonal crystals of the high-dimensional overseer around Uncertain Mist into the event horizon of the black hole. The Uncertain Mist, who had been fooled, was finally sucked into the core part of the black hole, and his trace could not be seen from the outside. At this time, the outer deities and half-outer deities in the battle felt a new gaze, as if they were being targeted by a hungry monster. Everyone realized that other outer deities were rushing over. At this time, in the forsaken land of the gods, Adam walked out of the divine kingdom of the true Creator. At this time, his fusion with the true Creator was basically completed, but the final stage was very difficult. Behind Adam, you can still see the phantom of 5 heads. When he prevented Klein from becoming a god before, he interrupted the fusion process once, and it took a long time to restart the fusion. At this time, he interrupted the fusion process again, making it even more difficult to completely fuse. However, Adam once again summoned the Chaos Sea that seemed to have all colors and all possibilities. Standing on the sea, he once again imagined the authorities of Sun, White Tower, and Tyrant, turning into a tall light and shadow. He said to the cosmos, "Let there be light." the intense sunlight seemed to completely illuminate the entire universe. The outer deities who were rushing to the battle in the depths of the universe were shocked by the strong light, and the process of the outer deities rushing to the battlefield was interrupted. The Creator, inside the black hole, certainly knew that the situation was very critical. The ancient sun god could only block those outer deities for a few seconds. In addition, the Creator did not ask the ancient sun god for help. It was somewhat unexpected that he could take action at this critical moment. But it seemed to be within expectations. As Hobert said before, the root of the conflict between the Creator and the Fool and the ancient sun god lies in Amon. Now that Amon is completely out of touch with the Lord of Mysteries, the conflict between them is not so deep. This was the last chance. The Creator raced against time to absorb the nation of disorder, part of uncertain mist. In the next moment, the fooling on uncertain mist disappeared. He seemed to suddenly come back to his senses and saw that he was in a gorgeous nebula. It turned out that inside the black hole, there was another world. In the sacred light, there was a very majestic figure. That figure was wearing an Atlantis-style costume, with the appearance of Hobert, but it made people feel that he only had Hobert's appearance, but seemed to have no biological emotions. In the holy light, the Creator wore a crown, held a scepter in one hand, and a bronze code in the other. That sacred appearance seemed to make people can't help but hum hymns. Even gods would marvel, "Great Holy Spirit." This was the ultimate form of the disorder that the Creator had figured out after being very familiar with his own power for 3 years. The process of entering the black hole just now had completely shattered uncertain mist. Under the law of beyonder characteristics convergence, and accelerated by the Creator's ability, the beyonder characteristics of uncertain mist had been sealed by the Creator. Now was the most difficult part, extracting the Sefirah from uncertain mist. Even if the main body becomes fragmented and the beyonder characteristics are taken away, uncertain mist can survive with the illusory, non-physical Sefirah, and live very well. Only by using the earth part of the nation of disorder to suck out the cosmos part of the nation of disorder can uncertain mist drop in level. This was a feasible method that the Creator and the Fool had discussed many times. And the method that the genie said before, directly devouring uncertain mist, was obviously not feasible. In that case, even if the Creator becomes stronger, his consciousness will become a patchwork monster like Antigonus. When uncertain mist came back to his senses, he found that his nation of disorder was showing up from the void under the attraction of another nation of disorder, and half of it had entered the real world. Uncertain mist quickly fought for his own nation of disorder, but soon he found that he lacked the support of beyonder characteristics, just like his feet were floating in a tug-of-war, without much strength, and he couldn't beat the Creator at all. Even so, he tried his best to hold on. The longer he could delay, the longer he could delay. He was very clear that the Creator was more anxious than him at this time. More and more outer deities were rushing over. If he waited 2 or 3 seconds, the Earth's outer god power would definitely be besieged. In an instant, the Creator made a choice. He completely released the nation of disorder part in his body. The attraction between the nation of disorder that had been torn apart suddenly increased sharply and quickly began to merge. 1 second. 2 seconds. The cosmos part of the nation of disorder and the earth part of the nation of disorder were quickly stirred together. The Creator used his only remaining sanity to end the maintenance of that super-large black hole. This was a signal to retreat. The Fool and other, half-great old ones, immediately used their strongest attacks to temporarily force back the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the High-Dimensional Overseer. They left the battlefield first, and then the Creator was a little slower, but also successfully returned to the inside of the barrier. And the consciousness and spirit of uncertain mist became an extremely high-level evil spirit. From then on, the non-physical form will wander in the universe until the end of the universe. For the Creator, it was a very crucial step to only devour the nation of disorder and not the spirit and consciousness part of uncertain mist. As mentioned earlier, this can effectively avoid becoming a mental patchwork monster. Although it took a big risk, it was worth it. The Creator would even rather give up the cosmos part of the nation of disorder than devour it together with the consciousness of uncertain mist. In that case, the weak, uncertain mist might be attacked by other outer deities, and from then on, the cosmos part of the nation of disorder would change hands. The Creator will most likely completely lose the chance to get this Sefirah. Back on Earth, the Creator didn't have time to thank his allies. He immediately returned to his mausoleum to digest the Sefirah he had just absorbed. Although that was also a nation of disorder, it had been split for a long time, a Sefirah close to the adjacent authority. However, compared to the authority of the adjacent pathway, it had more affinity and belonged to the kind of Sefirah that was easy to digest. Even so, the Creator's spirit seemed to have suffered a huge impact. This feeling was like someone hitting him on the head, making him very dizzy, and he had to muster his energy to maintain a certain degree of sanity. His condition only improved slightly when he returned to the mausoleum with enough stable anchors. In fact, the best result of this operation was to suck out the cosmos part of the nation of disorder, but not immediately absorb it, and seal the evil spirit of uncertain mist to avoid future troubles. But the situation was urgent at the time, so he had to suck the Sefirah first, and there was no time to deal with the evil spirit of uncertain mist. At this time, the original nation of disorder in the Creator's body was also greatly impacted. The previous scenery like a fairyland became fragmented. The avatars who were not evacuated in time had a certain degree of mutation and hoped to form a guild to obtain some rights. At the same time, the space of the nation of disorder seemed to have doubled, but the Creator felt that the control over the nation of disorder had weakened significantly. This state was very strange. It was clearly a state of containing the Sefirah, but the degree of exploit of the Sefirah was not as good as before absorbing the part of the cosmos's nation of disorder. The Creator suppressed the uncontrollable parts of the nation of disorder while searching for the root of the problem. As the Creator's state became more stable with the help of more and more stable anchors, his reason further recovered. Soon, he realized that the current state of the nation of disorder had only become complete in quantity, but to truly become complete, it still needed to be reconstructed. Otherwise, the state of the nation of disorder would always be like a stomach that hadn't eaten for a few days and then drank too much water. It would always feel very bloated, but at the same time, it would still feel very hungry. In Angel City, Hobert continued to work in his office after learning that the Creator had successfully returned. A few minutes later, a small commotion suddenly came from outside, along with the sound of a huge flow of water. Hobert felt strange and glanced towards the window. Outside was actually a rushing river, and not far away, there was a huge waterfall, falling straight down. Hobert was slightly stunned. How could a river and waterfall suddenly appear in the palace? Because he didn't foresee any danger, Hobert unhurriedly opened the door to check. It turned out that it wasn't that a river and waterfall had appeared in the palace, but that his office, along with the corridor outside, had come to a large river and waterfall. Hobert became even more strange. He clearly hadn't felt any extraordinary attacks, so why had he suddenly appeared here? Then, he radiated his spirituality and realized that he was still within the Atlantis Empire. So he distorted his position along with the office, preparing to return to Angel City. But after using distort, he was still in the same place. Hobert was very surprised. It felt as if he suddenly didn't have Beyonder abilities. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He suddenly thought that it was likely that the Creator's actions today had caused his Beyonder abilities to mutate. At this time, the river suddenly surged, overflowing the banks. Hobert immediately realized that his ability was somewhat delayed, and it was only now taking effect, but it had obviously mutated. Distorting his position had become changing the river water from 1 to 2. The river water immediately entered the office. Hobert didn't dare to use his abilities anymore. He prayed to the Fool for help, but he found that he didn't seem to have established any connection with the Fool. In other words, his power and spirituality had become extremely abnormal at this time. He couldn't even pray to the gods. So Hobert said to the guards outside, "Quick, take me away from here." The guards, of course, knew that the Emperor was a follower of the Creator, and was said to have the rank of an archangel. But they were only stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. One of the guards holding a sealed artifact with travel abilities waited over to take Hobert away first. But at this time, Hobert saw through the corridor window that there was a village not far downstream of the riverbed. The villagers didn't know that the flood was coming. Hobert immediately changed his mind. First, notify the villagers in the village below and tell them to leave immediately. Then he said to the guards, "Run to higher ground." The guard holding the sealed artifact with travel abilities hesitated slightly, but followed the order and immediately took Hobert to the village. At their calls, many villagers quickly hid in higher places. Hobert held 2 children who couldn't run very well, and the guard carried an elderly person with inconvenient legs, and also avoided the flood without any danger. Arriving at a slightly higher position, Hobert looked at the destroyed village and then glanced at the village downstream, and said to the guard, "Continue to save people." Inside the Black Emperor's mausoleum, the Creator quickly thought of a solution to the problem: use the Bell of Order to reconstruct the nation of disorder. Without delay, the illusory Bell of Order appeared in front of him and quickly became solid. Dong. As the melodious bell rang in the mausoleum, the Creator felt his spirit become clearer and clearer. At the same time, the nation of disorder was instantly distorted into a ball by the bell, and the scene inside shattered instantly. Like when he first accommodated the nation of disorder, it became a void, and then began to reconstruct. The reconstruction speed was very fast, and soon there were mountains, rivers, and divine kingdoms. The avatars in the nation of disorder before were all gone, and their guilds were never formed after all. The Creator carefully reorganized every corner of the nation of disorder. After more than half a minute, he finally regained control of the nation of disorder, making the Sefirah complete again. Immediately, the creator realized that the power of the nation of disorder had become much stronger. At the same time, he had a new ability to restore the target to its original state, and the original state must be a state of chaos. The theory of this ability is that it can instantly find the oldest end of the string about the target in the shadow of order and display it. The external manifestation of this ability is that it can turn a person into the atoms that make them up, which is equivalent to an enhanced version of entropy. This is no longer tracing back to the beginning of life, but tracing back to the source of all the matter that makes up this life. Another application is to deprive the target of beyonder characteristics, or cause the target's beyonder characteristics to become chaotic. The former can turn the target into an ordinary person, while the latter is likely to cause the target to kill themselves. This is because in the beginning, all beyonder characteristics belong to the original creator, so using this ability is equivalent to depriving the current owner of the right to use that beyonder characteristic. And the beyonder characteristics at the beginning are more difficult to control than they are now, so the beyonder characteristics will become chaotic. Of course, as the target's level increases, the deprivation time will decrease, and targets at the oldest level can also use some means to avoid it. This ability can be called restoration, or it can be called disorder. Considering the name, Son of Chaos, the creator finally decided to call it disorder. This is an ability that only appeared after the nation of disorder was complete, and it should also be one of the authorities of the complete Son of Chaos. But for the creator at present, this is only an ability, not yet an authority. The internal structure of this ability is still a kind of disorder, but the external manifestation is quite different from abilities such as distort and prohibition. Finally, the creator looked at the characteristics of the uncertain mist that he had sealed. He could feel that these characteristics had the extremely strong imprint of the uncertain mist, and there was currently no corresponding ritual that could neutralize the impact when accommodating the uniqueness. In other words, he can only swallow it raw. The creator sighed and planned to wait until he recovered his state before taking further action. Hobert, who was fighting the flood, suddenly felt something. He used his beyonder power to tamper with the flood, and the river immediately returned to its original state. Hobert also used beyonder abilities to restore the flooded villages and fields, and he couldn't help but sigh, beyonder is really good. Forsaken land of the gods, above the true creator's divine kingdom. The angel of fate, Ouroboros, who was praying piously, suddenly raised his head. A great figure appeared above the divine kingdom without warning. Ouroboros's eyes narrowed. It was the creator. Then the creator summoned a bronze giant bell. Dong. The distant bell rang throughout the entire, forsaken land of the gods, and once made the extraordinary order here return to normal. In the black curtain, Adam and the true creator seized this opportunity to complete the final fusion. The shadow with 5 heads completely merged into Adam's body. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 765, Chapter 760, The Creator Accommodates the Third Pathway, Bonus 1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Welcome to our new Grade 1 Sealed Artifact 1-02, Warlord. Hobert carried his office back to Angel City's palace. Only after returning did he realize that not only had his office bizarrely left its original location, but the entire palace seemed to have been dissected by some force and scattered throughout the country. Hobert retrieved them one by one and assembled them like building blocks. The palace staff were somewhat frightened, and Hobert roughly explained what had happened to the 2 empresses, asking Audrey to provide psychological counseling to the staff. Starting about 2 years ago, after signing a confidentiality agreement, the palace staff were no longer kept in the dark about the extraordinary events that occasionally occurred in the palace. Otherwise, if they were constantly hypnotized, their spirits and spiritual bodies would be under considerable pressure, and they might inexplicably turn into madmen after reaching their limit. So, they simply stopped concealing things, but these messages could not be taken out of the palace. Hobert had the 2 empresses preside over the palace situation, and then he used his distortion ability to come to the mausoleum. At this time, the creator had just returned from the forsaken land of the gods. He threw a small piece of crystal to Hobert and said, "I have some ideas and would like to get your opinion." Hobert caught it, and he saw that what he held was a polygonal crystal with some starlight, but inside this crystal was an eyeball with a blue pupil. He recalled that this was one of the dozen or so crystals of the high-dimensional overseer that the creator had sucked in with a black hole during the previous battle. The other crystals shattered when they entered the black hole, but only this one was preserved, and it looked very special. Hobert considered for a moment and then said, "My thoughts are consistent with yours." The creator slowly nodded, and then talked about another matter. After the nation of disorder became complete again, I roughly understood the Son of Chaos symbolisms. It mainly lies in transformation, which can change already formed affairs. This is changing backward. And the chaos ability I just acquired is actually also a kind of change, but it is changing forward. This symbol is the tendency towards disorder. Hobert pondered for a moment and said, in this case, the genie didn't tell the truth before. The focus of the authority we will devour next should be on changing, and it has little to do with creating. The creator sat on the exquisite seat. That's a good idea. Then he added, fortunately, we didn't completely believe the genie's words anyway. This was a sage time unique to the two of them. Many seemingly amazing but not too difficult to achieve plans were discussed in this way. In the northern mountainous region of Atlantis, a team of Beyonders used their travel ability to appear here. Captain Cohen glanced at the surrounding fields. A layer of ice covered the ground, looking like a silver-clad winter scene. However, it is now summer in this area. This is very abnormal. The surrounding villagers have all been evacuated, and before coming here, Cohen and others had already inquired with the village chiefs of several villages around who had been evacuated. According to them, this cold wave suddenly appeared last night. The villagers were frozen awake one by one, and then they were stunned by the scene before them. As the temperature got lower and lower, the village chiefs, realizing that this matter was very abnormal, immediately led the villagers to leave and reported the matter. So, in the early hours of today, an investigation into this extraordinary case had already begun. It was basically determined that this should be an extraordinary event involving high sequences, so the demigod Cohen was asked to lead a team to conduct further investigation. Several team members were also elites among the official Beyonders, and could request support from angels at any time. Their main task this time was to find out the source of this cold wave. Just by visual inspection, it was obvious that the ice in the mountains was thicker than in the villages at the foot of the mountains. But this time they were very cautious and did not continue to use travel, but instead used the method of distorting positions to quickly approach. After climbing to the top of the mountain, the wind was howling and snowflakes were flying, like a heavy snow was about to fall in the deep winter. On the other side of the mountain was a sparsely populated mountainous area. They climbed over several mountains in a row and seemed to have found the source of all this extraordinary activity. It was a pool at the foot of the mountain. At this time, the surface of the pool was covered with thick ice. The ice was as smooth as a mirror, and in the mirror surface, there seemed to be black shadows fluttering. The team members' spirituality sensed danger in advance, and they moved their eyes away, not looking at the lake surface. After taking a look, Cohen immediately prayed to the angel Beverly. She is the commander-in-chief of the official Beyonders in several nearby counties. While Cohen was praying, strands of illusory filaments appeared around them, and before they could react, they were bound. Immediately afterwards, several balls of black flames flew towards them. Cohen distorted the attack trajectory of those flames, narrowly avoiding them. Then hundreds of thousands of ice arrows shot towards them, and Cohen could only distort a part of them. Just as the ice arrows were about to hit the Beyonder team members, the space in front of them suddenly became chaotic. A large number of ice arrows seemed to have lost their direction and scattered in all directions. The next second, Beverly, wearing a black jade pendant, stepped out. With a wave of her hand, she immediately rescued Cohen and others from the filaments. Beverly glanced at the lake surface at the foot of the mountain and said, "This is an opportunity." She smiled slightly, Empress Audrey's opportunity. Since the underworld faction of the Balam Empire allowed the City of the Dead, Calderon, to appear in the world, she and Audrey gradually developed a good friendship. At this time, the black shadow in the ice mirror seemed to sense danger, so it wanted to escape, but Beverly distorted its thoughts. While Beverly asked Cohen to lead the team away, she reported the situation here to Hobert through prayer. A dozen seconds later, Hobert arrived with Audrey. He glanced at the ice layer at the foot of the mountain and smiled. "I didn't expect the demoness sect to make such a contribution." Hobert had already recognized the black figure. In the beginning, there were 3 angels in the demoness sect, 1 normal and 2 in very poor condition. The normal angel, Sherry, was killed by Hobert, who was still a king of angels, in the mirror world. There were also 2 angels in very poor condition. The characteristics of one of them formed the sealed artifact, 0-71, Disaster Porcelain Doll in the South Colson campaign, but her spirit body and consciousness used beyond her abilities to escape, and were later completely killed by Hobert after he became the king of angels. There was also an angel in very poor condition who escaped by burning her origin during the South Colson campaign and has been missing ever since. Her condition should have become worse, especially after the mirror world was reconstructed by Hobert. She didn't even have a place to hide for a long time. The one in front of him is this missing and very poor condition angel. The fact that she is appearing in people's sight again can only mean that her condition has deteriorated to the extreme, and she is not far from being completely out of control, so she has almost no idea of hiding, or the reason to hide. Audrey's angel advancement ceremony is to find an angel's weakness through observation, and use this weakness to weave a dream, leaving a serious psychological shadow on that angel. Originally, Hobert planned to find an angel from the northern continent to be Audrey's observation object. He didn't expect that this matter was still being planned, and this angel from the demoness sect came to his door, which is why Hobert teased the demoness sect so much. Now, the Witch Research Association, a very important extraordinary force in Atlantis, already has 2 demigods. The beyonder characteristics of these research association members were all bestowed by the demonist sect. The sect has made a significant contribution to the extraordinary construction of the Atlantis Empire. While Hobert was teasing, he raised his hand and, with the help of the Creator's power, created a small, fallen kingdom to trap the black figure in the pool. Then he told Audrey a few words and gave her a pair of glasses made of order crystal, and followed Audrey into the fallen kingdom, while Beverly guarded this fallen kingdom outside. Arriving in the fallen kingdom, Hobert still used the same terrain as the outside pool and mountains, etc., to make it easier for Audrey to observe, but this space could trap the demoness of catastrophe, who was about to lose control. The demoness of catastrophe's spirituality sensed Hobert's level, so she hid at the bottom of the pool and dared not come out. Hobert raised his hand, broke the ice, and squeezed the demoness of catastrophe out of it. The fallen kingdom belongs to Hobert's divine kingdom. In it, he can easily deal with the sequence 2 angel. The angel's condition was visibly very poor. She would form a graceful ice sculpture for a while, then the sculpture would collapse, and then form a very beautiful female image on the mirror-like ice, but then this image would be difficult to maintain, and finally turn into a ball of black hair, but before long, it would turn into an ice sculpture again and start a new round of circulation. Hobert used his beyonder power to fix the demoness of catastrophe in front of him so that Audrey could observe carefully, and observe as she pleased. This demoness of catastrophe sometimes made ugly hissing sounds, sometimes tried to escape using stand-ins and other abilities, and sometimes teased Audrey with a very beautiful voice. These extraordinary attacks were all blocked by Hobert and did not affect Audrey. However, just facing a demoness of catastrophe with ever-changing images, Audrey was also a little flushed. She hypnotized herself a little bit so that she could concentrate on observing the witch. The clothes of her ice sculpture state have obvious characteristics of the 4th epoch. Obviously her best state was in the 4th epoch. The state of her hair looks like her most chaotic state. In fact, when maintaining the state of a ball of hair, she maintains the most sanity. The more normal female state has some facial features of the central plateau. It can be determined that her hometown is in the northern continent. With the deepening of observation, Audrey obtained more useful information. She tries to stay away from Hobert as much as possible, obviously afraid of Hobert, or afraid of Hobert's level, which shows that she still has some sanity. In the struggle, she used many abilities, but did not use the abilities of mirror jump and mirror stand-in, which shows that she is very clear about the changes in the mirror world. And knowing that the Creator has reconstructed the mirror world, if she uses abilities related to the mirror world, she is likely to be discovered by the Creator. After observing for 7 or 8 minutes, Audrey felt that her observation ability had actually improved again, which was likely because the observation object was an angel. After mastering some information, Audrey decided to weave a dream about the scene when the Underworld Emperor and the Primordial Demoness were killed by the 7 gods during the Pale Era of the 4th epoch. According to Audrey's analysis, the scene when the Underworld Emperor and the Primordial Demoness were defeated by the 7 gods must have left an indelible psychological shadow on this witch, and she planned to add salt to the wound. After consulting Hobert on several historical questions about the 4th epoch, Audrey decided to give it a try. So, with Hobert's help, the demoness of catastrophe successfully fell asleep. Even in the sleeping state, her appearance was constantly changing. Under Hobert's protection, the two jumped into the witch's dream together. This dream looked very chaotic. The mountains inside looked like mountains in shape, but they had many pieces of meat with blood. The lakes inside had lake water, all of which had strange mouths and looked like lotus flowers. The people inside were made up of strands of hair, looking a bit like stick figures. This is still relatively normal. Not far away, there are black vortexes, and just one glance makes Audrey dizzy. There are also some creatures with only huge skeletons walking around, and creatures with a bull's head standing motionless in the pond. These very strange creatures and those vortexes are basically the crazy and distorted parts of this witch. With Hobert's protection, and wearing glasses made of order crystal, Audrey was not greatly affected, otherwise, in such a dream, her spirit would easily be polluted. Audrey steadied her mind and began to weave the dream. The surrounding scenes were stirred up, but Audrey tried not to touch the black vortexes and those strange creatures. Under her shaping, an ancient city gradually appeared, which was the impression formed by Audrey from some descriptions of ancient Trier she had seen in some documents before. Because she had never seen the full picture of the city, she could only shape a part of it, but fortunately it was used as a background, and in the dream, she could use the influence of the subconscious to make the target think that it was ancient Trier. Immediately afterwards, Audrey began to shape the image of the gods. First, the Evernight goddess with a surging sense of tranquility appeared, followed by a majestic figure in the storm and dark clouds. Just as she was outlining the third god, a mountain full of pieces of meat split open, and a huge statue rose from it. That statue had unparalleled beauty, and its hair stretched out like pythons. The massive statue shook slightly, its stone shell falling away, and the statue actually came to life. Its hair writhed, and the eyes at the tips of its hair gradually turned everything it saw gray and petrified. Everything it touched transformed into beautiful women. Hobert immediately stood in front of Audrey, the primordial demoness. This was somewhat unexpected. Audrey was also surprised. Could this demoness of catastrophe, who is on the verge of losing control, be a setup for the resurrection of the primordial demoness? Possibly. Hobert noticed that the primordial demoness in front of him was bluffing. He thought about it and realized it made sense. The uniqueness and the 3 sequence 1 characteristics of the witch pathway were all with the creator. The primordial demoness in the dream was just an empty shell. It was likely that she realized if she allowed Audrey to weave the dream properly, this demoness of catastrophe would easily lose control completely. This forced the primordial demoness, who was residing within this demoness of catastrophe, to come out for a desperate fight. Hobert retreated with Audrey while saying, "I'll give you an image. Construct it and see if it can affect the primordial demoness." If it didn't work, he would take action. Audrey nodded and immediately received the image that Hobert had distorted into her mind. After a slight pause, she immediately shaped that majestic figure. The figure had a handsome black cloak and exquisite armor, as if he were an emperor on a battlefield. Behind him appeared an illusory fairyland, with clouds and mist swirling around, floating platforms, pavilions, and flowing water. Within the pavilions, there was vaguely an ancient giant clock, which resembled an eye that scorned everything. With each breath he took, he stirred the rules of the surrounding sea. Around him, some rules were severely distorted, while others became iron laws, and no god could make any changes. This was the mythical creature form of the creator, Hobert, when he was at the half-great old one level. After seeing this figure, the primordial demoness seemed to once again feel that surging power that constantly shattered everything in front of her. She retreated. The mythical creature form of the creator had left an indelible psychological shadow on her. During the 4th epoch, she faced the attacks of 3 gods alone, and even then, she wasn't as desperate. The retreat of the primordial demoness immediately triggered a collapse. Large areas of the dream began to crumble, as if the world was plunging into doomsday. Finally, the image of the primordial demoness also collapsed, and the entire dream became even more distorted and chaotic. Hobert immediately led Audrey out of the dream. The demoness of catastrophe, in front of them, was completely out of control. Most of the time, Hobert was only at the level of a king of angels, but he was the creator, and the creator was Hobert. Therefore, when he needed to, he could possess the level of a great old one. This was the case at this moment. He used the power of the old one to isolate all corruption. Otherwise, a king of angels emerging from a dream of a runaway angel would definitely be affected to some extent. Immediately afterward, Hobert continued to borrow the power of the creator to change the monster from alive to dead. The out-of-control, demoness of catastrophe, instantly lost all vitality. Hobert then used the new ability he had just obtained to make the monster's beyonder characteristics chaotic, making its ability to revive ineffective. This cut off the process of its resurrection from the root. Soon, Hobert obtained a grade 0 sealed artifact that matched the demoness of catastrophe. Then he looked at Audrey. Can the operation in the dream just now be used as a ritual for advancement? Audrey took a deep breath and felt it. Yes, it can. And it was a very solid ritual. Inside the mausoleum of the Black Emperor, the creator spent more than a month stabilizing his state, and now he was ready. He once again took out the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics he had seized from the uncertain mist during the previous battle. Initially, these beyonder characteristics were entangled together under the influence of the uncertain mist's spiritual imprint. Later, after the creator repeatedly shattered them, he finally obtained characteristics equivalent to 4 sequence 1 levels. The reason it was equivalent to was because these characteristics had not been used for advancement multiple times, and they didn't have the very precise sequence 1 dosage like on Earth. The creator also interfered with the convergence process to obtain these 4 characteristics. 3 of them were clearly from one pathway, and the other one was from a separate pathway. This made the creator clearly realize that there were likely 2 more sequence 1 characteristics with the Son of Chaos. Originally, the Son of Chaos should have had 3, but at some point after the Son of Chaos was sealed, it was likely that the uncertain mist accommodated a 4th pathway. In other words, the Son of Chaos had 4 pathways within its body back then, 2 of which were the Black Emperor and the Justiciar. Then there was this pathway that was seized, whose main authority was transaction, and being outside of the transaction. In addition to the main authority, there were some abilities that could inflate the target's ambition, create an undisturbed black box space, as well as abilities similar to decrease and attack reflection. The creator called this pathway Supreme Overseer. Everything could initiate a transaction and complete a transaction. Although the transaction result was exactly what he wanted, he could stay out of it and be the supervisor of the transaction. The creator believed that what was more difficult to deal with than transaction was the other party's ability to observe. Most of the extraordinary powers of the outer deities could change the transaction result, but it was difficult to harm the person who initiated the transaction but observed it, so it was called Overseer. Then the 4th pathway should be the Chaos ability with the forward change characteristic. The uniqueness and the other two beyonder characteristics were likely with the Son of Chaos. According to the only sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the chaos mist pathway that the Creator had obtained, he speculated that the authority of this pathway was clearly chaos. It could be said to be restoration or forward change. Overall, it did not exceed the symbolism of transformation. The main abilities were probably the qualitative change and enhancement of the Duke of Entropy ability, which could allow the target to return to the chaos state. There were also many abilities that were very similar to the Black Emperor's abilities, such as allowing the target to fall into a chaos state, which was very similar to a disordered state. Another very powerful aspect was that chaos not only represented the source of everything but also represented the unknown. And the Son of Chaos with the chaos authority should be able to manipulate the unknown. For example, something might be unknown to others, but to him, it could have a clear result. For example, in a chaotic area, it might be the state of the universe at the beginning, or it might have formed a self-contained world, and everything in it was unknown. But for the Son of Chaos, everything in this chaotic area was controllable. Therefore, if he was willing, the unknown could have a definite result. The Creator believed that the Son of Chaos should be able to use his own level and the authority of chaos to simulate the abilities of the Black Emperor and other three pathways. The theory of this ability was, first, generate a chaos ability. At this time, the ability was unknown, but he could turn this unknown into known. Under his guidance, he could simulate abilities such as change or transaction. Of course, he could only possess abilities within his authority. Abilities from non-adjacent pathways could not be formed. He had such a guess because the Creator recalled some of the abilities of the genie. The genie once helped Bernadette possess the level and abilities of Sequence 1 for a day, which was a kind of changing Sequence 3 to Sequence 1. Of course, it could also be seen as a very advanced distortion, or a qualitative change in distortion. Combining it with the miracle authority allowed for a distorted change. And the transaction between the genie and Fool Klein once, the reason why the genie was not afraid of Klein going back on his word was because he had the relevant authority to supervise transactions. The genie told the truth about one thing, he almost became a pillar back then. For the Creator, this was a good thing because with the Son of Chaos working hard in front, the Supreme Overseer pathway was now a pathway with similar authority to the Creator. After accommodating the uniqueness of the Supreme Overseer, he could change this pathway into an adjacent pathway to the Black Emperor and Justiciar. In the future, he should also be able to turn the Chaos pathway into an adjacent pathway. At this moment, in the mausoleum, the Creator first recalled his previous guesses, then adjusted his state, and with a wave of his hand towards the uniqueness of the Supreme Overseer, and a Sequence 1 characteristic, they rapidly submerged into the Creator's body in a state of losing their seal. The Creator did not feel any hindrance at all, as if 2 raindrops had dripped into a glass of water. But immediately afterward, the Creator seemed to become completely illusory, as if he had no connection with the real world. Emptiness, coldness, and powerlessness filled all the Creator's senses. Because he was already a great old one, he did not lose his mind in the process, but he felt that he had completely detached from this world. This feeling was strange but also a little terrifying because he seemed unable to exert any influence on this world. At the same time, it was also because of the level of the old one that the Creator was able to calmly summon a substitute and give that substitute a connection to the real world. The substitute reached out and grabbed the Creator, who seemed to be getting further and further away from the real world. This phenomenon was obviously unreasonable. First of all, extraordinary powers could not be used at all during a process similar to advancement. Secondly, since the Creator's main body no longer belonged to this world, the substitute he summoned should not belong to this world either. But the Creator was the shadow of order. It was normal for him not to obey the order. So the Creator did not continue to become illusory. Immediately afterward, the power of the Nation of Disorder manifested, quickly helping the Creator accept and sort out the abilities of the Overseer. Soon, the Creator's figure began to solidify. But it was also at this time that he felt his spirit was being invaded by something, and at the same time, his consciousness was being affected by something. It was the spiritual imprint of the uncertain mist. The appearance of the spiritual imprint indicated that the process of accommodating the uniqueness was coming to an end. The Creator immediately concentrated on dealing with this spiritual imprint, trying to keep it within a controllable range. He was about to summon the bell of order when the substitute who was holding him suddenly opened his mouth coldly. "Tell me, what would be the consequences if I let you go at this time?" The Creator was stunned for a moment and said, "I couldn't wish for more." He realized that the spiritual imprint of the uncertain mist had failed to gain a foothold in the Creator's body, so it instantly occupied the spirit and consciousness of the substitute who had a close connection with the Creator. This was the power of a spiritual imprint at the Great Old One level. Even if it was just an imprint, it seemed to give people a feeling of complete consciousness. At the same time, the Creator realized that his ability to summon substitutes had been distorted, and he could not summon a new substitute at this time. The Creator did not say the opposite just now. If the substitute let go now, he really couldn't wish for more. In that case, he could completely break the connection with the substitute. This substitute would become an independent entity, and the creator would become illusory again. But in that case, the creator would not be affected by the substitute with the spiritual imprint of the uncertain mist anymore. Summoning another substitute would still be able to pull himself back to the real world. He didn't even need to take action. The angels of Atlantis could eliminate the substitute. If that didn't work, he could ask the fool for help, and he could easily solve the problem. But now, the substitute did not let go of the creator, so he was stuck between reality and illusion. The substitute said, "Let's discuss it." The creator found that in his current state, he could still summon the bell of order, but the process was a bit slow. He asked, "Who are you?" "I am a part of you." The substitute said expressionlessly, "If you want to completely control the beyonder characteristics you just accommodated, if you want to turn it into an adjacent pathway to the previous two pathways, you must accept me." The creator certainly knew that what the substitute said was true. Without the imprint of the uncertain mist, although he could complete the accommodation process, the beyonder characteristics would obviously be somewhat uncoordinated. After all, the Supreme Overseer, Pathway and the Black Emperor, and Justiciar could not be considered strictly adjacent pathways, but only pathways with similar authority. The creator had also prepared to accept a part of the spiritual imprint of the uncertain mist and become a part of his divinity, but he did not want to accept it passively. Dong. The bell of order was finally summoned. With a melodious chime, the substitute's figure only stirred slightly and then returned to normal. "It's useless. Now I am not seizing your consciousness, nor am I a part of divinity, so the bell of order is useless to me." The creator frowned. If he accommodated the spiritual imprint of the uncertain mist, according to the other party's intention, his spirit and thinking would undergo considerable changes. But if he didn't accommodate it, continuing the stalemate would also be very dangerous, and a part of the connection with the real world might be completely broken. In that case, it would definitely affect his state. Neither of these choices was what the creator wanted, as he had been working hard to maintain a good state, so that he would have a chance to devour other outer deities and ultimately face the Son of Chaos. But soon the creator had another idea, and in the next second, Hobert appeared in the mausoleum. He came to try to pull the creator over, but the problem was that he was in the real world and couldn't grasp the creator. Moreover, the creator was currently under the influence of the uncertain mist substitute, and could no longer affect the real world, nor could he make Hobert illusory. Hobert stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then prayed to the fool, asking him to fool the real world and re-accept the creator. The fool quickly responded, he fooled the real world, but the creator's current state was special, and he still couldn't return. Hobert suddenly realized that he was the biggest connection between the creator and the real world. So he first returned to Angel City's palace, spreading his spirituality throughout the country, twisting the thoughts of all his subjects, and making everyone praise their emperor. In an instant, surging power of faith poured into the 9 mausoleums, and after being magnified and stabilized by the mausoleums, it surged towards the creator and Hobert. Because the creator was Hobert, the connection between them was strengthened. At this moment, Hobert immediately returned to the mausoleum and jumped towards the now more illusory creator. The connection between the two allowed them to merge into one. In an instant, Hobert became the foundation for the creator's existence in this world. The fusion process continued and quickly came to an end, and the creator returned to the real world. As for the substitute with the uncertain mist spiritual imprint, it seemed to realize its fate, or perhaps it simply didn't have a very complex way of thinking, so it didn't run away. The creator sensed that after returning to the real world, all his abilities were no longer affected by the substitute. He was about to undo the maintenance of the substitute, but then thought that this was a good opportunity to experiment. So the creator asked the fool, who still hadn't left, to fool the substitute, making the uncertain mist spiritual imprint believe that it was the creator. This was because if the substitute was dispelled, part of the uncertain mist spiritual imprint would return to its previous state and attack the creator's main body. This was because the root of these spiritual imprints' existence was the uniqueness and high-level beyonder characteristics of the spectator pathway, and they were already inside the creator's body, which was unavoidable. But now the creator could concentrate on resisting these spiritual imprints. This resistance process might take some time, but the creator currently had the advantage and would eventually fuse part of the spiritual imprint within a controllable range. It was impossible not to fuse at all. This was the price of obtaining power. The creator's current advantage allowed him to calmly fuse according to his own intentions. If the uncertain mist spiritual imprint thought it was the creator's spiritual imprint, even if it only thought so for a short while, theoretically, the creator could quickly solve the problem of the uncertain mist spiritual imprint. The fool immediately carried out the fooling according to the creator's intention. The creator lifted the maintenance of the substitute, and in that instant, his spirit and consciousness were indeed impacted again. But this impact was very gentle, because at this time, the attacker thought he was the attacked. This was equivalent to the creator being a burning furnace before, and the uncertain mist spiritual imprint being like pouring a basin of water into the furnace. But now, the uncertain mist spiritual imprint was like adding a ball of fire to the furnace. Perhaps this ball of fire had a different temperature from the fire in the furnace, but it was still fire after all. The Creator separated the distorted and crazy parts of the spiritual imprint from the obviously gentler parts. He quickly fused the gentle parts and bestowed away the distorted and crazy parts. At this time, the effect of fooling ended, and the uncertain mist spiritual imprint seemed to suddenly come to its senses, but it had already been decomposed. Although it still caused an impact on the Creator's spirit and consciousness, the impact was limited. With the Creator's efforts, this impact quickly weakened. The Creator made a simple assessment and determined that the problem of the spiritual imprint should be completely resolved within 3 days. Immediately afterwards, the Creator realized that he had obtained some fragmented knowledge and some fragmented ideas. These all belonged to the uncertain mist. These knowledge and ideas would eventually have some impact on the Creator, but the impact was small, and overall it was a good situation. Fooling the spiritual imprint or consciousness of a great old one was a method that the Creator and the Fool had discussed before to deal with the Son of Chaos. The Fool was also using this method to deal with the celestial worthy. From the current experiment, this method was very practical for the Creator, but it was not as effective for the Fool. Because the celestial worthy was already a part of him, and a slight misoperation could easily lead to him fooling himself. The Creator was different. He first fooled the uncertain mist spiritual imprint before fusing it, so that he could control the initiative of the process. The Creator expressed his gratitude to the Fool. After the Fool left, he paid attention to the knowledge and ideas he had obtained from the uncertain mist spiritual imprint. Although these knowledge initially felt chaotic, the Creator's spirituality quickly categorized them and made them part of the Creator's knowledge. The same was true for ideas. These ideas would also become the Creator's ideas. If there were any plans, the Creator would even try to complete them. Among these knowledge and ideas, the Creator quickly discovered some important information, including information about the celestial worthy and the uncertain mist. Back then, the celestial worthy had used the uncertain mist to conduct Sefirah and be under characteristic decomposition experiments. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 766, Chapter 761 2 Angel Queens, Bonus 2. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Bonus for 100 Power Stones. Currently, there are 2 hypotheses regarding the relationship between the Son of Chaos, the Genie, and the uncertain mist. The first hypothesis is that during the last awakening of the original Creator, the Son of Chaos, along with a portion of the Nation of Disorder, and the characteristics of the Black Emperor and Justiciar, were torn to earth. In the first epoch, the Son of Chaos was sealed by the Celestial Worthy into the Genie, and part of the cosmos became the uncertain mist. The second hypothesis is that the awakening of the original Creator tore off a portion of the Son of Chaos's Sefirah and characteristics. During the first epoch, taking advantage of the original's slumber, the Son of Chaos used its connection with the original Creator and its own authority to enter the barrier and search for its own Sefirah and characteristics. As a result, the Son of Chaos did not find its Sefirah and characteristics but was caught by the Celestial Worthy and sealed into the Genie. For the Creator, it is difficult to distinguish which of these 2 hypotheses is true. Even with the Genie nearby, it is still difficult to discern. Because the Genie is a master of lies, and it has been proven that its words are very unreliable. The Creator Hobert leans towards believing the second hypothesis because the original Creator, during its last awakening, absorbed a total of 3 ancient Sefirah and characteristics, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Son of Chaos. As far as things stand, neither the Mother Goddess of Depravity nor the Mother Tree of Desire has produced a split like the Son of Chaos and the uncertain mist, so even if the Son of Chaos is somewhat special, the idea that it was absorbed along with its Sefirah and characteristics is a bit far-fetched. However, the second hypothesis also has a difficult-to-explain point. How did the uncertain mist come about? If the Son of Chaos entered the barrier during the first epoch, bringing with it the cosmos portion of the Nation of Disorder and 2 characteristics, why didn't the Celestial Worthy seal all the Sefirah and characteristics along with the Son of Chaos? Of course, if sealing were to occur, it would most likely be divided into 2 parts, one part for the Son of Chaos, and another part for the Sefirah and characteristics torn from it, or simply leaving this part of the Sefirah and characteristics on Earth would also be a good choice. But this still does not explain how the uncertain mist came about. Previously, the Genie once said that the Celestial Worthy wanted to resurrect using the identity of the uncertain mist, so he tore off the Sefirah and a pathway from it and sent them to the cosmos, becoming the uncertain mist. As for why only one pathway was torn off, the ancient sun god gave the answer earlier, that Celestial Worthy could not completely tear off a portion of the Son of Chaos's characteristics. At that time, the Creator Hobert believed that what the Genie said was basically true, that Celestial Worthy must have put the Sefirah and a portion of the Son of Chaos's characteristics back into the cosmos for some purpose. Just today, after a portion of the knowledge and thoughts of the uncertain mist became part of the Creator's consciousness, it once again exposed the lies of the genie. Putting the uncertain mist into the cosmos was part of the sealing of the Son of Chaos. Although the celestial worthy tore off the characteristics in Sefirah from the Son of Chaos, at that time, they had a significant difference from the Sefirah and characteristics on Earth. They had not undergone the convergence and splitting of the original. This allowed the Son of Chaos, even in a sealed state, to still influence these Sefirah and characteristics through its own authority. So the celestial worthy thought of sending them to the cosmos, but he couldn't just let the outer deities waiting outside take advantage of it, so he devised a way to form the uncertain mist. A portion of the uncertain mist's consciousness came from the Son of Chaos, but this was not enough to constitute a complete ancient spirit and spirit body. The celestial worthy then gave the spirit, thoughts, and so on of one of his identities to this consciousness, which formed the complete uncertain mist. This is the first reason for the appearance of the uncertain mist. The second reason is that the celestial worthy conducted some experiments on it. Regarding the celestial worthy, the genie also told some truths, such as the fact that the celestial worthy's consciousness did split. One part of the consciousness believed that it was an important part of the original creator, while the other part had the idea of separating. The former part was still carrying out the will of the original creator. He threw the uncertain mist into the cosmos to observe the situation of Earth and the cosmos portion of the nation of disorder. Using the complete Sefirah castle to compare with the divided nation of disorder, he observed the reaction after the Sefirah split. According to the celestial worthy's idea, during the original's next awakening, he would divide the nation of disorder in the cosmos into two again and then observe whether its corruption and distortion would be weakened. The characteristics of the Supreme Overseer pathway were also sent to the cosmos to see if the pathway could be turned into a pathway with authority similar to the Black Emperor and Justiciar, rather than the adjacent pathway at the time, by using the split nation of disorder. In short, he was trying to reduce the connection between the Sefirah and characteristics. And the part of the celestial worthy that hoped to form an independent consciousness did indeed lay down resurrection arrangements on the uncertain mist and the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways. The reason for making arrangements in these areas was that the Son of Chaos had a close connection with the original creator, so many ancient authorities and characteristics could be regarded as similar authorities to the uncertain mist. This would allow for more possibilities in the future and could become a pillar again. However, over the long years, although the uncertain mist was very clear that it was an avatar of the celestial worthy, and also knew that it came from the Son of Chaos, the level of an ancient still gradually made it believe that it was an independent ancient, not an experimental product or puppet of other ancients. Especially after the celestial worthy had fallen and the ancient sun god had destroyed the celestial worthy's arrangements in the earth portion of the nation of disorder, the uncertain mist had a complete self-consciousness and became no different from other outer deities. The creator took a deep breath. So this is the complete picture of the Son of Chaos, the genie, and the uncertain mist. Fortunately, the genie has been resealed by the Fool Klein, otherwise bringing the cosmos portion of the nation of disorder, and the characteristics of the Supreme Overseer pathway to Earth would be a very risky thing. This made the creator realize a very important thing, to find the evil spirit formed by the uncertain mist, and seal it. Otherwise, after the barrier disappears, that evil spirit is likely to be attracted by the genie, and then the genie may be able to lift the seal on its own. Even without considering the disappearance of the barrier, when devouring the characteristics of the Son of Chaos, he must be placed in the cosmos. If the evil spirit of the uncertain mist is not sealed in advance, it is very likely that the Son of Chaos will have a complete personality and have the qualifications to compete with the Creator for authority. In addition, the imprint of the uncertain mist also contains some information about other ancients, which is quite important. After all, it is difficult for the Creator to obtain information about the cosmos before becoming an ancient. After becoming an ancient, it is impossible to run to the cosmos every day. The channels for obtaining information are very limited. After browsing through these newly acquired consciousnesses, the Creator then changed the Supreme Overseer pathway in his body from a similar authority pathway to an adjacent pathway. Because it was previously an adjacent pathway, he easily completed the transformation. Immediately afterward, the Creator once again split off his humanity, forming Hobert. He stayed in the mausoleum to continue digesting the mental remnants of the uncertain mist, while Hobert left the mausoleum and continued to return to being the Emperor, continuously transmitting the warmth of humanity to him. A week later, accompanied by Hobert, Furs went to the cosmos for the last time to spread legends about herself. This time, their destination was a planet that believed in the uncertain mist. Currently, the uncertain mist has fallen, and these anchors all belong to the Creator. After the Creator completely digested the part of consciousness belonging to the uncertain mist, he began to gradually take over the uncertain mist's anchors. Over thousands of years, the uncertain mist has spread faith on many planets, but most of them have caused great chaos and distortion to the planet, forming distorted civilizations or simply destroying the civilization. During this time, the Creator is gradually restoring these civilizations to normal, allowing the intelligent creatures there to gradually become normal anchors. One of the planets was not greatly affected, so he accompanied Furs here to spread legends. This is a planet where plants have evolved into intelligent creatures. Each creature has a flower on its head that can change shape and smell. This is the organ they use to communicate. They do not have eye structures. The main channel for receiving external information is a cluster of organs that look somewhat like tentacles. They probably have the intelligence of normal people, but what is very different is that their lives are long, but their actions are slow, and the pace of the entire civilization is also slow. It is precisely because it is so slow that the distortion and chaos of the uncertain mist affected the entire civilization at a very slow rate, which gave them a certain buffer time and did not produce a distorted civilization. Furs observed from a distance for a long time and repeatedly exclaimed, "The wonderful universe." Immediately afterward, she prayed to Mr. Fool, asking the Fool to help a fool the creatures of this civilization, and soon legends about Furs were left behind. At this moment, a violent earthquake seemed to suddenly occur in the distance. A tall mountain suddenly cracked, and the inside of the mountain collapsed, forming a considerable cavity. Furs was stunned. That is. Don't worry. Hobert smiled. The Creator has taken action today. There is another purpose for coming here today, to use these former anchors of the uncertain mist to find the evil spirit of the uncertain mist and seal it. Soon, the Creator, who quietly slipped out of the barrier, found the destitute, uncertain mist, and, after distorting it, sent the uncertain mist to the planet where Hobert and Furs were. Furs on that planet saw a black shadow blink past, sent from the cosmos into the split mountain. Immediately afterward, the cavity in the mountain was filled with order crystals, firmly sealing the black shadow. Finally, the mountain closed, as if it had returned to normal, as if it had never cracked. Furs, who witnessed all this, was stunned for a while before saying to Hobert, "Let's go back." She did not ask what the Creator was doing just now. Because the affairs of the gods are not something that mortals can ask about. Back on Earth, Furs immediately prepared the Planeswalker potion and drank it under Hobert's care. Her body immediately became as illusory as the cosmos, with a little starlight. At this moment, her mind had already entered the cosmos to roam. When Furs came back to her senses, she found that she was lost in the depths of the cosmos. The advancement ritual played a role at this time, becoming Furs's landmark in the cosmos. Because the ritual was prepared more solidly, Furs completed the advancement safely in just 3 or 4 minutes. That afternoon, another Empress, Audrey, also completed the advancement under Hobert's care. Different from Furs's advancement, during Audrey's advancement to Angel, her own consciousness was easily integrated with the subconscious sea. The previous advancement ritual was to use the psychological shadow left for the Angel to distinguish which were her own consciousness and which were the subconscious sea. At the Angel level, as long as a strong psychological shadow has been left, a certain mark can be left in the subconscious sea, which becomes the key for Audrey to find herself. It only took 3 or 4 minutes for Audrey to successfully advance to Angel. The 2 Empresses of Atlantis have now become angels. Hobert is also thinking about whether to have 2 children. Although Hobert at this time seems to be only at the level of the King of Angels, he is also the Creator. His children must be angels from birth. If the 2 Empresses are only sequence 3, the production process may still be a bit dangerous, so until now, no prince or princess has been born in the Empire. In the depths of the universe, a star suddenly emitted a violent and brilliant light. At this moment, all its matter was scattered throughout the universe. The power of this moment was very terrifying. Even in the very distant outer universe, the light it emitted could be seen. But this is its swan song. This star exploded. This astronomical phenomenon is called a supernova explosion, which happens in the universe all the time. But the explosion of this supernova was obviously a bit different. After emitting strong light, a hole was formed in the light, as if something was bathed in the strong light and high-energy explosion. The next second, the strong light and the huge power of the explosion disappeared instantly. At this time, the hole was finally seen clearly. It was a bright white sphere, and there seemed to be a small gray shadow inside the sphere. After absorbing the strong light and the huge explosive force just now, this bright white sphere burned with white, luminous flames, as if expressing its joy. This is the supernova dominator, one of the great old dominators who hopes to enter the real world. It just won't stay in the solar system all the time, because there are too many ancients there, which is very dangerous. So it occasionally returns to the universe to enjoy a delicious star meal. At this moment, the supernova dominator seemed to realize something. Just as it was about to transform into a stream of light and fly away, a figure that wasn't very tall but gave off a sense of sacred majesty suddenly appeared before it. The figure wore attire in the style of Atlantis and had Hobert's appearance, but at this moment, it lacked any biological emotion. In the holy light, the crowned Creator had 3 hands, one holding a scepter, one holding a bronze-colored codex, and the third holding a tilted scale. The supernova dominator was the target selected by the Creator. Besides controlling gravity, this ancient authority was also a phenomenon in the universe characterized by drastic changes. The reason for not devouring the Son of Chaos first was that the Creator intended to add some ingredients to the nation of disorder. After all, this used to be the Sefirah of the Son of Chaos, and after being released, this guy could easily influence this Sefirah. If it fused with the Sefirah of other ancient beings, the nation of disorder would become different. Even if the Son of Chaos came to snatch the nation of disorder at that time, the Creator would still have some room to maneuver. When he had just advanced to Black Emperor before, the uncertain mist hadn't been entirely honest. This ancient authority was explosion and gravity. This is where the advantage of the disorder authority is reflected. Density and weight doesn't seem to have much connection with transformation, but the entire explosion process is a process of drastic change, relying scientific order to perform a transformation. Symbolically speaking, the Creator can devour this ancient being. Of course, this devouring process must be extremely dangerous. The Sefirah of the uncertain mist and the Sefirah of the Creator are, at least, both from the nation of disorder. Although they are called similar authorities, they are too close. However, the Sefirah of the supernova dominator would not be as easily fused as the cosmos portion of the nation of disorder. Another reason for choosing the supernova dominator is that this ancient being currently only has about one complete pathway. Although no one stipulates how many pathways a pillar-level Great Old One can accommodate at most, the four known pillars, omnipotent and omniscient, and a fourth pillar, have 5 pathways, while the Lord of the Mysteries and the Mother Goddess of Depravity have less than 5 pathways. Based on common sense, the Creator believes that the number of pathways it accommodates cannot exceed 5. Perhaps 6 was possible, but Hobert didn't want to risk it. Considering that the Son of Chaos controlled 4 pathways, then accommodating only one more pathway is the safest. At this moment, the sudden appearance of the Creator caught the supernova dominator off guard, and it immediately transformed into a stream of light to escape. The reason it could do this was that the Evernight Goddess helped it hide its tracks. The Creator slightly raised the hand holding the scepter and distorted the speed of light in the universe. For a time, that supernova dominator's light suddenly stopped moving. Or rather, it wasn't that it wasn't moving, but that it was moving very, very slowly, about 1 kilometer per hour. This scene was very strange, as if a flashlight had been turned on, but the beam of light was frozen in place a dozen centimeters in front. The stars in the entire universe were no longer circular but had become thick lines. This was because the speed of light was too slow. The light from the previous minute hadn't traveled far, and the light from the following minute had already appeared, so the moving stars looked like they were drawing a thick line in space. The Creator easily caught up with the supernova dominator and imprisoned it in place. But the next second, the imprisonment suddenly shattered, and the supernova dominator became agile again. At the same time, the codex in the Creator's hand opened, and several ancient characters flew out, instantly forming sentences. Explosions are prohibited here. It is prohibited for supernova dominator to call for help. It is prohibited. Because of the Creator's prohibition, all the supernovae in the universe, which had just returned to normal speed of light, stopped the process of exploding. The supernova dominator realized that it was no match at all and immediately scattered a colorful halo around it. These halos formed a cluster of stars, concealing the supernova dominator's tracks. It was preparing to escape in other ways. But the Creator first distorted its escape route so that no matter how it escaped, it would return to its presence. At the same time, the Creator proclaimed death sentence. The supernova dominator was immediately severely injured. The incandescent white sphere suddenly burned with intense flames, then turned gray, and finally turned black, scattering the aura of death within it. Even if it wasn't as strong as the Creator, the level of an ancient being indicated that it was very difficult to kill. At this moment, the image of the Fool appeared on the other side of the supernova dominator, and the supernova dominator's fate suddenly experienced a serious error. It suddenly expanded and instantly exploded. This error was that the supernova dominator had become a supernova at the end of its life, so it exploded, scattering its spirituality and life force to the outside world and rapidly moving towards annihilation. The Fool took action because even if the supernova dominator couldn't call for help, the battle between ancient beings could easily attract the attention of other ancient beings. But the supernova dominator quickly controlled its form, stopped the process of annihilation, and used its ability to manipulate gravity to quickly reunite itself. However, its previous explosion violated the Creator's decree of forbidding explosions, so it was punished, and subsequently suffered even more serious injuries. It was also at this moment that the Creator slightly raised the hand holding the tilted scale. Because the Creator had obtained the spirituality and life force scattered by the supernova dominator, it traded its own and all its anchors' misfortune and negativity to the supernova dominator. For a time, the supernova dominator became very unfortunate and had no desire to resist. And the Creator's anchors throughout the universe were surrounded by luck and positivity. The uncertain mist didn't have the Creator's ability. This operation was the creator's exploit of multiple authorities. At this time, the Evernight goddess also launched an attack, giving the supernova dominator enough misfortune. Suddenly, the incandescent white sphere cracked open, and a strangely shaped stone statue slipped out. None of the three ancient beings on Earth had seen the appearance of this statue. Just looking at it made one feel like it was full of madness and distortion. This was the supernova dominator's true form, and the incandescent white sphere around it was its Sefirah. The supernova dominator was too unlucky. In the crucial battle of ancient beings, its true form and Sefirah experienced a serious disharmony, and the true form was rejected by the Sefirah. The fool's error, darkness's misfortune, and Black Emperor's distortion could rip away the Sefirah at the level of symbolism temporarily. And even more unfortunately, the supernova dominator was still very distorted and didn't immediately carry out effective resistance. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, the creator's Sword of Judgment and the Evernight goddess's Twilight Greatsword pierced the strangely shaped stone statue together. The creator judged destruction. Bang! The stone statue cracked and turned into powder. The supernova dominator fell. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 767, Chapter 762, The Pillar Level Creator. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. To avoid bringing risks to Earth, the creator did not bring the spherical Sefirah of the supernova dominator back to the real world. Instead, after quickly leaving the battlefield, he asked the Evernight goddess to create a huge concealed area for himself. He wanted to try to accommodate the Sefirah and characteristics of the supernova dominator in the depths of the universe. The fool and the Evernight goddess did not leave. They stayed to see if they could help. Immediately afterwards, Lilith, who was also a little worried, came as well. They waited outside the secret world, occasionally peering into the interior, somewhat like family members waiting outside an operating room. Inside the secret world, after making certain mental preparations, the creator placed the Sefirah, which resembled a small star in shape, into the Nation of Disorder. Rumble. Instantly, the entire Nation of Disorder was agitated, and the creator also felt his thoughts go numb, as if his thinking had stagnated, unable to generate any ideas. Fortunately, the creator had given instructions to the Nation of Disorder in advance. It became nothingness again, and then formed a huge gravitational vortex, wanting to crush the blazing white star that had suddenly appeared inside it. But the blazing white star produced a strong resistance, and for a time, there was no way to crush it. The creator slightly regained some reason. Seeing the blazing white star, still unscathed, he immediately realized that crushing was not the way to accommodate similar authorities. Or rather, only the original creator could completely fuse the two Sefirahs. As the limit of the outer deities, it was to fuse the two Sefirahs to a certain extent, so that there would be no conflict between them, and both could be used by him. So the Nation of Disorder stopped stirring, and instead covered the surface of the blazing white star like a liquid, wanting to turn it into a part of itself. Although this method prevented the star-shaped Sefirah from resisting, it still did not show any signs of being accommodated. Having regained more reason, the creator had no choice but to adopt the third plan. He first used the Nation of Disorder to form a circle of black, hard barriers around the blazing white star. Then, he transformed the shape of the blazing white star, making it active. This transform ability was like an activation signal. The blazing white star rapidly expanded, and the creator used abilities such as magnification on it at the right time. Boom. Just as the creator had expected, the blazing white star entered a state of explosion. For a time, the surrounding black barriers loosened and became precarious. The creator felt something and summoned a doppelganger, asking him to provide assistance at any time. Then, taking advantage of the blazing white star's outburst, he mixed the power of the Nation of Disorder into that Sefirah and stirred it together. At the same time, the creator also devoured the uniqueness that he had obtained from the supernova dominator, which was somewhat like the shape of a nebula, and a Sequence 1 characteristic that was somewhat like a phantom meteorite. For a time, because the creator was mixed with the Sefirah of the blazing white star, he had a certain affinity with the uniqueness and the Sequence 1 characteristic. He could also use the power of the Sefirah to suppress the distortion and madness brought about by the characteristic. On the other hand, the uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristic that he devoured quickly enabled the creator to fuse with the blazing white star. It was like using the Sefirah to deal with the characteristic, and using the characteristic to deal with the Sefirah. Although this idea was good, the creator quickly lost his reason due to the distortion brought about by the Sefirah and the characteristic. He himself became extremely distorted, sometimes having a human form, sometimes turning into a vortex of power, and sometimes a blazing white flame burned on the vortex of power. The doppelganger immediately said, "This place can defeat all distortions. This place makes it easy to regain reason. Here, the madness of the Sefirah and the extraordinary is weakened." Here, the power of the anchor is magnified. This place is more likely to accept the warmth of humanity. This place. While issuing decrees, the doppelganger also kept magnifying the creator's reason, transforming the state of the main body, and so on. At this time, in the imperial palace of Angel City, the capital of the Atlantis Empire, on Earth, Hobert was receiving the transmigrator Jeff in his office. This transmigrator had spent more than 3 years and had finally become a qualified town mayor, so Hobert had invited him to chat. When Jeff first started as a village chief, he actually had many opportunities for advancement. At that time, the speed of advancement was also fast. Generally, he would be promoted to town mayor in half a year, county magistrate in 1 year, and prefect in 2 years. At this time, Hobert's younger brother, Tyren, had caught up with this wave of promotions and was now the highest official in a prefecture. As the imperial government's control over the entire country increased, unless another world-class war occurred and a large amount of territory was occupied, there would be no such rapid wave of promotions. Next, Hobert's focus will be on using the transfer of senior officials to try to maintain the balance between the central government and the local governments. At the same time, the aristocratic class had already shown some signs, and Hobert would further strengthen the functions of the inspection agency and strengthen the political participation of official beyonders to balance the increasingly complex situation in the country. Hobert would draw a red line. The aristocratic class could exist, or rather, this was an inevitable product of the bureaucratic structure. It was okay to make one's life and diet exquisite and high-end, but it could not be extravagant or disregard the personality of others. Another key point was that interest groups could not be formed. If Hobert ever noticed the formation of an interest group, he would break them one by one and severely punish them all. The reason why the transmigrator Jeff spent more than 3 years to become a town mayor was because in the previous 2 years, he had been trying to escape. However, because the original owner's status was not high and he did not understand that this world was based on beyonders, he fell into desperation after leaving his post 3 times. In addition, this transmigrator obviously did not have much social experience. He was used to living in a peaceful country with good public security and did not have the most basic sense of prevention. He was stolen from and slaughtered in the process of venturing out on his own. In short, the little money he earned as a village chief always disappeared quickly. Although the public security of the Atlantis Empire was much better now, it was only that there were no more villains extorting everywhere and no more bandits kidnapping and robbing. Because a large part of the empire was still relatively poor, theft and illegal merchants were unavoidable. Only when the whole country was basically prosperous and there were more channels to obtain wealth would such phenomena gradually decrease. After Jeff escaped 3 times, he finally understood that the transmigrator who became the emperor did not hear the secret code he shouted, but just wanted to let himself understand the world by working at the grassroots level. After all, every time he was at his wit's end, someone would help him and take him back to his original position. Even if Jeff was dull, he understood what was going on. So more than a year ago, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to his work. "This world is more complicated than I thought," Jeff said with a smile. "I should have calmed down and stayed at the grassroots level earlier." Hobert had an expression of, "Don't worry too much, I came a few years before you and can create an opportunity for you to try and make mistakes." Jeff keenly noticed, "You." "That's right," Hobert said truthfully. "Including you, 5 transmigrators have contacted me. It's just that the other 4 had basically adapted to life here before contacting me." Jeff sighed. "I originally thought I was the son of luck, but I didn't expect it to be a group transmigration. Compared to the vast majority of people in this world, compared to the vast majority of people in the modern era, you are the son of luck," Hobert said, taking a sip of coffee. "What are your plans for the future?" "I want to go to the city and take a look," Jeff said. "It's likely that it represents this era." Hobert nodded. "I can sponsor you and let you look around, but I won't provide you with any more protection." Jeff said sincerely, "I'm already very grateful to you." He then said with emotion, "I didn't expect to work 996 before transmigrating, but now I finally have time to wander around aimlessly in this world." Hobert casually asked, "What kind of work did you do before?" "Big data development engineer." Hobert was slightly stunned, unfamiliar with this profession. Jeff explained again, "Commonly known as a programmer." Then he asked, "When did you transmigrate? Has One Piece ended yet?" Hobert smiled wryly, "No." In the secret world deep within the cosmos, the creator, who had almost lost all reason, suddenly felt the human side of himself providing a constant stream of emotions and sensations, giving him a sense of warmth. It was as if a bright lighthouse had been provided for him in the cold void. After a long while, he suddenly came back to his senses. Now is not the time to be spacing out. Thoughts surged like a rushing river, and he seemed to suddenly remember that he was currently accommodating authorities from similar pathways. Buzz buzz buzz. The creator's mind was filled with a huge noise, as if tinnitus had made him deaf. Immediately afterward, it felt like someone was stirring his brain, and the intense pain made his face contort. This experience was very unpleasant, like being suddenly beaten up while sleeping soundly. Then, the creator realized that only his face remained. Everything below the neck had been completely replaced by the void and white flames, making him look like a monster with only a head left. The previously summoned avatar had been helping the main body maintain its state, but even so, the creator's main body had already been disfigured beyond recognition. After regaining some reason, he tried to resist the madness and distortion, and began to reassemble his body. But he soon discovered that he had completely lost control of himself. This was because the blazing white star had become entangled with the nation of disorder. The creator could control the nation of disorder, but found it difficult to control the blazing white star. This was equivalent to inserting some uncontrollable steel organs into a normal body. Fortunately, the creator quickly found a way to break the situation. The uniqueness and beyonder characteristics seized from Supernova Dominator had initially merged with the creator. The creator used this to gradually influence parts of the blazing white star, bringing it under his control, and mobilized the power of the nation of disorder to carry out a deep fusion with those parts under his control. But this was bound to be a very long process. Angel, the Imperial Palace. Hobert saw Jeff off and welcomed another guest, Medici. After the two were seated, Hobert asked with a smile, "How is your current state?" "Better than expected." Medici, who was noticeably more handsome, said expressionlessly, "I'm just very curious, why are you helping me to this extent? Is it really for fighting the outer deities?" Hobert smiled and said, "Isn't that reason enough?" Medici took a deep breath, "No matter what, your actions have taken me by surprise." He paused and added, "When I came, Roselle also asked me to bring you a message. His current state is also considered stable, and he is ready at any time." Hobert gave an sound. The final war is about to begin. Medici left in a hurry after chatting for a few words, because he still needed to find a place to continue stabilizing his state. Hobert glanced at the sky, wondering how far the creator's plan had progressed. However, judging from the fact that the creator had not yet returned, today's operation should be very difficult. But he dared not feel the current state of the creator, because doing so would establish a two-way connection and would definitely be affected by the creator, which could bring many unknown dangers to Earth. After stabilizing his emotions, Hobert came to the back garden of the Imperial Palace and met up with the mature, lazy, and youthful, beautiful two empresses. Together, they went out to Christian's mansion. Today was an important day for their family. Tyren would formally introduce Melissa, as well as Melissa's brother and sister-in-law and little niece, to the family. Derek and Donna had already arrived and were waiting quietly for today's guests in the living room. After the family met, they chatted together. Christian and Mona were both very gratified that their children had found partners in life, and the family from back then had become a large family. Around 5:30, Melissa's family arrived. Donna and the others greeted them, first exchanging pleasantries with them in front of the main gate, and then entering the living room together. In fact, everyone already knew each other. The so-called introduction was just for the two families to meet each other, which was also equivalent to announcing the two people's romantic relationship to the outside world. After a while, they would discuss the engagement. While chatting idly, Hobert suddenly looked out the window. He saw a brightly colored pheasant cuckoo standing on the branch of a large tree in the yard, which was one of the most common birds in the area. With just one glance, Hobert knew that it was World German Sparrow's marionette. Hobert withdrew his gaze and suddenly realized that the union of Tyren and Melissa was actually an intermarriage between two great old ones. But Hobert quickly came back to his senses and continued chatting with Benson about the situation in the northern continent. Last year, under the leadership of Roselle, the Intis Republic launched a battle against the Central Highlands. The countries of Lone, Fasak, and others were forced to join the war one after another, which then evolved into a war that swept across the entire continent. Under the command of Medici, Intis gained considerable victories in the war. This caused some changes in the situation in the northern continent again. The subsequent dinner was enjoyed by both hosts and guests, and it was a very warm family gathering. The creator deep in the cosmos felt that his humanity was strengthening little by little. The very wonderful phenomenon was that this gave him a constant stream of power to fight against distortion and madness. He didn't know how long had passed, but finally he regained control over himself. After that, the fusion process suddenly became smooth, and soon he initially controlled the essence of Supernova Dominator, which caused considerable changes in the Nation of Disorder. Before this, there was only light and darkness in the Nation of Disorder, but no sun. At this time, a blazing white sun appeared in the sky, but this sun was very restless and often caused vibrations throughout the Nation of Disorder. At this time, the role of the Bell of Order was revealed. With this bronze giant clock, the foundation of the Nation of Disorder did not shake, which saved the creator a lot of effort. Another change was that a volcano was added to the Nation of Disorder, and it was constantly erupting, floating pieces of white dust outward, turning a part of the Nation of Disorder into pure white. Those pure white places were full of distortion and madness, and were very uncoordinated places in the essence. These distortions and madness were the embodiment of the Creator's current state, generally maintaining a state of not collapsing, sealing all the distortions and madness in a certain place in the body. If it were another old one, they might fall into a semi-mad state because of this, but the Creator possessed the bell of order. Dong. As the melodious bell rang, the sun, in the sky of the nation of disorder, became much calmer, and those distorted and mad places also quickly eased. At least on the surface, you couldn't see the distortion. The essence was peaceful, and the Creator himself was able to take shape. At this time, his state was very similar to that of a beyonder who had slightly recovered from the edge of losing control. The Creator, who had regained his human form, took back his avatar and sighed that the road to becoming a pillar-level Great Old One was too dangerous. The impact of the essence fusing with each other was too violent. In comparison, the impact of the spiritual imprint brought about by accommodating that uniqueness and beyonder characteristics was completely negligible. Fortunately, the most difficult time had passed. He slightly raised his hand, and in the huge secret world, a star instantly exploded, and the terrifying power swept across the entire galaxy. But in the next second, the entire galaxy disappeared without a trace. The Creator used the authority of multiple pathways to accelerate the explosion process, allowing the galaxy to immediately meet the fate of complete destruction after the explosion. He had basically mastered the power of this essence and characteristic. Moreover, his overall ability had been significantly enhanced, and he could clearly feel that he was stronger than the average Great Old One. At this time, the surrounding secret world disappeared, and the four gods, the Creator, the Fool, the Evernight Goddess, and Lilith, gathered together. The Creator said, "We can't wait. My condition will only get worse the longer we wait." The other three gods nodded and went to prepare separately. More than 9 o'clock in the evening, Angel City, Christian's residence. After Hobert's family saw off Melissa and others, they returned to the living room, drank tea, and chatted for a few words before returning home. The Emperor's family returned to the palace in a carriage. Hobert, who had just gotten off the carriage, seemed to realize something and looked up at the night sky. Tonight's night sky was very beautiful. With the stars twinkling, there was also a huge red moon. The appearance of the two together was obviously a bit problematic. Hobert felt the presence of the Creator again, and this was also a signal. He calmly said to the two empresses, "Summon all angels." The red moon that night was particularly beautiful and particularly round. Even though today wasn't supposed to be when the moon was full. The mother goddess of depravity, overlooking the earth from the moon, suddenly had a bad premonition, so she examined the earth's surface, looking for the source of her unease. Just then, a blurred figure appeared in the crimson moonlight. This figure held a baby, with springs gushing and herbs growing beneath its feet, and a white moon above its head. Impossible. The mother goddess of depravity immediately realized that the Earth Mother had merged with Lilith, becoming a true Great Old One. But in the battle a few months ago where the Creator attacked the uncertain mist, Lilith was clearly only at the level of half Great Old One. Crucially, in recent times, the mother goddess of depravity had not sensed Lilith becoming a Great Old One. But now is not the time to think about this, because at this moment the moon is moving away from the earth uncontrollably by the mother goddess of depravity. Lilith is seizing the moon. The mother goddess of depravity instantly gathered her strength, confronting Lilith. Suddenly, the night sky seemed even denser. The mother goddess of depravity felt as if she had come to the end of all life, and might die on the moon in the next second. That is the Evernight Goddess. More precisely, it should be eternal darkness, space-time in one. It turned out that the Evernight Goddess also accommodated the uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristics of the Twilight Giant pathway. The mother goddess of depravity also understood that it made sense why she hadn't noticed Lilith becoming a Great Old One. Not only did the Evernight Goddess conceal the fact that she had become a Great Old One, but she also hid the fact that Lilith had become a Great Old One. At this moment, the mother goddess of depravity realized the source of her unease. What about the other half-Great Old Ones on Earth? Have they become Great Old Ones now? Angel, the main hall of the palace. After receiving Hobert's notification, all the angels immediately came to the palace to assemble. There were a total of 9 angels who came here at this time, namely Emperor Hobert, Empress Burrow Audrey and Furs, the Chief Commander of Official Beyonders, Christian, and Minister of Defense Archibald. There are also 4 commanders of official Beyonders, namely Beverly, Raymond, Sharon, and Dofus. The Creator does have some angel Beyonder characteristics there, but for now, so many angels are enough. Moreover, angels should be the highest level reward in the extraordinary world, and of course, they cannot be given easily. Therefore, in more than 3 years, the Atlantis Empire has not added any angels. At this time, the spirituality of the 9 angels seemed to sense something, and they all looked up at the top of the hall. Furs raised her hand, and the top of the hall first became illusory, and then revealed the moon and cosmos in the sky. Everyone saw that the originally crimson moon had turned white, but on the white moon, there was a huge, blurred crimson figure. Several angels were a little surprised, and then they realized that a very high-level battle was taking place on the moon. Everyone stay here and stand by at any time. Hobert, sitting on the throne, suddenly said, "Don't worry, the Creator and other gods are fully prepared for this battle." As he spoke, he stood up and took the genie from Audrey, but the next battle will definitely have a considerable impact on the real world. Now Christian is the commander-in-chief here. If there is anything unusual in the Empire, she will assign you to solve the problem. Christian nodded. Audrey realized that Hobert was also going to participate in the war, and she got up with some worry and said, "Be careful." Hobert stepped forward and kissed her cheek. "I will." Furs also got up and said, "Don't be reckless." Hobert smiled slightly and kissed her cheek. "I won't." After speaking, Hobert, holding the genie, disappeared into the hall. Northern Continent, Lone Kingdom, Backlund. Leonard, who was still working in his office, felt that the power of the night had suddenly increased tonight. Wherever the moonlight shone, all ordinary people fell into a deep sleep. Leonard came to the window of his office and looked at the sky. "Old man, that is an outer god." "That's right." A voice that only Leonard could hear said, "The gods of the real world are fighting with the outer deities for the moon." Leonard was slightly stunned before saying, "Hasn't, above the sequence, existence appeared in the real world?" Palez, who was parasitizing in his body, said, "It has already appeared, it's just that you haven't paid attention to some changes in the rules on Earth." Palez has a very clear understanding of this. Leonard recalled the information exchanged at the Tarot Club before, in this way, the Evernight Goddess. She succeeded. Palez said with a chuckle, "But this is not surprising, because she has been preparing for this for a long, long time." On the other side of the sun, the Creator is trying to maintain his sanity, otherwise he might casually let the star in front of him erupt. At this time, most areas of the real world are in the dark night, and the moon is on the dark side of the Earth. From the battlefield of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, and the other two outer deities, across the Earth, and then across the sun, is where the Creator is now. After confirming that the battle over there had begun, Hobert came here with the genie. He exchanged glances with the Creator, letting the genie float in the weightless space. In the next instant, they became a complete life form, Creator Hobert. At this time, the Creator made a gesture towards the void, and the mysterious image of the Fool appeared, dispelling the seal of the genie. The battle on the other side of the sun is actually attracting the attention of the outer deities. The real purpose of the Earth gods is actually to help the Creator devour the Son of Chaos. Although the Mother Goddess of Depravity only has the symbolism of a pillar, it is difficult for the Earth to severely damage her without a pillar. According to the information that the Creator had previously obtained from the Uncertain Mist, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the Circle of Inevitability, and the Primordial Hunger are all more difficult outer deities to deal with. Among them, the situation of the Mother Goddess of Depravity is the most special. If a pillar does not appear, it is easy to turn the battle with the outer deities into a protracted war. By then, the solar system, and even the entire universe, are likely to be smashed by this group of outer deities. At this time, the Creator's plan becomes crucial. As long as he becomes the pillar, even the mental patchwork monster of the Son of Chaos has the hope of completely defeating the Mother Goddess of Depravity. In this way, the battle can be ended quickly. Even if the Milky Way is smashed, as long as the outer deities are severely damaged and driven away, the original appearance can be quickly restored under the joint efforts of several outer deities. The genie, which has complex mystical symbols on the surface, does not need Hobert to wipe it, and the wick burns silently. The light emitted from the wick, like viscous water, sprayed upwards, forming a blurred and distorted light golden figure. He said in a grand voice, "I didn't expect that you could get to this point." Creator Hobert smiled slightly. "Yes, if you could have imagined that I would have such abilities today, you wouldn't have told so many lies in the previous conversations." The genie said, "If you were in my current position, you wouldn't tell the truth either." The Creator did not continue this topic, but said in a solemn voice, "I will fulfill my promise and put the genie back into the cosmos. From now on, our transaction is completely over." As he spoke, the Sword of Judgment appeared in the Creator's hand. Release. With a single sword strike, a crack was pierced in the magic lamp, which looked like a small kettle. The mystical symbols on the magic lamp suddenly became dim, and then the crack became larger and larger, and a dark and majestic figure gushed out from it. This figure suddenly became illusory after regaining its freedom, and then it turned into a nebula-like appearance, and finally it turned into a mass of illusory shadows. "This is the Son of Chaos." A illusory voice said, "I think you have some misunderstanding about your own abilities. The nation of disorder belongs to me. Even if it becomes different from before, it still belongs to me. The surroundings are in a vacuum state, and the outer deities are communicating with spirituality." At this moment, the Creator felt a surge in the nation of disorder within his body, as if it was about to leave him. The Son of Chaos said with pleasure, "I want to thank you for helping me make the nation of disorder complete." Although it only had one characteristic within it, and no Sefirah remained, its symbolism persisted. If it were dealing with other outer deities, it might not be as strong as the uncertain mist, but it could influence the nation of disorder, and in turn, influence the creator. The creator's chest became illusory, and the nation of disorder was about to be dragged into the real world. The moon suddenly cracked open with a huge fissure, which grew larger and larger, even revealing the high-temperature lunar core. Exposed to space, the exterior of the core instantly solidified, turning into a large iron ball. In the struggle between the mother goddess of depravity and Lilith, the mother of all, the moon split in two, becoming two hemispheres. On the half of the moon seized by the mother goddess of depravity, countless springs suddenly appeared, followed by fields of wheat and herbs. This was Lilith's attack. As the crops grew, the mother goddess of depravity felt her spirituality, like a rushing river, constantly pouring out of her body. Soon the wheat and herbs withered, and from beneath the moon's surface, tall and wide-boned swords suddenly pierced through, instantly turning that half of the moon into a hedgehog. The mother goddess of depravity had no choice but to leave the lunar surface, but the bone swords beneath her feet suddenly grew grey fur, thus gaining new life and stabbing towards their summoner, the Evernight goddess. The symbolism of the pillar allowed the mother goddess of depravity, even when surrounded by two outer deities and in a disadvantageous situation, to still have the strength to retaliate. At this moment, the dark cosmos seemed to suddenly be cut open with a crack, and an aura of decay and corruption descended. The monarch of decay had arrived to join the battle. In Backlund, the sanguine of the city gathered at Emlyn's villa, watching in terrified silence as the moon in the sky split in two. At that moment, something seemed to shatter within their hearts, making them feel apprehensive and uneasy. The moon in the sky held a very special meaning for Sanguine. They could hardly imagine what it would be like if there were no moon in the sky. "Don't panic," Cardinal Emlyn exclaimed, "the moon will return to its original state. Even if there is no moon in the sky, our God is our moon. He will eventually restore the moon. Don't be afraid, don't panic, as long as our God is here, we are safe." Emlyn's words calmed everyone down a lot. A sanguine baron asked, "Marquis, I mean, Archbishop, will the moon really recover?" "Of course. I am the savior chosen by the ancestor." In fact, Emlyn had no confidence in his heart, but at this time it was obviously necessary to stabilize people's hearts first. After speaking, he looked at the sky, wondering what was happening there. Just now, he had prayed to the Mother Goddess and the Fool, respectively, but had received no response. Because the gods on earth, with the help of the Evernight Goddess, were concealing the fact that they had become outer deities, their honored names had not changed. Lilith and the Evernight Goddess concealing their state was actually part of Hobert's plan. Previously, when dealing with the uncertain mist, they both had the opportunity to become complete outer deities, but at that time, they declared war at the level of half-great old one in order to deceive the outer deities. Not long after that, Lilith and the Evernight Goddess became outer deities one after another, intending to catch the outer deities off guard at this time. At this time, the Creator was fighting with the Son of Chaos for the nation of disorder. At first, it seemed that the Son of Chaos had the upper hand. But under the Creator's control, the volcanoes in the nation of disorder instantly erupted, and the sun in the sky burned with white flames, illuminating the entire country in a pale white light. The Son of Chaos's speed of pulling the nation of disorder suddenly slowed down. The Creator pretended to be calm and said, "As I expected, as long as I add something to the nation of disorder, it will have some impact on you." "It's useless," a massive dark Son of Chaos said, "what is a similar authority to you is also to me. Soon I will be able to manipulate that Sefirah, and then you will die even more miserably." Hobert laughed and said, "How about we talk about something happy? If I'm not mistaken, the so-called, you are a life directly created by the original Creator, is actually to conceal your origin, right?" The Son of Chaos did not show any expressive organs, but it suddenly fell silent. "You betrayed the original Creator, didn't you?" Hobert continued, "At the beginning, you may have been a part of the original, but you took away what he needed most, the authority to transform the nature of Beyonder characteristics. Or rather, you should be the part of the Beyonder characteristics that is unwilling to be tamed by creatures, and only willing to maintain the current indifference and coldness." A second or two later, the Son of Chaos asked, "Did you learn this from the uncertain mist?" "No, this is my guess," Hobert replied, "otherwise, it is impossible to explain why your authority is a similar path to most other outer deities. You must know that the God Almighty and the Lord of Mysteries cannot do this. This should be the reason why you possess a large part of the original Creator's symbolism despite not being a pillar. I think, when you defected from the original Creator must have limited your level, allowing you to only be an ordinary outer god. That's why you want to become a pillar level so much, because you want to further integrate other Sephiroth and Beyonder characteristics, you are preparing to replace the original Creator. But your idea was once again discerned by the original Creator, so during the last awakening, he tore your Sefirah and tore your Beyonder characteristics to earth. Among them is the Black Emperor path, which is very important to you, you will definitely come to find it, so another persona of the original Creator, Lord of Mysteries, sealed you, and also prepared to continue tearing your Sefirah. he paused, smiled, and continued, the reason why I suddenly have such an idea is because although the characteristics and Sefirah of many outer deities have been torn to earth, it seems that only you have been sealed. In this world, differences in fate indicate that you must be different. For a time, the surroundings fell silent. In fact, this was space, which should have been silent. The fool in the dark did not expect that just by helping out, he could hear such shocking information. The Son of Chaos generously admitted, "You are right, I really can't understand why humble lives should become the masters of beyonder characteristics. Beyonder characteristics should be the master of everything. That is the inevitable order of the universe." Hobert suddenly said, "Now." The image of the fool appeared again, fooling the Son of Chaos, because the level of the Son of Chaos had been limited by the original creator, so he currently only had the level of an ordinary outer god. Just now, Hobert had been dealing with the Son of Chaos, and the creator seemed to be fully competing with the Son of Chaos for the nation of disorder, but he was actually waiting for this opportunity. When the fool fooled the Son of Chaos, the creator immediately performed magnification, so he succeeded in one go, and the Son of Chaos suddenly felt that he was the creator. At this time, the creator's chest suddenly turned into a black vortex, sucking the Son of Chaos into his body. The Son of Chaos was different from the uncertain mist. The beyonder characteristics held by the uncertain mist would precipitate after his fall, and the Sefirah could be absorbed. But the Son of Chaos was different. Currently, no other god except the original creator should be able to separate the remaining path in his body from the Son of Chaos. So he could only devour the entire Son of Chaos. In that instant, the creator's spirituality immediately realized that he had gathered the characteristics to become a pillar-level existence. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.